Loading data. Load successful. Please select your identity. So you thought this was just a voice she'd heard in a dream. But when she woke up, she realized her entire world had changed beyond recognition. Not only had her home vanished, but the bustling streets and towering skyscrapers she was used to were all gone, replaced by endless stretches of wasteland overgrown with unfamiliar weeds. So you looked down at herself. Her light blue pajamas had turned into a plain, rough linen shirt and pants. At that moment, only one thought filled her mind. Had she transmigrated? Before she could process what was happening, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Greetings, residents of Planet C-6666. I am the execution system for this round of world digitization. Your previous planet has been replaced. Welcome to the digitized world. Humanity will continue to survive here. Please do not feel any negative emotions, because you, the inhabitants of this planet, have also been digitized. Here, death does not mean returning to your original world, it means true death. I wish all residents a healthy survival in the digitized world. Survive in good health? What kind of blessing is that? She had just finished complaining when a notification popped up. Congratulations, you have received the aura statuses Unknown Blessing and Survive in Good Health, lasting 72 hours. Unknown Blessing. While active, the aggression of creatures toward the blessed will be reduced. Survive in Good Health. All attribute recovery rates are doubled. Is this for real? Looking at these two aura statuses, a phrase flashed through Suyu's mind: Beginner's Aura. To be more specific, it was a Beginner's Protection Aura. Anyone who's played games knows that during the newbie phase, the system always gives your character some buffs, auras, statuses, to ensure a good experience for new players. And this so-called execution system granting blessings was exactly the same as those games giving newbies protective auras. So, could this so-called digitized world be understood as turning the real world into a game world? To test her theory, Siu tentatively tried to call up a game menu, and, both to her surprise and not, it worked. After confirming that the world really had been digitized, Siu made another unexpected discovery. The prototype for this digitized world was clearly based on, or directly copied from, a game she recognized. All because she saw a familiar logo. It was identical to the logo from a game she'd played before, Sunset Continent, a full-immersion game. In fact, Siu hadn't just played it, she was the first player to clear Sunset Continent, more precisely, the first to clear it as a city lord. Sunset Continent was the name of the continent where the game was set. At the start, each player could choose from many identities, each with different gameplay and endings. As a fan of survival, management, and city-building games, Siu had naturally chosen the City Lord identity, which allowed her to collect resources, construct buildings, recruit residents and warriors, and build her own city. Of course, that was all a long time ago. The game had completely disappeared 2 years ago, and with it, her max-level City Lord account was gone as well. If this really was that game, Siu didn't mind risking her life to play again. Because, just as the execution system had said, everything was digitized now. Rather than giving up, she might as well focus on how to survive well. Back then, in order to achieve a no-death clear, she'd only used a single save file, which led to many mistakes and regrets. She'd wanted to make up for those regrets, but after clearing the game, real life got in the way and she put the game aside for a while. By the time she finally had free time to play again, she learned the company had gone bankrupt and the game was permanently shut down. Let me think, what should I prepare first? As a veteran player, Siu was naturally very familiar with the game. If she remembered correctly, when she heard the execution system ask her to choose an identity in her dream, she'd thought the game company had had a change of heart and reopened the game, so she'd chosen the same City Lord identity as before. This was confirmed when she checked her personal info. Suyu. Level, none. Affiliation, none. Identity, builder. Stamina, 100/100. Hunger, 100/100. HP, 100/100. Status, normal. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Auras, survive in good health, remaining time, 71 hours, 57 minutes, 49 seconds. Unknown blessing, remaining time, 71 hours, 57 minutes, 49 seconds. This is exactly the same as the old interface. Although her identity was listed as builder rather than city lord, that was just because she hadn't built a city yet. No city, no city lord. Once she established her first city, her identity would change. After checking her personal info, Siu glanced at the other game menus. When she opened the inventory panel, she suddenly froze. Although the game had beginner's auras, it didn't have a starter pack. Yet, in what should have been an empty inventory, she saw an unfamiliar token icon. She'd never seen this item before, at least not when she'd played the game. For some reason, looking at the icon gave Siu a bad feeling. With a sense of foreboding, she clicked to view the item's details. Lord's Token. This item will disappear in 71 hours, 56 minutes, 51 seconds. Category: Special. Quality: None. Description: the Lord's Token is required to establish a territory. Use the token on a selected area and light the city heartfire to found your territory. Just as Suyu finished reading the Lord's Token description, a mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Please establish a territory and join the digitized world within the allotted time. Failure to do so will result in being classified as stray data. As if hearing the message in her head wasn't enough, a huge window appeared before her eyes, displaying the same text. Stray data? What's that? Siu stared at the message, instantly latching onto the key point. Can I ask what free data is? Siu was sure the other party could hear her, though she didn't hold out much hope for an answer. Still, even if she didn't get a reply, she already had a vague sense of what the answer might be. Whatever free data was, becoming free data definitely wasn't a good thing. She waited a few seconds with no response. Just as Siu was about to give up, the window she'd previously closed popped up again, this time displaying an answer to her question. Unlike the previous window, which required her to close it manually, this one disappeared in less than 3 seconds. Fortunately, Siu managed to read the contents in time. Free data is a type of data that increases the load on the digitized world. If too much accumulates, it can cause the digitized world to collapse. The execution system regularly cleans up free data to maintain the stability of the digitized world. In short, if you become free data, the execution system will erase you. To put it mildly, it's called cleaning up free data. In plain terms, it means being wiped out. Maybe it was because the execution system had already said that passivity equaled death, so Siu wasn't especially surprised. She didn't know how it worked for others, but if a Lord player didn't establish their territory for a long time, that was definitely considered passive gameplay. The only problem was, the time limit was rather tight. Although the first window hadn't specified exactly how much time she had, the countdown on the back of the Lord's Token, along with the phrase, "The Lord's Token is a necessary item to establish a territory," made it clear to Suyu she had only 3 days. But in the game she used to play, the average Lord player took 5 days to establish their territory. Only hardcore players aiming for speed records would do it within 3 days. Most people would wait until after the 3rd day. Because once a Lord player established a territory, the system would start counting down to the first attack by dark creatures, monsters whose sole purpose was to destroy territories. If you established your territory before 8 a.m. on the 3rd day, the first wave of dark creatures would attack on the 10th day. But if you waited until after that, the first attack wouldn't come until the 15th day. In other words, if you built your city on the 3rd day, you'd have less than 7 days to prepare. But if you waited until the 4th day, you'd have a full 11 days. Although the first wave of dark creatures was weak, for a Lord player who had nothing, they were even weaker, so those extra 4 days of preparation were incredibly valuable. Aside from the dark creatures, another reason not to build within 3 days was that, barring extreme luck, it was hard for players to gather enough materials to establish a territory in that time. So now, Siu not only had to figure out how to gather enough materials in 3 days to build her territory, but also how to deal with the earlier-than-expected dark creature attack. If delaying territory construction counted as being passive, then surely watching your territory get destroyed would also count as passive. The consequences were obvious. The 3rd day and the 10th day, these 2 deadlines were like chains tightening around Siu's throat, or like 2 ticking time bombs. If she didn't manage to defuse them in time, everything would be over. Thinking of this, Siu pressed her lips together, her mind racing as her eyes scanned her surroundings, planning her next move. In the game she used to play, there hadn't been a Lord's token, but the requirements for establishing a territory were similar. You needed to build a city heart flame. As the name suggested, the city heart flame was the fire at the heart of the city. It represented the life of a territory. Once it went out, the city was considered dead. When the fire burns, the city lives. When the fire dies, the city falls. That was the most fitting description of the city heart flame. Siu had just checked the materials needed to build the city heart flame, and they were exactly as she remembered. Plank X5, stone X5, flame stone X1. Planks and stones were both basic building materials. The former made from wood gathered by chopping trees, the latter from mining or picking up loose stones on the ground. Since they were basic materials, they weren't hard to get, just a matter of time. What really determined how soon you could light the city heart flame was getting the flame stone. The flame stone wasn't a natural material. It was a drop from killing a creature called a fire demon. There was a chance it would drop when you killed one. But now wasn't the time to worry about how to get the flame stone. Fire demons weren't hard to kill, and Siu had plenty of ways to wipe out their lair, provided she had enough materials. So her top priority now was gathering resources. Siu was currently standing in a clearing of moderate size, surrounded by flowers, trees, and various plants. Based on her previous game experience, she figured she'd landed at a forest resource point. There were many resource points in this game, but for starting locations, it was usually either a forest resource point or a mining resource point. The former was better for early development, the latter for later stages. Given that this was a game involving her life, spawning in a forest resource point was a huge advantage for early development and made accidental death less likely. Otherwise, if she died before even building her territory, there'd be nothing more to say. After making her plans, Siu picked a path through the trees where the vegetation was thinner as her target for gathering materials. She'd only taken a couple of steps when she saw the ground was littered with branches, leaves, logs, stones, weeds, and some unknown, but clearly not ordinary, plants. Siu walked forward a couple more steps, then crouched down and tentatively reached for a branch on the ground. Obtained branch X1. Just as she was about to pick up the branch, the moment her hand touched it, it vanished into thin air. At the same time, Siu faintly heard a obtained branch X1 notification sound in her ear. Watching the branch disappear, Siu's eyes flickered slightly, but she wasn't too surprised. The branch hadn't really disappeared. Just like the Lord's token, it had gone into her backpack. Siu opened her backpack and saw a branch icon next to the Lord's token, with a little number 1 in the lower right corner indicating the quantity. Branch. Category, material. Quality, white. Description: an ordinary branch, a basic material for crafting and construction. As expected, the item information was exactly the same as in Sunset Continent. In Sunset Continent, all items and tools were divided into 7 grades: gray, white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. Gray was the lowest, gold the highest. Normally, most items start at the white grade. Only things that are nearly unusable are classified as gray, like the broken branch Siu just picked up. Broken branch. Category, material. Quality, gray. Description: a branch that's almost snapped in two. It can't be used for crafting or construction, but it might still have other uses. Siu didn't even look at it before tossing the broken branch into her backpack, showing no sign of disdain. In this game, there's no such thing as a completely useless item, only people who don't know how to make the most of their resources. Even a broken branch can be extremely valuable in the early stages, when supplies are scarce. Obtained branch X4. Obtained branch X1. After picking up all the branches nearby, Siyu dusted the dirt off her hands and continued along the forest path. The basic materials needed to craft a stone axe are wood x2, stone x1. The main way to get wood is by chopping trees, but since you can't chop trees without an axe in the early game, you can collect branches and combine them into wood. For branches can be synthesized into 1 unit of wood, so 2 units of wood means 8 branches. So you only had 6 branches on her, still too short, but if there's one thing forests aren't lacking, it's branches. She could easily find the last 2 just by walking around. What worried her more was finding the stones needed to synthesize stone material. Like wood, stone can also be synthesized, and it actually requires fewer materials. Just 3 pieces of gravel make 1 stone. In mining resource areas, gravel is everywhere, but in forest resource areas, it's both the most needed and the hardest to find in the early game. By now, Siyu had collected another 5 or 6 branches, but still hadn't seen any sign of gravel. She followed the forest path in a loop, and when she saw the trail leading deeper into the woods, she stopped. Forest resource areas are safer than mining areas, but that doesn't mean they're completely without danger. For example, the depths of the forest are home to wild beasts, not somewhere she could venture right now. She had already circled the outer paths of the forest and collected nearly all the available resources, so Siyu opened her backpack to check her supplies. Backpack. Slots 5 upgradable. Items. Lord's Token does not take up space. Branch X20, Branch X14, Broken Branch X31, Gravel X2, Leaf X35. There are 2 important stats in the character's backpack, stack limit and space, meaning the number of slots. Take her current items as an example. The stack limit for branches is 20, so Siyu has 34 branches in total. 20 in one slot, and the remaining 14 in another. Different items can have different stack limits. For example, both broken branches and leaves stack up to 50, so even with 30-something of each, they only take up 1 slot apiece. It's worth noting that the Lord's Token doesn't take up any space. Otherwise, with so few slots, having to use one for the token would make the game even harder. As for gravel, Siyu stared at her gravel count, just 1 short of being able to synthesize stone and then craft an axe. Her blood pressure started to rise. She'd already had a bad feeling while gathering resources, but she didn't expect her bad luck to follow her even after the world had become data-driven, stubbornly refusing to leave her side. To this, Siyu had only 2 words to say. Siyu, get lost. After calming herself down, Siyu found a flat spot to sit and rest for a while. Time was tight, but it was still necessary to balance work and rest because every action consumed a stat called stamina. If stamina hit 0, she wouldn't be able to do anything, not even walk. So no matter what, you can't let your stamina drop to nothing unless you have items that can restore it. But she obviously didn't have anything like that right now, so to avoid any mishaps, she had to rest. If she didn't, she'd probably end up crawling on the ground. While she was resting, Siyu opened her personal info panel to check her current stats. Stamina, 51/100. Hunger, 78/100. HP, 100/100. Status, slight fatigue, resting, estimated recovery time, 4 minutes 46 seconds. The data made it clear. Even though Siyu had only spent half an hour gathering resources, she'd already used up nearly half her stamina. If she remembered correctly, while sitting and resting, stamina recovered at a rate of 1 point per minute. That meant it would take 49 minutes to fully recover. However, Siyu currently had an aura called Healthy Survival, which doubled all recovery speeds, including stamina, HP, status effects, and so on. Normally, it would take 10 minutes to recover from slight fatigue, but judging by the countdown, it started at 5 minutes. So the aura was indeed working as intended. In other words, with the aura, it would only take about 25 minutes to fully recover stamina. Still, 25 minutes was quite a long time. But Siyu wasn't one to waste time, and she didn't have any to spare. So she took out the materials she'd collected earlier from her backpack. She couldn't make an axe yet, but with the materials she had and something she'd just discovered, she could still craft a few things. Before making her tool, Siu first took out 20 branches, opened the crafting panel, found the workbench section, and put all 20 branches into her portable workbench to be turned into wood. Convert branch X20 into wood X5? Siu selected yes and saw the gears of the portable workbench start to turn. The status next to it changed from idle to busy. Crafting wood, estimated time 60 seconds. Remaining wood X4, estimated time 240 seconds. Each piece of wood required 4 branches and took 1 minute to craft. So 20 branches for 5 pieces of wood would take 5 minutes. Everything was exactly as Siu remembered, nothing had changed. Next, she closed the workbench panel and took out 2 branches and a piece of gravel from her backpack. Gravel was, as the name implied, a small broken stone. Siu found the sharpest, flattest side and, as if sharpening a pencil, used it to whittle the 2 branches until they were both pointed, though not exactly sharp, before stopping. After finishing all this, the first thing Siu did wasn't to check what she had made, but to blow the wood shavings off the gravel and immediately put the gravel away. She only had 2 pieces of gravel in total, and she needed 1 more to make an axe. If she lost one just to make this thing, it would be a huge loss. Once she made sure the gravel was safely stored, Siu finally turned her attention to the 2 wooden needles she'd just crafted. Wooden needle. Category, tool. Quality, white. Attack, +1. Durability, 20 of 20. Description: a wooden needle, one of the basic tools. Can be used for sewing and gathering materials. Rough wooden needle. Category, tool. Quality, gray. Attack, +0. Durability, 2 of 2. Description: a roughly made wooden needle. Usable, but barely. At first, Siu was quite pleased when she saw the stats of the first needle, until she saw the second one. Luck played a part, but limited materials were also a factor. Honestly, she was already doing well to get even 1 usable needle. She didn't mind her current streak of bad luck, as long as she didn't fail to get a flame stone when she went to kill the fire demon later. She could treat this run of bad luck as a warm-up. Comforting herself with this thought, Siu tossed the rough wooden needle aside, planning to use it as firewood later. Actually, it wasn't just the rough needle. She'd also collected broken branches and leaves, all for the purpose of making a fire. But that was a matter for the evening, so she set it aside for now. The wooden needle was one of the few tools that could be made by hand, without any equipment. Although a workbench could also produce wooden needles, and guaranteed usable ones at that, not rough ones, the biggest drawback was that crafting a needle at the workbench consumed 1 piece of gravel. So Siu still preferred to make them by hand. The advantage of handcrafting was that the gravel could be recovered, but the downsides were obvious. It was tiring, and the quality of the resulting tool was inconsistent. The rough wooden needle she just made was a perfect example. Holding the hard-won wooden needle, Siu deftly stabbed it into the stem of a nearby plant, then pried upward. She then used her hand to peel away the exposed white, velvety fibers inside. Obtained fiber scrap X8. Obtained fiber scrap X3. After collecting all the velvety fibers from the plant, Siu had gathered 11 strands of fiber scrap. Fiber scrap. Category, material. Quality, white. Description: a velvety substance from plant stems, used as a basic crafting material. Unlike gravel or branches, fiber scrap had no real use except as firewood unless it was processed. Its real value came from being crafted into string. And it took a full 10 strands of fiber scrap to make a single piece of string, so while 11 strands seemed like a lot, it was only enough for 1 string. After confirming that this was indeed the plant that produced fiber scrap, Siu, needle in hand, grabbed the next victim and repeated the process without hesitation. Obtained fiber scrap X12. With a blank expression, Siu mechanically repeated her actions, collecting all the fiber plants she could see in the area. By now, her once fully durable wooden needle was down to 4/20ths durability, meaning it had only 4 points left. Each fiber plant consumed 1 durability, so Siu had used up 16 durability to harvest 16 plants. She now had 183 strands of fiber scrap in her backpack, which meant each plant yielded an average of 11.4 strands. Given that each plant could yield between 10 and 15 strands, anything below an average of 12 was pretty much the worst luck possible. And Suyu hadn't even reached 11.5. As expected of her, her luck was pitch black. Suyu, it's just a warm-up, just a warm-up. Trying to convince herself that a run of bad luck would lead to a burst of good fortune, Suyu took out the 5 pieces of wood she'd just finished crafting, then dumped all 180 strands of fiber scrap into her portable workbench. Convert fiber scrap X180 into string X18, while tossing the remaining 3 useless strands of fiber scrap, which were just taking up space, beside a tree. Suyu selected yes. Crafting, string. Estimated time, 10 seconds. Remaining, string X17. Estimated time, 170 seconds. After waiting quietly for 20 seconds, Suyu took out the 2 completed strings, then grabbed 3 branches and 4 leaves from her backpack. After a bit of fiddling, a brand new item was ready. Small trap consumes branch X3, string X2, leaf X4. Category, tool. Quality, white. Attack, +3. Durability, 3/3. Description, a trap that can be used to catch small animals. She actually succeeded? A look of shock flashed in Suyu's eyes. She'd thought, with her luck, she'd fail on her first try for sure. While she was making her first trap, 3 more strings finished crafting. Suyu quickly took out 2, hoping to ride her streak of good luck and make the remaining 3 traps all at once. 30 seconds later, Suyu stared expressionlessly at the broken trap in her hand, or rather fuel. She casually tossed it aside, already planning to use it the same way as the rough wooden needle. What was this called? Double happiness, or scoring twice in a row? Heh. The exact same crafting process, yet 2 completely different results, so you couldn't even comfort herself anymore. Glancing at the 8 remaining branches, she couldn't be bothered to think it through. She just grabbed enough materials for 2 more traps and decided to make the last 2 in one go. Obtained small trap X1. Obtained small trap X1. Looking at the 3 intact small traps in her hands, Suyu felt relieved that this world had at least left her a way to survive. She packed up her things and put the remaining 10 strings from the workbench into her backpack. Actually, a long time ago, there was a bug with the portable workbench. You could leave crafted items inside indefinitely, effectively using it as extra backpack space if you managed it right. But later, this bug was fixed. If you left items in the workbench for too long without taking them out, they'd disappear, preventing players from exploiting it for extra storage. She wasn't sure if this version had fixed it or not, but she decided not to risk it for now. Suyu tidied up her not-so-full backpack, then took out the broken branches, leaves, and nearly worn-out wooden needle, tossing them, along with the broken trap and rough wooden needle, beside the tree with the 3 strands of fiber scrap. Currently, her backpack contains Lord's Token, doesn't take up space, string X10, pebbles X2, wood X5, empty, empty. By the tree there are broken trap X1, crude wooden needle X1, broken branches X31, leaves X19, fiber scraps X3, wooden needle X1, durability 4/20. In fact, Suyu didn't just pick her resting spot at random. She deliberately chose a clearing surrounded by cover on all sides. Not only was this a temporary rest spot, but it would also serve as her makeshift shelter for the night. She left all the useless materials, only good for starting fires here, and kept the more important items on her. Now, Suyu was ready to leave and take care of 3 things. First, set up the small traps she'd just crafted somewhere in the forest. Second, look for edible food in the woods. Third, keep searching for the last pebble she needed, then craft an axe to chop wood. Although branches could be turned into wood, it was far too slow and time-consuming. Suyu hadn't rested for very long, but her status had already recovered from slightly tired to normal, and her stamina had risen from 51 to 72. At a recovery rate of 2 points per minute, she should have rested for about 10 minutes, but in reality, she'd spent longer than that. She'd been making needles and small traps during that time. It wasn't exhausting, but it did use up some stamina. Still, 72 stamina was plenty. Siyu brushed the dirt and dust from her clothes, marked her current location, and then, carrying 3 traps, retraced her steps. She planned to return to her starting point first, because she remembered seeing some berry bushes with edible fruit behind her spawn location. On the way back, she kept an eye on her surroundings. Whenever she spotted subtle animal tracks, she set one of her small traps in a hidden spot nearby. Before she was even halfway there, all 3 traps were set. No longer needing to watch for animal tracks, Siyu picked up her pace. Before long, she'd left the forest's edge and arrived back at her starting point. As it turned out, her memory was spot on. As soon as she emerged from the woods, she saw a few unevenly sized shrubs growing under a large tree to her left, each one covered in plump, glossy red berries. She glanced at her hunger meter, which had dropped to 59, then walked over to the berry bushes. First, she picked a few and ate them, bringing her hunger back to full. Then she started gathering the rest. Red berry. Category: food. Quality: common. Effect: +6 hunger when eaten. Description: a red berry that grows on bushes. Sweet and juicy, it can also help quench thirst to some extent, but spoils very easily. Although the game's character panel only displays hunger and not thirst, there are many hidden stats. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. If you go too long without eating foods that can quench thirst, your character's status will change, and in severe cases, you'll even get a debuff, negative effect/aura. Similarly, drinking water in this game can also restore a little hunger, though not much. Even drinking a whole bucket only adds 1 point. There was once a player who couldn't find food and survived for a long time just by drinking stream water to stave off both hunger and thirst. Although stream water is harmless, he still ended up with a debuff, because you can't get by without thirst-quenching foods, and you can't skip staple foods that actually fill you up. Red berries are considered one of the most important early game resources for beginners, precisely because they're the only food in the game that, without any processing, key point, can both quench thirst and fill you up. And it's not just early on, even in the late game, when players are decked out in gold and jewels, commanding countless talented followers and wielding immense influence, there are still plenty of city lords who, for convenience's sake, secretly get by on nothing but red berries. However, as great as red berries are, they have one fatal flaw: their shelf life is extremely short. The spoils very easily in the description says it all. Without any preservation measures, red berries last only about 2 days. After that, they turn into spoiled red berries. Eating them still restores hunger and quenches thirst, but the hunger restored is less, and there's a chance you'll get a diarrhea debuff. As an experienced player, Siyu would never let that happen. She picked just 1 stack, 50 berries, before preparing to leave. 50 berries is 300 hunger points. It might not seem like much, but berries can be processed, and processed berries restore more hunger and last a bit longer. Processing red berries is simple, at least. With what Siyu currently has, she can manage it. Besides, the berry bushes aren't far from her temporary camp. She can always come back for more if needed. Picking too many at once would just take up precious backpack space, so 1 stack is enough. With an extra stack of red berries, Siyu now had only 1 empty slot left in her backpack. Next, she took a different path through the forest, opposite to her previous route, to complete her 3rd task, searching for pebbles. Maybe she just had bad luck with her earlier path, because on this new route, she'd barely taken a few steps. She could still see the berry bushes behind her, when she immediately found 2 pebbles lying side by side. Obtained Pebble X2. Siyu. Should I call this good luck or bad luck? If it's bad luck, well, at least she found the pebbles and didn't end up unable to craft an axe. If it's good luck, then she should have picked this path from the start. As she bent down to pick up the pebbles, her lowered viewpoint let her spot a 3rd pebble hidden under some low, unknown shrubbery. Obtained Pebble X1. Staring at the 3 pebbles in her hand, Siyu fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, she tossed the pebbles onto the workbench. Convert Pebble X3 into Stone X1. Crafting stone. Estimated time, 60 seconds. While waiting for the stone to finish crafting, Siu searched the area, hoping to find a fourth pebble. Even though she now had enough to make an axe, pebbles were needed for more than just that in the early game. All tools had durability, and until she could craft items to repair them, she'd have to keep making new ones as they wore out. In short, when it comes to gravel, the more you have in the early stages, the better. There's no such thing as too much. Even if you have to throw away everything else, you must always keep at least one slot in your backpack for gravel. Unfortunately, it seemed that Suyu's luck had run out after finding 3 pieces of gravel in a row earlier. No matter how hard she searched over the next minute, all she could find were leaves and twigs scattered on the ground. Still, this was more or less what she expected, so Siu didn't feel too disappointed. But while she was rummaging for gravel, she didn't find any, but instead stumbled upon something that made her extremely nervous and anxious. What's this? What appeared before Siu was a beast's paw print, nearly twice the size of her own hand. Just from its size, it was easy to guess that it belonged to a large animal. However, judging by how faded the print was, Siu could tell that the beast had left some time ago. The mark was no longer very clear. In addition, there were some tiny tracks next to the large paw print that confirmed her guess. These smaller tracks were left by small animals. Since wild animals have a keen sense of smell, if the large beast had only just left, its lingering scent would have kept smaller creatures far away, let alone leave tracks right next to its own. So these traces were enough to prove that the owner of the big paw print had been gone for a while, long enough for its scent to fade away. Still, even if the beast hadn't left, Siu didn't need to be too afraid. She had a blessing from the system that reduced any creature's desire to attack her. In other words, as long as she didn't provoke any wild animals, she was basically perfectly safe. Let's hope I don't run into it. Even though she was protected, it was still best not to encounter the beast at all. Otherwise, it might interfere with her plans. After analyzing the situation, Siu calmed down and went back to what she was doing. She took 2 pieces of wood from her backpack, added a freshly gathered piece of stone, and put them all into the workbench. Craft stone axe with wood 2 and stone 1. Crafting axe. Estimated time, 120 seconds. While the axe was being made, Siu spent the 2 minutes gathering some more branches nearby. When the time was up, she stopped and took her very first stone axe from the workbench. Stone axe. Category, tool. Quality, common. Attack, +1, attack damage, 5. Durability, 100/100. Description, a standard axe, suitable for chopping trees. Can also be used as a weapon to deal a certain amount of damage. In the tool panel, attack, +1 means that this tool adds 1 extra damage when gathering resources. For example, if a tree has 10 HP, using the stone axe means you need to chop it 10 times, dealing 1 damage per hit. When the tree's HP drops to 0, it becomes collectible resources. Later in the game, you can craft better axes from higher-grade ores. For instance, a copper axe made from copper ore has attack, +2, which means a tree with 10 HP only takes 5 swings to chop down. Even though the copper axe's attack is only 1 point higher, it cuts your workload in half and greatly improves your resource gathering efficiency. That's the advantage of mining resource points mentioned earlier. As for the attack damage 5 stat, that refers to how much damage the axe deals when used as a weapon. Siu weighed the axe in her hand, walked up to a round tree, found a comfortable stance and angle, and swung the axe at the tree. However, after that first swing, the tree's HP, originally 10, remained unchanged. To an observer, Siu's swing looked powerful, but in reality, it was all bark and no bite. The axe barely scratched the tree's surface. Well, maybe that's an exaggeration. The bark did come off a little, and even fell to the ground. But Siu didn't seem to mind. In fact, her first swing wasn't really meant to chop down the tree. Once she got the hang of it, Siu's swings became faster and more practiced. In just a few moves, she managed to strip the bark off the round tree. Looking at the now bare tree, Siu adjusted her angle and started chopping again. Thunk! With a dull sound, the battered tree's HP finally dropped to September 10th. After 9 more swings, Siu finished chopping down the tree and began collecting her spoils. Obtained wood 2. Obtained bark 3. Obtained shredded bark 13. Now, to explain why she stripped the bark before chopping the tree, it's not that she had any special hobby, but because the amount of bark you get from chopping is random, and that random number can be 0. Anyone who's ever had to rely on luck knows what that means. So you avoided it whenever she could. But if you strip the bark manually, the number you get is still random, but the minimum is 1, not 0. Bark isn't used for much in the game, but the few uses it does have are very important. For example, right now, Siyu needed bark because it's a material for upgrading her backpack in the early game. Her current backpack was level 0. To upgrade to level 1, she needed string 5, bark 10. After upgrading, her backpack would have 10 slots. Doubling the number of slots not only meant she could carry more, but also that she could progress much faster. She wouldn't have to agonize over what to keep, what to throw away, or how much to collect without overfilling her pack. For someone with a hoarding habit, having to throw something away was pure torture. Siyu's luck wasn't bad this time. She got 3 pieces of bark from a single tree, which meant she'd only need to chop down 7 more trees at most to upgrade her backpack. Since her backpack was already full, string 10, gravel 2, wood 5, red berries 50, branches 13, she couldn't fit any more bark or shredded bark. So, she put the 13 branches and 13 pieces of shredded bark together, then stored the bark in her backpack. With that done, Siyu went back to stripping and chopping more trees. Thanks to her gaming experience, Siyu knew that round trees, according to reliable data, yielded the most bark when stripped manually. Although Siyu didn't know if the round trees in this world still had this particular trait, she'd rather believe they did. After all, it couldn't hurt to play it safe. Because of this, whenever Siyu peeled bark, she always chose round trees, and when she chopped down trees, she picked round ones too. It wasn't because round trees dropped more wood, but because a round tree with its bark stripped looked so ugly. Since she'd already peeled off its bark, Siyu felt responsible for it. She couldn't just let it live on looking so hideous, risking the scorn of the other trees around it, or so she imagined. After peeling 5 more round trees and chopping down another 5, Siyu finally gathered all the materials needed to upgrade her backpack to level 1. She glanced at the pile of items on the ground, things she couldn't pick up because her backpack was full, and immediately opened her inventory. Do you want to use rope 5 and bark 10 to upgrade your backpack to level 1? Looking at the dialog box projection in front of her, Siyu didn't hesitate to select yes. Almost the moment she made her choice, her open backpack interface was forcibly closed. When Siyu opened it again, her backpack, which had only 5 slots before, had expanded to 10. The rope in her bag had decreased by 5, and all the bark was gone. Before going back to pick up the items she dropped earlier, Siyu checked the stone axe in her hand. Durability, 11 out of 100. Yep, a number sure to drive anyone with OCD crazy. Each round tree she chose took exactly 10 swings to fell. She'd chopped down 6 in total, using up 60 durability. The extra 29 points of durability were spent peeling bark, 29 swings, 29 durability. Even though it was an annoying number, Siyu didn't mind. In fact, it worked out perfectly for her. Since she didn't need any more bark, Siyu found a random tree with 10 HP, chopped it down with a few thunks, picked up the dropped items, and tucked the stone axe, now down to just 1 durability, into her backpack. After that, Siyu spent some time picking up all the broken bark she'd left behind while chopping trees, as well as the excess wood she couldn't carry before, plus any branches, leaves, and even a lucky piece of flint she found along the way. So, scavenging as she walked, by the time she returned to the first round tree she'd chopped and picked up the items she'd left there, her newly upgraded backpack was almost full again. After tidying up her inventory a bit, Siyu's current resource collection looked like this. Backpack, September 10th rope 5, flint 3, wood 20, wood 2, red berries 50, branches 20, leaves 42, broken bark 84, stone axe 1/100. With her supplies more or less gathered, Siyu felt she'd completed her first day's tasks, not above and beyond, but she'd gotten everything she needed. Now, all she wanted was to hurry back and get some rest. Just walking around and picking things up had already drained her stamina to half, not to mention she hadn't started at full stamina to begin with. What with all the bark peeling and tree chopping, her energy was even lower. If she hadn't taken a break halfway through, she'd probably have collapsed by now. Even so, her stamina was now stuck at 21 out of 100. Stamina at 20, 40, and 60 are three special thresholds. Below 20, movement speed drops sharply. At 20 to 39, all actions other than walking, like chopping, digging, crafting, building, etc., slow down. At 40 to 59, hunger depletes faster. Low stamina was a pain, but if you could keep it at 60 or above, you'd get a speed boost for all actions. Suyu's current state was definitely not great. Her stamina was low, and her hunger bar, which she'd just filled, had dropped by more than half. Still, bad as she felt, she had enough energy to walk back. Stopping and starting along the way, Suyu used a little trick almost everyone knew. By the time she reached her temporary camp, not only had she not lost any stamina, her stamina had actually gone up by 2 points, from 21 to 23. This trick took advantage of the game's stamina recovery and depletion mechanics. By deliberately interrupting actions, you could keep your stamina from dropping and, with practice, even make it rise a bit. It was a great trick, especially in the early game when your stamina cap was low, almost a lifesaver. The downside was that it wasted a lot of time. What should have been less than an hour's walk took Suyu a full hour and a half. When she finally arrived, Suyu visibly relaxed. The first thing she did was sit down to recover her fatigue and stamina, then start organizing her things. She had no clock, no phone, and the data panel didn't display any time-related info, so Suyu had to find other ways to tell the time. On her way back, Suyu had spotted a pale yellow wildflower and casually uprooted it. Now, as she sorted her things, she planted it nearby. Sunset flower. Category: Other. Quality: White. Effect: Eating it reduces HP by 1. Description: An ordinary little yellow flower. It's poisonous, but only slightly. Its only notable feature is that it blooms for a while at sunrise and sunset. The sunset flower's trait was clear: it would bloom for a period at sunrise and sunset. As long as she could confirm those times, Suyu would have 2 chances each day to adjust her sense of time. Unlike the real world, unless there was special weather or some unusual event, sunrise and sunset times in each season never changed. And in the world of Sunset Continent, the seasons weren't spring, summer, autumn, and winter, but mild season, rainy season, disaster season, destruction season, and so on. The forest resource point always started in the mild season. Its biggest feature was that it had no features. Everything was calm and peaceful. It wasn't the best season, but it was the most suitable for early development, since there weren't too many special events. In the mild season, sunrise and sunset were both at 6 o'clock. But for now, Suyu didn't need the sunset flower to tell the time, since she had another way, though it was only available for a limited period. Suyu glanced at the yellow flower, which showed no sign of blooming, and got back to work. As mentioned before, not only was her stamina low, her hunger was too. So, the first thing Suyu did after sitting down was to prepare to process the red berries she had with her. Unlike crafting ordinary materials and tools, processing food required a dedicated kitchen workbench for cooking. At this early stage, the environment wasn't exactly ideal, so all Suyu could do was set up a campfire and do some basic processing. There were 2 sets of materials for making a campfire. One was wood X5, rope X2, and the other was wood X3, stone X1. Although Suyu had enough materials for either method, since stone had more uses early on and was harder to find in the forest, she naturally chose the first method to build her campfire. But before setting up the campfire, Suyu first combined her loose stones into stone material. Once that was done, she put in 2 pieces of wood. Wood X2, stone X1. These were originally the materials for making a stone axe, but in reality, the same materials could be used to craft different items. For example, when Suyu opened the crafting interface at her workbench, she could see that both stone axe and stone knife were available to craft. Use wood X2, stone X1 to craft stone knife. Crafting, stone knife. Estimated time, 120 seconds. 2 minutes later, Siu took out the stone knife and then put in the materials for the campfire. Use wood X5, rope X2 to craft campfire. Crafting, campfire. Estimated time, 300 seconds. Since making a campfire took 5 minutes, Siu had decided to craft the stone knife first, then the campfire. Once the workbench started running, Siu finally took a look at the stone knife's info. Stone knife. Category, tool. Quality, common, white. Attack, +1, attack damage, 10. Durability, 100 out of 100. Description, an ordinary but fairly sharp stone knife. Can be used for cutting items or as a self-defense weapon. Siu held the stone knife in one hand and took a piece of wood from her backpack with the other. Just like when she made the wooden needle before, she started her handiwork. Although Siu wasn't particularly skilled with her hands in real life, she'd played plenty of VR games before, and these kinds of games always had some kind of assistance or calibration, so making simple items wasn't too hard for her. As wood shavings fell to the ground, after a while, Siu obtained wooden cup X1. Wooden cup. Category, tool. Quality, common, white. Description, an ordinary wooden cup can be used to hold liquids. Following this process, Siu made 3 more wooden cups, so now she had 4 in total. Maybe because the crafting method was simple and she was using tools, all 4 cups were made successfully on the first try, no failures. Once she finished her handiwork, the campfire on the workbench was also done. Siu took it out, and when she used it, a translucent image of a campfire appeared before her eyes. She could place it anywhere on the ground around her. She picked a suitable spot and set down the campfire, then immediately threw in all the nearby items she'd prepared as fuel. Things like broken traps, rough wooden needles, a wooden needle, durability 4/20, snapped branches, and shredded bark, etc. Once the burn time reached an hour, she stopped adding fuel. The reason she was in such a hurry to feed the fire was because, when you first place a campfire, it comes lit for 10 seconds. While the fire is burning, you can keep adding fuel to extend the burn time. But if the fire goes out, you have to use kindling to relight it. Kindling isn't hard to make, and there are 3 common recipes. 1. Branches X2, leaves X5. 2. Shredded bark X15. 3. Fiber scraps X10. Although these materials seem common and easy to get, there's a catch. Lighting the campfire with kindling can fail. The failure rate is only 10%, but Siu once used up 7 pieces of kindling in a row without success, so she didn't want to waste that precious 10 seconds of initial fire. After lighting the campfire, Siu took out her berries, leaves, and the 4 wooden cups she'd just made. Early on, there are 3 simple berry-based foods you can make. Roasted berries, berries X3, leaves X2, requires campfire. Dried berries, berries X3, leaves X2, requires campfire. And berry juice, berries X2, wooden cup X1. Roasted berries restore +30 hunger, dried berries restore +20 hunger, and berry juice restores +10 hunger. Each berry food has its own pros and cons. Roasted berries restore the most hunger and are the most cost-effective, but lose their thirst-quenching effect and only last 3 days, stack limit 20. Dried berries also lose the thirst-quenching effect, but have a very long shelf life, at least 2 months, stack limit 50. Berry juice. Great for quenching thirst, but restores less hunger. Lasts 1 week, stack limit 10. Based on the different properties, Siu decided to make 14 roasted berries and 4 berry juices, which would use up exactly 1 stack of red berries. She didn't make dried berries because those are for the late game, when food is abundant and you want to store it conveniently. In Siu's current situation, making dried berries would be a waste. Use red berries X42, leaves X28 to make roasted berries X14. After confirming she was making roasted berries and not dried berries, Siu selected yes. As soon as she finished selecting, 2 clear lines of text appeared above the campfire, very similar to what she saw at the workbench. Cooking, roasted berries. Estimated time, 10 seconds. Waiting to cook, roasted berries X13. Estimated time, 130 seconds. With the roasted berries cooking on the campfire, so you took the remaining 8 red berries and 4 wooden cups and put them into the workbench. Although it was said that cooking food required a campfire or other cookware, some foods that don't specifically say requires campfire can be made at the workbench. Berry juice is one such food. It needs a campfire to unlock the recipe, but doesn't actually have to be made at the campfire. The campfire just unlocks the option. It's not required for crafting. Use red berries x8, wooden cups x4 to make berry juice x4. Cooking, berry juice. Estimated time, 10 seconds. Waiting to cook, berry juice x3. Estimated time, 30 seconds. With both the campfire and workbench busy, so you started sorting through her remaining supplies. All the things she'd left by the tree for fuel were now gone, except for leaves x6 and fiber scraps x3. The rest had all been burned up. Backpack, 7 out of 10. Rope x2, wood x14, branches x13, leaves x14, stone axe, 1/100, stone knife, 96/100, torn bark x44. So you looked over her belongings, picked up a branch to use as a pen, and started scribbling on the ground. It was around noon, about 12 o'clock. So you was able to tell the time so precisely for 2 reasons. First, the starting time on the sunset continent was 8 a.m. Second, there was a countdown timer. Both the aura and the Lord's token had countdowns. The aura's original 72-hour countdown now showed only 68 hours left, which was enough to serve as a temporary timer for the next 3 days. Of course, it was also essentially a death timer. She had to gather enough resources and find a suitable spot to establish her territory before the countdown ended, or it would all be over. She'd already gone over the materials she needed: plank x5, stone block x5, flame stone x1. Planks were a Tier 3 material. Tier 1 was wood. Tier 2 was wood blocks, made from 3 pieces of wood. Tier 3 planks were made from 4 wood blocks. In other words, 1 plank equals 12 wood, so 5 planks equals 60 wood. Next, 3 stone fragments equals 1 stone block, so 5 stone blocks equals 15 stone fragments. Also, chopping trees consumed axes. 1 axe could gather about 20 wood. Unless she planned to only collect branches and craft them into wood, she'd need about 2 more axes, which meant 2 more stone blocks, or 10 stone fragments. Basically, she was still short on stone fragments. But Suyu had anticipated this, and already had a plan to deal with the shortage. Although the forest had very few mineral resources, including stone, to balance in-game resources, there was a creature called the stone golem in the forest. Defeating it had a small chance of dropping stone fragments, and a very slim chance of dropping a whole stone block. So you didn't expect to get a stone block, but as long as she could get some stone fragments, she'd be happy. The stone golem's main trait was its extremely high defense. After all, it was made of stone, so regular weapons could barely harm it. Its weakness, however, was obvious. It was very slow, and its death conditions were rather unique. While she was thinking, both the roasted berries in the campfire and the berry juice on the workbench finished cooking. So you ate 2 servings of roasted berries and drank a cup of berry juice, restoring her hunger to about 90. Then she put the leaves, torn bark, empty wooden cup, and nearly broken axe together with the remaining leaves in her backpack. After that, she picked up 3 fiber scraps and put them in her backpack. For the next while, Sue didn't do anything else. She simply sat quietly, eyes closed, resting and letting time pass. Only when her stamina was nearly full did she open her eyes. Not far from the depths of the forest, several creatures over 6 feet tall, slow and lumbering due to their massive size, stood by the trees. Their bodies looked as if they were pieced together from irregular chunks of stone. It was hard to tell if they were zoning out or just resting. Upon observation, there were 6 stone golems here. 3 of them were huddled together, seemingly engaged in some strange interaction. The remaining 3 were split into 2 groups, 1 pair whispering to each other, and 1 solitary stone golem. But stone golems clearly didn't know what loneliness was. Even with no companions nearby, the lone golem was perfectly content, facing away from the others and playing happily with the leaves and dirt on the ground. The solitary stone golem seemed to be cleaning the ground. It carefully piled the leaves to one side, revealing the soil beneath. But just as it was about to clear the leaves by its other foot, it noticed the pile it had just made suddenly shift. HSSAA. The stone golem stomped its foot in frustration, as if annoyed that its hard work had been undone and the freshly cleared ground was covered again. Its noise drew the attention of the other 5 golems, but when they looked over, they didn't see anything unusual. The noisy golem was still fiddling with the leaves, so after a moment, they lost interest and looked away. Just then, as the others turned away, the lone stone golem finally finished clearing the leaves. As it was about to clap its hands in satisfaction, it noticed a stone fragment had suddenly appeared on the ground, one that looked almost identical to the pieces making up its own body. HSSOO. Upon seeing the stone fragment, the stone golem let out a sound as if it had discovered a priceless treasure, louder than before. But this time, the other 5 golems weren't interested. One even seemed annoyed by the noise and shuffled further away. With its companions ignoring it, the lone stone golem was slowly lured away by the moving stone fragment. Hidden behind a bush, Siu was pulling a string attached to the stone fragment bait, using it to lure the golem step by step away from its companions. Once it was far enough and had reached the trap she'd set, Siu yanked another rope. Bang! With a loud crash, like something heavy hitting the ground, the stone golem was suddenly bound by several ropes. Before it could struggle, the ropes slid down its limbs to the weakest joints where the stone pieces connected. Siu gave another hard pull. The golem seemed to sense something was wrong and began to struggle fiercely. The force of its struggle nearly pulled Siu off her feet. But she was prepared. The ropes were all anchored to thick, sturdy trees. No matter how strong the golem was, it couldn't possibly uproot several massive trees at once. So they were locked in a stalemate. The stone golem's struggles grew weaker and weaker, until finally, it vanished in a flash of white light, leaving behind only the ropes, now lying empty on the ground as if they'd once bound something, and a few stone fragments. Stone golem. Description: Defense max, nearly immune to all physical damage. Slow-moving due to its massive size. Can strengthen itself by absorbing stones and ores, making these materials irresistibly attractive to it. Certainly. Here's the main story content with chapter numbers and author notes removed. Weakness. The rock monster is made up of irregular stones, with each connection point being quite fragile. If more than half of these connection points are damaged, the rock monster is considered defeated. By using gravel, which has an irresistible allure for rock monsters as bait, you can lure one into a trap made from ropes. Then, you can sever its body's connection points. This is Suyu's method for killing rock monsters. Although it sounds simple, rock monsters tend to move in groups and are extremely strong. To pull this off, Suyu first has to find a way to lure a single rock monster away from the group. Otherwise, since even handling one can be risky for her, facing 2 at once would almost certainly be fatal. On top of that, Suyu needs plenty of materials to carry out this plan. These materials include the gravel used as bait. She had already used up her original supply, and it took her a long time to find this new piece. She also needs a lot of rope to set up the trap, so whenever she came across fibrous plants while searching for gravel, she collected as many as she could. Thanks to her stone knife, Suyu was able to cut open the stems of these fibrous plants to gather fibers. Although this does wear down the durability of the stone knife, it's still more efficient than using a wooden needle. The stone knife is a more advanced tool, so it loses less durability per use. On average, she can process 3 fibrous plants for every point of durability lost. Moreover, better tools mean faster collection and less physical exertion. After gathering enough fibers and crafting them into ropes, Suyu assembled them with the gravel bait, and her rock monster trap was complete. So far, this trap has helped Suyu successfully kill 5 rock monsters. Including the one she just defeated, that makes 6 in total. Suyu released the rope, shook out her numb hands, and walked over to where the rock monster had fallen. Obtained gravel ×2. Obtained gravel ×1. The first 2 pieces of gravel dropped from the rock monster, while the last one was the bait she had used earlier. After all that effort, losing dozens of stamina points and making her hands ache from pulling the rope, she only got 2 pieces of gravel. Just as Siu was about to sigh in frustration, she spotted something with a strange bump in a pile of leaves. Brushing aside the top layer of leaves, Siu found a whole stone block. Obtained stone block ×1. Although its location was odd, this stone block must have also dropped from the rock monster. In other words, this rock monster gave Siu a total of 5 pieces of gravel. For context, the most she'd ever gotten from previous rock monsters was 3 pieces, and sometimes only 1. This one alone was worth 2 of the others. With this extra stone block, Siu's mood instantly brightened. She gathered up the dropped items and the ropes from the area, then checked the condition of each rope. The trap had used 5 ropes in total. Perhaps because the rock monster had struggled so violently, 3 of them were now close to snapping. She could still use them if she had to, but there was a risk the rock monster might break free. After thinking it over, she tied the 3 damaged ropes together to make a new one, then took a fresh rope from her backpack. 4 should be enough. In fact, this trap only requires 3 ropes at minimum, since the rock monster has 5 connection points, its head and 4 limbs. Since it's considered dead if more than half the points are severed, breaking 3 is enough. Siu used 5 ropes partly to make up for her own lack of strength, to prevent the monster from escaping and to increase her margin for error, and partly to speed up the kill. With practiced hands, Siu set up the 4 ropes and picked up the gravel, ready to lure another rock monster at a different spawn point. The companions of the high drop rate rock monster she just killed were all clustered together, making it hard to lure one away. So she decided to check another spot where she'd previously seen a rock monster to see if any were alone. Siu's plan was sound, but reality turned out to be very different from what she expected. When she arrived at the first rock monster spawn point, the clearing, where there should have been 3 rock monsters, was completely empty. Wait, no. It wasn't exactly empty. Because Siu saw 7 or 8 pieces of gravel scattered across the ground, along with a large stone block. Normally, seeing so much gravel and even a stone block would have made Siu rush over to scoop them up. But this time, her first reaction wasn't to collect the loot, but to immediately hide herself in the bushes. Because these stones weren't just the resources she needed most right now, they were also a warning sign. It was obvious that these stones were the drops from the deaths of those 3 rock monsters. Rock monsters don't commit suicide, and she hadn't killed them, so it had to be some other creature. In Sunset Continent, it's not just players who can make monsters drop loot. Other creatures fighting and killing each other can also cause drops. In other words, while Siu was away, some powerful creature had easily killed all 3 rock monsters. Why easily? Because Siu didn't see any signs of struggle. To be able to kill rock monsters without giving them a chance to fight back, even though they move slowly, shows just how terrifyingly strong this mysterious creature must be. Thinking back to the large claw print she'd seen earlier, Siu's heart was pounding, her grip tightening until red marks appeared on her palm. She now had 2 choices: leave immediately or grab the gravel and stone block before leaving. If she left right away, she'd most likely be safe, thanks to her protective aura. This mysterious creature was so powerful, yet she hadn't been harmed at all. Unless it was completely blind and hadn't noticed her, the only explanation was that it simply didn't want to attack her, at least for now. But if she chose the second option? To be honest, the only reason Siu was still lingering here was because she was truly tempted by all that gravel and the stone block. With this haul, she'd have all the materials she needed. Not only did she have enough materials to build the hearth fire in the city, but she also had enough to craft items from the fire demon's drops. If she had to gather these materials herself, meaning she'd have to kill 3 more rock monsters, it would take at least until tomorrow. With the materials she had on hand and her current physical state, she could only manage to take down 1 more rock monster at most. It wasn't just her physical condition. Killing 6 rock monsters had already taken up her entire afternoon. Now it was almost evening, and the forest at night was extremely dangerous. She needed to get back to her temporary camp as soon as possible and light a campfire. Everything was planned out perfectly, but Sue hadn't acted yet because she knew that picking up those dropped items might anger that mysterious creature. The aura's protection was limited, it only worked as long as she didn't provoke the other party. But picking up someone else's spoils? For most creatures, that would be seen as a provocation. She couldn't bring herself to take them, but she was also reluctant to leave them behind. Sue crouched in the bushes, her gaze seemingly fixed on the clearing, but she was actually watching her surroundings out of the corner of her eye. As the minutes ticked by, her legs were starting to go numb from crouching. She glanced at the countdown, almost 15 minutes had passed, and as her peripheral vision swept past a tree. After waiting another 2 or 3 minutes, Sue sighed, rubbed her numb legs, and slowly stood up, preparing to leave. If she was leaving, it meant she was giving up on those stones. She was truly reluctant, but since the other party showed no sign of leaving, it was clear she wouldn't get a chance to grab the loot while they were gone. She'd already wasted a lot of time here for those stones. There was no time left to kill a 7th rock monster. Now, she had to go back, retrieve her string traps, and return to camp to rest and prepare to collect the remaining stones tomorrow. Just as Sue stood up, she could clearly feel something watching her. She paused for a moment, then left without looking back. On the way back to the trap site, Sue took out a roasted berry snack, planning to eat as she walked to restore her hunger. But just as she was about to take a bite, everything suddenly went dark, something seemed to block her vision. And in the instant she lost sight, she suddenly felt her hand lighten. Suyu. When her vision returned, she looked at her now empty hand, a mix of complicated emotions swirling inside her. She didn't know how to react. Her food had been snatched away for no apparent reason, but there was nothing she could do about it. Still, she didn't feel angry or upset. After all, the other party was much stronger, and she had just made it pretty obvious that she was eyeing their loot. So, having her food taken as punishment wasn't too unreasonable. But to avoid getting her food snatched again, Sue decided not to eat anything else for now and quickened her pace to leave. She wanted to get out of there quickly, but the creature hiding in the shadows clearly wasn't happy about that. She'd barely taken a few steps when she felt something underfoot. Because she was walking so fast, she didn't have time to react and tripped over something. Luckily, she managed to grab a nearby tree and avoided falling. Once she steadied herself, Sue instinctively looked back and saw the culprit that nearly tripped her, a chunk of stone she'd been eyeing for a long time. Suyu. If emotions could take physical form, Sue felt like she'd be covered in question marks right now. Before she could react to the stone, she heard a rustling sound and saw several things drop from the tree above, landing next to the stone. One of them nearly hit her, but she'd moved away from under the tree as soon as she heard the noise. If she hadn't, she might have lost a few hit points from the impact. Looking at the scattered stones and that chunk of stone, Sue thought back to the food that had just been snatched from her, and suddenly, she understood. She immediately opened her backpack, took out 7 portions of roasted berries, and placed them under the tree where the stone rain had just fallen. After arranging the berries neatly, Sue hesitated for a moment, then said, "This is all I have. I'm only keeping 2 portions for myself." There was no response, but she could vaguely sense that the other party had agreed. With the other party's tacit approval, Sue breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively began picking up the stones on the ground. After she'd picked up all the stones and still hadn't seen any reaction, Sue finally relaxed. She mustered her courage, picked up the last chunk of stone, then took out a cup of berry juice from her backpack and placed it with the roasted berries. Then, she quickly left. After walking some distance, Sue vaguely heard some sounds behind her. She resisted the urge to look back and hurried away. Killed 6 rock monsters, got 11 pieces of rubble, 1 chunk of stone. Sue sat by the campfire, carefully counting her gains for the afternoon. Besides the drops from the 6 rock monsters she killed herself, Sue had an unexpected harvest this afternoon. She'd traded food with the mysterious creature for some rubble and a chunk of stone. She remembered seeing only 7 or 8 pieces of rubble on the clearing, but maybe it was the angle, or maybe there was some other reason. When she counted now, she realized that stone rain had given her a full 10 pieces of rubble. 10 pieces of rubble and a chunk of stone, that was almost as much as she'd gotten all afternoon on her own. Wait a minute. Could these be all the drops from the 3 rock monsters that mysterious creature killed? See you. Something feels off here. She'd killed 6 rock monsters and gotten 11 pieces of rubble and 1 chunk of stone. The mysterious creature killed 3 rock monsters and got 10 pieces of rubble and 1 chunk of stone. Siyu took a deep breath. For the sake of these stones, she decided not to think about it any further. Including the piece of rubble she'd used as bait earlier, Siyu now had 22 pieces of rubble and 2 chunks of stone, enough to build the heart fire, and still have some left over for other things. Aside from the stones, here's what else Siyu had in her backpack. Lord's Token, doesn't take up space, string x4, wood x14, branches x20, berry juice x2, stone knife, 89 out of 100, x1, red berries x50, leaves x47. Originally, Siyu had 10 portions of roasted berries when she returned, but 1 was stolen, and she later gave away 7 more, leaving her with just 2 portions. Those last 2 portions were just finished a moment ago. To make sure she didn't starve, Siyu hurried over to the berry bushes before nightfall, quickly gathering a batch of red berries with her stone knife before rushing back. The full stack of branches and nearly a full stack of leaves she had were all picked up along the way during her afternoon activities. All this miscellaneous stuff filled up all 10 slots in Siyu's backpack, leaving not a bit of space. With the countdown timer, Siyu could tell it was about 6:30 in the evening. She made it back just in time to see the sunset flowers bloom after picking the berries. While admiring the beauty of the sunset flowers, Siyu began preparing the things she'd need for tomorrow. Thanks to the mysterious creature, she now had all the stones she needed. Siyu planned to go hunt fire demons tomorrow and collect firestones. Since she'd be fighting fire demons tomorrow, she naturally had to prepare everything she'd need. There was still some time before dark, and lighting a campfire just to cook food would be a waste of materials, so Siyu decided to postpone cooking for now. First, she crafted all her loose stones into stone blocks. Even though she couldn't combine the extra stone for now, Siyu still kept it safe. Given her limited resources, Siyu planned to use the most troublesome, but also the most material-efficient and forgiving method to kill the fire demons tomorrow. What's the biggest difference between the Lord role and other roles? It's that this character can build structures. Other roles can also build, but only basic things like campfires, workbenches, and so on. On the Sunset Continent, only builders can construct all sorts of buildings, provided they have enough materials and meet the requirements. But the builder role has a very obvious drawback. It has no attributes, can't level up, can't learn combat skills, and can't equip advanced combat gear. Anything related to combat has nothing to do with this role. That's why Siyu needed to use special methods to kill stone monsters. The character's traits are what they are. The Lord role is naturally weak in combat, so facing enemies head-on isn't a wise choice. But lacking combat stats doesn't mean she can't fight, because she can build structures. Building, that's the Lord's exclusive trait. As long as you remember this, many problems become much easier to solve. Siyu skillfully browsed through her character's exclusive building menu, and in just a few minutes, she found what she needed. Basic arrow tower, cost, wood 10, rope 2. Type, offensive structure. Durability, 3/3. Stats, attack speed, 1, base attack, 5, attack range, 10. Description, the arrow tower needs arrows to attack. The better the arrows, the higher the attack power. Wooden fence/fence gate, cost, wood 1. Type, defensive structure. Durability, 20 of 20. Stats, defense 10, resistance 1%. Description, a wooden fence with limited defense. Before its durability reaches 0, it can effectively block enemy movement. Basic wooden fences have a 1% chance to resist attacks without consuming durability. With these 2 items, Siyu's plan for tomorrow was clear. Use wooden fences to block the fire demons, then use the basic arrow towers to attack them. In essence, it's not much different from a tower defense game. As long as Siyu could ensure she had enough fences, she could kill fire demons without taking any damage. She wasn't joking when she said she could wipe out the fire demon nest. According to her plan, she'd need 2 arrow towers and at least 5 fences, for wooden fences and 1 fence gate. 5 fences could only block a limited area, but thanks to the terrain, as long as Siyu could find a densely wooded spot, 5 fences would be more than enough. In theory, if the terrain was good enough, she'd only need 3 fences, 2 wooden fences and 1 gate. The extra 2 were just for safety. So, the materials needed for these buildings were wood 25, rope 4. She had exactly 4 ropes, and she could gather more wood tomorrow, so there was no problem. As for the arrows needed for the towers, Siyu had enough materials to craft them. Stone arrow. Type, weapon. Quality, common. Stats, attack, 10, armor penetration, 5%. Description, can be used as ammunition for bows or arrow towers. Has a 5% chance to ignore defense, ignores 50% of defense for boss-level enemies, and deal damage. Has a 20% chance to break when used. Recipe 1. Branch 3, Stone Shard 1, makes 3 stone arrows. Recipe 2, Wood 2, Stone Block 1, makes 10 to 12 stone arrows. Normally, people would choose recipe 2 to make stone arrows. For obvious reasons, the numbers speak for themselves. It's worth noting that arrows are recyclable items. Each arrow has a 20% chance to break when used. Broken arrows can be recovered, but not reused. They can only be used as fuel or await repair. But since repairing stone arrows isn't worth the cost, nobody bothers. Only higher quality arrows made from better materials are worth repairing. Because arrows can be recycled, in theory, if you're lucky enough, a single arrow could be used indefinitely. A basic arrow tower has a base attack of 5, and stone arrows have an attack of 10, so a basic arrow tower loaded with stone arrows can deal 15 damage to unarmored enemies. As for the fire demon stats, if they haven't changed, Siyu remembered they had HP 50, defense 5, and attack 10. Ignoring resistance, complete defense, dealing no damage or just 1 damage, and armor penetration, ignoring defense, dealing full damage, it would take 5 arrows to kill a fire demon. After calculating her resources and the required materials, Siyu began crafting stone arrows. Use wood 4, stone block 2 to craft 20 to 24 stone arrows. Use branch 3, stone shard 1 to craft 3 stone arrows. Although recipe 1 for stone arrows isn't very efficient, Siyu decided to use the stone shard to make arrows anyway, whether to save backpack space or to increase her margin for error. As the crafting countdown ended, Siyu collected 24 stone arrows, which meant that one batch of arrows crafted with material 2 had yielded 11 arrows in a single go. This was unexpected, but a pleasant surprise nonetheless. Having an extra arrow meant she'd have a bit more leeway when fighting the fire demon tomorrow. After finishing the arrows, Siyu was left with only 7 pieces of stone. 5 of those were reserved for building the city core fire, and she didn't plan to keep the remaining 2. Instead, she tossed them onto the workbench along with a few pieces of wood, ready to craft a brand new tool. Consume wood times 3, stone times 2 to craft stone pickaxe times 1. Crafting, stone pickaxe. Estimated time, 120 seconds. Stone pickaxe. Category, tool. Quality, common. Attack, +1, attack damage, 5. Durability, 100 out of 100. Description, an ordinary stone pickaxe used for mining stone and ores. Once the stone pickaxe was done, she moved on to 4 wooden fences and a fence gate. Up to this point, Siyu had prepared everything needed to take down the fire demon, except for the 20 pieces of wood required to build 2 basic arrow towers. All other necessary items and materials were ready. She'd have to gather the missing wood by chopping down trees. However, instead of using her spare stone to make an axe for chopping, she chose to craft a pickaxe for mining stone and ores. Some might think that having a pickaxe means unlimited stone, but it's important to note that there are actually no resource nodes on the forest surface where you can mine for stone or rubble. Otherwise, stone wouldn't be considered a scarce resource in the forest. If you could just mine it anywhere, it wouldn't be rare at all. Without resource nodes to mine, a pickaxe is useless. So you knew that the pickaxe couldn't be used to mine stone or rubble in the forest, but she still made one because she'd discovered another important resource that required a pickaxe to harvest. If not for this discovery, she definitely would have used those 2 pieces of stone to make an axe for chopping wood the next day. 2 axes would be enough for her to gather all the wood she needed, and she could even make extra fences for defense after building the arrow towers. As for what that resource was, she'd keep it to herself for now. As dusk fell, Sue quickly made some tinder to light her campfire. Watching the flames flicker, her heart rose and fell with the dancing firelight. About 3 seconds later, as the campfire caught fully, Sue let out a sigh of relief. She'd managed to light the fire on her first try using tinder made from shredded bark. She gathered up some leftover odds and ends to use as fuel, then started cooking. The batch of red berries she'd collected that evening was turned into 16 roasted berries and 1 serving of berry juice. She'd originally had 4 wooden cups, but she'd given 1 cup of berry juice to that mysterious creature as thanks. That cup was gone for good, so now she only had 2 cups of berry juice left in her backpack, plus 1 empty cup from before. Consume berries times 2, wooden cup times 1 to make berry juice times 1. Consume berries times 48, leaves times 32 to make roasted berries times 16. With the food prepared, Suyu's preparations were finally complete. Staring at the crackling campfire, Suyu didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. Even though she'd spent the whole day working and had used up a lot of stamina. Normally, after a day like that, anyone would fall asleep as soon as night fell. But maybe because this was a digitized world, Suyu genuinely didn't feel tired. Her stamina had fully recovered after her recent rest. Usually, to avoid wasting time and stamina, Sue would go out gathering as soon as her stamina was nearly full. But now that it was night, venturing beyond the fire's light was far too dangerous. At night, as long as you stayed within the campfire's radius, you were almost invincible. Players would gain a basic, common aura, not powerful, but extremely useful. Campfire's protection. Even though it's night, the campfire's light shields you. As long as you stay near the fire, wild beasts won't attack you, and the chance of dark creatures spawning within the fire's range is greatly reduced. This aura doesn't have a set duration. It lasts as long as the campfire burns and night continues. If either condition isn't met, it disappears immediately. So you stared at the fire for a while longer, then sat down under a tree to rest. The old Sunset Continent had been a fully immersive game, but no player actually spent the night in-game, they'd just skip time. Sue had done the same before she obtained items that let her act at night. But now, skipping time wasn't an option. All she could do was hope to get through the long night by sleeping. She watched the fire for a long time, until her eyes began to sting from staring at the flames. Only then did she look away. Leaning against a tree, with soft earth beneath her, Sue closed her eyes to rest. She'd worried she might not be able to sleep. After all, this was her first time resting in such a crude environment, where even calling it crude was a compliment. Open to the wind on all sides, with no shelter at all, even knowing she was safe, it was hard not to feel uneasy and restless. But as soon as Sue closed her eyes, a wave of drowsiness she hadn't felt before slowly enveloped her. She slept soundly through the night. Despite the poor environment, Sue had slept surprisingly well. When she woke up, she felt refreshed, clear-headed, and full of energy, a testament to how good her rest had been. Fully awake, the first thing she did was replenish her hunger. Even though she hadn't done anything overnight, the passage of time meant her hunger had dropped from around 80 before bed to just over 10. With her hunger bar now red and glaring among the normal black stats, it was a clear warning: eat now or starve. She quickly ate 2 servings of roasted berries and drank a cup of berry juice, restoring her hunger to 85. Watching the numbers return to their normal color, Sue set down her wooden cup and opened her backpack to check the time. The countdown on the Lord's token now showed 51, almost 52 hours remaining. Based on the elapsed countdown, it should be around 5 o'clock in the morning. Since sunrise hadn't arrived yet, the sky was still a murky gray-black without the sun, as if shrouded in a layer of dark fog. This gloomy color, combined with the eerily quiet surroundings, made everything feel especially bleak and lonely. Because it was still dark and there was no portable light source, Siu's field of vision was quite limited. But since dawn was approaching, as long as she was careful, she could move around as usual. At this hour, she could already leave the safety of the campfire. Although it wasn't quite morning yet, and technically still nighttime, moving around now wouldn't attract wild beasts, since their active hours were generally from around 10 or 11 p.m. to 2 or 3 a.m. They needed rest too, and by this time, those beasts had already returned to their dens. With no threat from wild animals, Siu tidied up the campfire and put it out. After organizing her backpack, she prepared to head out. Her main goal for today was to kill a fire demon and collect flame stones. But before that, she needed to gather 20 pieces of wood to build a basic arrow tower. To make sure she had enough space in her backpack, Siu cleared out anything unnecessary as much as possible. Aside from the Lord's token, which couldn't be discarded but didn't take up any space, her backpack now looked like this. Backpack, 7 out of 10 string 4, roasted berries 14, berry juice 2, stone 5, stone axe, 1/100, stone pickaxe, 100/100, stone knife, 88 out of 100. Since she was in a hurry, Siu left right after sorting her backpack. On the way to her destination, she checked the 3 small traps she'd set up the day before. There was no fixed schedule for when traps would yield results. With luck, you might catch something in 3 to 5 hours. Without it, it could be 3 to 5 days, or even 10 days to half a month with nothing at all. Besides luck, human factors were also important. Things like bait and trap placement all affected the chances of catching prey. It had been nearly 20 hours since she set the traps. Logically, unless her luck was especially bad, there should be something by now, though what exactly, she couldn't say. Her route would take her past all 3 traps, so Siu decided to check them along the way. When she checked the traps, she found the first 2 were completely empty, nothing caught. Though a bit disappointed, she wasn't surprised. It was worth noting, however, that the durability of one trap had decreased a little, which meant it had briefly caught something, but the creature managed to escape. The way trap durability worked was that any time a creature was caught, at least 1 point of durability would be lost. If the creature didn't run away immediately and instead attacked the trap, the durability would drop even further. Although it was a pity the prey got away, the fact that the trap could catch small animals meant her placement was fine. To improve her chances, Siu adjusted the positions of the 2 traps a bit and covered them with some leaves and branches to make them less obvious. A few minutes later, Siu arrived at the spot where she'd set the 3rd trap. "What's this?" Seeing the empty ground, Siu paused, then immediately scanned her surroundings. There were several reasons a trap might disappear. The most common were that its durability ran out, or it was dragged away by another creature. If it was the former, there would be a broken trap, with 0 durability left on the ground. A broken trap was a gray quality item, basically identical to the failed trap Siu had made before, completely useless. But since she didn't see any trap remains here, it meant the trap had probably been dragged away. There were 2 possibilities for a trap being dragged off. 1. A small animal escaped, but was angry enough to take the trap with it. 2. The animal didn't escape, but while struggling, ended up dragging the trap away from its original spot. If it was the first case, the trap would be nowhere nearby, since the animal would want to get far away from this dangerous place, even if it meant dragging the trap along. But if it was the second case, a trapped animal wouldn't be able to get very far. Since it was still early and Siu held out a bit of hope, she decided to search the area. And sure enough, she found a pleasant surprise. Less than 10 steps from where she'd set the 3rd trap, Siu found the remains of the trap. Its durability had dropped to 0, making it unusable, but next to it, Siu saw a rabbit that was clearly dead. Although the materials for small traps were simple, they were actually lethal, since the inside was lined with wooden spikes. The spikes didn't do much damage, but rabbits didn't have much defense or health to begin with. If Siu could catch up to one herself, a single axe blow would be enough to take it down. In short, a small trap was more than enough to kill a rabbit. So you hadn't witnessed the whole process, but judging by the scene, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. First, the rabbit stumbled into the trap. Then it tried to escape, but couldn't break free from the string, so it ended up dragging the trap along, explaining why the trap wasn't in its original spot. While it struggled, the wooden spikes kept inflicting small wounds. The damage might have been minor, but like ants biting an elephant, as long as the rabbit couldn't escape, the damage would keep adding up. In the end, the rabbit was worn down and died, just like the stone monster before. Although the rabbit wasn't very big, it could still provide a decent amount of resources. After a moment's hesitation, Siyu decided to head back the way she came. She needed to return to her base and process the rabbit first. An unexpected gain was certainly a good thing, but the appearance of this rabbit had disrupted Siyu's original plans. According to her initial plan, she was supposed to head to the respawn point where that mysterious creature had wiped out all the stone monsters yesterday. She'd spotted a type of stone called sandstone in that area. Sandstone requires a pickaxe to mine, and its main use is to craft an item called a whetstone. As the name suggests, a whetstone's effect is to restore the durability of tools, at least, from a game mechanics perspective. That's why she'd used her stone materials to make a stone pickaxe. With sandstone, she wouldn't need to keep crafting new stone axes just to chop wood. Normally, stone monster lairs have a chance to spawn sandstone. But to mine it safely, you first have to kill all the stone monsters nearby. Otherwise, tearing down their home right in front of them isn't just provocative, it's asking for trouble. So, in the end, she had that mysterious creature to thank. If it hadn't cleared out those 3 stone monsters for her, she would have hesitated for a long time yesterday, debating whether to use her stone to make an axe, or spend more time clearing out the monsters, then mine the sandstone and use it to craft a whetstone to repair her axe before chopping wood. But now that the stone monsters were gone, she didn't have to struggle with that decision anymore. In less than a day, Siyu's plans had been disrupted twice by unexpected events, first by the mysterious creature, then by the rabbit. Although both surprises had turned out to be good for her, they also made Siyu more cautious. Unexpected events can be good or bad. She couldn't afford to let her guard down just because she'd gotten lucky twice in a row. Carrying the rabbit back to her base, Siyu began skinning it with her stone knife. There was nothing particularly special about the skinning process. Thanks to the assisted calibration, her speed wasn't too slow. Once she'd peeled off a complete rabbit pelt, the rest of the rabbit turned into scattered loot. Obtained, animal hide X1. Obtained, small meat X4. Obtained, rabbit fur X5. The main reason Siyu had set up small traps was for the animal hide. She needed it to craft something called a tool bag. The tool bag could store tools, axes, pickaxes, stone knives, and even tools she hadn't made yet, like shovels, hoes, hammers, and so on. It was basically a separate inventory space just for tools. Although it could only hold tools, having it would free up a lot of space in her backpack. Right now, for example, her tools alone took up 3 slots in her backpack, but she couldn't go without them, since she needed them for work. The tool bag required animal hide X3, cord X5 to craft, and could hold one of each type of tool, for example, 1 axe, 1 shovel, 1 pickaxe, 1 stone knife, etc. As long as it was a tool, it could go in the bag. But since she didn't have enough materials yet, Siyu just put the animal hide away, along with the rabbit meat and fur wrapped in leaves, and stashed them under a tree. Once she was done with that, Siyu headed straight for the stone monster respawn point. Because dealing with the rabbit had taken some time, it was already getting light by the time Siyu reached the sandstone spawn. Before mining, she checked her surroundings to make sure there really weren't any stone monsters left. Only then did she take out her pickaxe and start mining sandstone. Mining stone was different from chopping wood. Trees were individual. If you could fell one, you'd get all its resources. But stone often formed large patches. Unless it was a single big boulder, resource drops from these stone patches were calculated individually. For example, the first swing of the pickaxe had a 5% chance to drop resources, the second swing increased it to 10%, and so on. The more you mined, the higher the chance, until you finally got a drop. After a resource dropped, the chance would reset. Since she had sandstone now, Siu planned to do the same as with her stone axe, use her stone pickaxe until it was down to its last bit of durability, then stop. If a tool's durability hit 0, it would break and couldn't be repaired. But as long as it had even a single point left, it was still a usable tool and could be restored with a whetstone at any time. As her pickaxe's durability ticked down, Suyu's stamina dropped rapidly as well. To keep up her efficiency, she took a short break midway, just enough to keep her stamina in the optimal range for working. When her stone pickaxe was down to 3 of 100 durability, she finally got a chunk of sandstone. Seeing the sandstone, Siu paused, then stopped mining. She didn't bother with a couple more swings. The drop rate for this kind of stone fluctuated, but on average, it took 5 or 6 tries to get a piece. Now that she'd gotten one, the drop rate would reset. With only 3 durability left on her pickaxe, she wasn't counting on getting another piece in just 2 more swings. Since it was unlikely, there was no point wasting her stamina. She put away her pickaxe and started picking up all the sandstone chunks on the ground. Obtained, sandstone x4. Obtained, sandstone x1. Obtained, sandstone fragments x6. Once she'd gathered everything, Siu had a total of 15 sandstone and 20 sandstone fragments. It took 5 pieces of sandstone to make a whetstone, so 15 was just enough for 3 whetstones. As for the sandstone fragments, they weren't technically mining drops, but rather debris, junk, produced during the mining process. The chance of getting fragments was calculated separately from getting sandstone, and the former was obviously much higher. The fragments weren't very useful, at least, not right now. Unlike regular stone fragments, sandstone fragments couldn't be combined into sandstone. So after picking them up, Siu just set them aside in a corner. Even if something was useless, Siu never threw things away carelessly. She couldn't say for sure she'd never need them in the future, and if she did, it would be easier to retrieve them if they were organized. Besides, it didn't take much effort. With all this sandstone, Siu could finally start making whetstones. Consume sandstone x15 to craft whetstone x3. Crafting, whetstone. Estimated time, 60 seconds. Remaining, whetstone x2. Estimated time, 120 seconds. While waiting for the whetstone to be made, Siu took a short break and replenished her hunger bar. Things were pretty much the same as before, but this time, no mysterious creature showed up to snatch her food. She had no idea if that creature had already left. But that wasn't really Siu's concern. The fact that she'd been able to strike a deal with that creature was pure luck. It just so happened that the creature passed by, cleared out the stone monsters, and the loot from those monsters attracted Siu. It just so happened that the creature liked or needed food. It just so happened that she took out some food, and it happened to be the kind it liked. So many coincidences had come together to make yesterday's events possible. This was the kind of opportunity you couldn't seek out, only stumble upon. To encounter it at her moment of greatest need, even if it was just a transaction, Siu was still deeply grateful. Because, from a certain perspective, that trade hadn't been fair at all. A minute later, Siu was holding a reddish-brown stone brick about the size of an adult man's palm. The brick was hefty and felt heavy in her hand. Its surface looked smooth at first glance, but on closer inspection, it was actually quite rough. This was a whetstone made from sandstone. Whetstone. Category, tool. Quality, common, white. Durability, 5/5. Description. A whetstone can restore other tools to a sharp, i.e., fully durable, state. The higher the tool's level and the better its materials, the harder it is to fully restore its sharpness. The whetstone's durability represented the number of uses. 5/5 meant it could be used 5 times. After 5 uses, the whetstone would turn to powder and disappear. Although the whetstone was a tool, it couldn't be used to repair another whetstone's durability. So, you couldn't just have 2 whetstones and use them to repair each other in an infinite loop. No whetstone perpetual motion machine here. With the whetstone in hand, Siu pulled out her nearly broken stone axe from her backpack. She gave it a quick grind on the whetstone. In just a few seconds, the whetstone's durability dropped to 4/5, while the stone axe's durability shot up from 1/100 to 100 out of 100. In the blink of an eye, a battered, almost unusable axe was instantly restored to brand new. Of course, only stone tools could be repaired this efficiently. If it were a higher level tool, even using up an entire whetstone might only restore a dozen points, or even just a few points of durability. With her axe ready, Suyu's next job was simple: chop trees. Lots of trees. A basic arrow tower required 20 pieces of wood, and building a town core fire needed 60 more. That was 80 pieces of wood in total. After a whole morning of relentless effort and wearing out a whetstone in the process, Suyu finally managed to gather nearly 100 pieces of wood. Since her backpack didn't have enough space, she crafted 60 of the logs into planks for the town core fire. The remaining wood stayed in her backpack. Arrow towers were large structures, like campfires. They had to be placed immediately after being built, unlike wooden fences, which could be stored. So Suyu had to carry the wood with her and wait until she reached her destination to build. Finally done, Suyu slumped against a tree, exhausted, sipping her last cup of juice as she started organizing her backpack. Backpack: 10/10 string times 4, roasted berries times 8, stone times 5, wood times 20, wood times 20, planks times 5, whetstone times 2, stone axe 5/100, stone pickaxe 3/100, stone knife 88/100. Looking at her inventory, Suyu seemed to think of something. She took out the stone knife, freeing up a slot, then put the 2 wooden cups into her backpack and prepared to head back to her camp. When she passed the spot where she'd traded with that mysterious creature yesterday, Suyu paused. The place where she'd left 7 portions of roasted berries and a cup of berry juice was now empty. Not a trace remained, not even the inedible wooden cup. Who knew what that creature had done with it? Still, the missing cup didn't affect Suyu's plans. She took out the remaining 8 roasted berries from her backpack and, just like yesterday, neatly arranged them under the tree. Once she'd finished, Suyu put the stone knife back in her backpack and left without a backward glance. Yesterday's trade was over, but to Suyu, the value of 7 portions of roasted berries simply couldn't compare to those 10 pieces of stone and 1 chunk of ore. Red berry bushes were a common resource in the forest, as were leaves. In other words, roasted berries were basically worthless to Suyu, like sand in the desert. They took a little time to gather, but they were everywhere. But the stones the other party had traded her were like a rare water source in the desert. Exactly what she needed, and the hardest thing for her to get. Trading sand for water in the desert. Honestly, if she hadn't run out of roasted berries yesterday, she wouldn't have hesitated to offer not just 7, but 17, or even 27 portions. On the Sunset Continent, there was a special principle that veteran players called the art of balance. No matter what you did, you had to maintain balance. Only by keeping things in balance could you survive more easily on the Sunset Continent. As the saying went, if you want to make it on the continent, you'd better join the Church of Balance first. As for what this art of balance had to do with her leaving roasted berries here, so you couldn't really explain it. But as a devout follower of balance, she just knew it was the right thing to do. Even though she was now out of food, Suyu didn't bother gathering more red berries on her way back. It wasn't because her backpack was full. If space was really an issue, she could always take out a tool and carry it by hand, freeing up a slot. If she didn't mind the hassle, she could even carry 1 tool in each hand, saving 2 slots. The real reason she didn't gather more berries was partly a matter of time, and partly because she didn't need them as food for now. Back at her camp, the first thing Suyu did was use her remaining materials to light a campfire and start roasting meat. The meat, of course, was from the rabbit she'd just butchered. Compared to berries, meat restored much more hunger. Small roasted meat consumes small meat times 1, leaves times 3. Category: food. Quality: common, white. Effect: restores 40 hunger when eaten. Description: just some average tasting roast meat, but it fills you up much faster. The rabbit from earlier yielded 4 small pieces of meat in total, which means 4 servings of grilled meat can be made, restoring a total of 160 hunger points. With these 4 servings, Suyu had more than enough food for this afternoon's battle against the fire demons. After all, when fighting the fire demons in the afternoon, the main damage would come from the arrow towers. She was just a bystander, watching the show. At most. She'd chip in a little or finish off a monster or two. If her building placement was good enough, she might not even need to do that. She could just lie back and wait to collect the loot. As the grilling timer finished, Siu put the grilled meat into her backpack and headed straight for the depths of the forest. Although she didn't know the exact location of the fire demons, Siu was familiar with their general spawn area. Open spaces, sparse vegetation, dry soil, and only some low, yellowing shrubs nearby, these were all telltale signs of where fire demons appeared. In other words, it was the presence of fire demons that caused these environmental features. Aside from these, there was always a water source near a fire demon nest. Whether a stream or a river, there would always be one. After quite a bit of searching from the forest's edge to its inner boundary, and then deeper in, Siu spent over an hour before finally spotting, across a small stream, a figure that looked like a walking ball of fire. These figures were distributed much like the stone monsters, scattered in small groups, with the occasional one wandering alone. Behind them, Siu saw a huge cave. There was no need to think twice. This had to be the fire demon's nest. 1, 2, 3. Siu counted the fire demons she could see with the naked eye. When she finished, there were 13 in total. The forest was vast, and there was more than one spawn point for stone monsters, so naturally there was more than one fire demon nest. Typically, a nest would spawn around 15 to 25 fire demons. During the day, about half of them would roam outside, while the rest stayed in the nest to guard the house. In the afternoon, the ones on guard would head out, while those who'd been outside in the morning would return to the nest. Basically, they worked in shifts. Since there were 13 fire demons outside now, so you could be fairly sure this was a fully spawned nest. With a maximum of 25, that meant 13 outside and 12 inside the cave. Having more fire demons wasn't a bad thing for Siu. The more there were, the higher her chances of getting flame stones, and she wouldn't need to keep switching spawn points. After locating the fire demons, Siu used the cover of plants to quietly circle around the stream and approach the nest from the same side. Seeing the phantom outline appear before her, Siu felt nothing but calm. She decisively chose yes and placed it in a wide-open area. Building structures was different from crafting items. The former had its own construction timer, while the latter required the workbench to be free before crafting could continue. So, after placing the first arrow tower, Siu immediately headed to a spot where trees were clustered together. This was her chosen spot for the second arrow tower. Anyone else present would have noticed that the two towers were in drastically different locations, one in a wide-open area with almost no cover, and the other squeezed into a gap between dense trees. Who knows how Siu even found a spot for a tower in such a cramped place. Another difference, the second tower, built among the trees, was closer to the fire demon nest, while the first was positioned directly on the line connecting the second tower and the nest. In other words, Arrow Tower 1, Arrow Tower 2, and the fire demon nest were almost perfectly aligned in a straight line. There was another detail. The straight line distance between the two towers was exactly the maximum attack range of a basic arrow tower. With both towers built, Siu took out the fences she'd crafted earlier. She placed 2 wooden fences around Arrow Tower 2, with a gate between them. At this point, all her preparations for killing the fire demons were complete. Now, all she had to do was attract the fire demons' attention and lure them over. Before that, Siu did one more thing. She loaded all 24 of her stone arrows into Arrow Tower 1's ammo slot. As for why she didn't equip Arrow Tower 2 with stone arrows, let's just say Tower 2 was never meant for attacking. Both towers were necessary for killing the fire demons, but only one would actually attack. The other had a special role. To test whether this method for killing fire demons would work or how effective it would be, Siu decided to lure just 1 or 2 over first. With only one arrow tower attacking, if she drew too many fire demons at once, even with her preparations, the tower wouldn't be able to handle them all, and she'd be in trouble. Using the cover of nearby plants, Siu moved to a spot not far from the nest, but not too close either. Here, she stopped any closer, and there'd be no cover at all. The lack of vegetation around the fire demon nest meant there were no tall plants to hide behind. Originally, Siu planned to chop a tree with her axe to make some noise and attract the fire demons. When they came over, she'd hide, and when they found nothing, they'd return to where they came from. Because the fire demons were scattered and moved at different speeds, repeating this process a few times would separate the ones grouped together. At that point, luring a lone fire demon would be much easier. But just as Suyu took out her axe to put this plan into action, she noticed that 2 fire demons were already walking in her direction. Suyu didn't know whether this was a coincidence or if something had happened at the nest to send them her way, but her instincts kicked in, and she quickly hid where the 2 fire demons couldn't see her. Through the gaps in the leaves, Suyu could vaguely see that there was nothing behind the 2 fire demons. Apparently, it was just these 2, with no other companions following them. Since such a good opportunity had presented itself, Suyu had no intention of letting it slip by. In her eyes, these 2 fire demons were already her guinea pigs for testing out her trap setups. After observing the path the fire demons were taking, Suyu quietly moved ahead of them and pulled out her axe. Clang! With a sound that wasn't particularly loud, but was very noticeable to the fire demons, both of them were immediately drawn to the noise. Instinctively, they looked in the direction the sound had come from. Unfortunately for them, the plants blocked their view, so they saw nothing. Just as they were about to leave, another clang came from the same direction. Whether it was out of curiosity or simply annoyance at the persistent noise, the 2 fire demons not only stopped in their tracks, but actually started to slowly move toward Suyu's position. Just like that, the 2 hapless lab rats were lured by Suyu into the attack range of Arrow Tower 2. Although they were within Arrow Tower 2's range, the tower wasn't loaded with arrows, so the fire demons weren't attacked. Even so, under Suyu's deliberate guidance, they spotted Arrow Tower 2. On the Sunset Continent, almost all monsters share a trait. They will actively attack any structure, regardless of what it is or where it's located. As soon as a building appears in their line of sight, their programming triggers an attack command, which takes top priority over everything else. The only exceptions are monsters with higher AI intelligence. While they also like to attack buildings, they know how to better achieve their goals, rather than just charging blindly without any strategy. But since these fire demons are the monsters that drop the Heartfire core materials, it's only natural that they're not too bright, otherwise, it would make the game way too hard. After all, if you can't even kill a fire demon or establish your own territory, what's the point of playing? So, once the 2 fire demons spotted Arrow Tower 2, so you didn't need to do anything else, they just dumbly ambled toward the tower on their own. They wanted to attack the tower, but its position was tricky. Arrow Tower 2 was hidden among the gaps between several large trees, so the fire demons had to struggle through the trees to get close. But just as they were about to attack, they found their way blocked by a fence. Because of the fence, they couldn't reach the tower, so the only thing they could do was attack the barrier in front of them. They walked through the gate Suyu had deliberately left open, and started furiously clawing at the wooden fence. Just as they were absorbed in attacking the fence, the gate behind them suddenly swung shut. Their only way out was now closed. Now the fire demons were truly trapped like fish in a jar. Want to escape? Impossible. Unless they could destroy the fences. The fire demons weren't smart, but they understood their predicament. Their attacks grew even more frenzied. But just as they were attacking the fence, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air and struck one of the fire demons in the arm. There was no way they'd let themselves be trapped without fighting back, and Suyu wasn't about to just sit by and let them break down her fence either. She'd held off before only because she didn't want to scare them away. Now that they were trapped, Suyu had nothing left to worry about. She immediately activated Arrow Tower 1, letting it fire arrows to finish them off as quickly as possible. The arrow towers had 2 attack modes, automatic and manual. The advantage of automatic mode was that it freed up manpower, but its accuracy was mediocre. If the target moved too fast, it was easy to miss. As for manual mode, there were actually 2 types. One was Suyu herself, the player, directly controlling the tower. As long as your skills were good enough, you could hit any monster, no matter how tough. But Suyu was only one person. Later on, once she established her own city, there would be thousands of monsters attacking at once. No matter how skilled she was, she couldn't possibly control hundreds of arrow towers and turrets at the same time. But that was fine, because later she could recruit combat NPCs to operate the towers. Everyone has their own specialty. If she could recruit NPCs with high archery skills, not only would accuracy be guaranteed, but top-tier NPCs could even boost the tower's damage. But that was all for the future. Right now, Suyu didn't even have her own territory, let alone the ability to recruit NPCs. She hadn't even met any yet. Although manual control was more accurate, thanks to Suyu's setup, the two fire demons were trapped in a tiny area just a few steps wide. With such limited space, there was nowhere for them to dodge, so even without manual control, the arrow towers easily took care of them. With a few agonized howls, the fire demons turned to ash and vanished. At the same time, a few items emitting a faint white glow appeared on the ground. Suyu opened the gate, picking up the loot while also retrieving the arrows she'd fired. By her count, the tower had fired 12 arrows in total. Maybe she was just lucky, but she managed to recover all 12 arrows with no losses. Besides the arrows, Suyu also picked up the drops from killing the fire demons. Obtained copper coins x5. Obtained copper coins x3. Obtained charcoal x6. Copper coins were the common currency of the continent, useful for many things, trading with merchants, buying and upgrading buildings, and so on. Besides copper coins, there were also silver and gold coins. 10,000 copper equals 100 silver equals 1 gold. As for the charcoal, it was just ordinary charcoal, nothing special, mainly used as fuel. Other than being fuel, if she later got feathers, she could combine feathers, twigs, and charcoal to make quill pens. Since she'd just built an arrow tower and used up a batch of wood and 4 ropes, Suyu's backpack still had plenty of space. She simply stowed the charcoal and coins away. Once the copper coins entered her backpack, they turned into a string of numbers in the lower right corner. Money could be stored in the backpack without taking up any space at all. After collecting her loot and cleaning up the battlefield, Suyu returned the arrows to Arrow Tower 1's ammo slot and set off again to lure more fire demons. That's the 12th one. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Suyu had already used the arrow tower to kill nearly every fire demon she could see. The process wasn't exactly easy, but it was at least free of any real danger. Currently, she'd used up 5 of her 24 arrows, leaving her with 19. In addition, the durability of the wooden fences and the gate had also dropped quite a bit. However, due to their placement, most of the damage they took was ineffective, so each of the 3 fences still had about a third of their durability left, enough to keep using them for now. But the problem was, after killing 12 fire demons, she still hadn't seen a single flamestone drop. Logically, the initial drop rate for flamestones should be around 6%. However, if you keep killing fire demons for a while without getting a flamestone, the drop rate gradually increases until one finally drops, at which point it resets, similar to the sandstone mining mechanic from before. The drop rate for the 10th fire demon should be 23%. By the 12th, it should be over 25%, right? With odds this high and still nothing. So you couldn't help but seriously doubt her own luck. But since there had been plenty of players who'd killed a dozen or more fire demons without seeing a single flamestone, Suyu was a bit frustrated, but not overly upset. She took a moment to adjust her mood, then began to consider her next move. She'd previously counted 13 fire demons in the area, but after searching all around, without entering the fire demon nest, she still couldn't find the 13th one. While monsters rarely wander off, it's not impossible. Since she really couldn't find that last fire demon, Suyu decided to give up on it. Now she had 2 options. Try to lure the fire demons out of the cave and kill them as before, or go find a new fire demon nest. From a safety perspective, the second option was better. The cave was a confined space, and one wrong move could bring all the fire demons inside down on her. But if she went looking for a new nest, she'd have to spend time searching, and if the new nest was far away, she'd need to gather resources and set up arrow towers all over again. not just a waste of resources, but more importantly, a waste of time. So you didn't have that much time to spare. If she tried to drag fire demons from far away back here to kill them, unexpected things could happen along the way, and the results might not be any better than her current situation. After weighing all the factors, Siu ultimately decided to stick with the fire demons here and not look for a new nest. But just as she was pondering how to lure the fire demons out of the cave, she suddenly heard a faint rustling sound nearby. Instinctively, she held her breath. Any creature wandering near a fire demon nest, apart from fire demons themselves, was unlikely to be friendly. So Siu immediately hid herself and carefully tried to observe the source of the sound from a safe angle. It wasn't long before a creature stepped out from behind a cypress tree. It looked very similar to a fire demon, but it was larger and exuded a much more intimidating aura. The moment she saw it, Siu's pupils contracted. All her doubts about the lack of flame stone drops after killing 12 fire demons were instantly answered. Fire Demon Leader. HP 500/500. Attack 5. Defense 10. Description: the leader of the fire demons. When attacked, it will summon fire demons to protect itself. The information Siu could see about the fire demon leader wasn't very detailed, but that didn't matter. She already knew more than enough. For example, when a fire demon leader is present at a spawn point, the drop rate for flame stones from regular fire demons is reduced by 2/3. In exchange, for balance, the fire demon leader itself has a 100% chance to drop a flame stone. The base drop rate for flame stones from fire demons was already low, and now it was slashed by 2/3, basically making it almost impossible to get one. It was clear the game wanted players to take on the fire demon leader. Come to think of it, maybe fate was at work here. The very first flamestone Siu ever got on her max level account had also come from killing a fire demon leader. Now, even with a different playstyle, she'd run into another one. Seeing the fire demon leader, Siu resisted the urge to curse and quietly took 2 steps back. It wasn't that she was impatient. Anyone who understood the fire demon leader's spawn mechanics would feel just as frustrated. In the early game, only 3 fire demon leaders would spawn in the entire Sunset Continent forest. That meant only 3 fire demon nests would have a leader. But in the forest, there were dozens, sometimes over 100 fire demon nests. The odds were so low, and yet she'd run into one, twice in a row. Who wouldn't be annoyed? And the fire demon leader was no pushover. It was one of the toughest boss monsters to deal with in the early game. Its attack stat looked low, even lower than a regular fire demon's, which had 8 attack to its 5, but that didn't matter. What mattered was, it could summon. As the fire demon leader, naturally it summoned fire demons. With minions at its command, its low attack didn't matter at all. Even if it had no attack, it would still be a threat. According to the official lore, the fire demon leader could summon an unlimited number of fire demons. Given enough time, it could fill the entire Sunset Continent with them. Of course, that was just the backstory. In-game, the fire demon leader's summoning skill had a limit. It could have up to 10 fire demons summoned at once. Even so, the fire demon leader still ranked in the top 10 of the most annoying bosses list. Because the 10 minion limit didn't mean it could only summon 10 in total. It meant it could have 10 on the field at the same time. As long as one of the 10 summoned minions is killed, it can summon another, continuing until it reaches the limit of 10. In a way, this is a kind of infinite summoning. If you really had to fight the Fire Demon Lord, so you wouldn't be outnumbered anymore, it would just be a one-sided beatdown. But that's not all. There's another nasty thing about the Fire Demon Lord. The fire demons it summons don't drop any loot when they die. That's right, no loot at all. Nothing. Forget about flame stones. You won't even get charcoal. If you're playing a character that can level up, killing the summoned fire demons doesn't even give you experience. Because summoned creatures aren't considered independent monsters, they don't drop loot or give experience. Only by killing the Fire Demon Lord itself can you get the final rewards. 40 hours, 36 minutes, and 16 seconds. That was the countdown when Siu discovered the Fire Demon Lord. After confirming the time, Siu started preparing everything she needed to kill the Fire Demon Lord. although it seemed like there was still plenty of time, so you didn't want to drag things out. After all, her plans weren't just about building a territory. She also needed to be ready for the dark creature's attack on the 10th day after establishing her territory. Since building a territory 3 days from now was already a given, she wanted to do it as early as possible. That way, she could use the territory's privileges to do even more. All this talk about how hard it is to kill the Fire Demon Lord is true, but since such a creature exists, and it drops essential early game items, there must be a way to defeat it. The Fire Demon Lord has one fatal weakness: it's afraid of water. You can tell just from the name. After all, it's a fire demon. Being weak to water is only natural. And there's always a water source near the fire demon's lair. This ties back to the balance we mentioned before. Of course, this is just player speculation. The developers have never confirmed it, but that doesn't stop people from guessing. The hardest part about killing the Fire Demon Lord is dealing with the fire demons it summons. If you can handle those minions, the boss itself isn't that hard. Even if you don't know about its water weakness, you could use arrow towers and take it down the same way you deal with the fire demons. It's troublesome, but doable. But since Siu knew its weakness, of course she'd take advantage of it. While the Fire Demon Lord was still wandering aimlessly nearby, Siu hurried to use her materials to craft a 4th tool. Consume wood 2, stone 1 to craft stone shovel 1. Crafting, stone shovel. Estimated time, 120 seconds. Although she'd planned to use that stone for building the town center fire, a string of unexpected events kept disrupting Suyu's plans. Worst case, she'd just go kill a few more stone monsters later. Either way, she absolutely had to make the shovel. Because without it, with what she had on hand, there was no other way to kill the Fire Demon Lord. While waiting for the shovel, Siu didn't sit idle. She used her other tools to clear out the open space near the Fire Demon lair, making sure not a single weed or scrap of debris was left. By the time she finished, the shovel was ready. Siu quickly grabbed it and tossed a few more pieces of wood into the workbench to start making fences. With the shovel in hand, Siu immediately started digging right in the clearing she'd just prepared. But Siu wasn't just digging a simple pit. Most people start digging from the center and gradually expand outward, making the pit bigger and bigger. But Siu is different. She started from the edge, digging a circle to mark out the rough area, then gradually worked her way toward the center. The finished pit looked a bit like a set of concentric circles. The inner circle wasn't dug out. It was left as solid ground, at the same height as the surrounding terrain. The outer ring, though, was a pit 3 meters deep. While digging, Siu also left a path leading to the central island. This path was for the Fire Demon Lord. It took Siu more than 2 hours to prepare this special trap for killing the Fire Demon Lord. Of course, this was only possible in a digital world, and Siu had deliberately cut corners by using fences to increase the margin for error. She didn't bother optimizing the trap. Otherwise, if she'd had to do it all by hand in real life, it would have taken her at least a day or 2. With the trap ready, all that was left was to lure the Fire Demon Lord over. Although it was a boss, maybe because it was so overpowered, its AI had been balanced to a certain extent. To put it bluntly, it had a boss's body but only a minion's brain. So it didn't take Siu much effort to lure the Fire Demon Lord to her trap. Of course, there were a few hiccups along the way. For example, before luring the boss over, Siu couldn't let it see her. If it spotted her, it would immediately enter combat mode and start summoning fire demons. If it started summoning before she got it into the trap, Siu would have no way to deal with all those minions. So she had to sneak and hide the whole way. Luckily, she'd practiced stealth skills in-game for better mobility. Otherwise, in this barren area with not even a single leaf for cover, she'd have been spotted in no time. Once she finally got the Fire Demon Lord onto the platform she'd prepared, Siu jumped into the pit, used her pickaxe as leverage, and quickly climbed out of the 3-meter hole. After all that digging, sneaking, and climbing, Siu's stamina was nearly depleted, but she didn't have time to rest yet. Before she could take a break, she had one last thing to do: use fences to block the Fire Demon Lord's escape route. Actually, as soon as Siu climbed out of the pit, the Fire Demon Lord noticed her. As an aggressive monster, the moment it saw Siu, It entered combat mode, spread its arms, and began chanting to summon fire demons. It was precisely because the fire demon leader's first reaction upon discovering Siyu was to start summoning that Siyu had enough time to climb out of the pit and then block its path with a fence. By the time the fire demon leader finished summoning the first fire demon minion, Siyu was already fully prepared. As for that newly summoned fire demon minion, somehow it ended up right at the bottom of the pit Siyu had just dug. The whole point of Siyu setting up this trap was that the fire demon leader was a monster focused on summoning, not attacking. So as long as she trapped it, it would just keep summoning. And the monsters it summoned would usually appear near the fire demon leader itself. So Siyu had left a single spot at the very center just for the leader, with pits dug all around it. That way, whenever it summoned a minion, the new monster would spawn at the bottom of a pit. All Siyu had to do now was wait. Once the fire demon leader summoned 10 minions, it would have no more tricks up its sleeve. At that point, all 10 summoned fire demon minions would be stuck in the pit, and all Siyu had to do was deal with the fire demon leader directly. Once the fire demon leader died, all the minions it had summoned would die automatically as well. She wouldn't have to do anything else. Although she was waiting, it wasn't just idle waiting. A 3-meter deep pit isn't exactly deep, but not that shallow either. These fire demon minions couldn't climb out on their own, but if they were smart enough to stack up, like forming a human pyramid, they might still find a way out. So, if possible, the pit should be at least 5 meters deep. If not deeper, then at least wide enough so the minions couldn't cluster together. Because of their AI, these fire demon minions wouldn't actively try to climb out. Only when they were forced together would they possibly start stacking up. But if the pit was big enough, they'd just wander around separately and wouldn't, accidentally, discover that they could escape by working together. But whether it was digging deeper or wider, Siyu obviously didn't have the time or resources for that right now, so she could only block their escape by other means. Thanks to the fire demon leader's tireless summoning, there were now 6 fire demon minions in the pit. Since there was no extra space around the leader, the summoned minions could only be forced to spawn in the pit. Siyu glanced at the fire demon leader, who was still busy summoning, and then turned her attention to the minions in the pit. With only 4 or 5 minions, space was still manageable. But once there were more than 5, things started getting crowded. As they jostled for space, the human pyramid situation Siyu had anticipated finally happened. 2 minions got pushed together. Maybe because one of them was being squeezed and couldn't move, it let out an irritated roar. First, it tried shoving the other minion, but when that didn't work, it started trying to push all the others down to make more room for itself. In the process of shoving each other, one minion managed to climb up onto another's head. With the 2 stacked, they were nearly 4 meters high, enough for the one on top to climb out of the 3-meter pit. But just as that minion thought it could finally escape from hell and started waving its arms in excitement, it found its way blocked by a wooden fence. Siyu calmly watched as the minion, frustrated by the fence blocking its escape, grew even more agitated, and then she placed a second fence. She still had 2 fences left over from earlier preparations, and just to be safe, she'd brought all her wood with her. Enough to make over 20 fences, more than enough to circle the pit 1.5 times. She was well prepared. But to save materials, Siyu only made 5 fences for now, plus the one left over from before. She'd used one to block the fire demon leader's retreat. Whenever she saw a minion about to climb out, she'd place a fence at the spot where it might escape. Like this, by the time Siyu was down to her last 2 fences, the fire demon leader finally finished summoning. During the summoning process, the leader was completely absorbed and had no idea what was happening outside. Now that it was done, it finally saw that both it and all its summoned minions were trapped. Facing the fire demon leader's furious glare, Siyu gave it a taunting smile, then placed her last 2 fences around the pit. At the same time, she destroyed the fence blocking the leader's path. With no minions left, even the wildest fire demon leader was nothing to fear in Suyu's eyes. Maybe it was because it realized it had been tricked, or maybe it was Suyu's provocation, but as soon as the fence disappeared, the fire demon leader charged straight at her, clearly intending to deal with this troublesome human personally. Although the fire demon leader wasn't particularly strong, Siyu still couldn't take it head-on, so as soon as it attacked, she turned and ran. She ran straight toward the spot where she'd set up an arrow tower and successfully killed 12 fire demon minions earlier. 10 minutes later, Siyu, panting heavily, looked at the fire demon leader, which had gone berserk after being trapped again. She leaned against a tree to catch her breath, then took out the fences she'd made on the way and completely surrounded Arrow Tower 2, making sure the leader couldn't break through and escape. After quickly replenishing her hunger bar, which had dropped from all the running, Siyu took a stone knife and another item out of her backpack, ready to act. The other item was a few cups filled with water. Siyu took out the water she'd prepared earlier and splashed it at the fire demon leader. She'd collected this water from a nearby stream while digging the pit, and the cups were wooden ones she'd made herself. To make sure she had enough water to trigger the fire demon leader's weakness debuff, Siyu had prepared 3 wooden cups. Enough for 3 full splashes. The moment the water from the cup hit it, the fire demon leader let out a howl of pain. It looked to be in great agony, and its attacks against the wooden fence clearly slowed down and weakened. At this moment, the fire demon leader looked just like a fire that had been doused with water on the verge of dying. If it weren't for the fact that its HP still showed 500/500, you'd really think it was about to drop dead. Before activating the arrow tower to launch a full assault, Siyu first checked the fire demon leader's status. Once she confirmed it was in a weakened state, she turned on the arrow tower's attack. Weakened fire demon leader. The fire demon leader's power comes from fire. Water weakens its strength, greatly reducing its defense and attack. However, after the weakened state ends, the fire demon leader will become even stronger. Duration: 180 seconds. Cooldown: 24 hours. With a full understanding of the fire demon leader's stats, Siyu could translate this in more detail. After being splashed with water, the fire demon leader will only deal 1 point of damage to enemies, and its defense drops to 0 for 3 minutes. However, this state can only be triggered once every 24 hours. Also, if the fire demon leader isn't killed within those 3 minutes, it will gain a buff that makes it even stronger. Just how strong that buff is remains to be seen, but one thing's for sure: if you can't finish off the fire demon leader within 3 minutes, your best bet is to run before the weakened state ends. One more thing to note: the fire demon leader can still summon minions while weakened. The summoning is slow, but it's still possible. And only the fire demon leader is afraid of water. The regular fire demons aren't. Water has no negative effect on them. That's why Siyu had to wait for the fire demon leader to summon its minions first, then lure it here to finish it off. As soon as she saw the fire demon leader enter its weakened state, Siyu immediately activated the arrow tower and joined in the attack herself with a stone knife. Now that the fire demon leader was weakened, its defense and dodge were both 0. That meant every arrow from the tower would hit and deal the full 15 points of damage. There were 19 arrows in total, each dealing 15 damage, for a total of 285 points. But the fire demon leader had 500 HP, so after all the arrows were used, it would still have 215 HP left. Since she hadn't prepared extra arrows and couldn't retrieve the used ones until the boss was dead, Siyu had no choice but to finish it off herself. But the fire demon leader was so weak now that it couldn't dodge attacks from the arrow tower or Siyu. And when it tried to attack her, it was so slow that she could easily dodge. Even if she didn't dodge, with its attack power reduced to just 1, even if it managed to scratch her, it would only deal 1 point of damage, and there was a good chance it wouldn't hurt her at all. In this state, the fire demon leader was basically a punching bag, one that couldn't fight back or even curse at her. Not that Siyu would understand it anyway. 10, 15, 20, critical hit. Seeing the critical hit, Siyu paused for a moment, then continued attacking the fire demon leader. The stone knife dealt 10 damage per hit. Without any special equipment or buffs, a critical hit would double that to 20. Critical hits partly depend on luck, but also on the gap between attack and defense. The bigger the gap, the higher the chance of a crit. With the fire demon leader's defense at 0, It wasn't surprising that Siyu landed a critical hit after just 2 swings. But even without crits, 3 minutes was more than enough for Siyu to attack the fire demon leader 22 times and drain its HP to 0. The critical hit was just icing on the cake. In less than 3 minutes, actually, not even 2, the fire demon leader let out a final wail and collapsed, completely lifeless. Maybe it was because Lord players weren't really cut out for combat, but even after beating up a punching bag, Siyu still felt a bit exhausted. Still, no matter how tired she was, the moment the fire demon leader fell, Siyu immediately opened the gate, used her stone knife to cut open its chest, and dug out a red stone about the size of her palm. As she looked at the red stone in her hand, information about it appeared before her eyes. Flame stone. Category: material. Quality: green. Description: a material dropped by fire-type monsters. Can be used to craft items or build the city core fire. It's said that the flame stone burns eternally, its flame never extinguished. This red stone was the flame stone. The reason the fire demon leader always drops a flame stone is because its heart is a flame stone. Regular fire demons are incomplete evolutions of fire-type monsters, so only a rare few, the so-called chosen ones, will drop a flame stone. Unlike regular fire demons, whose bodies turn to smoke and vanish instantly upon death, the fire demon leader's corpse remains for a while. This time is not just for players to collect the flame stone, it's also a test of luck. A test of luck. See you, heh. She tossed the flame stone into her backpack, then carefully examined the fire demon leader's corpse from top to bottom. For some reason, despite being a corpse, it didn't look scary at all, probably because anything that needed to be censored had already been censored. After looking it over for a while, Siyu didn't hesitate any longer and started searching the fire demon leader's body. She had 5 minutes to search, but Siyu only needed 3 to strip the fire demon leader clean. In the end, she wasn't sure if it was because there was nothing left to find, or if the system couldn't stand the sight of a nearly streaking fire demon leader polluting the land. Either way, not long after she stopped, the corpse disappeared. The moment it vanished, Siyu vaguely heard a familiar voice in her ear. Congratulations on successfully killing the fire demon leader. After establishing your territory, please go to the quest hall to claim your first kill reward chest. Quest hall. Reward chest. Siyu knew what the quest hall was, but a reward chest? What's that? At least, she'd never heard of getting a chest for killing a boss before. Usually, when you kill a boss, aside from fixed drops like the flame stone, any other loot depends on what you collect from the body. Any accessory, weapon, piece of equipment, or clothing on a boss could potentially be useful. Whether it's actually useful or not is pure luck. Some people kill a boss and get a high-quality, shining gold saber. Others kill a boss and end up with a gray-quality, chipped kitchen knife. Yep, Siyu was that lucky one who got the kitchen knife. And it was a chipped kitchen knife at that, so bad that even the cooking NPCs would rather go on strike than use it. Because the fire demon leader had died, the entire nest of fire demons started fighting amongst themselves for the chance to seize the throne. To avoid getting caught up in the chaos, Siyu didn't have time to check what kind of junk she'd actually looted from the fire demon leader. She stuffed whatever she could into her backpack, and for the things that wouldn't fit, she wrapped them all up in the fire demon leader's cloak and carried them in her arms. Once she'd gathered her spoils, Siyu wasted no time and hurried straight back to her temporary base. By the time Siyu reached her base, she was already sorting through her loot. But she quickly realized there really wasn't much worth calling loot. Ash, some unknown stone, and a whole pile of charcoal. Although Siyu was honestly quite disgusted by all this junk, she still organized it and placed it near her base. After all, charcoal could be burned. Nearly 100 pieces of charcoal would last her several days. As for the ash, while it didn't look useful, it could actually be used to enrich the soil, a handy thing for when she'd eventually build her territory and start farming. Then there was the unknown stone. Siyu frowned, staring at the stone up and down for a long time. She even tried scraping the surface with a stone knife, hoping something might be hidden inside. Unfortunately, after all that effort, she still couldn't figure out any special use for the stone. After fiddling with it for a while and getting nowhere, Siyu gave up. She tossed the stone onto the cloak along with the rest of the useless junk, planning to bundle it all up and take it to her territory later. As for the 89 copper coins, Siyu just put them straight into her backpack. They didn't take up any space anyway. At this point, Siyu had a total of 136 copper coins, 89 from killing the fire demon leader and 47 from killing regular fire demons. The coins weren't useful yet, but now that she had a flame stone and was about to establish her territory, they'd come in handy soon enough. Aside from all this junk, Siyu managed to dig out a few barely useful items from the pile. Some gravel, some scraps of cloth, and a book? Huh. The moment she saw the book, Siyu was a little surprised. Books that dropped on Sunset Continent were usually skill books. Here, there's no such thing as a bad skill book, just ones that aren't suitable for you. Skill books come in many types: combat skills, life skills, aura skills, special skills, and so on. As mentioned before, the Lord role doesn't have any stats that boost combat, so she couldn't learn combat skills. Still, skill books are valuable. Even if she couldn't use a combat skill book, once she had a way to trade, she could sell it for money or give it to combat-related NPCs to strengthen them, which would, in turn, strengthen her own forces. All in all, just getting the skill book made up for the rest of the loot being junk, so you didn't feel too put out. At least it was better than a chipped kitchen knife. After sorting and cleaning up the last of her things, Siyu spotted 6 silver coins at the very bottom. Once she put those away, she'd finally finished organizing all the loot from the fire demon leader. With everything sorted, Siyu finally picked up the book. She hesitated for a long moment, hand hovering over the cover, before she finally opened it. And the moment she did, the previously blurry text on the pages gradually became clear. Advanced Cooking Skill Book. Type: Skill Book. Quality: Purple. Description: instantly raises your cooking skill to advanced level upon learning. No matter what the skill itself was, Siyu's luck this time was honestly pretty good. Skill books rarely dropped, and this was even an advanced one. You could tell from the purple quality. There are only 4 grades of skill books: basic, green; intermediate, blue; advanced, purple; and master, red. Although skill books only come in 4 grades, life skills actually have 6 levels. Of those 6, only the first 4 can be achieved directly with skill books. The last 2 require you to keep crafting things to gain proficiency and slowly level up. Take cooking as an example. The levels are basic cooking, intermediate cooking, advanced cooking, master cooking, expert cooking, and supreme cooking, god of cooking. And for any life skill, the last level always has a special title, like god or saint, for example, medicine saint, alchemist, craft god, artisan, farming god, farmer, and so on. But still, while getting an advanced skill book was great, why did it have to be a cooking skill book? It's not that Siyu looked down on cooking, but the skill really wasn't very useful in the early game, since valuable cooked dishes required too many ingredients. If it was just basic food, Siyu could make it herself, like roasted berries, berry juice, or grilled meat. She could make those with or without a skill book. It didn't make much difference. Only later, when she'd set up farmland, started raising animals or growing crops, or could get better ingredients from hunting beasts, would the cooking skill become truly useful. Otherwise, in the early game, it was basically pointless. Other life skills were different, though. Many of the materials needed to craft other items were basic ones at least, ones she could gather now. If she could choose, Siyu would rather trade this advanced cooking skill book for an intermediate artisan skill book. Artisan skills might not be the strongest, but they were the most useful early on. A higher artisan level meant less material consumption when making tools, slower tool durability loss, and more durability restored when using a whetstone to repair high-level gear. Looking at this advanced, but unfortunately cooking-related skill book, Siyu sighed, then put it away in her backpack. It might not be very useful, but it was still an advanced skill book and worth a lot. Worst case, she could sell it later and buy something else. 38 hours, 53 minutes, 10 seconds. That was the countdown after Siyu finished sorting all her loot. In other words, it was just after 5 p.m., and there were still almost 2 hours until nightfall. 2 hours. So you did the math and felt that should be enough time. So, dragging along her pile of supplies and the materials needed to build the hearthfire, she headed to the spot she'd already picked out, a patch of fertile soil near a water source, with dense berry bushes and fiber plants growing not far away. Once she'd settled on the location, so you didn't hesitate, she took out the Lord's token from her backpack. This was her first time seeing the item in person. The token was palm-sized, engraved with the words Lord's token, and the back was etched with intricate patterns she couldn't decipher. It felt oddly light in her hand, making her wonder if it was just a piece of foam. With the token in hand, Siu found hearthfire in the construction menu. Earlier, she'd used up a piece of stone to make a shovel for setting traps to kill the fire demon boss. Luckily, among the loot dropped by the boss, there were some stone fragments, just enough to synthesize a piece of stone for building the hearthfire. A familiar phantom outline appeared before her. Siu carefully placed the hearthfire right in the center. Consume plank X5, stone X5, flame stone X1 to build hearthfire. Constructing hearthfire. Estimated time, 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, as the flames ignited, the Lord's token in Siu's other hand flickered, as if it might vanish at any moment. Hearthfire detected nearby. Create territory. This wasn't Siu's first time establishing a territory, but for some reason, while the first time had filled her with nothing but excitement and joy, this second time, along with those same feelings, she also felt a hint of nervousness. She took several deep breaths before finally selecting yes. The moment she made her choice, the hearthfire suddenly erupted in a burst of fireworks-like flames. Siu wasn't startled. Instead, she found herself drawn closer to the hearthfire. Congratulations, A1-16, on successfully joining the digital world. Territory established. As thanks for your efforts in joining the digital world, the execution system will grant you a reward. Before Siu could fully process these messages, 3 familiar buildings appeared before her. Each building was different, but they all seemed to be printed on card-like objects. So this is the reward? Although Siu had only been in this digital world for less than 2 days, she'd already noticed that, while the world's template was Sunset Continent, a lot of things were actually different. Most of these differences were in the game's processes. The actual data and stats were exactly the same as before. For example, where once you could create a territory with just a hearthfire, now you also needed a Lord's token, or the new feature where killing a boss lets you claim a reward at the quest hall, something she'd never heard of before. These were all process changes, part of the game's flow. But things like monster attributes and weaknesses, or the materials needed for crafting buildings and items, those were all exactly as she remembered. To Siu, it felt as if Sunset Continent was indeed a game, but only just a game. Now, this digital world she was in was Sunset Continent 2.0, a modified game designed to help them integrate more easily. Whatever the truth was, it wasn't something Siu needed to worry about right now. She glanced at the 3 building cards and the 3-minute countdown timer above them, her mind racing as she considered which card to choose as her reward. Tavern card, used to instantly build a tavern within your territory for free, no materials required. Post station card, used to instantly build a post station within your territory for free, no materials required. Statue card, used to instantly build a statue within your territory for free, no materials required. Note: statue's identity is random and cannot be chosen. After reading the descriptions, Siu understood. If she was right, this was the execution system's way of helping Lord players. All 3 buildings were extremely useful. There wasn't a single useless option. More importantly, these buildings all required materials that were hard to gather in the early game. With these cards, she could get 1 building for free. If she chose wisely, it would not only speed up her territory's development, but also provide extra security. Each building had its own function: recruitment, trade, and blessings. The tavern allowed you to recruit NPCs. While you could still recruit NPCs without a tavern, The difference was that tavern-recruited NPCs always came with certain skills or special identities. Without a tavern, a lord could only set up a bulletin board near the Heartfire after creating a territory. Once the board was up, wandering NPCs would start to appear nearby. These wandering NPCs might choose to join your territory, but most of them were just ordinary people with no skills. Unless you provided them with skill books, or had skilled NPCs to take them as apprentices, or triggered a rare event where an NPC learned skills on their own. Otherwise, at best, they could only do basic labor like chopping wood, mining, farming, or gathering surface resources, twigs, leaves, etc. The post station was for trade. Once a territory had a post station, merchants would occasionally visit to trade with the player. There were many types of merchants, not just by what they sold, food, materials, equipment, etc., but also by race. Sunset Continent wasn't just humans, monsters, and ordinary plants and animals. There were other races, like goblins, dwarves, elves, and more. Merchants of different races sold different things. For example, goblin merchants mostly sold weapons and equipment, and if you build up enough favor with them, you might even be able to buy some rather dangerous items. Elven merchants loved plants, so most of what they sold were various plants they'd grown themselves. If your favorability with the elves gets high enough, there's a tiny, tiny chance they'll offer to sell you a plant called the Flower of Rebirth. As its name suggests, the Flower of Rebirth is one of the very few revival items available on the Sunset Continent. It's incredibly powerful, but the price is equally staggering. Back then, so you practically had to empty out half her entire storage just to trade for a single, rather plain-looking flower from the elves, and that was after a discount. Still, considering what it does, so you thought it was worth it. Because on the Sunset Continent, once you die, the system forcibly deletes your file. There's no chance to start over unless you have a revival item. If your save file is gone, what's the point of all that stuff in your storage anyway? But I digress. The last building is the statue. Its function is that every morning at 8 o'clock, you can go to the statue and receive a blessing, an aura. Different statues grant different blessings, and the longer you worship a particular statue, the stronger and longer-lasting the blessings become. That's why it's considered a helpful building. When facing the 10th day's attack from the dark creatures, if Siu chooses the tavern card, she can recruit NPCs to help fight them. If she chooses the post station, she can trade goods to quickly gather useful materials, craft more items, and strengthen herself. If she chooses the statue, that's also a great option, since the statue's blessings, auras, are generally very helpful, and they're group buffs. In other words, not only does Siu benefit from the aura, but any NPCs who've joined her territory do as well. With these buffs, as long as she plans around the specific effects, the territory's development speed will definitely get a huge boost. 3 different buildings, 3 different development paths, but no matter which one you pick, they're all excellent choices. At this point, Siu was genuinely torn, because she thought all 3 were great. If she could, she'd take all 3 cards, but obviously, that wasn't possible. When the countdown reached the final 10 seconds, Siu finally chose the tavern card. It wasn't because the tavern card was better than the other 2. Objectively, all 3 cards were equally good, down to the decimal point. She picked the tavern card simply because it relied less on luck. The merchants at the post station appear at random times, and what kind of merchant shows up and what they sell is also random. The statue's identity is random, and so are its blessings. By comparison, while the NPCs you recruit at the tavern are random too, at least they all come with skills. Confirm selection. Tavern building card. Siu quickly hit yes, afraid that if she waited even a few more seconds, the reward would expire if she hadn't confirmed her choice. You have obtained Tavern Building Card X1. As the notification for the new item sounded, a gray-brown building card appeared in Siu's hand, with a little "Open for Business" sign hanging at the door. Tavern Building Card. Category: Special. Quality: Blue. Description: Used to instantly build a tavern within your territory, no construction time required. Note: the tavern building card does not come with staff, you must recruit them yourself. Although the tavern is a place to recruit special NPCs, it can also function like a regular tavern, selling alcohol, food, and other goods. But to actually run the tavern, she'd need an NPC who knows how to manage it, as well as goods to sell. Right now, Siyu obviously had neither, so she put that idea aside for now. After receiving the tavern building card, Siyu didn't place the tavern immediately, since the description said it would be built instantly, with no construction time. If it did require construction time, she would have placed it right away, because normally it takes 2 hours to build a tavern. Oh wait, actually it's 5 hours. The tower build time was only when Siyu had a high-level craftsman NPC, who could reduce construction time and the relevant construction aura. Right now, she had neither, so it would take even longer. Looking at the mess of items scattered everywhere, the first thing Siyu needed to do was tidy up. Previously, she didn't have a territory, so she just piled things up wherever. But now that she had a territory, a home, there was no way she could keep doing that. With such a detailed game system, of course there had to be a building called a warehouse for storing materials. But Siyu couldn't build a warehouse yet, because she didn't have enough materials. Level 1 warehouse. Cost: plank x10, stone brick x5. Description: used for storing items. Can slow food spoilage to some extent. Level 1 warehouse has 100 slots. For non-tools/special items, stack limit is increased to 100. Can be upgraded with materials to increase storage space. Planks weren't an issue, she already had those from building the Hearthfire. The real bottleneck for the warehouse was stone bricks. 3 pebbles equals 1 stone, 4 stone equals 1 stone brick. So 12 pebbles equals 1 stone brick, and 5 stone bricks means 60 pebbles. It was almost nightfall, and all the stones she had in her backpack had been used to build the Hearthfire. She didn't even have a single pebble left, let alone stone or bricks. But that was okay, because a warehouse wasn't the only way to store things. There was something else she could use in the early game, when stone was scarce, to get by until she could build a warehouse. Wooden crate. Cost: wood block x3. Description: used for storing items. Has 20 slots. Stack limit is the same as the player's backpack. Compared to the warehouse, the wooden crate only needed 3 wood blocks. That's just 9 pieces of wood, which was a breeze for Siyu, who had an axe and was in the forest. Although Siyu had chopped a lot of wood earlier, she'd used up a batch making an arrow tower, and then used even more for wooden fences to deal with the fire demon boss. She even made a shovel. After all that, she only had 5 pieces of wood left. Thinking of this, Siyu picked up her axe and started chopping trees, and didn't stop until there were only 10 minutes left before nightfall. Although she no longer had the Lord's token, so she couldn't check the countdown on it to keep track of time, she still had her 2 auras, so she could at least manage her time well enough for now. After chopping trees for so long and wearing out her second whetstone in the process, Siyu finally gathered enough wood. The reason she cut down so many trees at once wasn't just to collect materials for storage boxes, she needed wood for other things as well. Since most of the upcoming buildings would require higher-tier materials, Siyu processed all the wood she'd gathered into Tier 2 materials, leaving herself with very little raw wood. 3 minutes later, Siyu took out 3 wooden blocks, opened the construction menu, and built her first storage box near the settlement's central fire. Storage boxes didn't require many materials, but their drawbacks were obvious. For example, small capacity, low stacking limits, can't be upgraded, can't be recycled. The first few issues were manageable, but the last one, can't be recycled, meant that if she dismantled the box with a hammer later, she wouldn't get any materials back. Other buildings, when dismantled with a hammer, would return some materials, which was why Siyu hadn't bothered making storage boxes at her previous temporary camp. It wasn't just that she didn't have enough stuff to need a storage box, it was also because that camp was only temporary, and she'd have to move sooner or later. Once she left, she couldn't take the box with her or recycle it, so building one there would have been a waste of resources. But it was different now that she had her own territory. She'd be living here for the rest of her life, probably, so as long as there was enough space, the storage boxes could stay put forever. Once the first box was built, Siyu began organizing her belongings. Although everything she owned could fit into a single box, she planned to make two, to keep things sorted. One box would hold commonly used basic materials, food, and tools she didn't need right now, like wood, stone, fiber, cord, ore, red berries, stone shovels, and so on. The other box would be for fuel and miscellaneous items she didn't have a use for yet, such as broken bark, snapped branches, unidentified rocks, charcoal, ashes, etc. While waiting for the materials for the second box to finish, Sue grabbed her stone knife and gathered about 3 stacks of berries from a nearby bush. Before establishing her territory, Sue would have only collected 1 stack, partly to avoid waste and partly because she didn't have enough space to store more food. Food was different from other items. It had to be kept in her backpack, or there was a high chance that wild animals would steal it while she was away. Other materials, though inedible and useless to animals, could still occasionally be stolen. That's why Sue always carried even the items she didn't immediately need. She'd rather sacrifice a backpack slot than risk having to regather materials because they were stolen. That would be much more troublesome than just having one less slot. But now, with her own territory and enough storage space, she didn't have to worry about food being stolen, just whether she could eat it all before it spoiled. Storage boxes could keep items safe from theft, but they didn't extend food's shelf life. So after roasting, the berries would still only last 3 days. Only after building a warehouse and storing the roasted berries inside would their shelf life increase to 5 days. 5 days still wasn't long, but it was better than nothing. Sue wasn't worried about not finishing 3 stacks of berries in time. She was actually more concerned about not having enough. Now that she had her own territory, she wouldn't be the only one needing to eat in the future. After collecting 3 stacks of berries and tossing them into the central fire to roast, Sue checked on her portable workbench, which had finished making some wooden blocks. With more types of materials and more things to craft, a single portable workbench was no longer enough. Whenever she started making something, everything else had to wait until it was done, which was a huge waste of time. So Sue decisively used 2 wooden blocks to build a second workbench. Workbenches are a special type of building that can be recycled, but their recycling works a bit differently from other buildings. For most buildings, recycling means smashing them with a hammer and getting back some of the original materials. This is called material recycling. But with workbenches, using a hammer gives you 2 options: material recycling or full recycling. Full recycling means you retrieve the entire workbench intact, so you can just place it down again later without needing to rebuild it. Generally, all crafting workbenches have this full recycling feature, provided you have a hammer. Sue didn't have a hammer yet, since it required stone to craft, but she didn't need to dismantle or recycle anything at the moment, so she wasn't in a rush to make one. 10 seconds passed quickly. As soon as the new basic workbench was finished, Sue put it straight to work. 2 boxes used up 6 wooden blocks, the workbench took 2, and the bulletin board needs 2 planks. That's 8 wooden blocks. In other words, after all that tree chopping, she'd only managed to make 35 wooden blocks, and now she was already down to just 19. Sue sighed. Even though she'd managed to establish her territory in just 3 days, or really 2, there was still so much left to do. For example, she was making these 2 wooden planks to build a structure called a bulletin board. As mentioned before, the bulletin board would allow wandering NPCs to spawn near her territory. With NPCs, you have labor, but to actually use that labor, you also need the right tools and building resources. For example, you have to build residences before you can take in these wandering NPCs. NPCs can eat poorly, dress poorly, and even live poorly, but they must have somewhere to live. If you don't even have a place for them to stay, then even if a wandering NPC wants to join your territory, they won't be able to for certain reasons. Don't ask why, the answer is game restrictions. It's to prevent players from endlessly grinding NPC favorability to hoard a massive number of NPCs. Never mind whether the game server could even handle so much data if you took in that many NPCs at once. Judging by the bizarre things some players do, the first thing to break would probably be this continent itself. Ever heard of the 4th calamity? Although this digitized world is different from the original game in many ways, CU doesn't think this restriction will be lifted. And to build a residence, you need 10 planks. That's a whopping 120 pieces of wood. CU suddenly felt her hands shaking just thinking about chopping all that wood. While Lord players can gather resources, their efficiency is actually nerfed compared to other roles. And it's a pretty significant nerf. That's because the proper way to play is to recruit NPCs, let NPCs chop wood, mine, gather food, and so on. So, after CU chops just a couple of trees, her stamina plummets, or after a few more, she's exhausted. It's really not her fault. It's just that this character's abilities have been deliberately weakened. She was about to build a bulletin board, which meant that by tomorrow morning at the latest, the first batch of wandering NPCs would spawn. To ensure a steady development pace and prevent luck from ruining the game experience, the first batch of NPCs is guaranteed to appear within 12 hours of building the bulletin board. How many NPCs show up and what their circumstances are is random. But right now, so you can't build a residence, not even by tomorrow morning, because night is about to fall. Oh, wait, it's already night. Maybe it was because building and crafting took so much time, but so you hadn't even noticed the hours slipping by. Thanks to the heart fire in the town center, she hadn't even realized it had gotten dark. So you looked up at the sky, then took the 2 finished planks out of the workbench. Consume 2 planks to build a bulletin board. Building. Bulletin board. Estimated time, 5 minutes. Obtained, roasted berries x2. Munching on the sweet and sour roasted berries to restore her hunger meter, so you browsed through the building list. Although she couldn't take in wandering NPCs by building residences just yet, she did have another way to put those NPCs to use. It just required a little payment, that's all. After finishing her 2 servings of roasted berries, so you drank a cup of water, the water she'd collected from a nearby stream while gathering berries. That's why you always want to set up your territory near a water source. This way, she didn't have to waste hunger points making berry juice just to stay hydrated. Not only is it convenient for daily drinking, but it'll make irrigating farmland much easier later on. That said, while it's great to have your territory near water, it's not ideal for a temporary campsite. That's because places near water tend to be damp, with moist soil and lower nighttime temperatures. Resting in such an environment carries a high risk of picking up debuffs. And you can't just drink the water straight. Either it has to be boiled first, or you risk diarrhea or infection. But with houses in the territory and no one sleeping on the ground, there's no need to worry about dampness or cold. And thanks to the heart fire, or more accurately, the firestone, preparing hot water is no problem at all, since the heart fire burns 24/7 and doesn't waste fuel or kindling. The heart fire can theoretically burn forever. After all, it's not just an ordinary flame, it symbolizes the life of the territory itself. With the firestone, just a bit of fuel keeps the heart fire burning for ages. Finally found it. Siu's eyes lit up as she opened the building's info panel. Once she confirmed that, despite the name change, this was indeed the old quest board, Siu started synthesizing the materials to craft it. When the materials were ready, she placed the building next to the bulletin board. Consume 2 planks to build a bounty board. Building. Bounty board. Estimated time, 5 minutes. Bounty board, quest board, a place to post and accept bounty quests, can be merged with the quest hall. Note, when the territory reaches intermediate camp level, system quests will unlock and refresh. Only the Lord can accept system quests and rewards are provided by the system. Player-posted bounty quests can be accepted by any NPC, and rewards are provided by the player. System quests? What's that supposed to mean? Siu had already found it odd that the quest board had been renamed, but after reading the note, she was even more puzzled. Before, the quest board only had one function, posting and accepting quests. The Lord would post quests for wandering NPCs or residents to take, and could use this to gather resources. But since they're quests, there had to be rewards, so it was basically paying for resources. Later in the game, as the territory developed, it wasn't just the player who could post quests. Any resident could, as long as they could afford the reward. But now there were also system quests, and only the player could accept them. Siyu was very confused, but since the materials and the functions she needed hadn't changed, she went ahead and built the quest board, well, the bounty board now. It also took 5 minutes to build, but driven by curiosity, those 5 minutes felt especially long to Siyu. With nothing else to do, Siyu took out the tavern card and wandered around her territory, measuring distances and making gestures. She was measuring space. The reason she didn't place the tavern right away was because of spacing. In the game, you'd at least have grid lines or auto-alignment to help with building placement, but here, there was nothing like that. She'd noticed this problem as soon as she placed her first campfire. But this was just a minor issue. Siyu wasn't a perfectionist. She simply liked to place the right buildings in the right spots, making it easier for her future planning. Since there was no grid map or similar tool to help, Siyu could only arrange things by referencing the positions of other buildings. Those 2 wooden crates served as reference points, and so did the newly built bulletin board. As a building for recruiting NPCs, Siyu planned to place the tavern as close to the city gate as possible. That way, whenever she recruited an NPC, she could see them walking in from outside the city as soon as she stepped out of the tavern, instead of having to make a big detour to the gate to greet them. The same logic applied to the bulletin board. The bulletin board wasn't just for refreshing wandering NPCs, it also served to notify NPCs of messages. There was no communication equipment in this world, no such thing as cell phones or computers. So, if a Lord player wanted to convey instructions or information, the bulletin board was the way to do it. Any NPC who had joined the territory would check the bulletin board at least once a day, no matter the time, to make sure that even non-resident NPCs could see the latest information about the territory as soon as they entered. Pretty much every player built their first bulletin board near the city gate, Siyu was no exception. Once she'd picked the spot, the building card in Siyu's hand shimmered and slowly disappeared. At the same moment, a building suddenly sprang up right in front of her. Siyu. Honestly, while she wasn't startled, she did think this way of appearing was a bit perfunctory and kind of cheap. Come on, at least give me some special effects. Just because it's free, does it have to be this plain? Still, complaints aside, Siyu didn't really care much about special effects. What she cared about most right now was what kind of NPCs she'd be able to recruit. Even though it was already nighttime, she could still see the recruitable NPCs. It's just that once she confirmed which NPC to recruit, that NPC would only arrive the next morning. Pushing open the tavern door, Siyu found that this so-called tavern was basically just an empty, unfinished room. Aside from a bar-like counter and a round stool, there was nothing else, not even a window. Siyu. Figures. You get what you pay for. She wasn't sure if all building cards were this bare bones, but if she'd built the place herself with materials, at the very least there would be a basic set of furniture. Oh well. As long as I can recruit, that's enough. The tavern was crude, but Siyu didn't plan to actually run it for now. She just needed it for its special NPC recruitment function. As long as it worked, who cared about the decor? She groped her way to the bar counter. Yes, the tavern didn't even have any lighting. She could only make out the interior thanks to the firelight from the city core shining through the open door. But in a way, the lack of furniture was a blessing. At least with nothing in the way, she wouldn't bump into anything in the dark. Siyu comforted herself with this thought, conveniently forgetting that a tavern was supposed to have a few lanterns inside. Tavern Level 1. Unlocked Functions. 1. Special NPC Recruitment, Refresh Countdown. 2. Tavern Operations, Missing Relevant NPCs. When using the tavern for recruitment early on, there were 2 things to keep in mind: the number of recruits and the refresh countdown. A level 1 tavern could refresh up to 3 NPCs at a time, but you could only recruit 1 per refresh. The refresh countdown wasn't shown. NPCs would refresh randomly every 3 to 5 days. There was another common misconception. Many people thought that as long as you selected an NPC to recruit, they'd automatically join your territory. But that wasn't the case. Recruiting through the tavern only gave you a chance to interact with the NPC. Whether or not they stayed depended entirely on your own abilities. Whether it was economic strength, combat prowess, or communication skills, as long as you could persuade the NPC to stay, they'd temporarily work for you. So you took a deep breath and opened the special NPC recruitment interface. Dolan. Gender, male. Age, teen. Loyalty, 70. Affection, 20. Talents, carpentry, 85, masonry, 60. Skills, novice carpenter. Traits, conscientious, increases success rate when crafting advanced items, arrogant, slower skill proficiency gain. Profile, Dolan is a highly talented carpenter. Even at a young age, he has already reached the standard of a novice master carpenter. Because of this, he's been praised by many since childhood, which has made him a bit arrogant. Dolan's grandfather was an outstanding master carpenter, and he taught Dolan his skills. Dolan deeply loves and respects his grandfather and has always remembered his teachings. My dear child, remember this. Always be careful and diligent, especially when it comes to things you love. Don't let a moment's carelessness lead to irreparable regret. Domi. Gender, female. Age, teen. Loyalty, 60. Affection, 10. Talents, cooking, 78, sewing, 65. Skills, novice sewing. Traits, inspired, increases chance of innovation, reclusive, slower, and less likely to socialize. Profile, Domi was adopted by the village seamstress. No one knows who her parents are or where they went. The old seamstress treated her well and was willing to teach her sewing, but because she had no parents, the village children would bully her when the seamstress wasn't around. This made Domi withdrawn and unwilling to interact with strangers. A lonely childhood without playmates led Domi to spend her time alone in her room, practicing her sewing skills. Though the old seamstress worried about her, she knew Domi couldn't easily fit in with the other children. So she didn't force her, but instead devoted herself to teaching Domi sewing, hoping to make her successor. Doya. Gender, female. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 70. Affection, 20. Talents, archery, 88, combat, 70. Skills, novice archery, bottleneck, novice combat. Traits, brave, increased fear resistance, agile, increased proficiency with agility-based weapons, shadow, has difficulty acting normally in certain environments. Profile, Doya is the child of a village hunter. Since she was little, she followed her father into the forest or deep mountains to hunt. Although her mother opposed them taking risks, Doya still insisted on learning hunting skills alongside her father. Under her father's guidance, Doya became an excellent hunter at a young age. She possessed agility and combat prowess far beyond her peers, abilities honed through years of battling wild beasts. On the day Doya came of age, her father went deep into the mountains alone to hunt, intending to bring back a coming-of-age gift for her. Unfortunately, he encountered a rampaging pack of beasts and was killed by wolves. In the end, Doya still received her coming-of-age gift, a snow-white baby ermine, delivered by villagers who had found her father's body. That's right, it's exactly the same as I remember. So you read over the information on these 3 NPCs again and again, finally coming to this conclusion. Since it's just like before, so you naturally decided to analyze and choose the first special NPC to recruit using the same approach as last time. Although these 3 NPCs have similar names, they actually have independent backgrounds and no relation to each other. As for why their names are so alike, players used to have all sorts of theories. So you didn't care much about names, but she vaguely thought of a possibility. Maybe the developers were just too lazy to come up with different names. It sounds a bit ridiculous, but it's not impossible. Now, it seems this data-driven world is also too lazy to name things, which is why you end up with Dolan, Domi, and Doya, names that sound like they could be siblings. Putting aside the naming issue, let's analyze the information at hand, starting with age. Here, age isn't given as a number, but as categories: child, youth, and later on, middle-aged and elderly. Different ages affect the NPC's daily behavior. For example, younger NPCs are more likely to be impulsive and inexperienced, unable to handle problems on their own. Middle-aged and elderly NPCs don't have these issues. However, older NPCs have physical limitations due to age. They tire more easily and are more susceptible to negative conditions in special circumstances. Teenagers and young adults don't have these problems. They're strong, energetic, and full of vitality in everything they do. Of course, all of this is just a generalization about age differences. Whether it's Sunset Continent or this data-driven world, there's a lot of freedom, and anything can happen. Next is loyalty. If talent is the stat that determines how useful an NPC is, then loyalty is the stat that determines whether you can use them at all. No matter how amazing an NPC is, no matter how multi-talented, if they aren't loyal enough to the player, you absolutely can't keep them around. Keeping them would be a hidden danger. And because they're so capable, they're an even greater threat. Normally, the lowest loyalty for NPCs on the recruitment list is 60. 60 is the passing line. If they reach this number, it means the NPC will listen to Suyu's commands, as long as her orders are reasonable. Loyalty isn't fixed. It can go up or down. Favorability works the same way. Loyalty and favorability may look similar, but they're actually quite different. Here's an easy-to-understand example. Suppose you want an NPC to chop wood and gather lumber. The way you phrase your request depends on the situation. For an NPC with high loyalty but low favorability. Player, we need a batch of lumber to build up the territory. With this wood, our settlement will be much improved. I believe you're a capable person who can contribute to our cause. For an NPC with low loyalty but high favorability. Player, hey friend, I need some wood for a project, but I'm really busy right now and can't get away. Could you help me gather some? You will? Thank you so much. Loyalty refers to devotion to the territory as a whole. Favorability refers to how much the NPC likes the player personally. In fact, favorability isn't just about liking, it's also a kind of personal loyalty to the player. It might seem complicated, but as long as the NPC isn't particularly odd, and as long as the player is a normal person, both stats aren't hard to raise. So it's not a huge issue. Next is talent. Talent is just what it sounds like. The higher the talent stat, the less time the NPC needs to learn related skills, the faster their proficiency grows, and the greater their capacity for innovation. So, the higher the talent stat, the better. Normally, talent is determined at birth and can't be improved later. On the NPC info screen, only talents above 50 are displayed. If it's below 50, that's considered average and the NPC will never advance beyond intermediate in that skill, so there's no need to show it. Corresponding to talent are skills. All three NPCs have 2 trainable talents. Of the skills they currently possess, only Doya has 2 skills, and one of them is at a bottleneck. If you invest resources in her, she can quickly break through and become a combat-type NPC with intermediate archery. NPCs can't see these stats, so they don't know what their talents are and can't learn skills based on them. For example, Domi's highest talent is cooking, but she only has a beginner-level sewing skill. Suyu recruits special NPCs for their skills, so the mismatch between Domi's talent and skill is enough for Suyu to rule her out. She doesn't have a chef on hand to teach Domi cooking, so Suyu needs NPCs whose skills match their talents. What's more, Domi has the reclusive trait. Traits can be understood as an NPC's personality characteristics, usually shaped by their experiences. For example, Dolan is highly talented as a carpenter, so he's praised by others, which has made him arrogant and given him a tendency to become a wasted prodigy. Domi and Doya, one was bullied as a child and dislikes interacting with strangers, so she's reclusive. The other suffered trauma from her father's death, resulting in certain shadows. All of these are closely tied to their stories. Traits can be good or bad, but they generally come in 3 colors. Most NPCs have 1 red negative trait and 1 green positive trait, or just a blue neutral trait. Diligence, inspiration, courage, agility, these are all positive traits, as you can see from the descriptions. Let's take a blue trait called gluttony as an example. Literally, it means this NPC eats a lot. Logically, eating more means consuming more food, which should be considered a negative trait. But gluttony has another effect, When this NPC is full, all their stats can temporarily surge to 200% of their original values. Food is one of the least valuable resources in the late game. If you can trade food for combat power, who wouldn't want to? That's why gluttony is classified as a blue trait. Traits can be good or bad, but even among those, there are degrees. Some are just mildly good or bad, while others are exceptionally good or bad. It's like how both 59 and 0 are failing grades, while 60 and 100 are both passing. Of course, all these definitions are made by players during gameplay and aren't set by the game itself. For example, Domi's reclusive trait is an exceptionally bad red trait. Traits affect socialization speed. Both loyalty and favorability are tied to social interactions, so Domi's starting loyalty and favorability are lower than the other two NPCs. This is all because of reclusive. Not only are the initial values lower, but when you try to increase Domi's loyalty or favorability later, the gains are also smaller than with other NPCs. For example, if you give their favorite item, others might gain 10 favor points, but Domi might only gain 5 or even less. This is the second reason why Siyu didn't choose Domi. If it were just low starting stats, she could accept it. But if the growth rate is also slow, Siyu can't accept that. Because these two stats are very important. Not just as loyalty and favorability, but also as a measure of how much the NPC trusts their territory and its ruler. If loyalty is too low, the NPC might rebel. If favorability is too low, the NPC may have their own hidden agendas and won't be completely loyal. Honestly, there's not much of a choice here anyway. The main issue is that the gap between these three NPCs is just too big. One is arrogant, one is reclusive, both have negative traits rated below 20 points. But Doya is different. She has 2 positive traits, 2 skills, high talent stats, and her only negative trait only triggers in specific circumstances. If Siyu guessed right, that specific circumstance refers to wolf packs. After all, Doya's trauma comes from her father's death, which was related to wolves. Some might think that just witnessing her father's death shouldn't leave such a shadow, and maybe it's more about hatred than trauma. But the thing is, in Doya's eyes, her father wasn't just a parent. He was also a powerful hunter and an all-capable mentor. If even someone as strong as him couldn't escape the wolves, wouldn't that leave a psychological scar? What's more, he died because he was trying to bring Doya a gift, which makes the blow even worse for her. So, there's definitely hatred, but also trauma. After all, trauma isn't only caused by fear. But anyway, as long as there are no wolves around, Doya is basically a perfect NPC with no negative traits. A negative trait that only triggers under certain conditions is much better than the other two, whose negative traits are always present. Coincidentally, Siyu was just worrying about how to deal with the shadow creatures on the 10th day. If she could successfully recruit Doya and equip her with suitable weapons and gear. Confirm recruitment of Doya. Kind reminder, you can only recruit one NPC this time. Once confirmed, all other NPC recruitment info will be cleared from the panel. The NPC you choose will arrive at your territory within 1 day. Yes! As Siyu made her choice, Doya's information was enlarged and locked on the panel, while the other 2 NPCs' info was wiped. In addition, Siyu noticed a new line of text after Doya's name. This NPC is on their way to your territory. Estimated arrival time. Right now, the tavern is at a low level, so you can't see any timing info, neither when new NPCs will refresh nor when they'll arrive. Once you upgrade, these times will be displayed. Not only that, upgrading the tavern will also shorten the refresh and arrival times for NPCs. Now, all that's left is a long wait. Even though there's no residential house or lord's mansion for the player to live in, thanks to the tavern, Siyu doesn't have to rough it outdoors. No matter how basic, the tavern is at least a roof over her head. Siyu wasn't picky. She left the tavern door half open, dragged the only chair to the entrance, and sat down, leaning against the wall and basking in the firelight from the territory's heart flame. She closed her eyes to rest. Is anyone there? A faint voice sounded. It seemed to belong to a young woman. Not only that, but from her tone, you could tell she wasn't in great shape. Her voice was weak and feeble, as if she might pass out at any moment. Is there really no one here? The newcomer sounded doubtful, because she'd clearly seen the territory's heart flame not far away. A heart flame means there's a territory nearby, and if there's a territory, there should be people, right? But she really didn't hear anyone respond. Was her voice too soft? Thinking this, the girl took a deep breath and forced herself to take a few more steps toward the heart flame. She hadn't eaten or rested properly for days, so she was in terrible shape. Even just a few steps felt like a lifetime, draining all her energy. Once she stepped out from the cover of the trees, she saw what had been hidden from view, a very simple, small camp surrounded by a wooden fence, with just 2 signboards at the entrance, a notice board and a bounty board. Because it was only a wooden fence and not a tall wall, she could clearly see everything inside. There was the burning heart flame, 2 wooden crates, and a tavern. The girl, what kind of weird setup is this? Although she wasn't a player but an NPC, NPCs also know about territories. Some especially talented management-type NPCs can even help players run and develop their territories. This girl didn't have that talent, but her past experience told her that building a tavern first was definitely not normal. Who builds a tavern before even putting up a place to live? Actually, it was perfectly normal for her to have these doubts. After all, NPCs had no idea that things like building cards even existed. If it weren't for the building card, C's first building really would have been a residential house. After all, labor was the most important thing, and she didn't have the materials to build a tavern anyway. Although the woman found the setup of this territory quite strange when she saw it, her own condition was so poor, and she was so desperate for help that she couldn't afford to dwell on these oddities. Dragging her exhausted body, she walked toward the camp. Hello, is anyone there? She stopped in front of the fence gate. She could have just pushed the gate open and walked in, but she was a stranger, after all, and this was someone else's territory. It wouldn't be appropriate. She was here to ask for help, not to cause trouble. But she waited a long time and no one came. Exhaustion and hunger began to overwhelm her, and she was clearly at her limit. In fact, she'd already reached her limit. The only reason she'd made it this far was because she'd seen the heart fire in the center of the territory. Her current state was like someone lost in the desert for days, suddenly spotting an oasis. She'd forced herself to keep going, only to discover that the oasis was just a mirage. Just as she was hesitating about whether or not to push open the gate, she seemed to hear footsteps behind her. Was that her imagination? Why behind her? That was the last thought she had before she completely lost consciousness. The woman had been calling out but got no response, not because Siu was deliberately ignoring her, but because Siu wasn't even in the territory and couldn't possibly hear her. That morning, before 5 o'clock, Siu had already woken up. After waking, she headed out for 2 main reasons: to check the traps she'd set earlier, and to visit the sandstone resource point to dig up more sandstone for making whetstones. She still had 1 whetstone left, but considering she'd worn out one in just over an hour yesterday, she knew this one wouldn't last long either. Now that she had a territory, Siu had a huge demand for basic materials. Not only was she short on labor, but she also lacked tools. Most NPCs didn't bring their own tools. If she wanted them to work, she'd have to provide tools herself, otherwise, it would be like trying to cook without rice. Siu knew there was a good chance an NPC would show up that morning, but since NPCs only appeared during the day, she'd gone out early to make the most of her morning without missing the NPC's arrival. But it seemed she was still a little late. Seeing a slender figure standing at the gate, Siu guessed who it was. But before she could say anything, the woman swayed like a falling autumn leaf and collapsed to the ground. Suyu. Startled, Siu rushed over, dropped what she was carrying, and helped the woman up. As she did so, she quickly checked the woman's information. Dolly. Gender, female. Age, young adult. Loyalty, unknown. Favorability, unknown. Talent, unknown. Skills, unknown. Traits, unknown. Description: this woman has not eaten or rested for a long time, and her nerves have been under constant stress. She is extremely weak and needs rest and food. so you didn't have time to look at anything else. She skimmed the last part, and after understanding the woman's condition, immediately took out a cup of water from her backpack, hot water she'd already boiled and could be drunk directly. As for the roasted berries, given the woman's unconscious state, so you figured there was no way she could feed her those. Even giving her water, the woman only managed to swallow some of it, the rest dribbling out, but at least she got a little down. After giving her water, so you glanced at the ground to make sure nothing she dropped would run away, then helped Dolly into the territory and settled her next to the heart fire, letting her rest against a chest. Once that was done, so you returned to the gate to pick up what she'd dropped. She'd dropped 3 rabbits, still alive. These rabbits weren't from her traps, the traps weren't that effective. When she'd checked them, there wasn't even a tuft of fur left. Clearly, the animals had escaped. But that was expected, given the poor quality of the traps. If she wanted to hunt in the future, she'd need to make better ones or have a combat-capable NPC do the hunting. Still, even though the traps hadn't caught anything, Sue had stumbled across a rabbit warren on her way back. Because she'd gone out early, the rabbits were still resting, so she managed to catch all 3. To keep them from escaping, she'd quickly gathered some fiber scraps and twisted them into a cord to tie the rabbits up. Glancing at the still unconscious Dolly, Sue took out her stone knife and got ready to process the rabbits. Thinking back, Sue had been a bit puzzled when she saw Dolly faint. She'd actually thought the NPC was Doya, the special NPC with combat skills. But if it was Doya, why would she faint? After all, Doya wasn't some frail girl, she had combat ability, and it was more than enough to handle the beasts outside the forest. Plus, having hunted with her father since childhood, she should have been used to the wild and wouldn't be in such a sorry state. It wasn't until Suyu checked the NPC's information that she realized this wasn't Doya, but Dolly, a wandering NPC. She couldn't see information about wandering NPCs unless they actively wanted to join her territory, at which point she'd receive a join request. Only in the request interface could Suyu see their information. It made sense. The recruitment interface was for players to choose from, so it showed all the details, just like a job application. But wandering NPCs, being new arrivals, wouldn't reveal anything until they wanted to join. Only then would their information be displayed, allowing players to decide whether or not to accept them. Obtained Animal Hide X2. Obtained Damaged Animal Hide X1. Obtained Rabbit Fur X14. Obtained Small Piece of Meat X12. After spending some time processing the 3 rabbits, Suyu ended up with 2 complete hides and 1 damaged hide. She looked regretfully at the damaged hide and let out a sigh. She had originally hoped that with 3 rabbits, she'd get 3 hides, just enough to craft a tool bag for carrying her tools, while the hide she'd collected earlier could be used to make a simple pair of hide shoes. Although she did have shoes now, they were just the most basic straw sandals. Straw sandals didn't provide any bonuses. At best, they just kept her feet from getting pricked while walking. Hide shoes, on the other hand, were one of the better pairs of shoes you could craft early on. They could increase walking and running speed, and also reduce stamina consumption while moving, making them perfect transitional gear for early game exploration. But since she'd failed, so you could only use the 2 complete hides, along with the one she already had, to make a tool bag. Compared to stamina consumption, the most important thing right now was backpack space. Stone knife, axe, pickaxe, shovel, and even whetstones stack limit 5. Once these 5 items were stored in the tool bag, half of Suyu's backpack space would instantly be freed up. With that in mind, Suyu took out some twine from her portable workbench, also something she'd collected along the way. When she'd spotted the rabbits, she'd already thought she might be able to craft a tool bag today, so she'd gathered some extra fiber scraps just in case. With the twine, she now had all the materials she needed for the tool bag. Consume Animal Hide X3, Twine X5 to craft tool bag. Crafting, tool bag. Estimated time, 120 seconds. Obtain tool bag X1. Tool bag. Category, special. Quality, green. Description, tool bag. When equipped, allows you to store one of each type of tool, up to 5 whetstones, without taking up backpack space. Only one tool bag can be equipped at a time. As soon as the tool bag was finished, Siu equipped it right away. The tool bag slots appeared just below her backpack, a long row of silhouetted icons, each representing a different tool. Siu took out her pickaxe and placed it in the tool bag. The pickaxe automatically matched to one of the silhouettes, which then lit up and moved to the front of the row. A black silhouette meant that slot was empty, while a lit icon meant a tool of that type had been placed there. As for the order, that was a special feature of the tool bag, to help players quickly find the tool they needed. After equipping the tool bag, players could customize the order of their tools. By default, lit icons came first, silhouettes after. The most frequently used tools were at the front, and the least used at the back. Besides that, the tool bag had another handy feature. It could auto-repair tool durability. Of course, the prerequisite for auto-repair was having at least one whetstone in the tool bag. With a whetstone, you just had to put the tool you wanted to repair into the tool bag, and then you could use the whetstone directly. All in all, these were just minor features. The tool bag's main function was still to store tools and save space. Siu put all her remaining tools into the tool bag, instantly freeing up half her backpack space. After all that work, Siu was starting to feel hungry. She glanced at Dory, who was still unconscious, thought for a moment, then took her stone knife to gather some berries nearby, and brought out the rabbit meat she'd gotten earlier. Use small piece of meat x1, berries x2, leaves x3 to cook berry roast. Cooking, berry roast. Estimated time, 120 seconds. The campfire was blazing as the berry roast cooked, while Siu leisurely ate a serving of roasted berries herself. By the time she finished her roasted berries, the meat was already giving off a rich, mouth-watering aroma. Roast meat was already delicious, but this time, with the addition of berries, the flavor was even more tempting. The red berries added a tangy note, making the scent even more irresistible. Even someone who wasn't hungry would find their mouth watering at that smell. Let alone Dory, who hadn't eaten in ages. Maybe the aroma was just too enticing, because Dory, who had been fast asleep, was suddenly woken up by hunger. When she woke, she was completely confused. Dory, who am I? Where am I? You're finally awake. Have some water first, the roast will be ready soon. Before Dory could figure out what was going on, a gentle female voice sounded beside her. At the same time, a hand reached over, holding a wooden cup filled with steaming hot water. Dory instinctively wanted to refuse, but when she realized her throat was so dry she couldn't even speak, she hesitated, then shyly accepted the water Siu offered. The water was hot, but not scalding, just right to drink, and enough to clear her hunger and exhaustion-fogged mind. After finishing the cup, Dory gradually remembered what had happened. Her name was Dory. She was a member of a merchant caravan, but while passing through the forest, the caravan had accidentally wandered into a beast's territory and was attacked. In the chaos, she'd gotten separated from the others. She'd been too scared to rest, afraid that if she fell asleep, she'd wake up surrounded by beasts. She was also too scared to eat anything from the forest, since she'd once seen someone nearly die from eating a wild fruit. Luckily, the caravan's doctor had managed to give that person an antidote in time, saving their life. But now Dory was alone, with no antidote and no knowledge of which plants were safe, so of course she hadn't dared eat anything in the forest, which was why she'd ended up so exhausted and hungry. If she remembered right, just before she lost consciousness, she'd seen the campfire in the distance and headed toward it, hoping for help. She'd called out for a long time with no answer, and just as she was about to pass out, she vaguely heard hurried footsteps behind her. As Dory slowly came to her senses, Siu brought over the freshly made berry roast. Remember anything? Siu handed the grilled meat to Dolly. If not, it's fine. Eat something first. Looking at the delicate-featured woman before her, Dolly felt a strange sense of goodwill rise in her heart. Thank you. I'll pay you. Although Dolly still wasn't sure who this woman was, the fact that she'd been able to bring Dolly here and was now roasting meat over the territory's heartfire gave Dolly some vague guesses. But no matter who the woman was, it didn't change the fact that she'd saved her. Dolly had intended to take out some money to thank Suyu for rescuing her and providing her with food and drink, but before she could do anything, Suyu shoved the grilled meat into her hands, not giving her a chance to react. Eat first. We can talk about everything else later. With that, Suyu stood up, as if she was about to leave. There's a new guest. I'll be gone for a bit. Take your time and rest. At first, when Dolly saw Suyu leave, she thought maybe the woman was embarrassed to accept her money. But after hearing the second half of her sentence, Dolly paused, then instinctively glanced toward the entrance of the territory. If she wasn't mistaken, there really was someone standing over there. Since Suyu genuinely had something to attend to, Dolly didn't want to disturb her and could only thank her again to show her gratitude. Suyu actually didn't care whether Dolly paid or not. After all, she was only doing this to build goodwill. Wandering NPCs rarely had skills, because most of them didn't have any backstory, no past. Their existence was simply to exist. But Dolly was different. Although Suyu couldn't see any other information about her, she could tell from Dolly's clothing that she probably wasn't an ordinary wandering NPC. Suyu guessed she was someone with a backstory, in other words, an NPC with talents or skills. But even if she was wrong and Dolly didn't have any skills, Suyu wouldn't consider the grilled meat wasted. She needed people, and goodwill still needed to be built. When Suyu reached the gate, she saw a handsome, short-haired woman dressed in practical leather armor. Not only that, but Suyu could see what looked like a bow and arrows slung across her back. Huh? An NPC who comes with their own weapon. Hello, are you the manager of this territory? Duoya looked Suyu up and down. Perhaps because they were both women and seemed about the same age, her previously cold demeanor softened a little. Hearing this, Suyu, who had only been guessing at her identity, now felt sure. Because only tavern-recruited NPCs would know directly that she was the territory's manager. In other words, this dashing, charismatic woman was Duoya. If it weren't for the fact that her current appearance was quite different from how she'd looked on the recruitment panel, so you might have recognized her identity just from the bow on her back. That's right, I'm the manager of this territory. Suyu. That's my name. As she spoke, Suyu opened the gate. Duoya didn't enter right away. She stood at the entrance, surveying the territory. Though it was rather shabby, she didn't show any sign of disdain. Faced with Duoya's appraising gaze, Suyu remained calm, not at all embarrassed by her poverty. Every territory starts from nothing. After all, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Duoya. After taking in her surroundings, Duoya looked at Suyu and introduced herself, then stated her request. Lord Su, I'd like to stay here and rest for a day. If you're willing, I can offer something in return as payment for lodging. As mentioned before, recruiting an NPC doesn't mean they'll automatically join you. The tavern recruitment only gives the player a chance to interact with the NPC. Whether the NPC actually joins depends on the player's own abilities. After all, the player doesn't pay any price for recruitment. It's impossible to get a powerful NPC for free. Duoya's request to stay the night was actually a chance set by the system, a chance for Suyu to make her stay. During this day, Suyu could try to persuade Duoya to stay, whether through words or other means. If, by the end of the day, Suyu couldn't make Duoya feel, I want to stay or I need to stay, then she would leave the next day, and Suyu's recruitment attempt would be considered a failure. As an old city lord who had recruited countless NPCs, Suyu understood this well, so Duoya's request didn't surprise her. No problem, as long as Miss Duoya doesn't mind how simple things are here. Suyu smiled, then led Duoya to the heartfire. When Suyu returned with the short-haired woman, Dolly, who had finished her meal and was feeling full, immediately stood up. And this is? Duoya glanced at Dolly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, but it quickly faded when she noticed the traces of hardship on Dolly. Those marks were all too familiar to someone like Duoya, who'd spent years dealing with wild beasts. Guessing what Dolly might have been through, Duoya's mood soured a little. She also noticed that Dolly seemed to want to say something to the territory's lord, so she gave them space, moving to the other side of the heartfire and staring into the flames. Dolly watched her leave, but said nothing. At this moment, her attention was entirely on Suyu. Thank you for saving me. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Dolly, and I'm a repairer with a merchant caravan. My companions and I ran into wild beasts in the forest. If it weren't for you, I might have starved to death out there. Although Dolly was an NPC, in this digital world, NPCs were almost indistinguishable from real people. Their behavior and AI were nearly identical to humans. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even after such a disaster and being rescued, Dolly shouldn't have revealed all her information so readily. No matter the situation, no matter who the other person is, it's always a mistake to reveal everything about yourself to a stranger. It was hard to tell whether Dolly was just a little scatterbrained by nature, or if her goodwill towards Siu had skyrocketed after being saved by her. But at this point, Dolly had already told Siu everything about herself. From her identity, to her experiences, to what she'd gone through afterward, and even her current thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the lord of this place, right? Dolly asked. Siu nodded, not bothering to hide it. After all, there was nothing to conceal. She was the only person in the entire territory, and she clearly had the authority to use the land. If she wasn't the lord, who else could be? Seeing Siu nod, Dolly's smile grew wider, but soon her expression shifted to one of nervousness and apprehension. Miss Lord, I've lost contact with the caravan, and it's obvious I can't survive in this forest on my own. So I'd like to join your territory. Of course. I know this is a sudden request, but if you'll let me stay, I'm willing to do anything you ask, as long as it's within my ability. You're a repairer? Siu interrupted, then took a damaged piece of animal hide from a wooden box nearby. Can you fix this? If you can, I'll let you stay. Repairers, also known as restorers, had a primary ability, repairing and restoring. Anything described as damaged, worn, rough, or broken, whether it was an item, a tool, or even weapons and equipment, they could fix, as long as they had enough materials. In truth, the moment Siu heard Dolly say she was a repairer, she'd already made up her mind to keep her. After all, the repair skill was both powerful and rare. The reason she handed over the damaged hide was partly to make herself feel better, so you could tell that Dolly's words were sincere, with no false pretense. Dolly clearly cared a lot about being saved, so Siu decided to let her repair the hide as a way of repaying her for the rescue. Of course, there was another reason: to verify Dolly's identity. Though Dolly seemed genuine, Siu couldn't be sure she wasn't mistaken, so having her repair the hide was a way to confirm if she really was a repairer, and truly the caravan's repairer. To be a repairer for a caravan, your skill level couldn't be low, so for her, fixing a hide should be an easy task. And as it turned out, Suyu's judgment was spot on. Dolly was clearly delighted when she heard Suyu's request. She took the damaged hide from Suyu, carefully examining and feeling it all over before looking up to ask, "Do you have any thread? Or fiber scraps would work too." Suyu handed her some string she'd previously used to tie up rabbits. "Is this enough? If not, there are fiber plants over there. I can go gather more." Dolly looked at the 3 pieces of string, measured them against the hide, and then gave a precise answer. "I'll need about 1 more piece of string, or 12 strands of fiber scrap." 1 piece of string required 10 strands of fiber scrap to make, but if you only had fiber scraps, you'd need a bit more. Even so, Siu chose to gather 12 strands of fiber scrap for her. After all, string had to be crafted, but fiber scraps were ready to use. "This might take a little while. Please wait," Dolly said, then laid the hide flat on her lap, holding the string in one hand and pressing down on the hide with the other. Siu had worked with repairers before, very skilled ones, in fact, so she was familiar with how they restored things and didn't pay much attention. After all, the Sunset Continent wasn't a scientific world. There were dark creatures, dwarves, elves, and even mages and healers in the human lands. This was a continent full of diversity. Repairers were people born with the gift of restoration, able to channel repair energy. Their method wasn't like the old days. No, sewing up torn clothes with a needle and thread. Instead, they fused materials into the damaged item using their own energy. The first time you saw it, it was pretty novel, but after a while, it lost its charm. Still, just because Siyu wasn't interested didn't mean others weren't. As Siyu was about to try making another batch of berry roasted meat to see if she could win over Duoya, she noticed that Duoya, who had been sitting silently on the other side of the central fire, withdrawn as usual, had lifted her head and was staring intently at Dolly's hands. Siyu was puzzled until she noticed something beside Duoya. She suddenly realized how she might be able to get Duoya to stay. All done. How's this? Dolly looked at the now perfectly restored hide, a happy smile appearing on her face as she handed it to Siyu, waiting nervously for her response. Animal hide restored. Category, material. Quality, common. Description: an ordinary animal hide, obtainable through hunting, used for crafting equipment or items. Thank you, you did great. Any item that's been repaired gets the restored tag, but it's just a marker, it doesn't affect its use at all. This restored hide could even be stacked with hides that were never damaged in the first place, and once stacked, the restored tag would disappear. Hearing Siyu's praise, Dolly let out a sigh of relief. She still remembered what Siyu had said earlier. If she could repair the hide, she'd be allowed to stay. Honestly, fixing the hide was a piece of cake for her, so once Siyu stated her condition, Dolly's nerves had already eased. Do you just want to stay? Or do you want to join the territory? Siyu put away the hide and looked at Dolly, confirming her intentions. Dolly was stunned for a moment, then, after a few seconds of silence, gave her answer. Sorry, I might not have made myself clear earlier. I want to join the territory. I hope the Lord will let me join. I'll do my best to help build up the territory and make it bigger and stronger. Siyu narrowed her eyes, sensing something in Dolly's words. The reason she'd asked was because Dolly had previously said she wanted to stay, not join the territory. There's still a big difference between the two. One is just temporarily staying here, like Doya. Dory's stay might last a bit longer, but she'll leave eventually. But joining the territory is a different matter. Once an NPC joins a territory, they won't leave unless the territory is destroyed or for some special reason. Dory's attitude just now was a bit ambiguous. Siyu wasn't sure if she was doing it on purpose, if she hadn't realized it herself, or if she was just wavering in her decision. If Siyu guessed right, everything Dory said about her experiences was true, but she was definitely hiding something. And what she was hiding probably had to do with why she was willing to join the territory. Otherwise, her choice should have been to stay for a while, find a chance to contact her original caravan, and then return to them. If she chose to join the territory, that basically meant she was giving up on going back. Dory, welcome to the territory. No matter what Dory was hiding, it was her own private business. As long as it wouldn't affect her or the territory, Siyu didn't want to pry. If their relationship improved in the future, Dory would naturally open up if she wanted to. Asking now would only lower her favorability. If Dory decided not to join because of this, Siyu would lose out. After all, Dory was a repairer, and not a low-level one. Siyu ignored the system prompt and looked at Dory, continuing, as you can see, the territory has only just been established. There's nothing here yet, so you might have to put up with some hardship these next few days. Dory shook her head. She didn't feel put out at all. After what happened, she was just grateful to have a safe place to stay. She was very thankful to Siyu. It's fine. Every territory starts from nothing. Since I've joined, I'm willing to watch this place grow and develop. Dory spoke sincerely, which made Siyu like her even more. Go get some rest. Didn't you say you haven't slept for days? Siyu pointed toward the tavern, signaling for her to go rest inside. Dory knew her own condition, so she didn't try to tough it out. After telling Siyu, if you need help with anything, just let me know, she headed for the tavern. But she had barely taken 2 steps when someone called her name from behind. It wasn't Siyu's voice. Dory stopped and turned to look at Doya. Is there something you need? She didn't know this short-haired woman, and it seemed the Lord didn't know her either. Dory could sense the distance between them. If she guessed right, this woman was probably like herself. Just passing through and planning to rest here for a while. The difference was, Dory had now decided to stay and join the territory. As for the other woman's plans, she didn't know. You're a repairer. Can you fix anything? Doya's tone wasn't very friendly, rather cold, actually, but she didn't mean it that way. She realized it too, and quickly adjusted her manner. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. I have something that needs repairing. If you can fix it, you can name your price. Dory looked at Doya, then at Suyu. Can I see what it is first? Judging by how serious Doya looked, Dory didn't know what the item was, but she could tell it meant a lot to this woman. Hearing this, Doya took off what she'd been carrying on her back. From the front, Dory and Suyu had only seen a bow slung over Doya's shoulder. But when she took it off, they realized she'd been carrying 2 bows all along. One was intact, but the other was broken in 2, only the handle remaining, no bowstring, nothing else. Looking at the broken handle, Dory already had her answer. She knew she couldn't fix it. She didn't even recognize the material the handle was made from. If she didn't know the material, how could she repair it? As a repairer, the first thing they learn is to identify materials. Dory had aced her materials class, so if she didn't recognize this, it meant it wasn't in any of her textbooks. If it wasn't even in the textbooks, there were only 2 possibilities. Either it was a brand new material that had only appeared in recent years, so she'd never learned about it, or it was extremely rare and precious, and thus not recorded. Either way, it wasn't something she could get her hands on, so she couldn't fix it. And even if she had the material, she didn't have the skill. The higher the grade of the material, the more energy it took to work with. With something not even in the books, Dory doubted even her teacher could repair it. Forcing a repair would only harm herself and destroy the item. As Dory was searching for a tactful way to decline, Doya had already read the answer in her expression. Sorry to bother you. Go get some rest. Doya carefully put the broken bow away, her face showing no disappointment. She'd seen and heard this answer many times before. Dory opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say, so she just went to the tavern to rest. After Dory left, only Suyu and Doya remained. Based on Doya's actions and what she knew of her story, so you could guess the story behind the bow. It was probably the bow Doya's father had used when he was alive. As for how it got broken, it likely had something to do with the wolves. Lord Su, is there something you want to say to me? Doya had noticed Su watching her openly for a while. She didn't know what Su was thinking, but that didn't stop her from asking directly. After all, that's what mouths are for. Su said, I know what material that bow is made from. At her words, Doya's expression changed. This was, up until now, the only time Doya had shown any real emotional fluctuation. In fact, before Su chose Doya as her candidate, she had already guessed that Doya would be a difficult NPC to recruit. After all, the more powerful an NPC was, the higher their demands for the territory would be. If Su had chosen Duolin or Duomi instead, her chances of successfully recruiting them would have been much higher, since those 2 weren't particularly strong NPCs, and they were both quite young. Youngsters, inexperienced in the ways of the world, are much easier to persuade or fool. But she still chose Doya, because every NPC has their own preferences and needs, and what Doya wanted was this bow. That was also why Su had felt confident she could get Doya to join her territory. Because she had seen the half-exposed broken bow, recognized the material it was made from, and guessed who its owner was. You really know what this material is? Doya seemed a little agitated, staring straight at Suyu, trying to read any sign of guilt or uncertainty from her face. But she saw nothing. That's right. Not only do I know what this broken bow is made of, I also know how to obtain the material. Though, in truth, she only knew the method. She'd never actually acquired it herself. This material was no ordinary thing. Even back when she had a max-level account, she'd never managed to get her hands on it, let alone now. As for Doya in front of her, it was even less likely she could get it. What do you want? As long as it's something I have, I'm willing to trade it for this information. Doya did have some doubts about whether Su was lying, but she couldn't think of any reason for Su to deceive her. After all, there was nothing for her to gain. So she was willing to believe Su, though her trust was tinged with a sense of trying anything in desperation. Less than a year after her father left, her mother passed away in grief, and even the young sable her father had given her. Now, all she had left was this bow. As long as she could repair it, she was willing to pay any price. At this moment, so you didn't know about Duoya's mother or the young Sable, since those were part of the supplementary story. So you only knew that such stories existed, not what they contained. A supplementary story meant the system would automatically fill in a reasonable backstory, giving these NPCs a reason to be here. Otherwise, if Duoya's father had left, but her mother was still around, there's no way she would have abandoned her mother just to wander the world in search of a way to repair a bow. No matter what, an object can't compare to a living person. Duoya wasn't an irrational person. But now she was all alone, and the only thing worth remembering was this bow. That's why she could travel mountains and rivers, all across the land, just to repair it. In this way, the story made much more sense. Some people, after learning about the concept of supplementary stories, might wonder, if you don't choose Duoya, wouldn't she at least get to live with her mother? It's as if the player's choice is the butterfly's wing that erases Duoya's mother from existence. But that's not actually the case. If Siu hadn't chosen Duoya, then Duoya simply wouldn't exist in this world at all. Back to the present, Siu actually didn't mind telling Duoya about the material and where it came from. But her ultimate goal was to gain favor to get Duoya to stay. But from the look of things, Duoya's idea was to learn the source of the material, then try to get it herself and repair the bow. That was exactly what Siu didn't want to see. I can tell you about the material for free, but then what? What are you planning to do? Siu didn't wait for Duoya to answer before continuing. I don't know what this bow means to you, but I can tell you clearly, even if you know what the material is, you won't be able to get it. Duoya didn't know Siu wanted her to stay, so she was confused as to why Siu was saying all this. After all, there was no real connection between them. They were just strangers. Whether or not she could get the material, what did it have to do with Siu? No matter how clever Duoya was, she was no match for Siu. After all, Siu had cleared the game before and was well-versed in the art of talking to NPCs. So, just as Duoya was about to say, this doesn't really have much to do with you, Lord Siu spoke up again. Let me tell you about the material first. It's called dragon bone pattern. But it's not the bone of a dragon, nor is it the bone of any other creature. It's actually a type of tree that grows in a dragon's lair, nurtured and irrigated with dragon blood. If nothing else, just from the name alone, you could tell this material was extraordinary. And after hearing the details, it was even clearer how rare and precious it was. In fact, rare and precious didn't even begin to describe the scarcity of dragon bone pattern. No wonder Siu had never managed to get it before. Dragons were not easy to deal with, and if they were willing to irrigate something with their own blood, it meant the dragon bone pattern was valuable to dragons themselves, which made it even less likely they'd ever trade it away. Maybe it was because what Siu said was so shocking, but Duoya's eyes flickered with suspicion and confusion. She didn't really trust Siu's words, even though she couldn't see any reason for Siu to lie. Lord Siu, this is my father's bow. He was just an ordinary hunter. How could he possibly have a bow made from something as rare as dragon bone pattern? It wasn't that Duoya was belittling her father, but she simply couldn't believe that someone powerful enough to possess dragon bone pattern would die to a pack of wolves. In other words, if this really was a dragon bone pattern bow, then how could it fail against wolves? Duoya wanted to believe it was made from dragon bone pattern, but only if her father hadn't died. To Duoya, what Siu said was completely contradictory, though Siu herself didn't know where the contradiction lay. But in reality, Siu did know Duoya's story, knew who the bow's owner was, and knew that an ordinary hunter couldn't possibly have a bow made from dragon bone pattern. But so what? Whether an ordinary NPC could have a dragon bone pattern bow wasn't Siu's concern. All she needed to do was prove what she said was true. In other words, to prove that this was dragon bone pattern. I don't know much about your father's situation, but to prove I'm telling the truth, you can soak it in the water for a bit. Siu pointed to the nearby creek and continued, dragon bone is nurtured with dragon's blood. Years of soaking infuse it with dragon's blood, and when dragon's blood meets water, it causes certain reactions. What kind of reaction exactly, Siu didn't say. If Duoya was willing to believe her, she'd try it herself and find out. If she didn't believe her, then saying more would be pointless. For a while after that, Duoya didn't do anything, and Suyu simply acted as if she wasn't there. Once she finished what she needed to do, Suyu picked up her axe and went back to chopping wood. Originally, this job should have been left to the new NPCs, but of the two who'd arrived, one wasn't ready to join yet, and the other was in poor condition. No matter how short-handed Suyu was, she couldn't send someone in that bad a state to do heavy labor like chopping wood. So, in the end, she had to do it herself. The territory join request notification had been flashing since earlier, but Suyu still hadn't opened it. Because there was no point. Without a residential house, she could only see who had applied to join the territory, but there was no button to approve their application. Rather than waste time looking at that, she might as well chop a few more trees and hurry up with building houses. A residential house required 10 planks to build, but its interior was quite spacious. Most importantly, each house had 2 single beds. In other words, one ordinary house could accommodate 2 NPCs, increasing the territory's population capacity by 2. Obtained wood x2. Obtained wood x3. When she finished chopping the nearby trees, Suyu moved to another spot to keep working. The animal hide that Dory had repaired earlier was now a pair of shoes on Suyu's feet. Although chopping wood didn't require much walking, the hide shoes were more comfortable than straw sandals, so even standing and chopping, she could feel her feet were more relaxed. Whether it was just her imagination or not, as long as it was more comfortable, it was a good thing. She kept using the same axe over and over, not really paying attention to the time. Eventually, when a full durability whetstone was used up, Suyu saw Duoya walking toward her. Suyu put down her axe and looked at her, then her gaze shifted to the broken bow in Duoya's hands. Activated Broken Dragon Bone Bow Part 1. Actually, Suyu had checked this broken bow earlier, but at the time, its name was Broken Dragon Bow of Part 1. Even though only half the name was displayed, Suyu didn't rely on the name to identify the material. She recognized dragon bone on sight. So even with an incomplete name, the character dragon was enough to confirm her guess. Maybe because it had now been activated, she could see the full name clearly, with an activated prefix in front. Suyu knew what activation meant. Some special materials needed to be activated in certain ways, or they wouldn't display their true properties. In an unactivated state, even equipment made from the best materials would be no different from ordinary gear. Activated equipment could also be sealed again in certain ways. While she was thinking about this, Duoya had already walked up to her. I tried it. I believe you, but I don't know why you're doing this. Duoya wasn't one for beating around the bush, as her previous way of speaking had already shown. She hadn't believed Suyu at first, but maybe because Suyu seemed so genuine, and also, she couldn't find any reason why Suyu would lie to her. So she took the broken bow to the creek. The result was obvious. She saw with her own eyes as the bow in her hands changed from ordinary black ebony, its dark sheen fading, the whole thing turning a fiery red. Not only that, the smooth surface she'd carefully maintained now showed scale-like patterns. If she hadn't seen it herself, Duoya would never have believed it. Combining this with what Suyu had said, Duoya suspected the patterns were dragon scales. The very fact she was thinking this way meant she had started to trust Suyu, using the information Suyu provided as a basis for her own deductions. So she came over, partly to apologize for her earlier attitude, and partly because she wanted to know why. Why did Suyu tell her about the material for free, yet act like she didn't want her to go on an adventure? Since you now believe it's dragon bone, you should also know there's no way you could get this material yourself, right? Suyu happened to be a bit tired, so she put away her axe, gathered up the wood on the ground, and talked to her. My goal is simple. You can see for yourself, this is a brand new territory, and I'm the lord here. At the start, every territory lacks everything, especially people. Not only did Duoya dislike beating around the bush, Suyu didn't like it either. If revealing her intentions too soon would make Duoya leave, or make everything she said after less believable. If Duoya knew from the start that Suyu wanted her to join, she'd definitely think Suyu was exaggerating about the bow's material just to make her give up. In that case, Duoya wouldn't have done the experiment. But if Suyu used the dragon bone information to earn her trust, then she could propose a deal. That's right, a deal. You're an excellent archer, and the territory needs combat power in its early days. Here's my offer. I can help you gather dragonbone material, and I can also help you find someone to repair your bow. Of course, I have to be clear, it'll take some time. It's not something I can do in 10 days or half a month. Maybe because Suyu had earned a lot of goodwill by telling her about the material, Duoya didn't yet have a clear answer about whether she'd stay, but she didn't doubt Suyu's honesty. I'll think about it. Go ahead. Suyu had said all she needed to say, and didn't try to persuade her further. Duoya was clearly not someone who could be easily talked into something. If she wanted to stay, she would. If not, she wouldn't. Oh, by the way, there's some roast meat by the fire in the center of the settlement. If you need it, help yourself. Suyu wasn't particularly picky about food, as long as it wasn't some truly inedible abomination, and as long as it filled her up, she'd eat pretty much anything. As for this berry-glazed roast, she didn't plan to eat it herself. She intended to use it to build goodwill or as a trade item. Maybe because she already knew Suyu's goal was to keep her around, Duoya didn't read too much into Suyu's gestures of goodwill, but she wasn't about to accept them easily either. After all, Suyu had already done her a favor by letting her stay for a day. Regardless of whether Suyu had other motives, that didn't change the fact that she'd helped her. But just as Duoya was about to refuse, she heard Suyu speak again. If you don't want to owe me a favor, could you help me catch some small animals? I only need the hides. I can cook the meat for you for free, so even if you decide to leave tomorrow to look for materials, you'll have something to eat on the road. Duoya, all right. Thank you. Duoya's initial refusal was simply because she didn't want to owe anyone, but since Suyu put it that way, she had no reason to refuse anymore, especially since she really was a bit hungry. She'd originally planned to go hunting in the forest after talking with Suyu, or at least look for something to eat. Thinking of this, Duoya subconsciously touched the bow and arrows on her back, then walked over to the fire in the center of the settlement and took the berry-glazed roast. Besides the roast, she also spotted a cup of water by the fire. She hesitated for a moment, then sat down and slowly filled her stomach with water and roast meat. After finishing, she took the empty wooden cup to the stream to rinse it, then put it back in its original place. After that, she slung her bow and arrows over her shoulder and headed into the forest. Watching Duoya's figure gradually disappear among the trees, Suyu, now rested, picked up her axe and went back to chopping wood. By noon, Suyu let out a breath, packed up the third batch of wood she'd chopped, and headed back to her territory. Although there were trees everywhere nearby, for various reasons, Suyu wanted to preserve the ones closest to her territory, so she'd gone a bit farther out to chop. But this was a forest, after all. No matter how far she went, she was still surrounded by trees. It took Suyu 3 minutes to return. But before she even stepped into her territory, the scene inside made her freeze in shock. Her previously empty territory was now covered with animal carcasses, big and small. Besides the rabbits she'd caught before, there were several roe deer, a fire-feathered chicken, a deer, and even a wild boar. Suyu. Staring at the wild boar, Suyu's eyes filled with astonishment. Anyone who knew about wild boars knew how formidable they were, and in the game, their combat power was nothing to scoff at either. Frankly, Suyu couldn't even imagine how Duoya had managed to kill a wild boar. When Duoya saw Suyu return, she paused in her work of processing the animals. She seemed about to say something, but when she noticed Suyu's gaze fixed on the wild boar, she frowned slightly. Lord Suyu, you don't know where this wild boar came from either? The amount of information in Duoya's question was enough to throw Suyu's thoughts into confusion for a moment. What did she mean by, you don't know where the wild boar came from either? Didn't Duoya kill it? Suyu realized she might have misunderstood something. She sat down beside Duoya and shook her head slightly. No idea. I was out chopping wood all morning. Thinking about it, she felt a bit lucky she'd been out. If that wild boar had been alive, Suyu definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it. It was even more troublesome than the fire demon lord. Duoya had already guessed the answer when she saw Suyu's shocked expression, but hearing Suyu confirm it, her frown deepened. If it wasn't us, then could it be? Duoya glanced at the tightly shut tavern door, but left her sentence unfinished. There were only 3 people here. If it wasn't Suyu or herself, the only other possibility was Dolly, but Duoya didn't think Dolly had the strength to kill a wild boar. So, was there a 4th possibility? I suspect there's something. Again, she trailed off, looking at the rabbit she'd already skinned and suddenly standing up. Consider these the payment for letting me stay tonight. As she spoke, Duoya placed several processed animals, large and small, in front of Suyu. I'm going to check the area. What she'd left unsaid was that she suspected there was a large creature nearby, and that the wild boar had probably been killed by this mysterious animal. As for why the wild boar's corpse had ended up here, that was anyone's guess. If there really was a large creature, it would have left obvious traces, so Duoya needed to investigate. Whether for her own safety or for other reasons, she had to figure out what was going on. But just as she was about to leave, Suyu stopped her. No matter what kind of creature it is, the territory itself is absolutely safe. But if she left, there was no telling what might happen. Every territory, once established, had a 3-day protection period. During this time, the territory was invincible. Not even a wild boar or even a dragon could harm it in any way. But only Suyu knew about this. Duoya obviously had no idea such a protection period existed. Does Lord Su know what's going on? Duoya's gaze changed as Suyu blocked her path. She looked Suyu up and down again, but aside from the fact that Suyu's shoes had changed from straw sandals to fur boots, she was the same as before. I don't know what's going on, but I do know the territory is absolutely safe. Suyu's expression didn't waver under Duoya's scrutiny. Whether Duoya believed her or not, she didn't try to leave again. She glanced at the wild boar and asked, "What do you plan to do with it, Lord Su?" Seeing that Duoya wasn't planning to leave anymore, Suyu sat down and started sorting through the animal drops, storing what needed to be stored, preparing what needed to be cooked, and setting aside Duoya's share. But after hearing Duoya's question, she realized she should probably deal with the wild boar first, so she walked over and began examining it from top to bottom. Throw it. What's this? After confirming that the wild boar was dead, Suyu was planning to ask Duoya to help her toss the boar outside. After all, it was another creature's trophy, and it wasn't appropriate to leave it here, nor would it be right for her to just claim it for herself. But as she was inspecting the wild boar, Suyu discovered something pressed underneath its body. She dragged the boar a few steps to the side, revealing the object in full. A rather worn-looking wooden cup. Duoya noticed Suyu's actions and glanced over as well, so she also saw the wooden cup lying on the ground. Did it steal this? That was the only explanation Duoya could think of. Otherwise, she couldn't understand why a wild boar, or any clearly non-human creature, would have a wooden cup, something only humans would make. Besides, Duoya had just used a wooden cup Suyu made to drink water, so she immediately recognized that although this cup was a bit old and dirty, it was almost identical to the one she'd used earlier. Suyu stared at the cup for a few seconds, then seemed to realize something. It's fine. Let's just keep the wild boar. Could you help me process it? As payment, you can take some of the meat for yourself, and I can help you prepare it later. Suyu had other things to do and didn't have time to deal with such a large boar, nor did she really know how to process it. Duoya, on the other hand, had followed her hunter father for over a decade and was used to this sort of thing. She was definitely more skilled and faster at it than Suyu. From Suyu's reaction, Duoya sensed she might know something, but she didn't ask further. She simply walked over to the boar. I can help you butcher it, but I won't take any meat. I've got plenty of my own, and I can't carry too much anyway. Duoya didn't refuse. After all, she was free at the moment. Do you have a knife? My hunting knife isn't in great shape. When Suyu heard she had a hunting knife, she put away the stone knife she'd taken out and instead pulled a whetstone from her backpack. I only have a stone knife, but here's a whetstone. No need to return it, you can keep it. Duoya didn't stand on ceremony. She took the whetstone, pulled out her hunting knife, and started sharpening it. Once her knife was sharp, full durability, Duoya tucked the whetstone away for herself. With a sharp knife, butchering the wild boar was a breeze for Duoya. Sue watched for a moment, then turned away to get on with her own tasks. She'd spent the whole morning chopping wood. Although she'd taken plenty of breaks, she'd finally gathered enough materials to build a residential house. She took out all the processed wood blocks from both her basic and portable workbenches and further refined them into planks. Once both workbenches were busy, Sue began sorting through the things Duoya had brought back. Obtained small meat X20. Obtained small meat X10. Obtained large meat X5. Looking at the piles of meat on the ground, Sue paused for a moment, then quickly stored them in a chest to prevent them from spoiling faster by being left out. Besides the meat, there were plenty of other animal drops. Obtained rabbit fur X20. Obtained chicken feather X10. Obtained deer antler X2. Obtained deer blood X5. Obtained animal hide X12. Of all these materials, the most valuable were undoubtedly the 2 deer antlers. After all, they were top-tier healing items. Unfortunately, Sue didn't have any good supplementary materials to pair with the antlers. Processing such rare materials without proper ingredients would be a waste. She decided to store the antlers for now and planned to search the forest for suitable herbs later that afternoon. Besides that, the deer blood was also a great ingredient. Not only did it restore a lot of hunger, but it also provided a strength-boosting buff. But no matter how good these materials were, they were useless for now. Sue didn't have the right supplementary ingredients for cooking or alchemy, nor did she have the necessary tools. For example, she needed an alchemy furnace for potion making or a cooking pot for boiling deer blood. The antlers were fine, since they didn't spoil here and could be kept indefinitely. But deer blood was different. It would go bad in about 5 days. As she sorted through everything, Sue pondered how to deal with it all. By the time she finished, the wood blocks she'd put in the workbenches had all been processed into planks. She dusted off her hands and carried the planks over to the side of the tavern. Consume plank X10 to build a residential house. Sue lined up the residential house with the tavern and confirmed the build. Building residential house. Estimated time, 120 minutes. 2 hours. This was the longest any building or crafting had taken Sue so far. But really, it wasn't much. After all, the residential house was just a basic structure. Later on, even the simplest buildings would take 3 to 5 hours, some over 10, and a few special buildings could take several days. Maybe it was the noise from starting construction, but just a few minutes later, the tavern door opened from inside. "Miss Lord, I feel great right now. Is there anything you need me to do?" Dolly came over to Sue, looking serious. Sue thought for a moment, then handed her the stone knife. "We just got a batch of animal hides. I want to make some clothes, but I'll need some thread. Could you help me gather some fibers?" "No problem." Dolly nodded and prepared to head off with the stone knife to the spot where Sue had previously collected fiber scraps. But she'd barely taken 2 steps before Sue called her back. "Oh, by the way, I've gathered all the materials for the residential house, so you'll be able to move in today." Sue pointed to the house, then continued, "You just woke up, so go eat something first. You can collect fibers later. By the way, do you know how to cook?" Since Dolly hadn't joined the territory yet, and the house wasn't finished, Sue couldn't see her info in the Join Territory menu, so she could only ask directly. At the mention of cooking, Dolly looked a bit embarrassed and shook her head. "Sorry, I can't cook. That was putting it mildly." She'd managed to burn meat to charcoal more than once, as unbelievable as it sounded. Whenever she touched ingredients, none of them ended up edible. Even though she put her heart into cooking every time, the results were always less than satisfactory. So, to avoid wasting food, cooking duties within the caravan were completely taken away from her. Seeing Dolly's odd expression, Sue realized that when she said she couldn't cook, it probably wasn't as simple as just not knowing how. "It's fine. From now on, I'll just prepare the food and leave it by the central fire. You can help yourself whenever you need it. Boiling water shouldn't be a problem, right?" So you could handle the cooking. After all, for her, cooking was just a matter of tossing ingredients onto the right workbench. But water was another story. The daily consumption was quite high, especially with more people around. Most importantly, water needed cups as containers, and Sue didn't have time to make too many cups for now, at least not yet. No problem. Dolly nodded quickly. Boiling water was about as simple as it got. It didn't even really count as cooking. She might have the impressive ability to turn meat into charcoal, but no matter how talented she was, there was no way she could burn water into a cinder. Siyu nodded and motioned for her to go about her business. Dolly went to fetch the roast meat Siyu had just prepared, and after eating, she grabbed a stone knife and headed out to collect fiber. The boar's been dealt with. As soon as Dolly left, Doya walked over. Thanks. Siyu looked at the pile of loot on the ground, ready to start sorting. Halfway through, she suddenly spotted something. Boar tusk. Category, material. Quality, blue. Attributes, sharp, 25%, durable, 50%. Description, sharp and sturdy boar tusks can be used as material for crafting equipment and items. Crafted products have a chance to gain sharp and durable attributes. Sharp increases attack power of the finished product. Durable increases defense and durability of the finished product. Siyu's eyes lit up. As she sorted the remaining materials into the storage box, her gaze swept over the items, searching for a second boar tusk. Just as I thought, there are two. Boar tusks usually come in pairs. If you find one, there's almost always a second. Of course, there's a small chance otherwise. Maybe the boar only had one tusk, or perhaps the other was damaged during collection, like that tattered animal hide Siyu found earlier. But given how tough boar tusks are, the second scenario is pretty unlikely. With these boar tusks, Siyu could craft a beast tooth dagger with attack power and efficiency on par with iron tools. But making a beast tooth dagger wasn't easy. To craft it, she'd need an intermediate workbench, which required quite a lot of stone, about 60 pieces of rubble. The intermediate workbench needed plank x5, stone brick x5, and each stone brick equals 4 stone equals 12 rubble. According to Siyu's plan, she'd head out tomorrow to look for a stone quarry. The local quarry was just that, a quarry. It was mostly stone, with only a slim chance of finding ore or scraps. Although ore was rare, the quarry was relatively safe. At least, safer than a mine. Still, to be on the safe side, Siyu needed to use the animal hides to craft herself a set of gear. That way, her defense would be higher, and she wouldn't lose too much health if she got attacked by something she couldn't dodge. Besides that, she also needed a map. A map would show everywhere she'd been and display her current location. Since her activity range was still pretty small, she could get familiar with the area just by walking around a few times, even without a map. But if she was going to look for a quarry, that was a whole different distance. Siyu wasn't bad with directions, but just in case, a map was still necessary. The materials for a map were simple: paper x5, charcoal x5. Paper was made from bark. 2 bark equals 1 paper, so 10 bark equals 5 paper. She'd already collected bark when chopping trees that morning. As for charcoal, that was even easier. She still had over 90 pieces left from the 99 dropped by the fire demon leader. So besides the map and gear, Siyu also needed a signpost to mark locations on the map and some food. As she finished sorting the boar loot, Siyu had already mapped out her plans for tomorrow and what she needed to prepare today. Dolly was still out gathering fiber, while Doya, with nothing else to do, had taken out the broken bow and a clean cloth and was now cleaning the bow. After sorting the boar drops, Siyu started turning all the meat into jerky or roast. Small jerky, uses, small meat x1 hunger plus 20, keeps for 3 months. Large jerky, uses, large meat x1 hunger plus 50, keeps for 3 months. Berry roast, uses, small meat x1, berries x2, leaves x3 hunger plus 50, keeps for 5 days. Deluxe roast, uses, large meat x1, berries x3, leaves x5 hunger plus 100, keeps for 5 days. These 4 recipes were the most common, practical, and easiest to gather ingredients for in the early stages. Siyu divided everything up accordingly and set up a separate campfire for cooking. With 2 cooking workbenches, food production efficiency shot up. While waiting for the food to cook, Siyu opened the territory information panel. Come to think of it, it had been almost a day since she established her territory, and she hadn't even checked her territory info yet. Unnamed territory. Lord Suyu. Territory level. Small camp can be upgraded to intermediate camp when population reaches 5 and prosperity reaches 20. Territory prosperity. 1. A value representing the prosperity of the territory, mainly affected by population, resident status, building level and quantity, etc. Territory reputation. 0. Represents the territory's fame on the continent. The higher the reputation, the more people will be drawn to it. Territory population. 1/1. Current population / maximum capacity. Capacity can be increased by building more housing. Territory aura. Initial protection. Territory events. A dark force seems to be quietly approaching. 2. Some wanderers are searching for a suitable place to settle. The territory info panel was large and detailed, but basically the same as before. Even if there were differences, they were for features not yet unlocked. Since this section was still locked, so you couldn't see it, so she didn't plan to explore it in advance. This information panel, from top to bottom, starts with the name. After creating her territory earlier, Siu had gotten distracted by the building cards and completely forgot about this. But it didn't really matter. Naming the territory wasn't that important. Whether you had a name or not was up to personal preference. Siu herself didn't care much about territory names, so she simply reused the name from her previous territory, Sunset. That's right, her previous territory was also called Sunset Territory. There wasn't any special reason for the name. She was just too lazy to come up with something new, so she used the name of the Sunset Continent and changed her territory's name to Sunset as well. Confirm changing territory name to Sunset Territory. Kind reminder. The territory name can only be changed once. Please choose carefully. After checking that the name was correct, Siu confirmed the change. Territory name has been changed. Relevant information has been updated. Just like when she upgraded her backpack, the backpack interface closed during the upgrade. After changing the territory name, the territory interface also closed. When Siu opened it again, the panel now displayed Sunset Territory. As for the other information, aside from the territory reputation increasing from 0 to 1, nothing else had changed. You actually get a bit of reputation just for changing the name? Siu hadn't noticed this before, because she never realized you could name your territory. By the time she discovered the renaming feature, her territory had already been upgraded to a large village. At that point, her territory reputation was already in the hundreds, so such a minor change was impossible to notice unless she was specifically looking for it. Next was the territory level. There are 6 levels of territory: camp, village, town, township, city, and capital. Each level is divided into several stages. For example, camp is split into small camp, medium camp, and large camp. Once you reach large camp, you can upgrade to village, and so on. Her previous main account had successfully upgraded the territory all the way to capital. She'd even heard rumors that there was a level above capital, but she never saw the 7th level before the game company shut down. So you didn't know if this data-driven world had designed that final level, but that was something to worry about later, not now. Aside from these, the other information on this interface was also quite important. For example, territory prosperity and territory reputation. One is a key value for upgrading the territory, the other represents the territory's fame on the continent and affects the quality of NPCs. The higher your reputation, the more powerful NPCs will be attracted to your territory on their own, without needing to be recruited. Territory population is self-explanatory right now, it's just Siu herself. Then there's the territory aura and territory events. The former displays the initial protection aura Siu mentioned earlier, which lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, the territory is invincible. Finally, there are territory events, also called fade events. These refresh from time to time to inform the player about possible upcoming events. For example, the first one. A dark force seems to be quietly approaching. This refers to the dark creature's attack on day 10. The second one. 2. Some wanderers are searching for a place to settle down. This is a random event that appears after building the bulletin board. When this event is present, it means wandering NPCs will soon arrive at the territory. The Wanderers event appears randomly and lasts for an uncertain amount of time. Once all the NPCs triggered by this event have arrived, regardless of whether they join, the event disappears. After it disappears, it will reappear again after a while. Seeing that Event 2 hadn't disappeared yet, so you knew that at least one more NPC would arrive today or tomorrow. This was just based on experience. There was no fixed pattern. After checking the territory information, Siyu opened the building list. She casually flipped through it, marked a few buildings, and began preparing materials for one of them. The 3 buildings she needed most right now were Basic Farmland, Quest Hall, and Warehouse. Basic Farmland. Cost: wooden fence 10, fence gate 2, ash 20. Required tool: shovel. Construction time: 120 minutes. Building condition: must be built on loose soil. Description: a plot of land for growing plants. Due to limited conditions, only low-level crops can be planted. Quest Hall. Cost: wooden plank 10, marble brick 5, stone brick 5. Required tool: none. Construction time: 300 minutes. Building condition: must first build a bounty board. Description: a place to accept or post quests. After merging with the bounty board, you can activate regional bounties, meaning all factions within a certain range can see your posted bounties. The higher your reputation, the wider the range, and the higher the response rate. These 2 buildings are essential in the early stages because they are key to a territory's development and prosperity. Take farmland, for example. Farmland is one of the few buildings that can continuously generate prosperity. Other buildings increase prosperity by a fixed amount when constructed, but farmland's prosperity is calculated based on its output. In other words, as long as you can keep planting and harvesting, prosperity will steadily rise with each harvest. Although the increase isn't huge, it's the most stable way to boost prosperity. If you want to increase prosperity through buildings and population, it takes a lot of materials and time, since no building is free. Gathering materials takes time, and construction takes time. Compared to that, farmland is much more stable and effortless. After all, once you've planted your crops, you don't need to do much, just water and weed occasionally. That's much easier than collecting building materials. Then there's the Quest Hall. Its main function isn't to accept or post quests, but to enable regional bounties. If you only need the first 2 functions, the bounty board is enough. You don't need to spend extra materials to build a quest hall. Regional bounties basically mean you can use the quest hall as a kind of networked platform. When Siyu posted a bounty, it wasn't just visible to people in her own territory. Anyone from other territories or factions could see it too, as long as they had a construction task hall. In the absence of a post station, the task hall served as a sort of substitute. The downside, however, was that with low reputation early on, even if you posted a bounty, no one would see it. Or, even if someone did see it, your reputation was so low that people wouldn't trust you. They'd worry that they wouldn't get what was promised, so they wouldn't bother coming. Still, despite its flaws, the task hall was a necessary building. After all, Siyu remembered she still had an unclaimed reward waiting for her there. As for the 3rd building, the warehouse, there was no need to explain. With Duoya's latest haul of game and the sudden appearance of wild boars, the space in Siyu's 2 wooden crates was almost gone. Building a warehouse had become a necessity. Although Siyu didn't have enough materials to build the task hall or warehouse just yet, she had no problem setting up a few fields. According to her plan, she intended to build 4 fields for now. All 4 would be located a short distance from the territory's entrance, near a small stream, making watering much more convenient. Building 4 fields would use up 40 wooden fences, 8 fence gates, and 80 units of ash. Aside from the ash, all the other materials needed to be crafted. Fortunately, Siyu had enough raw materials, so all she needed to do was make another basic workbench to split up the workload and speed up efficiency. Fields were considered semi-manual construction, so while the materials were being prepared, so you grabbed a shovel and headed to the designated area to start turning the soil. She had to dig up the entire area from end to end, as only then would it meet the standards for building farmland. She thought it would take her the whole afternoon, but to her surprise, the labor force she'd been hoping for arrived much sooner than expected. Hello, the two of us are forest explorers. We ran into some trouble during our expedition. We were hoping we could stay here for a while. Here's our lodging fee. The disheveled young man pulled a coin pouch from his belongings and handed it to Suyu. She glanced inside, 15 copper coins in total. We've lost most of our possessions. This is all we have left. If needed, we're willing to work in exchange for a place to stay, the other young man explained a bit awkwardly. They knew what they were offering was far too little, but it was all they had. If they weren't truly desperate, they wouldn't have come to this. Their biggest worry was that Suyu would turn them away. After all, as forest explorers, they knew better than anyone how dangerous the forest could be at night. Fortunately, Suyu's attitude wasn't as harsh as they'd feared. There was room for negotiation. You can see for yourselves, conditions here are limited. If you want to stay, I can only guarantee your safety. In other words, they could stay, but they'd have to figure out their own food and lodging. Her answer was already better than the two had expected. Out here in the wilderness, just having a place to rest was already a blessing. They weren't expecting good food or comfortable beds. They just wanted to survive, not live in luxury. So, as if afraid Suyu would change her mind, both nodded eagerly. Thank you, thank you. You must be the Lord here, right? If there's anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask. So you could tell from their behavior that they weren't faking it, and she was fairly satisfied, though she didn't show it. I'll take your money. You can stay here for 2 days. After that, it's 10 copper coins per day. At these words, the two men's faces showed obvious distress. They'd already said this was all they had. If she wanted more money, they really didn't have any. But Suyu's next words put them at ease. After noting their expressions, Suyu pointed to the bounty board and added, I know you don't have any money right now, but as long as you're willing to work, you can earn money by completing tasks. At a rate of 10 copper coins per person per day, the two of them would need 20 copper coins a day, 40 for 2 days. The 15 coins they'd given wouldn't even cover a single day. Still, whether it was to build goodwill or to avoid pushing them too hard, Suyu gave them 2 days' grace. After all, she didn't just want them to stay temporarily, she hoped they'd join the territory for good. She could afford to be a little lenient, but only a little. She couldn't support 2 people for free, so payment was still required. If they didn't have money, labor would do. They'd already said they were willing to work. 2 days should be enough for them to earn their keep as long as they weren't lazy. And these 2 days weren't just for them to earn money, they were also Suyu's chance to observe them. She didn't know them well yet and couldn't decide whether to keep them on. Plus, the territory's population cap was limited, so she could wait until after 2 days to make a decision. As for food, if you really can't find any, you can buy it from me. With the wild boar and the pile of game Duoya had brought in, plus the field Suyu was preparing, the territory had plenty of food, certainly enough for 2 more people. Thank you, my lord. Oh, right, we forgot to introduce ourselves. I'm Lyle, and this is my brother Lake. If there's nothing else, we'll go take a look around. Suyu nodded slightly to show she understood. Before the brothers reached the bounty board, she posted several tasks. Build farmland. Posted by Lord. Task. Use a shovel to turn the soil within the designated area, 0/4. Reward, 10 copper coins. Collect stones, repeatable. Posted by Lord. Task. Submit stones, 0/1. Reward, 1 copper coin. Collect branches, repeatable. Posted by Lord. Task. Submit branches, 0/20. Reward, 1 copper coin. Aside from the very first quest, which can only be accepted once, all the other quests are repeatable. As long as you have the required items, you can keep turning them in. Unless Suyu manually withdraws a quest, or the rewards she stored for it on the bounty board run out, the quest will disappear automatically. Even though Suyu wasn't standing by the bounty board, she still received notifications when the brothers Lyle and Lake accepted quests. Notification: Wanderer Lyle has accepted the quest, build farmland. Notification, Wanderer Lake has accepted the quest, collect wood. Please place the corresponding tools in the linked storage building and wait for the quest taker to pick them up. Since the 2 wooden chests she had weren't enough, so you used some wood to craft another one, placing it next to the bounty board. Inside, she put not only the tools needed for the quests, but also the quest rewards. Within the territory, NPCs can only use buildings if CU grants them permission, whether it's using the hearth to cook, opening the fence gate, entering the tavern, or opening a chest. So she didn't have to worry about anyone stealing or causing trouble. Plus, this 3rd chest was now linked to the bounty board, so the tools and rewards inside would automatically unlock for whoever accepted or completed the quest. On top of that, when NPCs finished collecting resources and turned them in, the system would automatically store their submissions in this chest, greatly reducing Suyu's workload. Lyle, who had accepted the farmland building quest, was now heading to the spot where Suyu had previously been turning the soil, shovel in hand, ready to take over. Maybe because he was an adventurer, he worked quickly and efficiently. What took Suyu 10 minutes, he could finish in about half the time. Lake, after accepting the wood-collecting quest and picking up an axe, chatted briefly with Lyle before leaving the territory with the tool. But perhaps out of concern for wild beasts, he didn't go too far. Even though Suyu couldn't see him, she could still hear the sound of his axe striking trees. To prevent the axe from breaking and disappearing due to durability loss while the NPCs used it, Suyu had also stocked the chest with plenty of whetstones. With these, whenever a tool's durability dropped to its last point, it would automatically consume a whetstone from the chest to repair itself. With everything prepared and the 2 working diligently, Suyu suddenly found herself with much less to do. With no more physical labor required, Lord Su glanced at the growing pile of fiber scraps in the chest, momentarily surprised, then took them all out. First, she crafted some rope, then combined it with animal hides to make leather jackets and pants. While she was working, Dolly returned with another batch of fiber scraps. All right, this is enough fiber. You can take a break now. Now that Dolly was back, Suyu handed over the rope-making and leather-working tasks to her, while she herself picked up a stone knife and started making wooden cups. She made 7 in a row, and with the 3 she'd made earlier, she now had 10 and stopped. I'm heading out for a bit. Keep an eye on them for me, will you? By them, Suyu naturally meant Lyle and Lake. Although she didn't fully trust Dolly either, since she hadn't officially joined the territory, Suyu still trusted her more than the 2 brothers. Hearing this, Dolly looked a little worried and seemed like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just nodded. Okay, my lord. Be careful. Oh, and take these. Suyu handed Dolly the wooden cups she'd just made. Boil some water and keep it ready. Don't drink unboiled water, it's not safe. I'll get right on it. Dolly nodded and took the cups to the stream. Watching her fetch water, Suyu took out a pile of roasted berries she'd prepared earlier from the chest, along with several large portions of berry-roasted meat. If Doya were here, she'd notice that the amount of meat Suyu was taking was nearly 2/3 of what that wild boar had yielded. It was only because this was a digital world and Suyu had an inventory system that she could carry 100 or 200 pounds of meat by herself. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Even if she could carry it, it wouldn't be safe. But with an inventory, she didn't have to worry. Suyu packed all the food into her bag, grabbed her pickaxe and stone knife, and left the base. Looks like this is the crime scene where the wild boar died. Suyu once again arrived at the stone monster spawn point. In just half a day, the place had become a mess. The surrounding trees bore clear marks of a wild animal crashing through, and there were even bloodstains at the spot where she'd previously mined sandstone. Based on her earlier suspicions, the wooden cup was the one she'd filled with berry juice and left for the mysterious creature that traded food for stones with her. Ruling out a series of highly unlikely coincidences, Suyu had every reason to believe this was the same cup. If that was the case, then the wild boar was probably killed by that mysterious creature too. It killed the boar and delivered it to her territory. She wasn't sure if it was just passing by chance, or if it had been secretly following her, spying on her and discovering the location of her territory in the process. Either way, when it came to gifts from nature, Siu always made a point to reciprocate, which was why she'd brought so much food here. Never mind giving away 2/3 of the meat. Even if she gave it all, she wouldn't be at a loss, since it was a windfall anyway. Besides, the most valuable part of the boar was actually its tusks. Not to mention, such a large wild boar had also provided Siu with a good amount of leather. Since she didn't know where the mysterious creature lived, Siu came to this old spot. Now that she'd found traces of the boar's death here, she had every reason to believe this was a place the creature frequented. So Siu took out all the roasted meat and berries she'd brought and laid them out at the usual spot. After finishing everything, Siu didn't leave right away. Instead, she took out her stone knife and started gathering plants nearby to prepare for planting. Having just farmland wasn't enough to grow anything, she still needed seeds, and those had to be collected as well. In the Sunset Continent, seeds are obtained by processing a whole plant or its fruit. For example, with fiber plants, Siu had to dig up an entire fiber plant, roots and all, from the soil. Then she could throw it onto the workbench and process it into fiber plant seeds. Or take red berries, which grow on bushes. Since it's impossible to dig up an entire berry bush and toss it onto the workbench, the way to get seeds for these is by processing the fruit itself, in other words, processing the red berries. Besides fiber plants, Siu also planned to collect other plants to make into seeds for planting, like cotton plants, red grass, or even some special plants. Cotton didn't need much explanation. It was a familiar and common plant in the forest. Siu hadn't collected it before just because processing it was a bit of a hassle. She needed cotton for daily necessities, whether for clothes, bedding, or other things. Red grass, on the other hand, was a common medicinal herb in the forest. Boiling red grass with water would yield a bottle of the most basic, low-grade healing potion, which restored 10 HP. Although the amount healed was small, the potion was easy to make and the ingredients were easy to find, making it a popular item for people to stockpile early on. Since the fiber and berry bushes near her territory were close together, if Siu dug up the fiber plants there for seeds, it would be like robbing Peter to pay Paul. So she didn't plan to gather plants from right around her territory for planting. Coincidentally, she needed to go out to deliver some meat, so she could collect seeds along the way and maybe even unlock part of the map. That's right, Siu had already made a map, and at this moment she was wandering around the stone monster spawn point with it in hand. As she walked, if she spotted red grass or any other valuable plant, she'd stop to collect it. Once she was done, she'd pull out her map and continue exploring. The map only recorded the path she took while carrying it, so areas she'd visited before remained shrouded in darkness until she went there again with the map to unlock those locations. She didn't know how much time had passed, but by the time her backpack was stuffed with all sorts of miscellaneous plants, she was down to her last marker. Marker. When carrying the map, place it on the ground to leave a mark on the map. You can also name it. If it were just Siu alone, she wouldn't need markers. After so much gameplay, she had developed her own way of memorizing the terrain. But maps and markers were special, shareable items. That meant once she finished mapping and marking the area, any maps she made from then on would be complete and marked. This way, she could give the map to other NPCs so they wouldn't get lost, and she herself could venture further from her territory to gather resources. Without a map, she'd have to personally lead them to their destinations, which would be a huge hassle, especially if any of them had a terrible sense of direction. Because she was gathering resources while exploring, Siu's efficiency wasn't great. From bright sunshine to dusk, she'd only managed to unlock an area about the size of a fingernail on the map. Normally, she would have headed back by now. But as she unlocked the last area, she noticed something familiar about the terrain and environment. Sloping hills, broadleaf trees. Is there a mine nearby? Siu had only planned to scout out the map. If she found a stone quarry, great. If not, no big deal. She had all of tomorrow to keep exploring. But she hadn't expected that, while she didn't find a stone quarry as she'd hoped, she did stumble upon an area that was almost guaranteed, a 99% chance to spawn a mine. Sloping hills were a type of terrain that looked flat, but the whole surface was actually slanted, indicating nearby mountains. Just having sloping hills wasn't anything special. Mountains weren't exactly rare. But if you also spotted broadleaf trees near sloping hills, that was a different story. Broadleaf trees almost always spawn near or resource points. You could say that while not every or resource point had broadleaf trees, every broadleaf tree meant there was an or resource point nearby. There were generally 3 types of or resource points. The first was a quarry, where ore was exposed on the surface and could be dug up directly. These were easy to mine, but rarely had high-grade ores. The second was a mine, where ore was buried inside a mountain. These had common ores and some rarer ones, with moderate mining difficulty. The third was an underground vein. Just as the name suggested, the ore was deep underground, with unknown depth. These were extremely hard to mine, but had a much higher chance of yielding high-grade ores. The classic combination of sloping hills plus broadleaf trees almost always pointed to the second type, a mine. Mountains and ores together. What else could it be? Of course, there was a tiny chance it was just an ordinary rocky mountain with an underground ore vein. Honestly, if that were the case, it would be worse than nothing. That's because resource points in a given area are limited. If one spawns here, the chance of another spawning nearby is very low, or it might only appear far away. And mining an underground vein beneath a rocky mountain was a real pain. You'd have to dig through an entire mountain just to reach it. No need to say how much work that would be. So you figured she probably wouldn't be unlucky enough to run into such a rare scenario, and she certainly hoped she wouldn't. Having discovered an ore resource point, Siyu's plan to head straight home vanished. She wanted to check it out. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she was already heading toward the spot where, based on her experience, the mine should be. She'd already calculated the time. She had at most 20 minutes to search for this mine. Whether she found it or not, she'd have to head back to her territory immediately after that. To avoid any unexpected delays, Siyu even set aside 10 minutes as a buffer. Otherwise, she'd actually have a full half-hour to search for the mine. 20 minutes passed quickly, and half the time was already gone, but Siyu had already found what she was looking for. Fortunately, the unlikely event she feared didn't happen, just as she'd guessed. This was indeed a mine, not a mineral vein hidden beneath a mountain of stone. However, there was also some bad news. Near the mine, Siyu spotted many monsters guarding it. Ghostly skeleton. HP 100/100. Attack 20. Defense 10. Description: an undead monster whose body appears to be a transparent spirit, but is actually made of bones. Just as the description said, the ghostly skeletons looked like transparent ghosts at first glance, but if you looked closely, you'd realize that beneath that transparency was actually a body made of bones. Because these ghostly skeletons were naturally hard to spot due to their transparency, and with the sky darkening and little light around, if Siyu didn't look carefully, she wouldn't see their bodies at all. All she could make out were their eerie, green-flamed eyes and their ghostly white skulls. Since their bodies were nearly invisible, Siyu's perspective at this moment was especially terrifying. Wherever she looked, she saw nothing but countless floating skulls suspended in midair. Faced with this sudden shift from a survival/base building/sandbox game to a horror/weird/combat game, even though Siyu wasn't afraid of these things and had gotten used to such sights before, she couldn't help but get goosebumps when those skulls turned to look in her direction. She glanced at the time, then took the last marker out of her backpack and placed it in a discreet spot nearby so the monsters wouldn't find it. Although destroying the marker wouldn't affect the map's record, it would let the monsters know that an outsider had been here, making them more alert and potentially disrupting Siyu's future plans. But she couldn't just skip placing the marker either. Even though Siyu had found the mine in just 10 minutes, the whole area was full of broadleaf trees, with nothing distinctive to use as a landmark. Combined with the time of day and poor lighting, her visibility was limited, so it was best to leave a marker. After hiding the last marker, Siyu crouched low to make herself less noticeable, then quickly slipped away. Although there were quite a few monsters near the mine, luckily, there weren't any in the surrounding areas. At least, Siyu didn't run into any trouble on her way back and returned to her territory without incident. On her way back, Siyu even stopped by the stone monster's place to check on the meat and berries she'd left behind. Everything was still there, untouched and unmoved. She figured maybe the stone monster hadn't come back yet, or perhaps it just wasn't planning to show up today. Either way, after confirming the food was fine, Siyu headed home. As soon as she returned to her territory, Siyu received a flurry of system notifications. Lyle has submitted the completed quest, Build Farmland. Reward has been automatically distributed. Lake has submitted the completed quest, Collect Wood. Total completions, 5. Reward has been automatically distributed. Lyle has submitted the completed quest, Collect Branches. Total completions, 2. Reward has been automatically distributed. Lake has submitted the completed quest, Collect Stones. Total completions, 1. Reward has been automatically distributed. Lyle has submitted the completed quest. Lake has submitted the completed quest. There were so many notifications that Siyu only skimmed a few before temporarily muting the rest. In short, the soil for the farmland had been fully tilled and was ready for her to build on. In addition, the two brothers had collected 150 units of wood, 120 branches, and 4 stones for her. In exchange, Siyu paid out 10 copper coins for building farmland, plus 30, collecting wood, plus 6, collecting branches, plus 4, collecting stones, for a total of 50 copper coins. Originally, Siyu had 136 copper coins and 6 silver coins, plus the 15 copper coins the brothers had given her later, making 151 copper coins in total. She had placed those 151 copper coins and 1 silver coin in the wooden chest. At their current spending rate, this money would last several more days, assuming no new wanderers arrived. However, Siyu checked the territory info panel and found that only the Dark Creature Invasion event was left, meaning no new wanderers would be arriving anytime soon. Miss Lord. Seeing Siyu return, Dolly looked happy, though there was a hint of hesitation on her face. She glanced at the two brothers resting by the central fire, then hurried over to Siyu. From her expression, Siyu could tell she wanted to talk privately, so she stopped walking. Did those two do something? Since Dolly wanted to avoid Lake and Lyle, Siyu had every reason to suspect this was about them. Dolly shook her head, then nodded slightly. They didn't do anything wrong. It's just that not long ago, the two of them came to me with money, wanting to buy food. Previously, Siyu had told them that if they couldn't find food, they could buy it from her. But since Siyu was out and Doya was nowhere to be found, after working for ages and getting hungry, the brothers turned to Dolly for help. They brought the fruits of their labor, hoping to buy food from Dolly, since they could tell she had some authority in the territory. But since Siyu had forgotten to tell Dolly about this before leaving, Dolly didn't know if she should give them food. If she did, it didn't seem right, since she hadn't forgotten she herself was just sheltering under someone else's roof. She wasn't the owner here and didn't have the right to distribute supplies. She'd overheard the brothers' earlier conversation with Siyu, 10 copper coins a night for lodging, food charged separately. By comparison, all Dolly had done was help repair a fur coat, and she got free room and board, a total windfall. So Dolly didn't dare make the decision on her own, and refused the brothers' request the first time. But later, when the brothers produced copper coins and explained that Siyu had said they could buy food. Seeing how pitiful the two of them looked, Dolly's heart softened a little. So after hesitating for a while, she took all their copper coins and gave each of them enough food to fill their stomachs. I know I shouldn't have done this without your permission, but anyway, I'm really sorry. Having said this much, Dolly's intentions were clear. She was here to explain what happened and apologize for her actions. Although she didn't think Siyu would kick her out over this, things hadn't reached that point. After all, she was still worried that Siyu might develop a bad impression of her because of it. It might sound a bit like the bystander sees things more clearly, but if you looked at things from a third-person perspective, you'd notice that the roles between Siyu and Dolly, or rather, between the player and the NPC, had somehow reversed. Normally, it should be Siyu trying to gain favor with the NPCs, but now it was Dolly who was worried about losing favor with Siyu. But perhaps because Siyu was directly involved, She didn't notice anything strange. After all, this was her intention from the start. She deliberately told the two brothers they could buy food, and had also forgotten to mention to Dolly that they were allowed to buy food. So when she went out that afternoon, it was partly to explore, but also to give this little test enough room to play out. She was very satisfied with the results. Dolly did give them food, but she also took their money, and she didn't just hand over the food immediately. She waited until the brothers explained that Siu had told them they could buy food. As for why Dolly didn't suspect they were lying, well, since she'd overheard the conversation about the lodging fee, how could she not have heard Siu's other instructions? To put it simply, she had heard, but since it wasn't part of the tasks Siu had assigned her, she still couldn't act on it. Aside from that, Siu was also pleased with how the two brothers behaved. The reason was obvious. Even when Dolly refused them, they didn't resort to violence, but instead patiently explained things to her. Of course, since she didn't know the brothers' tempers, Siu had made other preparations in case they tried to use force after being refused by Dolly. But since nothing happened, there was no need to mention it for now. It's all right. This wasn't your fault, it was mine. I forgot to tell you about it, so don't worry. Siu couldn't exactly say it was all a test, but she wasn't going to dodge her responsibility either. In the future, if they need food, just sell it to them at this price. Water doesn't need to be paid for, but they'll have to boil it themselves after drinking. Siu had granted open access to the central fire for cooking. Anyone could cook there. But after cooking, people could only take away what they'd made themselves. They didn't have permission to take food cooked by others. All right. Dolly clearly hadn't realized this was a test, so when she saw Siu wasn't blaming her, she let out a sigh of relief. After finishing this conversation, Siu and Dolly went over to the central fire. Actually, while they'd been talking, Lal and Lake had been watching them the whole time. They hadn't tried to eavesdrop, though. They just sat quietly by the fire, not moving an inch. The first thing Siu did after walking over was to explain that she'd forgotten to tell Dolly about the food buying arrangement. To show her apology, she gave each of the brothers a free serving of roasted meat with berries, and also returned the extra money they'd paid for food earlier. When returning the money, Siu had Dolly explain the prices of the food to them, making it clear that these would be the prices from now on. According to Suyu's pricing, a day's lodging plus 3 meals would cost around 20 to 30 copper coins, depending on how much a person ate and how much work they did that day. The more work, the more energy spent, and naturally, the more food needed. After hearing Suyu's explanation and receiving 2 free servings of roasted meat, the brothers' lingering unhappiness faded away. It's all right, Lord Siu. We're already grateful that you're willing to take us in and give us work. As for the roast meat, honestly, everyone likes free stuff, but they weren't sure if Siu was truly offering it out of goodwill. If she really meant it, that was fine, but if she was just doing it out of politeness, then they'd rather not accept it. After all, for them, being able to stay here peacefully was the most important thing. It wasn't worth risking future trouble over a piece of roast meat. Siu seemed to understand what they were thinking, so she said, "This kind of thing won't happen again. Please accept the roast meat, it really was my oversight." Seeing that Siu was sincere, Lyle's tension eased and his tone became less nervous and cautious. "In that case, we won't stand on ceremony." With that, Lyle dug in, and Lake, seeing this, also let his guard down and started eating heartily. While the brothers ate, Siu and Dolly also got some food and chatted as they ate. "Where's Doya? She hasn't come back all afternoon." Earlier, because of the wild boar incident, Siu hadn't let Doya go out, but later Doya had left the territory anyway. Since Siu guessed that the creature who killed the boar was an old acquaintance, she hadn't stopped her. But Doya had been gone the whole afternoon. She'd left before Siu went out, and now Siu was back, but Doya still hadn't returned. It would be dark in 10 minutes, and even if Siu wanted to go look for her, she couldn't. She wasn't about to risk herself for an NPC, especially one who hadn't shown any intention of joining the territory so far. Hearing Siu's question, Dolly took a small sip of water and replied, "Actually, she did come back once, but she left again soon after." Dolly hadn't noticed exactly when Doya returned. She'd just happened to catch a glimpse of her leaving again. In other words, She hadn't seen Doya come back, only her leaving for the second time. It's almost dark. I wonder if she'll make it back in time. As she said this, perhaps thinking of something, Dolly suddenly lost her appetite. The two brothers sitting nearby were a little curious about what Siyu and Dolly were talking about, but since they weren't that familiar with each other yet, they didn't ask. When Siyu heard that Doya had come back once, she paused in the middle of eating. Then she quickly finished the last bit of food, opened the wooden box, and began checking the supplies. Don't get the wrong idea. She wasn't worried that Doya had stolen anything. Siyu didn't think she was that kind of person, and besides, Doya didn't have the authority to access the supplies. Siyu just wanted to see if Doya's share of the supplies was still there. Doya was allowed to take her portion of food. If it was all gone, Siyu could only feel regret. Because that would most likely mean Doya had changed her mind and left the territory early. But if the supplies were still there, maybe Doya had run into trouble and been delayed, or perhaps she was on her way back right now. However, based on what Siyu saw as she checked, she couldn't figure out what had happened. Because half of Doya's share of food was gone. But only half. Ruling out the possibility that Dolly had taken it, there were two options. Either Doya thought half the food was enough and left with it, or... As Siyu frowned in thought, she suddenly heard Dolly gasp beside her. What happened? Are you okay? Before she'd even finished speaking, Dolly jumped up, knocking over her cup and nearly tripping in her haste. Siyu studied her and instinctively looked in the direction Dolly was staring. There stood Doya, her hair a mess, a dried wound slashing across her once smooth face. Her exposed skin was covered in cuts and bruises, red marks everywhere. She looked like she'd just crawled out of a pool of blood. She was so badly injured that she could barely walk, swaying with every step. In fact, she looked even worse than Dolly had before. No, this was much worse. No wonder Dolly was so shocked. Even Siyu couldn't help but flinch at the sight of Doya's injuries. Take her to a room. I'll bring medicine over in a minute. Siyu was suddenly grateful she hadn't turned all the red grass she'd collected that afternoon into seeds, but had kept some whole. Otherwise, with Doya this badly hurt and no medicine, things would be much harder. Dolly didn't even have time to respond. Once she regained her balance, she rushed to Doya's side. Before she could say anything, she felt a small, furry bundle pressed into her hands. At the same time, Doya's weak voice sounded in her ear. Take care of it. As she spoke, Doya swayed, but managed to steady herself. How could she still be thinking of taking care of something else at a time like this? Dolly was frantic. She'd meant to support Doya, but now her hands were full with this unknown little creature. She couldn't just drop it, since Doya had asked her to take care of it. Fortunately, Lake and Lyle saw what was happening and came over to help. Otherwise, Doya would have collapsed right there. Need a hand? Lyle knew it was a redundant question. Obviously, they needed help, but Dolly didn't have time to care. Thank you, please help me get her into that house over there, Dolly said, leading the way. Behind her, Lyle and Lake started off just supporting Doya, but when they realized she couldn't walk at all, one of them simply picked her up and carried her inside. That way, they moved faster and avoided causing further injury. They had just gotten Doya into the room when Siyu arrived with the healing potion. What's this? Suyu's attention was on Doya at first, but as Dolly approached, she noticed the trembling red and white furball in Dolly's arms. Shaking, perhaps from fear. I don't know what it is. Doya gave it to me and told me to take care of it, and then, realizing now wasn't the time to talk about this, Dolly quickly changed the subject. Is that healing potion? Do you want to treat her yourself, or should I help? Siyu glanced at the little creature in Dolly's arms, then told her to go outside and look after it. As for Lyle and Lake, after bringing Doya in, they quietly left. Looking at Doya, unconscious on the bed, Siyu first gave her some healing potion, then began to check her condition. Gender, female. Age, young adult. Other info omitted. HP, 35/200, recovering. Status, blood loss, fracture, mild infection, weak, seriously injured. Blood loss, loses a certain amount of HP over time, can be stopped by bandaging. Fracture, the affected area loses mobility, can be stabilized with bandaging. Mild infection. If the wound isn't treated in time, it will worsen to a moderate infection. The more severe the infection, the higher the chance of aftereffects even after healing. Prolonged untreated infection increases the risk of death. Weak. All abilities reduced, slower recovery. Seriously injured, severely wounded, will disappear after other conditions are resolved. While active, normal movement is impossible. Looking at the long list of negative conditions, Siyu was startled, even though she'd mentally prepared herself. Luckily, she'd dealt with similar situations before, so while she wasn't exactly skilled, at least she didn't panic or freeze. Thanks to the healing potion, Duoya's HP had recovered to 35 points. Since the potion only restored 10 HP, that meant Duoya had only 25 HP left before. 25 HP wasn't immediately fatal, but since she was still bleeding, she'd keep losing HP over time. If it kept up, she could die at any moment. But after drinking the healing potion, even though the bleeding hadn't stopped, the potion's continuous healing effect could offset some of the HP loss. In a way, it was buying her time. First stabilize her, then treat the other injuries. That was the right way to handle someone seriously hurt. Besides the healing potion, Siyu had brought cloth, branches, string, deer antler, berry juice, and clothes made from animal hide. The cloth, made from string, was for bandaging wounds and stopping the bleeding. The branches and string were for splinting the fracture, to prevent further injury and allow the bone to start healing. Deer antler and berry juice go without saying, one is for treatment, the other for replenishing thirst and hunger. Although berry juice isn't cost-effective when there's a water source, given Duoya's current state, there's no way she could eat roasted meat. So, she could only rely on berry juice to restore both her hunger and hydration. Once all the wounds were tended to and she'd been fed everything she needed, Siyu changed her into a set of clean clothes. As mentioned before, when there aren't suitable materials available, it's better to consume precious medicinal items like deer antler directly rather than process them. So, this time, Siyu did just that. Just like with red grass, she boiled the deer antler into a liquid and fed it to her. With the help of the deer antler, Duoya's health shot up into the triple digits, and several of her negative status effects also entered an accelerated recovery state. Although her health, which had been fluctuating up and down, didn't keep rising after taking the deer antler, at least it stabilized at a relatively normal level. In this situation, while she wouldn't recover immediately, someone who would have needed to lie in bed for 10 days, half a month, or even longer, could now recover in just a few days. After finishing all this, Siyu left some food in the room and then stepped outside. After leaving the room, Siyu saw the other three gathered together, and at some point, a wooden basin had appeared in front of them. As Siyu approached, she saw the three of them bathing the little creature that had been covered in blood. Once the iron-smelling, bloody stains were washed away, the little thing returned to its original snowy white appearance. But since its fur was still damp and clinging to its body, it looked especially small and helpless, a wet little bundle. "Miss Lord, is Duoya all right?" Apparently hearing footsteps, Dolly turned around just in time to see Siyu walking toward them. Seeing Siyu, Dolly immediately forgot what she'd been doing and asked about Duoya's condition. Siyu glanced at the still shivering wet bundle, sat down beside Dolly, and, while wrapping the little creature in animal hide from a wooden box, replied, "The bleeding stopped, and I've done some basic treatment. She should be fine now, just needs some time to recover." Though she wasn't a professional doctor, Siyu could see the NPC's status panels, so after seeing Duoya enter a recovery state, she knew things would be all right. In the end, it was Duoya who saved herself. If she hadn't killed that deer and obtained the deer antler, Siyu really wouldn't have known how to save her. Duoya had so many negative status effects, and with limited resources, Siyu was truly at a loss. But there are no ifs in this world. The three of them clearly didn't doubt Siyu's words. Maybe due to some setting, they simply assumed Siyu had the ability to know how Duoya was doing. Hearing that Duoya was out of danger, Dolly visibly relaxed, unclenching her tightly held hands. "I wonder what she went through." Dolly's eyes dimmed as she spoke, but the gloom quickly faded. "But as long as she's okay." Siyu nodded without saying anything, focusing on the little creature in her hands. Once wrapped in animal hide, the little thing stopped trembling. She'd thought it was scared, but now it seemed it had just been cold. The temperature had dropped at night, and after its bath, it was soaking wet. A gust of wind had left it shivering. But now, wrapped in hide and with Siyu purposely placing it near the central fire, it quickly regained its energy. "Is this a white ermine?" Lake frowned, sounding a bit uncertain. Because it had been covered in blood before, they couldn't tell what it was. Even during the bath, its fur was all matted, so it was hard to identify. Only now, with its fur half dry, could they barely make out its species. It should be a white ermine, but aren't they supposed to live deep in the forest? Lyle stared at it for a while, then confirmed its identity while raising a new question. But the answer came quickly. Yeah, white ermines are only found deep in the forest. So she must have gone there, which is why she ended up like this. Lake pursed his lips, not quite understanding why someone would do that. But after all, it was someone else's business. He might not understand, but he had no right to judge, so after saying that, he fell silent. He wasn't the only one who didn't understand. Dolly didn't either. She admitted the white ermine was cute, and she liked it, but it wasn't worth risking her life for, at least. Dolly herself would never do such a thing. Of the four present, the only one who could understand why Duoya did it was Siyu. But even Suyu's reasoning wasn't the real truth, due to missing information. She knew Duoya's father had given her a white ermine as a coming-of-age gift, so Siyu naturally assumed this was that gift. If that were the case, she could understand why Duoya would risk venturing deep into the forest. Her ermine must have run off, and she went after it. But that wasn't the truth. That coming-of-age gift was already gone. This white ermine was just a stranger that Duoya had saved out of compassion. Because of this episode with Duoya, everyone's mood was a bit subdued. Although they weren't close enough to be deeply concerned about a stranger, they also didn't harbor any ill will that would make them wish harm on her. So seeing someone so badly hurt naturally made them uncomfortable. By the central fire, the four of them sat in a circle, silently warming themselves. Unlike the others, Siyu was only pretending to be silent. On the surface, she looked lost in thought, but in reality, she was browsing Dolly's information. Now that the residential house was built, Siyu had already approved Dolly's application to join the territory, so she could finally see Dolly's full information and backstory. Dolly. Gender, female. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 70. Affection, 85. Talents, repair, 85, sewing, 70. Skills, novice repairer, bottleneck. Traits, timid, has a chance to become unable to act when facing fierce enemies, sensitive, very attuned to others' emotions, to the point it affects her own actions, meticulous, increases the chance of successful repairs. Introduction. Dolly's parents were merchants on the continent. They fell in love at first sight, and Dolly was born soon after. From a young age, she traveled all over the continent with her parents. One day, a terrible accident occurred. To protect Dolly and her mother, Dolly's father lost an arm. Witnessing this with her own eyes left Dolly deeply afraid of monsters. To prevent such a tragedy from happening again, Dolly's parents gave up their lives as wandering merchants and joined a fixed caravan. As Dolly grew up, her talent for repairing things was discovered. Under the careful guidance of an old repair master, she became an outstanding repairer, her talent and meticulous nature making her especially skilled. Influenced by her parents, Dolly also joined the caravan when she came of age. However, her parents disapproved. Even after reluctantly agreeing, they never allowed her to travel with other caravans alone. That is, until one day, Dolly secretly joined another caravan without telling her parents. Siyu frowned slightly as she read the half-finished backstory. As mentioned before, an NPC's traits are usually closely tied to their story. But in Dolly's case, Siyu could only see the origins of her timid and meticulous traits. As for sensitive, Siyu strongly suspected it was the result of something that happened in the latter half of Dolly's story. Normally, unless something truly significant happens to an NPC, it's not easy for them to develop new traits later on. Otherwise, players would have long since found ways to farm traits through various means. So, what exactly happened after Dolly defied her parents and joined a caravan on her own that caused her to develop this sensitive trait? There were so many possibilities that Sue couldn't figure it out right away. At most, she could guess it had something to do with Dolly's parents. Otherwise, given Dolly's personality, she wouldn't have stayed here. She'd most likely just rest up and then find a way to go home. But up to now, Dolly hadn't shown any desire to return home. She was even considering joining the territory. Since this trait was a blue, rare trait, Sue didn't dwell on it for long after realizing she couldn't figure it out. All she needed to know was that she now had a highly talented repairer who also had a high affection for her. While Sue was checking the information, the white ermine in her hands started to struggle, perhaps because it was uncomfortable in this position, or maybe it was getting too warm from the city's central fire. Either way, it was trying to wriggle free from her grasp. But Sue's attention was elsewhere, so she didn't notice its struggles. Dolly, however, saw the little creature squirming. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. "Miss Lord, would you like me to take care of the ermine for you?" Sue closed the information panel and snapped back to reality, immediately noticing the restless little ermine twisting in her hands. "Sure, you can take care of it. If it's hungry, feel free to feed it something." Since this was Doya's treasured pet, Sue was willing to spare some food for it. Given Doya's serious injuries, she would have to stay in the territory for a few more days. As inappropriate as it might sound, Doya's injury did give Sue more reason to keep her here. Dolly nodded and gently took the ermine from Sue's hands. After handing over the ermine, Sue also gave Dolly the piece of animal hide. Then, glancing at the brothers Lyle and Lake, she asked, "Do either of you know how to fight?" The brothers hadn't expected Sue to speak to them, let alone ask such a question. After a brief moment of surprise, the older brother, Lyle, answered, "I can fight in close combat. As for Lake, forget it. He only knows some flashy moves, couldn't even catch a chicken." Lake glared at his brother, instinctively retorting, "That's not true. Last time we sparred, you didn't even beat me. Lyle, if you just kept quiet, no one would think you were mute." Lyle was left speechless and a little desperate by Lake's outburst. If he could, he'd probably want to smack his brother unconscious right now. Normally, their bickering was harmless, but since Lord Sue had asked about fighting, it clearly meant she was considering having them take part in combat, which was dangerous. Naturally, Lyle didn't want Lake to be exposed to that risk. Claiming that neither of them could fight would have been too suspicious, so he told the truth about himself, but downplayed Lake's abilities, saying he only knew some showy moves. But apparently, Lake didn't catch the subtext in Sue's question, so Lyle glanced at the woman before him, who showed no emotional reaction to his lie and couldn't think of a way to cover it up. Since Lyle had answered so seriously, Sue hadn't suspected he was lying. Still, no matter how good his composure was, having such a pig teammate meant Sue quickly realized Lyle was lying, and could even guess why from his expression. Sue was a bit surprised by Lyle's lie, but didn't think much of it. After all, anyone with a bit of sense would be cautious when asked such a question, so Lyle's response was understandable. "I won't force you to do anything. If you're unwilling, you can refuse. You can still pay to stay in the territory. But maybe you should hear me out before deciding." Sue's question, of course, was because of the mine she'd discovered earlier today. To Sue, that mine was basically a gold mountain. With such a treasure before her, there was no way she wouldn't want to dig it up. But wanting to mine it and actually having the strength to do so were two different things. After all, ghost skeletons were much tougher than fire demons. With 10 defense, they'd only take 5 damage from a basic arrow tower, and with 100 HP, that meant 20 arrows per skeleton. So you simply didn't have enough arrows to spare. In other words, using arrow towers for defense isn't an effective way to kill these monsters, it can at best assist in taking them down. The proper method should be to bring combat personnel along, or to build stronger offensive structures. But clearly, Sue didn't have access to any more powerful attack buildings, so she could only look for alternative solutions. Sue spoke with genuine sincerity, and besides, the two brothers weren't the type to be ungrateful. Even though they had paid for their room and board here, that didn't mean they could simply ignore the help Siu had given them. Please, Lord Siu, go ahead. I hope you don't mind what just happened. I didn't mean to hide anything, it's just that Lake is a bit naive, so I tend to instinctively protect him. By this kind of choice, he naturally meant his habit of shielding Lake. After saying this, Lal let out a barely audible sigh. With things laid out so clearly, even though Lake was a bit simple-minded, he wasn't completely clueless. He more or less understood why Lyle had acted that way just now. And because he understood, when Lyle called him a naive kid, he didn't protest, but chose to stay silent. I should have explained myself better, Siu said after a pause, then got straight to the point. This afternoon, I discovered a mine, but there are a lot of monsters there. With that simple sentence, she made it clear why she needed their help and what she wanted them to do. Why? Naturally, for the ore. What needed to be done? She needed their help to clear out the monsters. The two brothers were adventurers who had traveled far and wide, passing through many territories. They knew just how crucial ore was for the early development of a territory. It was an essential resource for progress. There are ghostly skeletons over there. They're not especially strong, but not weak either. I need your help. If you're willing to assist, you can stay in the territory as long as you like in the future. Ore was extremely valuable, and with enough of it, supporting 2 more people wouldn't be a problem at all. Besides, supporting them really just meant letting them live here rent-free. At most, she'd have to build another house. As for food and clothing, that wasn't included, they'd still need to work for those. So, no matter how you looked at it, so you wouldn't be losing out. Ghostly skeletons? I think I've heard of those. The greatest advantage of adventurers was their broad experience. They might not be experts in any one thing, but they knew a little about everything. It was good that they were familiar with these monsters. It saved Siu the trouble of explaining. Yes, ghostly skeletons, Siu nodded, then continued. You can think it over and discuss it before making a decision. Of course, Siu hoped they would help, but if both refused, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't force them. If that happened, she'd have to find another way to deal with the ghostly skeletons head-on. In other words, she'd need to look for another breakthrough. It was just that she'd discovered the mine so late today that she hadn't had time to explore further. Otherwise, she might have more options now. Please let us think it over. Tomorrow, Lal started to say they'd give her an answer tomorrow, but paused and changed his mind. No, we'll let you know before we rest tonight. Facing these monsters would require a lot of preparation, and whether or not they joined in would affect those preparations. Plus, Siu planned to act in the morning, so waiting until tomorrow for an answer would be too late. All right. With that, Siu gave them space to discuss. Nearby, Dolly had been listening to their conversation, wanting to speak up but not finding the right moment. When she saw Siu approach, she quickly offered her help. Miss Lord, I'm not much good in a fight, but if you need, I can make some things for you. Although she was a repairer, repairing and crafting were closely related. In fact, the principles were very similar, and even some of the books used in training overlapped. A skilled repairer might not be highly proficient at crafting, but they'd at least know the basics, and even those basics would be far beyond what an ordinary person could do. In the past, Dolly would never have revealed her abilities so openly, but now that she'd joined the territory, even if her loyalty wasn't especially high, she had a great deal of affection for Siu. So, hearing that Siu was going on an adventure, she offered her help without hesitation. Crafting? What can you make? Siu had noticed Dolly's talent for sewing, but since she didn't have the sewing skill listed, Siu had assumed she'd never learned it. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. I know some basic sewing. I'm not quite at the beginner level, but I can make some simple equipment. The information panel only displayed skills at beginner level and above, but below that was an unofficial tier used by players for distinction, apprentice. Above apprentice was beginner. So, Dolly was probably at the apprentice seamstress stage, maybe even at the threshold of advancing. Dolly, unaware of how much she'd revealed, continued after explaining her skills. When I brought them food earlier, I noticed there were quite a few threads and animal hides in the chest. I could use those materials to reinforce your hide armor. That should help you withstand more damage. NPCs weren't like players, they couldn't see the stats, so they described changes in plain language. For example, when Dolly said reinforce, she meant increasing the hide armor's durability, making it less likely to be damaged. As for withstand more damage, that was even easier to understand. She could use those materials to strengthen the hide armor and increase its defense. Alright, if you're confident you can do it, I'll leave all those materials to you. Siyu was already prepared to act alone tomorrow, so since she couldn't improve her combat power, the best she could do was boost her defense. After all, offense and defense, you had to choose one. Even if Siyu didn't have a choice, she couldn't just do nothing. Don't worry, my lady. You can leave this to me. Dory took the animal skin coat Siyu had just changed out of, then rummaged through the wooden chest for the materials she needed. Oh, I'll need a wooden needle too. Since she was going to sew, she'd obviously need needle and thread. Here, thread could be replaced with string, and the needle was made of wood. Hearing this, Siyu immediately picked up a branch and a stone knife. With the right tools and materials, she quickly whittled out a sharp wooden needle, just like sharpening a pencil, schwa, 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 and it was done. With the wooden needle in hand, Dory began her work. Before she started, she placed the white ermine in a wooden basin lined with animal hide, gently telling it to behave, not to run around, and not to disturb anyone. Of course, the ermine had no idea what she was saying. It just tilted its head in confusion and let out a soft questioning sound. Liko? Just as the ermine couldn't understand her, Dory couldn't understand it either. So she simply patted its little head and turned her attention back to her work. She watched their interaction, then her gaze fell on the wooden basin under the ermine. She'd been wondering about that basin for a while. She was sure she hadn't made it herself. Perhaps sensing Siyu's gaze, the ermine thought she was about to steal its nest. It immediately stretched out its short front paws, protectively hugging the basin. Not only that, it bared its teeth at Siyu and made a faint noise. Whether it was trying to threaten or provoke her, who could say? Grr. Siyu. Normally, Siyu couldn't be bothered to argue with this little creature. But right now, she was quite free and had plenty of time to mess with it, a little thing that ate her food and lived under her roof, yet dared to bare its teeth at her. Expressionless, Siyu picked up the ermine from the basin and began kneading it like dough. After being washed and dried, the ermine's fur was incredibly soft and smooth, like the finest silk. And with the warmth of the ermine itself, it felt even better than real silk. The thoroughly tormented ermine knew it was powerless to save itself, so it could only look at Dory with tearful eyes, hoping for rescue. But it had miscalculated. Dory had no intention of helping. In fact, Dory had already heard the commotion when the ermine bared its teeth, but she knew Siyu wouldn't actually hurt it. So she ignored the ermine's pleading look and kept working. Cute as it was, if the ermine wanted to stay here, it had to understand a crucial fact, who the real master was. To be so rude and even act so cocky toward the master. Dory felt that Suyu's decision not to toss it outside to cool off its hot head was the last bit of kindness she had left. In Dory's eyes, no matter how cute the ermine was, it was still just a pet. A pet could never compare to Siyu. By now, the ermine, dizzy and limp from Suyu's rough handling, had completely given up struggling. Not only had it stopped struggling, it had even given up on seeking help. The two other humans were too far away to notice, and the one nearby clearly wasn't going to help. Just as the ermine thought its ermine life was over, it suddenly felt its body, which had been dangling in the air, settle onto something solid. Feigning death, the ermine's eyelids fluttered, and it couldn't help but peek open a slit, only to see it had been put back in its wooden basin. "You're quite the little actor," Siyu remarked, amused by the ermine's sneaky peeking. The ermine didn't understand her words, but it recognized her voice. Hearing her so close, it shuddered all over, instinctively squeezed its eyes shut, and its fur puffed out so much it looked just like a perfect white feather duster. Having had her fun, Siyu glanced at the feather duster and decided not to torment it any further. She'd rested enough and had other things to do. Because the brothers had collected some stone fragments today, Siyu was now preparing to use them to make a second pickaxe. When it was just her, one set of tools was enough. But now, with more people, there simply weren't enough tools to go around. For example, after Lake took on the task of collecting wood that afternoon, Siu was left without an axe. It was the same when she sent Dory to gather fibers earlier. The stone knife was in use. So, Siu used the 4 stone fragments, along with some she'd gathered while exploring, to make a pickaxe and a stone knife. She didn't make another axe because only one person needed to chop wood at a time, so 1 axe was enough. As for the pickaxe, now that they'd discovered a mine, Siu definitely needed one herself. Plus, she planned to post a collect sandstone task tomorrow. Only with enough sandstone could these tools be kept in circulation. The same went for the stone knife. Siu set one aside for Dory, so she could gather fibers and other plants near the territory. Fiber was a basic material, and the demand for it would only grow, so it needed to be stockpiled. Once the pickaxe and stone knife were made, Siu put one of the stone knives in the wooden chest and let Dory know. Dory nodded and went back to work. As for the pickaxe, Siu placed it in the wooden chest linked to the bounty board. New tool detected. Would you like to set a deposit? The deposit, as the name suggested, was to prevent people from taking a task and running off with the tool, or collecting materials, but not turning in the task, basically, to stop people from using the tools for free. Since Lyle and Lake had given Siu their last few copper coins before, they'd had no money, so she hadn't set a deposit at first, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take on any tasks. But now things were different. They had money, so Siu added the deposit requirement. She set the deposit amount herself, based on the amount or rarity of materials used in the tool. For axes and shovels, which used only 1 piece of stone, the deposit was 10 copper coins. For pickaxes, which used 2 pieces of stone, the deposit was 20 copper coins. After setting up the data, Siu casually posted a new quest related to sandstone. Once the new quest was published, Siu turned around and saw Lyle standing right behind her. This ghost-like behavior made Siu's eyelid twitch involuntarily. Lyle seemed to realize he'd startled her, so he quickly apologized and explained why he'd come over. We just discussed it, and both of us are willing to help Lord Su deal with the ghost skeletons. We'll follow your arrangements, but we reserve the right to refuse any unreasonable orders. Lyle was mainly worried that Siu would treat them as cannon fodder. They had encountered and fought ghost skeletons before, so they knew these monsters weren't particularly difficult to handle. As long as Siu didn't recklessly send them to their deaths, they were willing to help. Rather than just helping, this was also a chance for them to stay. After barely escaping a near wipeout with their previous adventurer team, the 2 brothers no longer wanted to continue the dangerous life of adventurers. Adventuring was exciting, but also extremely risky, with the constant threat of death. Now, all they wanted was to join a territory and live a stable life, and just as this thought took root, they arrived at Sunset Territory. Though this was a brand new territory, so poor that calling it poor was an understatement, they didn't mind. In fact, they were glad to have arrived at a newly established place. Every territory holds limitless potential. Watching a territory grow from nothing is not just an opportunity, but a rare stroke of luck. Everyone dreams of becoming a founding hero, and they were no exception. So unless Lord Su made some utterly unreasonable decision they couldn't accept, they would choose to stay. And so far, Lal had a good impression of Lord Su. Tomorrow's actions and their outcome would not only determine whether they could successfully join the territory, but also serve as a key observation for whether this place was worth joining. All right. Any arrangements I make tomorrow, I'll discuss with you both in advance. With that, both sides quickly reached an agreement to act together the next day. I need to know your real situation, otherwise I can't make proper arrangements. In fact, even if Siu hadn't asked, Lal was prepared to explain. We both specialize in close combat. Lake prefers fighting barehanded, while I like weapons such as short daggers, though it seems there aren't any here. But if there's a spear, that works too. Lal first explained their combat styles, then highlighted their capabilities by mentioning their past achievements. After hearing their exploits, Siu didn't suspect Lyle of exaggerating, but she did feel something was a bit off. She didn't doubt him because Lyle was smart. He knew that boasting in front of her wouldn't make her think they were stronger. It would only lead to her making poor decisions tomorrow, which would end up hurting them. So it was unlikely he'd exaggerate just to brag. On the contrary, he'd probably downplay things to leave himself some leeway. Even so, the brothers' achievements were impressive. After all, these two had cleared out wolf dens and captured tigers and leopards. While these feats were accomplished as part of their former adventurer team, and others contributed as well, if they didn't have real ability, they wouldn't have survived until now. Alright, I get the gist. Siu suppressed her lingering doubts and continued, "Tomorrow, I'll try to avoid combat as much as possible. After all, our main goal is to open up a safe route to the mine. But sometimes, fighting is unavoidable. So get some rest tonight, not just to kill ghost skeletons, but to keep yourselves alive." To prepare for tomorrow's battle, Lyle and Lake went to the tavern to rest. Meanwhile, after Dolly finished making a set of reinforced beast hide armor, Siu asked if she could make anything else. After hearing Suyu's request, Dolly rummaged through the wooden chest and then gave her answer. "This one shouldn't be a problem. There are enough materials, but that's all, we don't have enough for more." Making armor already consumed a lot of hide, and Siu wanted a double reinforced version, which took twice as many materials or more. With limited supplies, Dolly could only make one of the two items Siu requested. "Let's go with this one, since we'll need it tomorrow." "Sorry to trouble you tonight." "It's fine, it's my job. Otherwise, I'd feel bad eating and drinking here for free, wouldn't I?" Dolly didn't mind having to work overtime. Back in the merchant caravan, they often took turns on night watch anyway. She joked, then measured out the materials and gave a time estimate. "I'll definitely have it finished tonight." The item wasn't hard to make, and as long as nothing went wrong, she'd finish it before her usual bedtime. With Dolly's assurance, Siu could focus on making Lyle's weapon. Since Lyle had mentioned he was good with short daggers, but could also use a spear, Siu decided to make a wooden spear. It had been a long time since she'd worked with such low-level weapons, so Siu checked the workbench recipe list and found the materials and stats for the wooden spear. A simple and easy-to-use wooden spear. It has a longer attack range than ordinary weapons, a slightly higher chance to block, and a certain chance to inflict bleeding on the enemy. Although the wooden spear has well-rounded stats, it requires significant strength to wield. Not recommended for those who don't meet the strength requirement. The pros and cons of the wooden spear have already been clearly explained in the introduction. Among melee weapons of the same tier, the spear is arguably the most powerful, precisely because it's so well-rounded. It has attributes that other melee weapons lack. And for the attributes that other melee weapons do have, the spear not only matches them, but often surpasses them in value. However, its drawback is just as obvious. It requires a lot of strength from the user, which is actually apparent from the materials used to make it. After all, it's a weapon made from 5 pieces of wood. For an average person, just picking it up and walking a few steps would already be impressive, let alone wielding it in combat. If you're not strong enough, you might end up falling flat on your butt while swinging the spear. Embarrassment is one thing, but risking your life is no laughing matter. But since Lyle said he could handle it, Siu naturally chose to trust him. After all, he wouldn't joke around with his own life. Once the wooden spear was finished, Siu first went to check on Duoya in the residential house. After confirming that her injuries had fully stabilized, she began preparing another item she'd need for tomorrow, a healing potion. Basic healing potion consumes red herb 1, water 1, container 1. Category: medicine. Quality: white. Effect: restores 10 HP upon use and grants the healing status. Description: a basic healing potion brewed by mixing red herb with water, offering a certain degree of healing. Healing continuously restores a small amount of HP. Red herbs come in bundles of 20. Siu took 5 to make red herb seeds and used the remaining 15 to craft basic healing potions. Speaking of seeds, Siu glanced at the progress of the 4 farm plots. Farm Plot 1. Status: under construction. Time remaining: 9:15. Farm Plot 2. Status: under construction. Time remaining: 9:18. Farm Plot 3. Status: under construction. Time remaining: 9:23. Farm Plot 4. Status: under construction. Time remaining: 9:29. Since all 4 plots were started around the same time, the remaining times are pretty close. She'd rushed back before dark, and since building a farm plot takes 2 hours, they should be ready around 9 p.m. Now there were less than 10 minutes left until the farm plots would be done. In other words, it was just under 10 minutes to 9 p.m. For some night owls, 9 p.m. is just the start of the party. She wasn't exactly a night owl, but she wasn't an early sleeper either. Especially in this data-driven world, as long as you sleep enough, you won't get any negative status effects. So she waited the 10 minutes, and once the farm plots were finished, she grabbed the pile of seeds and the shovel she'd prepared earlier and got ready to start planting. Farming in this digitalized world wasn't particularly complicated. All you had to do was turn the soil, dig a hole, plant the seed, and water it. Once that's done, the seeds would enter the growing state. Of course, this only applies to lower-level seeds. Later on, if you want to plant rare medicinal herbs or top-tier crops, the requirements become much stricter, but that's a concern for another time. Since the soil had already been tilled when the farm plots were built, so you didn't need to spend time tilling again. She just had to dig holes, plant seeds, and water them. Each farm plot is divided into 4 smaller sections, meaning each planting session uses 4 packs of seeds. It's possible to plant 4 different crops in one plot, but if you plant the same crop in all 4 sections, the plot gains a special aura called harmony. All plants in this plot get along very well. Growth speed plus 8%, yield plus 5%. Actually, you don't have to plant only the same crop to trigger harmony. If you plant compatible crops with mutual growth traits together, you can also trigger harmony and possibly even higher-level versions of it. Even just the first level of harmony gives an 8% boost to growth speed and a 5% increase in yield. Imagine how powerful the bonuses would be at higher levels. But right now, you didn't have enough different types of seeds to trigger a higher-level harmony, so she had to settle for the basic version. Given the situation, you planted red berry bushes in both Farm Plot 1 and 2, red herb in Plot 3, and cotton in Plot 4. This way, across the 4 plots, she had food, medicinal herbs, and basic crafting materials all covered, a very well-rounded setup. Although she didn't need to till the soil, digging holes, planting seeds, and watering wasn't exactly easy work. Sue was busy for quite a while, so long that by the time Dolly finished making the items Sue needed, she still hadn't watered plots 3 and 4. After Dolly finished crafting, she brought the items over to Suyu, took the watering can, and volunteered to finish the remaining watering. Suyu, meanwhile, returned to the central fire to check out what Dolly had made, as well as the 2 pieces of equipment she'd previously upgraded. Enhanced leather tunic. Category: equipment. Quality: green. Durability: 130/130. Attributes: defense, 8+5, resistance, 1% plus 0.5%. Description: an enhanced leather tunic made from animal hide. Thanks to expert tailoring, its durability, defense, and resistance have all been improved. Enhanced leather pants. Category: equipment. Quality: green. Durability: 130/130. Attributes: defense, 5+2, resistance, 1% plus 0.2%, special resistance, 1.3%. Description: enhanced leather pants made from animal hide. After careful modification, both defense and resistance are improved, and they now also offer resistance to special attacks. Leather gauntlets. Category: equipment. Quality: green. Attributes: attack, 15, defense, 5, resistance, 5%, stun, 1%, 5%. Description: leather gauntlets made from animal hide. Not only do they effectively protect and cushion the hands, boosting the wearer's hand-to-hand combat ability, but they also have a small chance, which increases with attack strength, to stun enemies. The duration of the stun depends on the strength of the attack and the enemy's own abilities. After looking over the details of these 3 pieces of equipment, Siu was a bit surprised. But it wasn't the enhanced leather gear that surprised her. After all, with all the materials used, these attributes were to be expected. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of enough resources to make a whole second set of leather gear. What really surprised her was the leather gauntlets. Here's the story content with chapter numbers and author notes removed. The first 2 attributes are both perfectly normal. Not only are they common on gauntlets, but even their values are quite standard. However, this third attribute is a bit problematic. On equipment, the most frequently seen, or rather, almost guaranteed, attributes are attack, defense, and resistance. These 3 are the most basic attributes, and it's normal for them to appear on any piece of equipment, including, but not limited to, defensive gear. For example, even a beast hide tunic might come with an attack attribute. Although no one would actually use a beast hide tunic to attack, as long as someone does, that attack attribute will still take effect. All other attributes apart from these 3 are considered additional attributes. But even among additional attributes, there are different tiers. The most common and ordinary ones are things like bleed, armor break, and critical hit. A bit rarer are attributes like speed, affecting the wearer, slow, affecting the enemy, rend, reduces healing received. And lethal strike, attacks a specific weak point and, if successful, has a chance to reduce the enemy's stats. These stats can include, but are not limited to, attack, defense, speed, etc. Even rarer still are attributes like bind, stun, and confusion. The difference between these attributes lies in how they work. The most common ones speed up the rate at which you damage the enemy through various special effects. The next tier are those that can have some impact on the enemy. The rarest are those that can completely affect the enemy's actions. This might sound a bit complicated, but all you really need to know is, stun is an extremely rare additional attribute. And yet, against all odds, actually, Dolly managed to get it. Although having a single stun attribute won't have a huge impact on tomorrow's actions, since the chance of it triggering is so low, the fact that the first member of the territory is so lucky is still something to be happy about. After all, it's better than being like her. Forget it, let's not talk about that. So you put the gauntlets, the beast hide gear, and the wooden spear she'd made earlier into her backpack. Meanwhile, Dolly had finished watering the plants. "Miss Lord, I've finished watering," Dolly said as she walked over. On her way, she happened to see Siu inspecting the gauntlets she'd made, which made her a bit nervous. Hearing her voice, Siu looked up and saw Dolly's anxious expression. She smiled gently at her and began to praise Dolly's craftsmanship. "You did a great job. These gauntlets aren't just well made, the details are perfect too." So you couldn't talk to these NPCs about attributes, but that didn't stop her from complimenting Dolly. Dolly's eyes lit up at Suyu's words. Carrying her watering tools, she walked over and responded modestly. "As long as you're satisfied, Miss Lord." I was worried that since I hadn't made something like this in a while, my skills might have gotten rusty. Luckily, her skills hadn't declined. In fact, she'd even outdone herself a little. "There's nothing else for you to do right now. Go get some rest." Siu pointed toward the residential house and at the same time handed over the white ermine, which had dozed off, to Dolly. The little ermine, who'd finally managed to fall asleep after being startled, was instantly wide awake thanks to Suyu. The moment it woke up, it saw Suyu. But this time, it had learned its lesson. Even though being woken up made it furious, it could only shrink timidly into Dolly's arms, not daring to make a sound. Its pitiful look went unnoticed by the two. Dolly hesitated a bit when she heard Siu tell her to rest in the house. She knew there was only one house, and inside were just 2 beds, one already taken by Doya. If she took the other, where would Siu sleep? Just as she was about to refuse and suggest that Siu rest inside while she kept watch outside, Siyu's next words made it impossible for her to say no. "I still have things to prepare tonight, so I don't have time to rest or look after anyone. Since you'll be sharing a room with Doya, I'll need you to keep an eye on her. If her condition gets worse, come tell me." Dolly didn't know what else Siu needed to prepare, but the reasoning was solid. She couldn't refuse. "All right, I'll take care of her." Should I bring the little ermine in too? Dolly glanced at the fluffy bundle playing dead in her arms and couldn't resist giving its head a little rub. White ermine, are you kidding me? Will this ever end? The ermine dared not protest. Faced with Dolly's teasing, it kept up its act and didn't make a sound. If you don't mind, you can bring it in. By the way, who made this basin? Siu pointed at the wooden basin the ermine had used. Dolly thought for a moment, then pointed toward the tavern. It was that taller young man. I think he has some tools with him. Taller, that must be Lyle. Siu acknowledged this, and after telling Dolly the names of the two people, she urged her to get some rest, saying there would be more tasks for her tomorrow. Dolly didn't refuse. She hugged the ermine and headed to the residential house. Once she was gone, Siu returned to sit by the central fire. She took out the healing potion she'd brewed and packed it, along with some food, into her backpack. After double-checking that she had everything she needed, Siu resumed building up the territory. Consume 10 planks to build a residential house. Consume 1 wood to build a wooden fence. Consume 2 wood to build a wooden wall. Consume 1 wood to build a wooden gate. She didn't know how long she'd been working, but by the time she'd almost used up all the wood, she'd not only built another residential house, but also used fences and walls to enclose all the previously exposed parts of the territory. With the fences in place, the boundaries and layout of the territory were now clear and orderly. After finishing everything, Siu glanced at the territory's info panel and saw that the prosperity value had risen from 1 to 7. Opening the detailed info, she could see the specific reasons for the increase in prosperity. Residential house completed. Territory prosperity +1. Certainly. Here's the main story content with chapter numbers and author notes removed. Farmland 1 construction completed. Territory prosperity +0.5. Farmland 2 construction completed. Territory prosperity +0.5. Basic defensive structures completed. Territory prosperity +3. Aside from the buildings, Siu also deliberately scrolled to the very top to check the first piece of prosperity-related information, confirming the source of that earlier bit of prosperity. Successfully named the territory. Territory prosperity +1. Looks like her guess was right. Changing the territory's name does indeed grant a point of prosperity. It's not much, but it's better than nothing, especially since prosperity is hard to come by in the early stages, so every bit counts. Currently, the territory's prosperity has reached 7 points, while upgrading requires 20 points. Besides these 20 prosperity points, the territory's population also needs to reach 5 people to upgrade. Including Siu herself, there are exactly 5 people in the territory right now. However, only Dolly has officially joined the territory so far, so on the population line, Siu currently sees territory population, 2/3. Increasing the population shouldn't be difficult. If nothing unexpected happens, the brothers Lake and Lyle will probably choose to stay. If they do, then only one more person will be needed. Siu hopes that person will be Doya. The more she gets to know Doya, the more she realizes Doya's potential is limitless. To be able to make it back to the territory despite such severe injuries is something most people simply couldn't do. As long as Doya is willing to stay, Siu is absolutely confident she can train her into an excellent archer. But all of this will have to wait until Doya wakes up. She's still lying there now, so there's no point in overthinking it. After the basic defensive structures were finished, Suyu's tasks for the night were finally complete. She leaned against a wooden crate, the flames of the heart of the city burning nearby. Even though she wasn't indoors, she felt incredibly warm and comfortable. The heart of the city's fire was warm without being scorching, much more pleasant than a regular campfire. And so, Siu spent her 3rd night in the digitized world. Residential House 2 construction completed. When Siu woke up, she received the notification that Residential House 2 was finished. She glanced at the newly built house, then opened the territory info panel for a look. Territory prosperity, 8.4. Huh? Siu stared blankly at the inexplicable extra 0.4. Normally, finishing a residential house should only add 1 point of prosperity. In other words, since it was 7 yesterday, it should be 8 today. Not wanting to waste time guessing, so you simply open the detailed prosperity info to check the reason. Farmland 1 crops are growing well and successfully triggered Harmony I. Territory prosperity plus 0.1. Similar messages appeared 4 times in total. Aside from the farmland number, the rest of the text was identical. So, each plot of farmland that triggers Harmony I grants 0.1 prosperity, and with 4 plots, that's exactly 0.4. Although the decimal looks a bit odd, any increase in prosperity is a good thing. She didn't remember Harmony ever increasing prosperity before. This must be a new change in the digitized world. To Suyu, this change seemed like it was encouraging them to develop their territory, as if the world itself wanted them to thrive here. She still had no idea how this digitized world came to be, or why it existed, but she quietly made a mental note of this. After figuring out the prosperity issue, so you want to check on the crops in the farmland. Farmland 1. Status, Harmony I. Plot 1. Red berry bush, healthy, growing. Plot 2. Red berry bush, lack of water, growth halted. Plot 3. Red berry bush, healthy, growing. Plot 4. Red berry bush, weeds present, growth speed reduced. There were 4 farmlands in total, and each one had 1 or 2 plots with various issues. Some lacked water, some had weeds, some had pests, and some weren't getting enough sunlight. The sunlight problem would resolve itself once the sun came up, but the other issues would need to be dealt with manually. Since this was her first time planting, Sue hadn't unlocked the plant encyclopedia yet, so she couldn't see the growth countdown for these plants. But if she remembered correctly, red berry bushes took 72 hours to mature into shrubs and 48 hours to bear their first fruit. Of course, that's without any growth acceleration. With Harmony I in effect, they should mature into shrubs in just under 67 hours, but fruiting isn't considered part of the growth phase, so it won't be accelerated. As for the other 2 plants Sue had planted, red grass and cotton, their maturation times were 168 hours, 7 days, and 120 hours, 5 days, respectively. After understanding the situation, Sue prepared to address each issue accordingly. But just then, Dolly woke up. She came out of the residential house, saw what Sue was doing, and hurried over to stop her, insisting on handling all the farm work herself. "Didn't we agree that I'd take care of things here? My lady, you should focus on your own tasks. I'll look after the farmland." "Oh, and I think I just saw Doya wake up. You can go check on her." Seeing this, Sue didn't insist. She briefly explained the farmland situation and how to deal with it, then headed to Residential House 1 to check on Doya. Doya. HP, 124 out of 200. Status, fracture, recovering, severe injury, recovering. The previous bleeding and infection were gone, only the fracture and severe injury remained, both of which would take the longest to heal. Sue had come because Dolly said Doya was awake, but it looked like she was still sleeping. It was odd she'd recovered this much, so why hadn't she woken up yet? But just as Sue was about to leave, Doya's voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Lord Sue, thank you for saving me this time." Though she was recovering well, Doya was still weak. If you didn't listen carefully, you'd barely hear her. Sue glanced back at her and said, "To be precise, you saved yourself." Whether it was the deer antler she got from the deer she killed, or her own strong willpower that kept her going until she made it back here, both were thanks to Doya herself. Doya didn't say anything, nor did she get up from the bed, because she knew she wasn't in good shape. After Sue finished speaking, the 2 of them fell silent. Seeing this, Sue decided not to stay any longer. Not only would it be a waste of time, but it might also disturb Doya's rest and recovery. Get some good rest. If you need anything, you can ask Dolly for help. As she finished, Sue seemed to remember something and added, "Oh right, this is the white ermine you brought back. I'll just leave it here." Sue was worried that Doya might get out of bed for the ermine and worsen her injuries, so she specifically picked up the white ermine from the other bed, showed it to her, and then put it back. The reason she didn't leave it right next to Doya was mainly because she was afraid the ermine would get restless, run and jump around, and end up hurting Doya. The white ermine, being picked up and put down for no apparent reason, looked utterly resigned to its fate. But it was clearly used to being handled this way, so even though Suyu's grip was uncomfortable, it didn't make a sound. It might not know that Suyu was the master here, but it certainly understood that she was not someone it could afford to mess with. When Duoya saw the ermine, she was momentarily stunned, and what she said next caught Suyu off guard as well. If Lord Su finds it troublesome to keep, then just let it go. Let it go. Wasn't this her ermine? Suyu felt like something was off, but seeing how exhausted Duoya looked, and since she was about to head out herself, she didn't have time to clarify. Before leaving the room, Suyu took the ermine with her. She had kept it because she thought it belonged to Duoya, but since that wasn't the case, she figured she'd do as Duoya said and set it free. It wasn't like she couldn't afford to feed the little thing, but Suyu always felt that keeping such a pet was just a hassle. But the usually docile ermine seemed to sense something. As Suyu carried it toward the edge of the territory. Ch. The previously quiet ermine suddenly started struggling desperately, letting out pitiful cries. Suyu frowned, now even more convinced she should get rid of it. Something that was nothing but cute, served no other purpose, and was this noisy, Suyu definitely wasn't going to keep a second one. Just as it hadn't been able to resist Suyu's rough handling before, the ermine couldn't resist her intention to let it go now. She set it down on the ground. Although its feet finally touched solid earth, its heart felt emptier than ever. The ermine looked up at the human who had abandoned it here and was now walking away without a backward glance. It wanted to follow, but knowing it would just be left behind again, it ultimately stayed where it was. This is a wooden spear. Try it out and see if it works for you. Suyu handed the wooden spear to Lyle, and while he was testing it, she took out the gauntlets Dolly had made earlier and gave them to Lake. Lake looked at the gauntlets in surprise. For me, he asked, pointing at himself in disbelief. Suyu raised an eyebrow and tossed the gauntlets into his arms. Who else? You think I'd use them? With her small frame, if she tried to punch a ghost skeleton, she'd probably just tickle it or break her own hand. Lake couldn't see the equipment stats, but he had a good eye and could tell at a glance that the gauntlets were quality gear. He put them on and gave a few test swings, his eyes shining with delight. Not only were the gauntlets well made, but most importantly, they fit his hands perfectly. A weapon's power is useless if it doesn't suit you. To find one that's both powerful and a perfect fit, that's true luck. Don't worry, Lord Su. With these gauntlets, I can take down 3 ghost skeletons at once. Lyle, who had just finished testing the wooden spear and was about to speak to Suyu, gripped the spear tighter when he heard this, struggling to suppress the urge to smack his brother. Idiot. Lyle knew Lord Su probably wouldn't take Lake's words seriously, but that didn't stop him from cursing his foolish brother in his heart. It's bad enough that he's dumb, but what's worse is that he can't keep his mouth shut. He always spills everything in just a few sentences. How's the spear? Suyu asked, seeing that Lyle was silent after trying it out and thinking there might be a problem. If there's an issue, it's best to fix it now. Once they're out, having to run back and forth for equipment would just be a waste of time. There's a joke among players. The first thing you do when you go out is go back home. But it's best if that doesn't happen too often. It's good, just not as sharp as I'd like, but it'll do, Lyle replied seriously. It wasn't as sharp as a metal weapon, but since it was made of wood, that was to be expected. For a wooden weapon, it was already quite good. As long as it's usable, that's enough. Suyu nodded, then took out the prepared leather armor from her backpack. She actually had a full set of leather armor and an extra leather tunic. The full set had been reinforced by Dolly, while the single tunic was pieced together from leftover materials. Because of limited materials, the single tunic was of average quality, but it was still better than nothing. There's not much, just these. You two can divide them as you see fit. Originally, Suyu had planned to keep the leather tunic for herself, thinking she'd be acting alone. But now that she had muscle, it made sense to equip them. After all, the better protected they were, the more likely she'd achieve her goals. Of course, Suyu wasn't going to go completely unprepared herself. She still had a trump card for self-defense. She only had one of these, and it was reserved for herself. But if possible, Suyu hoped she'd never have to use it. After some friendly negotiation between the brothers, Lal ended up with the reinforced leather tunic, 8+5, giving him a defense of 13, while Lake got the regular leather tunic, 8, and the reinforced leather pants, 5+2, for a total defense of 15. Lake's gauntlets also had 5 defense, but weapon defense is calculated differently from armor defense, so you can't just add them together. So, Lake's real effective defense was 15, not 20. Based on the ghost skeleton's attack power of 20, with their new equipment, each attack would only deal 7 damage to Lyle and 5 to Lake. And thanks to the gauntlets, in some situations, Lake would actually take even less than 5 damage. While it was impossible to block all damage, this was still a huge improvement compared to being unarmored. With this layer of defense and now armed with weapons, the two could finally show off their skills to the fullest. Once everything was ready, Sue led Lyle and Lake along the previous route to the vicinity of the mine. Since they arrived early, the ghost skeletons all seemed to be resting, so at first glance, they didn't see anything at all. Lyle's adventurer instincts made him frown slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But when he saw Sue's calm expression, he swallowed his words. "Lord Sue, there aren't any monsters here right now. Are you planning to?" Lake's sentence was cut short as Lyle quickly covered his mouth. Muffled, Lake made a confused MMMPH sound, only settling down when Lyle whispered in his ear to be quiet. Seeing this, Sue signaled for them to relax a bit. "No need to be so tense. We're not in the ghost skeleton's territory yet. But once we cross over, we'll need to be careful." Although it looked like nothing was there, that was because ghost skeletons had a special body type that allowed them to be semi-invisible in the absence of light. And even though it was already sunrise, the sun still needed time to fully rise. Plus, this was a forest, and the tall trees blocked a lot of light, making it even harder to see anything. After hearing Sue's explanation, Lyle let go of Lake's mouth. Finally freed, Lake took a deep breath. Even though he'd just heard this area was safe, he decided to play it quiet for now. Otherwise, he couldn't shake the feeling that, before any monster got him, Lyle would kill him first. "We can't see them." Or rather, it was extremely hard to see them, which amounted to the same thing. Not being able to see the enemy would make fighting them much more difficult, since they could easily end up surrounded by ghost skeletons without even realizing it. Sue had considered this problem, but she also had a solution. She pulled a wooden basin out of her backpack, the very same one Lyle had made for the white ermine's bath. Only this time, instead of the ermine, the basin was filled with a mysterious purple liquid. Is that purple heartflower dye? If it was just the color, Lyle might not have recognized it. But purple heart flowers gave off a unique scent, not unpleasant, but unforgettable once you'd smelled it. So, by the smell, he identified the purple stuff in the basin. That's right, it's dye made from purple heart flowers. Sue confirmed his guess, then explained her plan. Ghost skeletons weren't actually that strong. As Lake had said, he could take on 3 by himself, and that wasn't an exaggeration. The real challenge with ghost skeletons was their special bodies. Because they were hard to see, it was difficult to dodge their attacks or land hits on them, especially in poor lighting or if the light was too bright. In dim light, you couldn't see their transparent bodies. In overly bright light, you still couldn't see them clearly. Think of glass, but not quite the same. Ideally, you'd be able to spot the glint of light reflecting off them, which would let you pinpoint their location. But that was a tall order and not something they could control. So Sue came up with another method. When you're fighting, you can splash dye around the area. Since it was plant-based dye, just plants and water, there was no risk of polluting the environment. And if you managed to splash it onto a ghost skeleton, the dye would stick to it, making it visible. Lake still didn't quite understand why Sue had suddenly pulled out a basin of dye, or why she wanted them to splash it around, but that didn't matter, as long as Lyle understood. "Got it. We'll talk it over." While this method would make the ghost skeletons visible, it also had a drawback. It could provoke a whole bunch of them at once. After all, if you're splashing stuff on them and staining them, of course they'd chase you for miles. Their main goal was to clear a path to the mine, which meant taking out any ghost skeletons blocking the way. The dye was just a tool to make that easier. If they attracted too many at once and weren't prepared to deal with them, it would backfire. While the two discussed their strategy, Sue pulled out a map and surveyed the surroundings. By the time they finished, she'd already found a suitable route. "We're ready, Lord Sue. Where should we start?" Ignoring the trees, the area was actually quite spacious. Clearing out every ghost skeleton near the mine was impossible. But if they just needed to open up a path, that was manageable for the two of them. "If you're ready, let's go. We'll take this route." So you pointed to a more distant direction, where the trees were sparse and the ground was mostly free of weeds and underbrush. With fewer obstacles, it would be harder for them to hide, but that cut both ways. The ghost skeletons would have nowhere to hide either. And with less in the way, it would be easier for them to attack and defend, especially for Lyle, whose weapon was a spear. In cramped quarters, he wouldn't be able to use it properly. "Also, I'll build a row of wooden fences here. You'll both have permission to open the gates." The fences were made from the last of the wood in Suyu's territory. Both men had no objections to Suyu's plan. Since Lake's weapon was a pair of gauntlets, he took the basin of dye from Suyu. The two of them led the way, while Suyu stayed behind the safety of the fence, watching them advance. As a non-combatant, she knew better than to join the fray herself. Otherwise, if she accidentally ran into a ghost skeleton, just one hit from it would take away 20 HP, 1/5 of Suyu's health bar gone in an instant. A few more hits, and it wouldn't just be her health bar that was gone, she'd be gone too. So she had to wait until these two finished clearing out all the ghost skeletons nearby before going over herself. Fighting while holding a wooden basin was a bit tricky, but it was clear the two brothers had worked out a strategy that, while not perfect, suited them very well. Lake splashed dye in every corner of the area. Suyu had prepared plenty of this dye, enough to turn the whole place into a sea of purple. While Lake was splashing dye, Law was in charge of fending off the ghost skeletons that went berserk after being hit by the dye. Once Lake finished his task, he immediately rushed back to support Lyle. Since they had aggroed quite a few ghost skeletons at once, neither of them intended to fight to the bitter end. Every move they made prioritized defense. Once the two regrouped, they retreated behind the wooden fence Suyu had set up. With their teamwork and the barrier provided by the fence, they managed to defeat all the ghost skeletons that had been relentlessly chasing them. Now the ground was littered with loot dropped by the slain skeletons. Suyu counted the number of ghost skeletons they had taken down, 15 in total. With these 15 gone, while she couldn't guarantee that every ghost skeleton on this path had been cleared, there couldn't be many left. With the ghost skeletons dealt with, Suyu quickly gathered all the loot from the ground, then went over to check on the two of them. Although she couldn't see their detailed stats, she could still see their health bars. Lyle, HP, 195/230. Lake, HP, 205/260. Although Lake's current HP was 10 points higher than Lyle's, because his maximum HP was higher, he'd actually taken more damage. After all, a spear has some reach, so it's not strictly melee, and the chance of taking hits is lower. Lake, on the other hand, fought with his fists, true hand-to-hand combat. After checking on them, Suyu handed over the healing potions she'd prepared the day before. She hadn't given them the potions in advance because, unlike her, NPCs didn't have backpacks to carry things. If they carried them on their person, they might accidentally drop them during battle. So Suyu kept them herself and only handed them over after the fight. "Thank you," Lyle and Lake said, taking the potions and downing them without hesitation. It wasn't that they were careless. They recognized what the potions were, so they felt safe drinking them. Otherwise, Lake might have drunk it anyway, but Lyle would definitely have hesitated. 15 red herbs meant 15 basic healing potions in total. For now, Suyu gave each of them 3. It wasn't enough to fully restore them, but you could only drink 3 of the same potion in a short period anyway. After 3, you'd get a debuff called Potion Resistance. Potion Resistance. Due to consuming too many, 3 of the same potion in a short time, any further use of the same potion within the duration will have its effect reduced by 80%. A basic healing potion restores 10 HP, so with an 80% reduction, it would only restore 2 HP. Red herbs and water weren't valuable, but there was no need to waste them. Plus, the more you drank, the longer the resistance lasted, the duration increased exponentially. So, all in all, it wasn't worth it. The base duration of potion resistance depended on the potion's grade. The stronger the potion, the longer the resistance. For basic healing potions, it lasted just 10 minutes. 10 minutes wasn't 10 hours, they could afford to wait. I just checked, the ghost skeletons over there should all be cleared out, Lyle said, drinking his third potion and sharing his observations. So you nodded slightly and collected their empty wooden cups. You too should. Time in the datafied world has ended. The system is processing data. Data processing complete. A total of 415,264,151 stray data entries have been generated. All data has been cleared. So you had been about to suggest they rest for a bit, then the three of them could check the path ahead together. If all the ghost skeletons really were gone, they could keep moving forward and see if the road led straight to the mine. But the sudden appearance of these two system messages cut her off mid-sentence and interrupted her train of thought. Looking at that string of numbers, so you couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She'd already guessed this would happen, but she hadn't expected the system to so kindly notify them. If the stray data was really what she thought it was, did that mean these 415 million pieces of stray data were actually 415 million lives? As much as Suyu didn't want to admit it, deep down she knew this was the truth. She opened her personal info panel, and sure enough, the two auras she'd had were both gone. That meant it was now 8 a.m. on the third day. It wasn't just her world being settled, everyone else's was too. Lord Su. Lord Su. Lake called out, worried something had happened when Su suddenly fell silent mid-sentence. Su snapped out of her shock at the system message and finished what she'd been saying. After hearing her out, the brothers sat down to rest and had no objections. Still, Lake seemed a bit concerned about Suyu's earlier reaction. Suyu noticed his concern and casually made up an excuse to brush it off. After all, she couldn't exactly tell them. What, that this was just a datafied world, and they weren't real people, just strings of data serving real humans. Fortunately, Lake didn't press the issue. In fact, after hearing her excuse, he responded earnestly. Don't worry, Lord Su. Since we said we'd help, even if there are more ghost skeletons by the mine, we'll take care of them for you. You can absolutely trust the word of us brothers. Su just smiled and said nothing. Lyle, standing to the side, had long since stopped caring about Lake's habit of blurting things out, or perhaps, he just didn't want to care anymore. Still, Lake wasn't wrong. Since the two of them had agreed to this task, there was no way they'd bail halfway and desert, unless there really was some kind of monster near the mine that was completely beyond their ability to handle. But, taking advantage of the moment, Lal decided to talk to Siu about something concerning the two brothers, namely, that both of them wanted to join the territory. Siu hadn't expected Lyle to bring this up at a time like this, and she was briefly taken aback when she heard it. But she quickly gave her answer. You've seen the current state of the territory for yourselves. I don't think there's much more I need to explain. If you want to join, you're more than welcome. Siu had already guessed that the brothers would want to join, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Still, that was fine. Sooner or later, it made no real difference. Of course, joining the territory didn't mean they'd get food and lodging for free. Anything that should be paid for would still require payment. After all, they weren't working for Suyu for nothing, she paid them for all their labor, so it wouldn't make sense for her to pay them and then also provide free room and board. The same went for Dolly. Right now, the territory was still small, with many things incomplete and no formal rules or systems in place. But eventually, basic currency circulation and market transactions would have to be established. That goes without saying. We just want to join the territory, not freeload off you for the rest of our lives. With that, both sides quickly came to an agreement, and Suyu immediately received 2 notifications about new applicants to the territory. Wanderer Lyle has applied to join Sunset Territory. Approve. Wanderer Lake has applied to join Sunset Territory. Approve. Current territory population, 2/5. The original population cap was 3, but since Residential House 2 had been completed, the cap had increased to 5. Once you approved the brothers' applications, the population would become 4/5. Looking back, it was lucky she'd finished building the second house last night, otherwise, only one of them would have been able to join right now. Thinking this, Siu approved both applications and opened their profiles for a quick look. Lyle. Gender, male. Age. Young adult. Loyalty, 75. Affection, 70. Talents, melee, 75, carpentry, 70. Skills, basic melee. Traits, keen, possesses above-average observational skills. Description, an outstanding forest adventurer. After an incident with his former adventuring party, he began to think maybe living as an ordinary person isn't so bad. After discussing it with Lake, the two of them left the party. Lake. Gender, male. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 78. Affection, 75. Talents, melee, 85. Skills, basic melee, bottleneck. Traits, strong, possesses above-average strength, careless, prone to irrational actions due to personality. Description, an outstanding forest adventurer. After an incident with his former adventuring party, he left the party together with Lyle. Unlike the lengthy backstories Siu had seen for other characters, Lyle and Lake's descriptions were extremely brief, just a single sentence. This surprised Siu a little, since she thought they might be special NPCs like Dolly and Doya. But her surprise only lasted a moment. After all, she'd already seen so many changes and surprises that one more didn't really matter. An NPC's story usually just explains the source of their skills and traits, and sometimes offers clues for recruiting them. The first 2 pieces of information were optional. She didn't really need to know why someone had a certain skill or personality trait. The only real use for these stories was to help with recruitment. Later on, after building a special structure, she'd be able to view all of an NPC's information even before they join the territory. But Siu didn't have that building yet, and the brothers had already joined, so it didn't matter now. After Lyle and Lake joined the territory, Siu opened and closed every information panel she could access, hoping she might find some clue about the nature of this data-driven world. Ultimately, it was those 400 million-plus lines of deleted, floating data that had left her so shaken. Even though she hadn't known any of those people, Suyu's mood was still affected. She wasn't really expecting to find anything, she just wanted something to do to take her mind off things. Unsurprisingly, she didn't find anything special in those information panels. Lord Siu, we've both rested up, Lyle said. Hearing this, Siu nodded, closed all the panels, and stood up. All right, let's go. On the way to the mine, Lyle and Lake walked ahead and behind, flanking Siu like bodyguards. Even though they'd already checked for ghost skeletons, there was no guarantee they hadn't missed something. After all, ghost skeletons were tricky and not easy to spot. And even if they really had wiped them all out, there was always the chance that a few more had wandered over while they were resting. It wasn't impossible. Fortunately, their luck held, and neither of the 2 bad scenarios occurred. The 3 of them reached their destination without incident. When they finally stopped at the foot of the mine, none of them could quite believe how smoothly everything had gone. Siu walked around the mine, surveying the area, then turned to the brothers. Could I trouble you two to scout the area? If you run into ghost skeletons or other monsters, don't rush to fight, just focus on reconnaissance. Lake didn't hesitate and nodded right away, but Lyle seemed a bit reluctant, not moving immediately. Lord Siu, are you sure it's safe for you to stay here alone? It wasn't that Lyle looked down on Suyu, it was just that she really didn't look like someone who could fight. And, in fact, that was true. Siu wasn't a combatant, at least for now. She really was as weak as a kitten. But it's fine if she can't fight, as long as she can run, that's good enough. No worries, you two just be careful. Don't worry about me. If Siu didn't have confidence, she would never put herself in danger. Since she dared to let the two of them go scout around, she was absolutely sure she could get away safely. Seeing this, Lal didn't insist anymore. After confirming the area was safe, he and Lake split up, heading off in opposite directions. To prevent Lake from messing things up, Lal even pulled him aside before leaving to give him a few extra reminders. Once the two of them were gone, Siu decisively pulled a pickaxe out of her backpack. Just kidding, even if this wasn't a mine but just a rocky mountain, she would still start digging right away. She was short on more than just ore, she needed stone too. And she needed it badly. Since there were no more ghostly skeletons nearby, she could dig in peace without worrying about being disturbed. After about 10 minutes of digging, Siu hadn't collected much stone yet, but suddenly saw Lake running over from the left, looking excited. "Lord Siu, guess what I found?" He looked like he was dying to tell her, but when he got in front of her, he decided to keep her in suspense. Siu paused her digging, thought about the situation and Lake's expression, and made a guess. "You found a mine cave?" After all, this was a mining mountain. What else could make someone so happy around here? At least, Siu personally thought it must be a mine cave. Because if there was a mine cave, she wouldn't have to rack her brains figuring out how to mine the ore inside the mountain. They could just dig straight in along the tunnel. Plus, caves had another advantage. Being indoors, they were less likely to be discovered and disturbed by other creatures. Lake. Siu hadn't been entirely sure, but seeing Lake's dumbfounded look, she knew she'd guessed right. A mine cave. That really was fantastic news. She just wondered what kind of mine it was. Curious, Siu simply asked Lake directly. Lake was too excited to wonder how Lord Siu had guessed. Hearing her question, he instinctively described everything he'd seen. "I'm not really sure what kind of ore it is, because the cave is really deep, and there's no ore on the surface. It's too dark inside, and I was worried there might be monsters or something unsafe, so I came back first." At this point, Lake looked a little embarrassed. He'd just found a mine cave and rushed back, hoping to surprise Lord Siu, but she'd guessed the surprise right away. And when she asked what kind of mine it was, he couldn't even answer. "Should I go back and check again?" "It's not that far." Lake was a man of action. He'd barely finished speaking before his feet were already moving. Siu quickly stopped him. "No need, you did the right thing. Safety is the most important thing." The chance of monsters spawning inside a mine cave wasn't high, but it wasn't impossible either. Better safe than sorry. No rush. "When Lyle gets back, you two can check it out together." As for her, she wasn't going. If there were monsters, she wouldn't be much help. If there weren't, there was no point in her going either. At this stage, she wasn't planning to mine or anyway. She didn't have the right workbench to smelt it, so mining now would just be a waste of energy. She might as well stay here and keep digging for stone. "All right, I'll do as you say, Lord." Lake was impulsive, but his biggest trait was obedience, especially to people he trusted and who were more capable than him. His trust in Siu went without saying. With a favorability of 75, he'd basically accept any reasonable request from her unconditionally. Even if it was unreasonable, as long as Siu could convince him, he might still agree. Not to mention, Siu was the lord of his territory. NPCs were even more likely to accept orders from their lord. "By the way, Lyle isn't back yet?" Speaking of Lyle, Lake realized it was still just the two of them here. It seemed Lyle hadn't returned. Siu shook her head slightly. "Let's wait a bit longer. If he's still not back, you can go check on him." This mountain was huge. If Lake hadn't happened to find the mine cave, it would definitely take more than 10 minutes to scout one side, so it was normal that Lyle wasn't back yet. "All right. Lord, how about I do the digging?" Watching Siu struggle with the mining, Lake couldn't stand it. He felt awkward just standing around while Siu did all the work, so he offered to help and let her rest for a bit. But to his surprise, instead of handing him her pickaxe, Siu pulled another one out of her backpack. Players taking things out of their inventory seemed like items appearing out of thin air to NPCs, but they didn't find it strange. For them, it was just a reasonable system setting, nothing to question. Back to the point, Siu had brought 2 pickaxes this time, including the one from the reward box tied to the quest board. After all, the 2 main workers were here, and no one else was taking the sandstone mining quest, so leaving the pickaxe there would be a waste. Lake took the pickaxe naturally and started digging stone, imitating Siu. Obtained, stone fragments x6. Obtained, stone x2. Obtained, stone fragments x4. Looking at all the stones she was collecting, Siu felt a sense of satisfaction. Mainly because she'd been so desperately short on stone before. Suddenly getting so much made her feel like she'd struck it rich overnight. After digging for a while, Siu saw her stamina had dropped to 40, so she decisively stopped, took a break, and picked up the stones on the ground. You should take a break too. Hearing this, Lake shook his head, saying he still had plenty of strength and could keep digging, but Siu insisted he rest. Aren't you going to check out the mine cave later? There might be monsters there, so don't waste your energy digging stone now. After hearing Siu's words, Lake thought she had a point. He hesitated for a moment, then put down his pickaxe as well. Siu finished picking up the items that had dropped on the ground, then took out a serving of grilled meat from her backpack and handed it to him. Even though it hadn't been long since breakfast, all the fighting and mining had made their hunger levels drop pretty quickly. Anyway, Siu had brought plenty of food, just the grilled berry meat alone. She'd packed 10 servings, enough for the 3 of them to eat from morning till night. While Lake ate, Siu also took out a portion for herself. Before they'd even finished their grilled meat, the 2 of them heard some commotion from the right side of the mine. Siu paused mid-bite and Lake reacted quickly too, scarfing down the rest of his food in a couple of bites. He grabbed his gloves, which he'd just taken off, and strode toward the source of the noise. Wait, take these. Siu took a few basic healing potions from her backpack and handed them to Lake. Lyle? Is that you? Lake called out tentatively. As soon as he caught a whiff of blood, his expression changed. He couldn't worry about anything else now. He ran straight toward the vague shadow up ahead. When he got there, he saw Lyle lying on the ground as if completely paralyzed. Not only that, but he was covered in blood from head to toe. He looked exactly like Doya had the night before. If it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest proving he was still alive, Lake really didn't know what he might have done in that moment. Even though he knew Lyle was alive, Lake rushed to his side, wanting to help him up. But before he could touch him, Lyle, who'd had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. When he saw it was Lake, the sharp look in his eyes softened, and he let out a sigh of relief. Realizing Lake wanted to help him back, Lyle took a few deep breaths and managed to say, haltingly, I'm fine. Don't. It's not dead yet. Go. Lake had originally intended to help Lyle back, but after hearing those words, he had to set that idea aside. Though Lyle's words were broken and quiet, somehow, perhaps out of instinct or understanding, Lake got the message. He first helped Lyle drink one of the basic healing potions Siu had given him, then cautiously headed in the direction Lyle indicated. If he guessed right, Lyle had been fighting some kind of creature, beast or monster, and both sides had ended up badly hurt. Lyle wasn't lying here because his injuries were that serious. In fact, he didn't have many wounds at all. Most of the blood on him probably belonged to the creature he'd fought, not to him. He was down mostly from exhaustion. And the creature Lyle had fought was likely in the same state. That's why Lyle wanted Lake to take this chance to finish it off. Strike while the iron's hot, as the saying goes. Finishing the job was crucial. If they waited for the creature to recover, things could get ugly. Lake made his way through the overgrown weeds, pushing aside the leaves in front of him. What came into view was a black-striped tiger over 3 feet long. Lake was startled when he saw the tiger, not because he was afraid, but because he hadn't expected Lyle to have just been fighting a tiger. Since when was his brother this tough? Was he possessed by Wusong or something? Wait, who's Wusong again? Never mind, that's not important. The tiger was in even worse shape than Lyle. Its body was riddled with bloody holes. Lake even noticed a few unfamiliar wounds, but he didn't have time to examine them closely. Apparently hearing Lake approach, the black-striped tiger, which had been lying half dead on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes, just like Lyle had earlier. But unlike Lyle, the tiger's gaze was filled with nothing but ferocity. Not that it mattered how fierce it tried to look, it couldn't move at all now. It was basically a paper tiger, ready to fall apart at a touch. Lake didn't give it any time to react or recover. He put on his gloves, strode forward, and delivered a powerful punch. Worried that one punch wouldn't be enough, Lake put all his strength into several more blows, until his hands went numb from the force. Only then did he stop. If Siu had been there, she would have seen that the tiger's health bar had dropped to 0. It was well and truly dead. But even without her, Lake could tell the tiger was as dead as could be. After making sure he'd finished the job and there was no chance of the tiger coming back to life, Lake hurried back to Lyle's side. "Where's the Lord?" By now, Lyle had either rested enough or the healing potion had kicked in. He couldn't do any heavy lifting, but he could walk on his own. He slowly got up from the ground, planning to check how Lake had handled the tiger, and just happened to see Lake returning. So he asked about Suyu. "The Lord is still over there, she's fine. That potion you just drank was from her. When I was scouting on the left, I found a mine." Lake briefly explained his side of things, then started asking Lyle what had happened. "How'd you run into a black-striped tiger? And how did you beat it up so badly? I've never seen you this tough before. Have you been going easy on me all this time?" "Lyle, you really think too highly of me." Faced with Lake's barrage of questions, Lyle didn't even know where to start. Things were complicated. In any case, there was no way he could have fought a tiger to a standstill, especially a black-striped tiger, known for its ferocity. The fact that he'd managed to escape, and even kill the tiger, was nothing short of a miracle. "Let's talk about it when we get back. No need to worry the Lord." Lake was still curious about what had happened, but he knew they couldn't afford to linger. It wasn't just because Suyu might worry. More importantly, in a forest, the strong smell of blood would definitely attract other creatures if they didn't leave soon. But were they really just going to leave like this? What about the tiger? Are we just going to leave it there? We killed it, after all. Who knows how many valuable things there are on a tiger from head to tail. Even a wild boar could yield a pair of tusks, let alone a tiger. Tiger skin could be used to make gear, and tiger meat, tiger blood, tiger claws, even the internal organs, all of these were excellent ingredients or medicinal materials. Right now, the lingering presence of the tiger was still keeping other creatures away, but as soon as they left, it wouldn't be long before something discovered the dead black-striped tiger and picked it clean. Just thinking about it made their hearts ache. "You think I don't want to bring it back? You saw it yourself. It's at least 500 gene, 250 kilograms, at the very least. Are you going to carry it by yourself?" If both of them were in good shape, they might just barely manage to carry a 500 gene carcass. But in their current state, Lyle was basically a cripple. He couldn't lift a hand or shoulder a load. Although Lake still had some strength left, there was no way he could drag a 500 gene tiger by himself. But Lake wanted to say something, but Lyle cut him off after just one word. "Did you forget the Lord is still here? She'll definitely have a way to bring it back." They didn't know about the backpack, or how Suyu could make things appear and disappear, but that didn't mean they weren't aware she had some kind of ability. They couldn't carry a 500 gene tiger, but if it was broken down skin, meat, and so on, Suyu's backpack could definitely hold it. Even if it couldn't, Suyu could always take other things out of her backpack for them to carry, freeing up space just for the tiger. "Let's go back and find the Lord, then." So Lake helped Lyle back to where Suyu was digging up stones. Suyu was startled to see them both covered in blood again. She looked at them, silently asking what on earth had happened. Originally, Lyle was going to explain, but Lake was worried he'd tire himself out, so he explained everything that had just happened instead. After hearing the whole story, Suyu was left with the same question Lake had had earlier. "You and the black-striped tiger ended up in a mutual destruction?" Suyu knew just how tough the black-striped tiger was. She'd once been blocked by one while gathering something, and had to return to the territory to bring 5 combat-skilled people with her to take it down. 5 people. And one of them even had an intermediate-level skill. Even then, when they fought the black-striped tiger, it almost managed to escape. Her goal back then hadn't actually been the tiger, so it wouldn't have mattered if it got away, but after putting in so much effort, it would have felt like a waste to let it go. So Suyu led her team to chase it down and finish it off. If it took 5 people to barely handle a black-striped tiger, how could a single person possibly kill one? Lake had said the tiger wasn't dead yet, but from what he described, it sounded like the tiger was completely powerless to resist, basically as good as dead. Faced with Suyu's question, Lal explained helplessly, "It wasn't me. How could I possibly do that? When I found it, it was already badly injured. It's my own greed, really." Otherwise, I never would have gotten mixed up with it. Lyle wasn't reckless, but when he saw the black-striped tiger, it really did look like it was on its last legs, and its wounds proved it wasn't faking. Having a black-striped tiger just lying there in front of him was like finding money on the road. Lyle was tempted. He wanted to kill the tiger himself. But reason told him he should go back and tell Siyu and Lake first, then decide what to do. But he worried that if he left, the tiger might run away. So he decided to stay and keep watch, hoping that if the tiger didn't leave, or if Siyu and Lake noticed he'd been gone too long, they'd come looking for him. It was a good plan, but the tiger was on high alert and never let its guard down. Since it wasn't resting, Lal didn't dare leave either. In the end, a small wild animal suddenly crashed into Lyle, alerting the tiger to his presence. The little creature was small and fast, so the tiger ignored it, but Lyle wasn't so lucky. Luckily, the tiger was already badly hurt, so I just barely managed to fight it for a bit, but only just. Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse, and this was a tiger. He used up all his strength to bring the tiger to the brink of death, but ended up completely exhausted and unable to move himself. After that, Siyu and Lake heard the commotion and came over, and the rest was history. I see. That made a lot more sense. Otherwise, if an NPC with only basic melee skills could take down a tiger barehanded, this digital world would be way too scary. My lord, the black-striped tiger is dead, but the two of us can't bring it back. What do you think? Lake's words seemed to remind Siyu of something. She nodded to show she understood, took out some grilled meat with berries for Lyle, then said to Lake, "Take me to see it." Lake nodded quickly and was about to lead the way when he glanced at Lyle. What about Lyle? Siyu checked Lyle's health, 130 over 230. He'd lost nearly 100 points from his original 225 HP, and that was just from fighting a badly injured tiger. It was easy to imagine what would happen if he'd run into a healthy one. But there was no if. If the tiger had been healthy, Lal never would have been able to stake it out for so long. His health wasn't high, but not low either. He could stay here or go back to rest. It's up to you. If you're tired, rest for a bit, and then head back to the territory. If you feel okay, rest here, and after we come back, you and Lake can go check out the mine. Given the two options, Lal didn't hesitate at all and chose the second one. So now, Lal stayed here to rest, while Lake led Siyu to where the black-striped tiger had died. Black-striped tiger, deceased. HP, 0/1000. Attack, 50. Defense, 20 inch. 1000 HP. 50 attack. Even 20 defense. Siyu had already vaguely guessed something in her heart, but now she wasn't so sure anymore. If it really was Duoya. According to Siyu's reasoning, the black-striped tiger couldn't have injured itself so badly, right? So there were two likely scenarios. One, it fought with other wild beasts, lost, and escaped here. The other possibility involved Duoya. Although she hadn't had time to ask Duoya what exactly happened yesterday, it was obvious that Duoya must have fought with some creature, and that creature was the black-striped tiger. But after seeing the black-striped tiger's stats, Siyu wasn't so sure anymore. Did Duoya really have the ability to seriously injure a black-striped tiger all by herself? Siyu wasn't certain, but she couldn't rule it out either. After all, when she'd led people to hunt black-striped tigers before, all 5 of them were melee fighters. But Duoya was different. She was a ranged archer. Ranged attacks always offered endless tactical possibilities. As long as your skills were good enough, you could use the terrain and other factors to kite your enemy. So, it wasn't impossible. Lord, come take a look. I noticed before that this black-striped tiger has some other wounds. But they don't really look like they were made by a beast or monster. Once again by the tiger's corpse, Lake finally had enough time to carefully examine the odd wounds he'd noticed earlier. Hearing this, Siyu squatted down beside the black-striped tiger to check out the strange wound Lake mentioned. First, it was a round wound. Second, it wasn't very large, but it was extremely deep. Because some time had already passed, the blood had clotted over the wound, and Siyu couldn't see much else. But she was almost certain it was an arrow wound. Since it was an arrow wound, it was obvious who had caused it. Did you discover something, Lord? Lake noticed Siu seemed to know something and couldn't help but ask curiously. Looks like an arrow wound, but I'm not entirely sure, Siu replied. Since Lake didn't know Duoya, he couldn't connect Duoya's battered state last night with the black-striped tiger. He just looked a little puzzled when Siu mentioned an arrow wound. He wasn't just wondering how she could tell it was an arrow wound. After all, many weapons could cause a similar injury, but also why there would be an arrow here, or any wound caused by a human weapon. Could there be other people nearby? Or was there an incredibly skilled archer around, one who could even take on a black-striped tiger alone? So you didn't care what Lake was thinking. She'd already taken out a stone knife and started butchering the black-striped tiger. Because the tiger was so large, after confirming with Lake that he knew how to process the corpse and getting his affirmative answer, Siu immediately made another stone knife. After all, she wasn't short on stones anymore, no need to scrimp and save over a single rock. With 2 stone knives and 2 people working, it only took a few minutes for the 500-gene black-striped tiger to be reduced to a big pile of loot on the ground. And here, a big pile isn't just a figure of speech. It was literally a huge pile. Obtained, Premium Meat X50. Obtained, Damaged Tiger Pelt X1. Obtained, Tiger Claw X3. Obtained, Beast Tendon X10. Just the meat alone, so you picked up nearly 3 stacks, 20 per stack, and it was all premium meat. On the Sunset Continent, most meat isn't named after the creature it comes from. The usual types are small chunk, large chunk, quality meat, premium meat, and so on. Tigers, for example, definitely drop premium meat. By level, that wild boar from before should have at least dropped quality meat, but maybe because it had been left too long and not harvested in time, the quality had dropped to regular meat, large chunk. Of course, a few rare meats do have specific names, like dragon meat. But that's something everyone knows is beyond rare. Once in a lifetime doesn't even begin to describe it, it's more like never in a lifetime. This time, Siu had really hit the jackpot, but these spoils weren't actually hers. After all, the tiger was killed by Lyre and Duoya and had little to do with her. If there was any connection, it was that Lyre had used equipment provided by Siu to fight the black-striped tiger, which was fair enough, but Siu wasn't about to use that as a reason to claim the loot. After all, the equipment was something she was supposed to provide anyway, and since they'd already accomplished their goal, the equipment and the loot basically balanced out. Because the black-striped tiger dropped so much stuff, just the meat took up 3 inventory slots, plus other items, filling up most of her backpack. Siu had to take out her second pickaxe and a bottle of unknown liquid to make room. Let's go. Seeing that nothing was left behind, Siu and Lake returned to where they'd started. Seeing Siu and Lake return, Lara immediately stood up and asked, "How did it go?" "We brought everything back. When we get home, we'll roast tiger meat." I've never eaten tiger before. Just thinking about how strong that black-striped tiger was, Lake was sure the meat would be delicious. Honestly, Lake's excitement was pretty normal. Who wouldn't want to try tiger meat if they got the chance? But when Lar heard this, he frowned slightly. "Don't talk nonsense. Listen to the Lord's arrangements." Even though he'd brought the tiger to the brink of death and Lake had finished it off, Lar never considered the loot to be his alone. He knew that even if he did, Lord Su probably wouldn't mind. At least, from what he'd seen of her so far, she didn't seem like the type to just seize all the loot for herself. But he wasn't going to keep it all, either. He planned to contribute it to the territory, in other words, let Siu handle it. Siu seemed to understand what he meant, so she said, "You do deserve a share of the loot from this black-striped tiger." "I won't keep it all for myself. But there's something I need to explain to you first." Hearing this, Lyre's expression changed. He thought Siu had misunderstood him, but before he could open his mouth to explain, Siu's next words caught him off guard. "Do you two remember the person who came back seriously injured yesterday?" Siu suddenly brought up Duoya, which neither of the other two had expected. After all, they had no idea what Duoya had to do with any of this. At that moment, Lake seemed to realize he'd just said something he shouldn't have. He wanted to explain, but just like Lyle, he could only hold his tongue and let Siu finish. "She's Duoya. And she's an archer." "An archer?" Lal still didn't understand why Suyu was suddenly introducing the woman from yesterday, but Lake, who had gone with Suyu to dismantle the black-striped tiger, for once reacted quickly. He remembered the strange round wound he'd seen on the tiger, and also recalled Suyu's earlier assessment of the injury. No wonder you said it was an arrow wound. Connecting the dots with Duoya's miserable state yesterday, Lake suddenly understood. So Duoya was trying to take on the black-striped tiger alone yesterday, and the reason the tiger was so badly injured was because of her. Suyu, the process isn't quite right, but the conclusion is. Who in their right mind would try to solo a tiger for no reason? But it was true that Duoya was the one who seriously injured the black-striped tiger. That much was correct. I see. She probably attacked the tiger to save that white ermine. That would also explain why the ermine was covered in blood. If she'd run into the ermine before the fight, no one would bring such a troublesome creature into battle, especially against something as dangerous as a black-striped tiger. And the ermine wouldn't have been covered in blood. If she'd found the ermine after the fight, that didn't make sense either. She was so badly hurt, there's no way she'd notice an ermine. Since neither of those explanations worked, this was the only possibility. At this point, Lal seemed to understand what Suyu was getting at. He thought for a moment, then said, "When I get back, I'll discuss with Miss Duoya how to divide things up." A discussion was definitely needed. Although Duoya had crippled the black-striped tiger, if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to claim it either. So splitting it between the two of them was the fairest solution. As for why he didn't suspect Suyu of lying, there was simply no need. If Suyu were lying, it would only be to claim the spoils of the black-striped tiger. But yesterday, after bringing Duoya into the residence, Lal had asked Dolly who she was. Dolly said her name was Duoya, and also mentioned that Duoya wasn't from the territory, just a temporary guest, like them. Since Duoya wasn't a resident, even if Suyu said she killed the tiger, she wouldn't get any of the loot. After all, outsiders didn't need to contribute to the territory the way they did. As long as you two work it out. Seeing that he understood, Suyu didn't say anything more. Because of the black-striped tiger, Suyu's plans had been thrown off a bit. All the tiger's loot was in her backpack, so she couldn't put any stones in it for now. I need to go back and drop some things off. Are you two coming with me, or staying here? If they went back, they could rest for a bit. After all, today's goal, opening a path to the mine, was already accomplished. If they needed to dig for stones, they could always come back in the afternoon. You two go ahead, I'll check out the mine. Lake didn't want to go back, he was still thinking about that mine. Originally, the plan was for him and Lyle to explore the mine together after Lyle returned. But since Lyle wasn't in any shape for action, he'd just go alone. The mine? Lyle finally remembered what Lake had said earlier about discovering a mine. There could be dangers inside, so Lyle instinctively wanted to stop him. But before he could say anything, Suyu spoke up first. There's no rush to explore the mine. You both should rest first and go together later. If you really don't want to go back, then help dig some stones. Once you're done, you can collect a reward from the bounty board. As she spoke, Suyu handed over a pickaxe and a few whetstones. Lal didn't want Lake, who wasn't exactly the sharpest, going off on his own, so he quickly chimed in to support Suyu. The territory is still in its early stages. We don't need ore just yet. Instead of going to the mine, why not dig more stones and help the Lord gather materials for the basic buildings? Lyle's tone was calm and matter-of-fact, as if he wasn't trying to subtly change Lake's mind at all. Lake didn't insist on exploring the mine, he just didn't want to go back so soon. Staying in the territory was boring after all. He might not be an adventurer anymore, but he still craved a bit of excitement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an adventurer in the first place. All right, I'll stay and dig stones. Lake nodded, taking the items from Suyu. Seeing that he really was going to stay, Suyu left him not only the pickaxe and whetstones, but also some food and healing potions. With everything settled and explained, Suyu and Lyle headed back to the territory. As soon as they returned, Suyu saw that Duoya, who should have been in bed, was already up, sitting by the campfire with Dolly. It wasn't clear what they were talking about or doing. Hearing the gate open, the two by the fire turned to look. Dolly was startled again at the sight of Lyle, covered in blood. She immediately rushed to Suyu's side, looking her up and down anxiously as she asked, "Miss Lord, are you hurt? What on earth happened?" Suyu shook her head to indicate she was fine, while Lyle could only tug at the corner of his mouth in exasperation. "Lyle, seriously, isn't it obvious I'm the one who's hurt here?" But grumbling aside, Lyle didn't expect her to care about him anyway. They weren't that close. If Dolly really did fuss over him, he'd probably feel awkward. Just after Suyu and Dolly reassured everyone that they were fine, Dolly turned to look at him as well. "Do you need me to prepare anything for you? Like hot water or something else?" In the past, Dolly might not have been so enthusiastic, but she'd noticed that Lyle had joined the territory. Don't ask how she knew, she just did. Since he was now part of the territory, that made them family, so showing some concern was only natural. Lyle was a little taken aback by the attention. He was about to refuse, but Suyu answered for him. "Prepare some hot water so he can wash up." As for clothes, Suyu glanced at Dolly as she spoke. Dolly immediately responded, "While you were out, I gathered some fiber scraps. It's not a lot, but it should be enough to make a simple set of clothes. 10 fiber scraps equals 1 thread. 5 threads equals 1 cloth piece. 5 cloth pieces equals 1 linen fabric. 3 pieces of linen fabric can make a linen shirt, and 2 pieces can make a pair of linen pants." This was exactly why Suyu had always asked Dolly to collect fiber, because a single piece of linen fabric required a full 250 fiber scraps, and a full set of linen clothes took 5 pieces, which meant a whopping 1,250 fiber scraps. Although, considering that one fiber plant could yield a dozen or so scraps, collecting 1,200 plus scraps only meant gathering a little over 100 fiber plants. Not difficult, but definitely time-consuming. "All right, I'll make a set of clothes in a bit." The reason Suyu had looked at Dolly was to check on their fiber supplies. As long as they had the materials, there was nothing she couldn't make. Since making clothes would take some time, Lal just did a quick wash with water for now, then went to find Doya to discuss how to divide up the spoils from the black-striped tiger. While they discussed, Suyu didn't interrupt. After preparing the hot water, Dolly grabbed her stone knife and went back out to collect more fiber. Suyu, meanwhile, looked at the warehouse, which was packed with fiber, sorted it all out, and began the tedious process of crafting materials. First, she spun all the fiber into thread, then wove the threads into cloth pieces, then into linen fabric, and finally made the clothes. With all the workbenches running at full speed, the process took nearly half an hour. When she was done, Suyu handed the clothes to Lyle and pointed to Residential House 2. "You two will live there from now on." Lyle nodded, went to House 2 to change, and when he came out, he saw Suyu getting ready to chop wood with an axe. Since he was feeling much better, he wanted to help. Just then, Doya also approached Suyu, as if she had something to say. "Since Miss Doya needs to talk to you, let me handle the woodcutting," Lyle offered. Suyu glanced at Lyle's current status. Seeing that his previous limb weakness had disappeared and his severe fatigue had improved to mild fatigue, she handed him the axe. Then Suyu followed Doya to the side, curious about what she wanted to say. "I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll just ask directly. I just want to confirm one thing. Can you really help me find the materials to repair that bow?" In fact, Doya had woken up last night and spent almost the whole night thinking. In the end, she felt her resolve waver. She realized Suyu had convinced her. She wanted to stay. But staying didn't mean giving up on finding materials to repair her bow. She simply knew that, on her own, she had no chance of getting those materials from the dragons. She couldn't even defeat an ordinary black-striped tiger. A regular black-striped tiger. Compared to the dragons, it was just a common beast. Given that, she might as well put her hopes in Suyu. Even if Suyu's chances of finding dragon bone were only 0.001%, it was still better than her own, which were 0%. It was like trying to cure a dead horse, one that was already rotted to the bone, by treating it as if it might still live. Who knows, maybe it could be revived as a skeleton horse. Suyu didn't know about all these complicated thoughts running through Doya's mind, but she understood her meaning. "I can tell you seriously, yes, I can." Suyu wasn't joking. The territory didn't even need to be fully leveled up. there would be a chance to contact the dragons before that. Last time, Siu had already established friendly relations with another race, and in order to accept their invitation and deepen their relationship, she gave up the chance to contact the dragons, which led to losing all contact with them. As long as she made a different choice this time and seized the opportunity to meet the dragons, there was a good chance she could trade for dragon bone. And that was just one possible method. If that failed, she could always pay a hefty price to hire a certain black market dealer to acquire dragon bone. Granted, the hefty price here would be even higher than one might expect, but that wasn't an issue. As long as she could keep Doya, Siu was willing to pay the price because she saw limitless potential in her. All right, I trust you, Lord Siu. I'm willing to join the territory. Wanderer Doya requests to join Sunset Territory. Accept. Was there even a question? Siu immediately accepted Doya's application. As she made her choice, Doya seemed to sense something. She suddenly looked up at the sky. With no plants blocking the view, the sky was a clear blue, like a vast sea of clouds, but it seemed she wasn't really looking at the clouds, or even the sky. After Doya joined the territory, Siu was able to see Doya's supplementary story and also notice some unusual things. But before looking into those, she wanted to check the supplementary story. Through it, Siu learned about Doya's mother's passing and what had really happened to her white ermine. The white ermine from last night wasn't Doya's, her own had gone missing some time ago. Not long ago, she'd wandered into a dangerous place, like a maze she couldn't escape no matter what she tried. Just when Doya thought she'd be trapped there forever, her white ermine appeared and led her out. But as luck would have it, Doya had barely left that place when she ran into a ferocious beast. Fortunately, the beast didn't notice her. Unfortunately, it was blocking the only way out. By all rights, Doya, already in poor shape after being trapped for several days, shouldn't have had any chance of escaping the beast. But at that moment, the white ermine darted out alone, drawing the beast away. And that's where the story ends. Wait, no. It actually doesn't end there. Looking at the last part of the story, Siu couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Given Doya's personality, she had risked her life to save a strange white ermine, nearly dying in the process. Would she really just abandon her own ermine after it lured the beast away, escaping on her own without a second thought? If she really did run away, then the story would indeed end here. But if she instead chased after the beast, hoping to rescue her own ermine, then things were definitely not that simple. Something else must have happened between Doya, the beast, and the ermine. If this was just Suyu's speculation based on Doya's NPC settings, then what she discovered next could be considered definitive proof of her theory. In the section listing talents, Suyu found something that hadn't appeared on the tavern's recruitment panel before. Doya. Talents. Archery, 88, Combat, 70, Divine Archer, not activated. Just as Suyu was pondering what this Divine Archer talent could be, Doya suddenly patted her on the shoulder. Lord Suyu, what were you just thinking about? Snapping out of her thoughts at Doya's question, Suyu shook her head slightly and replied offhandedly, "Oh, nothing. I just remembered there's someone else." That's Lake. The one you were talking to earlier was Lyle. Lake is over at the mine digging up stones. I need to go over and bring them back now. Then please go ahead, I won't keep you. Doya paused, as if recalling something, and added, "Oh right, about that black-striped tiger, I've already discussed it with him. We've both decided to contribute the spoils to the territory." Lyle did this because he wanted the territory to develop quickly and also hoped to become something like a founding hero. As for Doya, her reason was much simpler. She wanted the dragon bone. Suyu glanced at her, but didn't refuse their contribution. After that, Doya returned to Residence 1 to rest. Although she seemed able to move around normally now, that was only because her fracture was in her hand. Her legs were fine, but her hand would still need some time to heal. Afterward, just as she'd told Doya, Suyu really did head out to the mine. But before leaving, she stopped by Crate 3 and took out all the wood Lyle had chopped. Flipping through the recipe list, Suyu grabbed some wood and started crafting. Consume wood 8 to craft wooden wheel 4. Crafting wooden wheels. Estimated time, 30 seconds. 3 wooden wheels remaining. Estimated time, 90 seconds. Once the 4 wooden wheels were finished, Siu took out some more wood and, together with the wheels, put them all on the workbench. Consume wooden wheel 4 and wood 10 to craft small wooden cart 1. Crafting small wooden cart. Estimated time, 300 seconds. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Siu obtained a small wooden cart with 10 inventory slots. Small wooden cart, upgradable. Category, tool. Quality, common. Durability, 100/100. Description: a small wooden cart with average capacity, containing 10 inventory slots. Stack limits are the same as the backpack. No restrictions on who can use it. Although this small wooden cart wasn't as convenient as Siu's personal backpack, the backpack was unique to her, and she couldn't always be the one hauling materials back and forth. So the wooden cart became the best option. Especially since it could be upgraded. The small cart had 10 slots, the medium cart had 20, the large cart had 50. And there was even a deluxe cart with a full 100 slots, plus increased stacking limits. However, because the higher-level carts required too many materials, including some rare ones, the cost-effectiveness was very low. Besides, under normal circumstances, there was rarely a need to transport as much as 2 level 1 warehouses worth of supplies. So, most people would only upgrade the cart to the large version at most. With the cart finished, Siu took it and headed to the mine. The journey was uneventful. When she reached the area with the ghostly skeletons, Siu pushed the cart forward while using the wooden fences she'd just crafted to fence off a safe path. Fencing as she went, she eventually reached the spot for digging stones. But Lake was nowhere to be seen, only piles of broken stones and a pickaxe with almost no durability left. Siu? She frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. She left the cart where it was and searched the area. Not finding any obvious bloodstains or signs of struggle, her anxiety eased a little. Still, Lake's disappearance left her worried. After waiting for about 5 minutes without seeing Lake return, Siu circled toward the left side of the mine. Logically, she should have gone back to fetch Lyle and searched together, since she herself had little combat ability. But the mine wasn't close to the territory, a round trip would take over an hour. With no idea what had happened, she couldn't be sure that time was the only thing at risk. On the way to the mine cave, Siu looked tense. She reasoned that since there were no signs of struggle or blood, and since NPCs, unlike stone monsters, would leave traces if killed, Lake had probably left of his own accord. If that was the case, there were only 2 places he could have gone, back to the territory or into the mine cave. There were several routes back to the territory, but only the one they'd cleared that morning was safe. Siu had just come from that path and hadn't seen Lake, so the only possibility left was that he'd gone into the mine cave. And, most likely, something had prompted him to go there. The reason Siu attributed it to external factors was because, based on her understanding of Lake, while his thought process was a bit slow and he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, as she'd mentioned before, his greatest strength compensated for these flaws. He was obedient. Siu had just checked the number of stones on the ground. There was no way someone could have dug up that much in just a short while. In other words, Lake must have left not long before Siu arrived, which made her even more convinced that something else had caused him to leave. As she pondered this, Siu arrived at the mine entrance Lake had mentioned. The mine wasn't very big, only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Because of its small size, no light reached inside, and Suyu's field of vision was extremely limited. Just as she was about to gather some materials for a light source, she vaguely heard a shout from inside the cave, a classic expletive. Damn it! Siu paused, hesitated for a moment, then decided to head straight into the mine. That energetic shout reassured her that Lake probably wasn't in any real danger. He'd just run into some minor trouble. Lake! Siu called out tentatively and quickly got a response. My lord! I'm here! Lake sounded happy to hear her, but as soon as he remembered his current predicament, he started to panic. He quickly shouted, Wait, be careful, don't come in yet. There's a pit in here, don't fall in. So it was a pit. No wonder the voice sounded like it was coming from below. With no light source, so you didn't dare move forward after hearing Lake's warning. If she fell in too, that would be a real mess. Left with no choice, so you decided to check on his situation first. Are you hurt? Do you know how deep the pit is? I'm fine, it's not that deep. I'm not hurt. Good, at least he wasn't injured. Wait there for a bit. It's too dark for me to move around. I'll go get something. So you had plenty of wood on her. She could make a wooden ladder, and then Lake could climb out. But without a light source, she couldn't build anything. She couldn't see where to place things. So she decided to go back to where she'd been mining, grab a stone, and make a campfire. Lighting equipment like campfires could be built even in the dark. All right, be careful, my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, Lake heard her footsteps fading away. The tension from accidentally falling in vanished the moment he heard Suyu's voice. He breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to push himself up, only to grab a handful of something furry. I forgot you were here, little guy. Lake muttered as he picked up the creature and cradled it in his arms. Chirp. The little thing squirmed, but if it couldn't escape from Suyu, it certainly wasn't getting away from Lake. That's right, the furry creature was the white ermine Suyu had forcibly released earlier. For some reason, it had shown up here again. In fact, Lake had chased it all the way to the mine, which was how he'd ended up falling into the pit. Thinking about how he'd fallen in because of this little guy, Lake felt a bit annoyed. He ruffled its head and muttered, "What are you running out here for? Isn't it nice enough in the territory with food and shelter? White ermine, huh? What are you talking about? The forest is dangerous. If you get caught by a tiger or something, there won't be another person as awesome as my lord to save you." Whether it understood or not, the ermine stopped struggling. Lake had no idea that Suyu had forced the ermine to leave, nor that it had been following them since morning. As far as he knew, the ermine had just snuck out on its own. In reality, the ermine wanted to go back, but the territory's owner wouldn't allow it. While the man and ermine were bonding, Suyu returned with the materials she'd gathered. She set up a campfire and lit it. By its light, she could see the pit's location and the inside of the mine. She looked down and could vaguely make out a figure below. My lord. Suyu couldn't see clearly, but with the light beside her, Lake could see her just fine. He waved, "I'm here. Step aside, I'm going to lower a ladder." Suyu opened her construction panel as she spoke. Lake immediately took 2 steps back, making room for the ladder. Consume 9 wood to build a wooden ladder. Wooden ladders were a special kind of structure. The amount of wood required depended on the height needed. Once Suyu chose the placement, the system would automatically set a height range, which she could adjust as needed. For this pit, it only took 9 pieces of wood to reach from the mine floor to the bottom. If she remembered correctly, each meter of ladder used 2 pieces of wood, and anything less than half a meter was rounded up. So, 9 pieces meant the pit was about 4 to 4.5 meters deep. That wasn't very deep, but it was lucky that Lake was tough. Otherwise, a normal person would be hurting for a while. All set, come on up. Suyu had planned to ask what happened after he climbed out, but as Lake started up the ladder, he seemed to run into some trouble, muttering to himself the whole way. Hey, don't move. I'm climbing the ladder here. Stop squirming. If I fall, you won't be happy either. Ugh, stop crawling around, that tickles. Suyu. She'd been sure Lake was fine, but now she wasn't so sure. Did he really not hit his head when he fell? Why was he suddenly talking to himself? Since the ermine was hidden in Lake's clothes, so you couldn't see it, and just thought Lake was acting weird. It wasn't until Lake climbed up from below that Suyu finally noticed the little creature hidden in his arms. Perhaps it was because it recognized Suyu. The white ermine that had just been lively and almost made Lake fall off the ladder was now as motionless as a perfect specimen, playing dead with a skill that had clearly improved since before. Hey, you were just causing trouble for me, almost made me fall, and now you know to play dead? Lake took the ermine out of his arms, his face showing a bit of helplessness. Where did you find it? So you hadn't cared much about the white ermine at first. After all, she was the one who had let it out herself. But now that she'd run into it here, she decided to ask, suspecting that Lake might have come here because of the ermine. As it turned out, her guess was right. When Lake explained that he'd seen the ermine running out and thought it had escaped from the territory, so he'd chased after it to bring it back, Siyu raised her eyebrows. It didn't escape. I let it out. Huh? Lake, still stuck in the mindset of this ermine just doesn't know how to enjoy a good life, was stunned. Siyu looked at the ermine. When it heard her words, it turned to her with teary eyes, looking so pitiful that Siyu almost seemed like a heartless scoundrel who'd broken its heart. Squeak. Unfortunately, Siyu was unmoved. When the ermine saw she wasn't softening, it suddenly broke free from Lake's arms and leaped to the edge of the pit. Maybe it jumped a bit too hard because it nearly lost its footing and almost fell back into the hole. Luckily, it didn't fall this time. Last time, it had Lake to break its fall, but if such a small creature suddenly dropped down, who knew what might happen? Ch. Once it steadied itself at the edge, the ermine began waving its paws excitedly at the two of them, hopping up and down and chattering in words they couldn't understand. Siyu frowned. She had a feeling the ermine was trying to tell her something. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to the walls of the mine cave. She saw that the inner walls of this so-called mine cave were covered in nothing but stone. There wasn't the slightest trace of ore. Lake, curious about what Siyu was looking at, glanced around as well. There doesn't seem to be any ore here. As soon as he said it, Lake felt like he'd just stated the obvious. But that wasn't the point. The real question was, why would a mine cave have no ore at all? Could it just be a stone cave? Impossible. Knowing this was a mine, if there was a naturally formed cave, it had to be a mine cave, not just a cave full of plain stone. Squeak. Seeing that neither Siyu nor Lake was paying attention to it, the ermine grew anxious. It squeaked again, and when it saw both of them look its way, it darted down the wooden ladder Siyu had set up and slipped back into the pit. Hey! Lake was startled and hurried over to the edge, peering down to check on the ermine. When he saw it standing safely at the bottom, he finally relaxed. Before he could say anything, he saw Siyu, who had been standing behind him, walk over and follow the ermine down the ladder. My lord! Lake was truly bewildered now. He had no idea what was going on. It was one thing for the ermine to go down, but why was the lord going too? Was there some kind of treasure down there? And Lake was right. There really was something down there. Siyu knew that a cave in a mine should be a mine cave, so when she saw that the walls of this surface-level cave had no visible traces of ore, she began to suspect that this might be an interconnected mine cave. An interconnected mine cave, as the name suggests, is formed by at least two connected caverns. The outermost layer has little or no exposed ore, while the real ore is hidden in the inner cave. Given the current situation, this pit was likely a passage connecting two mine caves. Watching Siyu go down, Lake wasn't sure if he should stay above in case something happened, or follow her down. Just as he was about to go down, he heard Siyu's voice from below. Lake, bring a burning stick and hold it at the entrance to light things up. Siyu still had materials for a campfire, but the space below was just too cramped. With the ladder in place and her standing there was no room for a fire, so she had to rely on this more troublesome method for lighting. Okay. Lake turned, grabbed a burning stick, and returned to the entrance. To shine the light further down, he even stretched his arm down as far as he could. That's good, just like that. With enough light, Siyu could finally see what was at the bottom of the pit. Without light, all she could see was stone walls, as if it were just an ordinary pit, nothing special. But now, with the light, she could clearly see that one of the stone walls had a color and pattern completely different from the others. Siyu picked up the pickaxe Lake had left behind and tapped on that wall. The sound was crisp and resonant. After confirming the spot, Siyu raised the pickaxe and started digging at that wall. Above, Lake couldn't see what was happening below since he was holding the burning stick, but when he heard the familiar sound, he knew what Siyu was doing. In less than 3 minutes, the fire burned out. Just as Lake was about to ask if she needed more light, he heard the sound of rocks collapsing from below. So it really is an interconnected mine cave. Siyu looked at the hidden world behind the stone wall, muttering to herself as her gaze fell on the ermine, who had been staring at her with eager eyes ever since she'd come down. Lake's voice drifted down from above. Siyu pulled her gaze away from the ermine and called up, You can head back now. And when you go, remember to take the stones you dug out with you. There's a wooden cart over there. You can load the stones onto it. When Siu told him to head back, Lake was naturally uneasy. He had no idea what was happening below. All he knew was that when he returned with another torch, he found the bottom of the pit completely empty, not a soul in sight. Lake. Fortunately, Siu responded to his calls, letting him know she was safe. This is a series of connected minds. I'm in another tunnel, and it's safe here. Siu paused, then continued, I'll head back after I finish checking things out here. Once you've taken the stones back, if you have time, chop some wood. I'll need a lot of lumber and stone this afternoon for building. And pass a message to Dolly for me. Ask her to gather more red berries. We'll have a good meal tonight. Not only had they opened up a new path to the mine today, but they'd also caught a black-striped tiger, and now they'd even discovered a network of connected tunnels. With one piece of good news after another, tonight definitely called for a celebratory meal. After relaying all these instructions, Lake was still reluctant to leave, but he chose to follow orders. All right then, Lake said helplessly. I'll head back now. Please be careful, my lord. Once Lake left, Siu prepared to explore the second tunnel. But before going in, she crouched down and reached her hand out to the white ermine. Come up. Maybe it really understood her, because the ermine didn't hesitate at all. It scampered up her arm and perched on her shoulder. Its tiny, nervous paws clung to her clothes, while its long tail draped across the back of her neck. With the ermine in place, Siu steadied herself against the cave wall and slowly moved forward. As she went, she kept her construction interface open, always on the lookout for a spot to place a campfire. She didn't know how long she'd been inching along before she finally found a clearing big enough for a campfire. The moment the fire was lit, it felt like her entire world brightened. Now, Siu could finally see where she was, a vast, open cavern, completely different from the cramped tunnel above. Even better, she could see traces of various ores in the rock walls. Just at a glance, she spotted 3 types: coal, copper, and something called refined magic Oregon. Coal and copper were self-explanatory. The former was fuel, and with coal, Siu could finally craft basic portable lighting. As for copper, its main use was to make tools and equipment of the corresponding tier. Besides that, copper could be used to mint copper coins. Currency in this world could actually be crafted. Not just copper, silver, and gold, or could also be made into silver and gold coins. But usually, people didn't do this. Ores were a limited resource. Once mined, they were gone, and they were consumed in huge quantities. Once a trading post was built, currency could be obtained infinitely through trade. Ores could also be traded for, but merchants rarely had much in stock. The main source was still to find and mine them yourself. As for refined magic ore, even though it was an ore, it couldn't be used to craft anything directly. Instead, it was an enhancement material. People like to call it enchantment material. Its main use was to add it during crafting, which would increase the chances of getting better attributes or higher quality on the finished item. It sounded impressive, but early on, it wasn't very useful, since you needed the right crafting skills. Without the proper skills, refined magic ore was useless, so you didn't even have any NPCs who could craft things yet. Still, as long as there was copper, this mine was decent quality. What Siu feared most was ending up with a silver or gold mine. Although silver and gold were more valuable than copper in every way, mining silver required a copper pickaxe and mining gold required a silver pickaxe. Luckily, that wasn't the case here. Whether that was good or bad luck, she wasn't sure. Did you know there was a mine here? Instead of immediately digging, Siu turned to look at the little creature on her shoulder after spotting the copper. In response, she got an innocent look. Chirp. What are you talking about? Siu. She almost forgot they didn't speak the same language. Since they couldn't communicate, Siu let the matter drop, though in her heart, she already had her answer. After all, Lake had been led here by the ermine, and she'd only started investigating the surface tunnel after noticing the ermine's odd behavior. Only then did she discover the interconnected mines. Since they couldn't chat, Siu stopped trying and picked up her pickaxe, ready to dig up some coal and copper to bring back. While Siu was mining, the white ermine hopped down from her shoulder. It sat obediently by the campfire, watching her dig for a while, then twitched its nose. Even though Siu was focused on mining, she kept an eye on the ermine out of the corner of her eye. At first, seeing it quietly by the fire, she didn't think much of it. But just a few minutes later, when she glanced over again, the ermine had vanished. Noticing this, Siu paused for a moment, but didn't stop mining to look for it. She chose to keep working. Obtained coal X6. Obtained copper or fragments X48. Obtained copper or X5. Obtained copper or X8. Copper or fragments were similar to the sandstone shards she'd found before. Both had their own drop rates when mining. The difference was sandstone shards were useless, but copper or fragments could be refined in a furnace to extract copper, though at a lower yield. Normally, one copper ore smelted in a furnace would yield one copper ingot, but it would take 10 to 20 copper ore fragments to smelt a single ingot. The efficiency depended on the furnace's level. The lower the level, the less efficient the filtering and the more fragments it took. Higher-level furnaces were more efficient and used fewer fragments. Given her current setup, these 48 copper ore fragments were worth less than 2.5 copper ingots, but every little bit helped. Of course, the most important thing was that Siu had enough backpack space to carry all this copper slag. Ores usually stacked in groups of 20, while copper slag stacked in 50s, so after all that digging, Siu had only used up 3 backpack slots. After a while, Siu figured she had enough copper and decided to take a break, leave the mine, and head back to her territory. Before leaving, Siu glanced around, looking for the white ermine. As her gaze swept across the cave, she finally spotted a snow-white ermine, or rather, its butt, sticking out from a small corner. "Siu?" She paused for a moment, then walked over to see what kind of trouble the ermine was getting itself into this time. Eek! As soon as she approached, the white ermine seemed to hear her footsteps and started struggling frantically. It was only when she saw it struggling that Siu realized the ermine must be stuck. There seemed to be a small hole here. The ermine had squeezed its front half inside, but perhaps because it was too chubby, its back half was stuck at the entrance. Siu reached out, grabbed the other half of the ermine, gave a gentle tug, and pulled it out of the hole. Ding! Just as the ermine was pulled free, Siu saw something arc through the air in a perfect parabola, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Before Siu could see what it was, the ermine darted over, picked it up, and scampered back toward her, tail wagging. When it reached her, it eagerly placed the object in Suyu's hand. Eek! What's this? The color looked familiar to Siu, and she thought she recognized it, but wasn't sure. Eek, eek, eek. After dropping the item in Suyu's hand, the ermine ran back to the spot where it had gotten stuck and began frantically scratching at the stone wall. Having seen something similar before, Siu had a hunch. She took out her pickaxe and tapped on the wall. Unlike the last time, when the sound was long and clear, this time it was dull and muffled, not at all like a hollow stone wall. Siu didn't give up. She methodically tapped her pickaxe along the entire stone wall, and finally, at a spot slightly below the right side, she noticed something unusual. The sound here wasn't crisp, but not completely dull either. It was odd, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She ran her hand over the stone, noticing the texture was different from the surrounding rocks. Siu decided to check the information on this section of the wall. Marble. Category, material. Quality, white. Description, a type of material used in construction. Requires a copper pickaxe to mine. The rest of the wall was ordinary stone, but this spot was marble, which could only be mined with a copper pickaxe. Anyone could tell there was something special about this place. But knowing was one thing, there was nothing Siu could do about it right now, since she only had a stone pickaxe. Still, compared to whatever might be hidden behind the marble wall, Siu was more interested in the little white ermine tugging at her pant leg. She bent down and picked it up, and at the same time tried to check its information. This ermine kept finding things clearly. It wasn't an ordinary animal. In Sunset Continent, almost everything could be inspected by players, but the rarer or more special something was, the less information would be revealed. Siu had assumed it was just a normal ermine, so she hadn't bothered checking before. After all, inspecting uncollected resources or living creatures consumed energy. Here, energy meant hunger and stamina. That was why Siu didn't inspect everything she saw. Her stamina and hunger bars couldn't handle it. But now that the ermine had shown its unusual abilities, Siu didn't mind spending a bit of stamina and hunger. White ermine. Level 3, 5/300. Potential, 90. Skills, basic tracking, treasure seeking, locked? Locked. Description. An ermine that looks ordinary but isn't. Likes berries and meat, not picky, will eat almost anything, but its absolute favorite is the phoenix fruit. Feeding it phoenix fruit will significantly boost its stats. After reading this, Suyu's expression grew complicated. She never expected this ermine to have such high potential, multiple skills, and even a prefix. Potential, as the name suggests, refers to how powerful and effective a creature's skills can be. The higher the potential, the stronger the skills and their effects. Prefixes don't just appear on creatures like this ermine. Any item, tool, or equipment can have a prefix. If a tool or item has a prefix, it means it has some special property. For example, a durable stone axe will last longer than a regular stone axe because of the durable prefix. When a creature has a prefix, it usually means it has legendary bloodline. Maybe because this ermine was still low-level and weak, its prefix was sealed, so Siu couldn't see the details. But judging from the two visible skills, Siu suspected its ancestor might have been a treasure-hunting beast. In other words, its prefix was probably treasure-seeking, making it a treasure-seeking white ermine. That would explain why it was so good at finding connected mines and even a second inner mine. Even though its treasure-seeking skill wasn't unlocked yet, with its inherited bloodline, simply finding ores in a mine was no challenge at all. So now the question was, knowing this was a treasure-hunting beast, should Siu let it go? Siu glanced at the ermine clinging to her and couldn't help but frown slightly. Anyone else would have accepted it without hesitation. After all, with a treasure-hunting beast and proper training, who wouldn't be able to find mountains of gold and silver in the future? But things weren't that simple. Because everything in this world is balanced. A treasure-hunting beast may bring endless wealth, but it also brings disaster. Since the white ermine possesses a treasure-seeking bloodline and can even activate prefixes, this proves that its bloodline purity is quite high. Such bloodlines are attractive to all living creatures. If it were a fierce beast, this bloodline would grant it even greater combat power, allowing it to dominate in battle and easily kill any creatures coveting its bloodline. But the white ermine is clearly not a combat beast. Without fighting ability, there are only two possible outcomes for it. 1. It gets eaten by an enemy attracted by its bloodline, who then absorbs its bloodline for themselves. 2. It's clever and resourceful enough to protect itself without brute force. But let's be honest, without Sun Wukong's protection, what are the chances that Tang Sanzang would have made it safely to the west? To other wild beasts, the white ermine is basically no different from Tang Sanzang's flesh. This is why Siu called it a disaster. Thinking about it, this also explains why the white ermine was caught by the black-striped tiger, and why the tiger fought so hard, getting seriously injured, before finally letting the ermine go. Maybe the tiger was drawn by the ermine's bloodline in the first place. If she really chooses to raise the white ermine, things like this will definitely keep happening. She'll have to take responsibility for her choice. She'll have to become the Sun Wukong who protects Tang Sanzang. But at least Sun Wukong had the power to protect him. What ability does she have right now? While Siu was pondering the issue of the white ermine, the little creature had been watching her the whole time. Perhaps it sensed that Siu was deciding whether to keep it or not, so the ermine was extremely nervous, so much so that its fur stood on end, even more than before. Cautiously, it wrapped its forepaws around Siyu's hand and nuzzled her palm in a fawning manner. The soft, fluffy touch made Siu look down at the little creature in her grasp. Behave yourself from now on. Don't run around for no reason. If you get caught by a beast or a monster, I won't come to save you. With that, Siu casually placed the white ermine on her shoulder and left the mine. Although the ermine didn't understand what Siu just said, it at least knew that this human wasn't going to drive it away. The first thing Siyu did after returning to her territory was to use the stone materials Lake had brought back to build a furnace for smelting ore. With a furnace, she could make copper tools to improve work efficiency. She first put the copper ore she'd previously mined into the furnace and smelted it into usable copper ingots. Back in the chain of mines, Siyu dug up a total of 15 pieces of copper ore, which yielded 15 copper ingots after smelting. As for the copper slag, Siyu didn't plan to use it for now, so she just stored it in a chest. With these 15 copper ingots, Siyu planned to make 2 copper axes, cost 2 wood, 1 copper ingot each, and 2 copper pickaxes, cost 3 wood, 2 copper ingots each. Copper axe. Category, tool. Quality, green. Attack, +2, attack damage, 10. Durability, 150/150. Description: an axe made from copper ingots, with higher tree chopping efficiency and much greater durability than a stone axe. Copper pickaxe. Category, tool. Quality, green. Attack, +2, attack damage, 10. Durability, 150/150. Description: a pickaxe made from copper ingots, with higher mining efficiency than a stone pickaxe, able to mine more types of ore, and much greater durability. After making these 4 tools, Siyu's 15 copper ingots were quickly reduced to 9. But she wasn't done yet. She went back to the furnace, put in some string, coal, and a few copper ingots. Do you want to use string 2, coal 1, copper ingot 2 to craft a portable copper lantern? Crafting. Portable copper lantern. Estimated time, 300 seconds. Portable copper lantern. Category, tool. Quality, green. Durability, burn value 100/100. Description: a basic portable light source, mainly fueled by coal. Burn value can be replenished by adding coal. 1 coal equals 50 burn value. The lantern's brightness can be adjusted. At minimum consumption, a full burn value lasts about 100 minutes, at maximum about 50 minutes. Siyu picked up the lantern, inspected it, and nodded in satisfaction before squatting down by the furnace to prepare her next item. After making the lantern, she was left with only 7 copper ingots. She put 3 more in to make a copper pot. Do you want to use copper ingot 3 to craft a copper pot? Crafting, copper pot. Estimated time, 300 seconds. Because she didn't have a pot before, so you couldn't cook many foods, even though those recipes offered the best value. Take, for example, the meat soup she'd likely be eating most often in the future. Meat soup requires small meat 2, water, and a pot. Hunger +80, quenches thirst, keeps for 2 days. If she roasted the small meat, each piece would only restore 30 hunger, but turning it into soup restores a whopping 80, almost as much as 3 pieces of small meat. Not only that, another recipe called berry meat soup is also highly efficient. Berry meat soup requires small meat 2, berries 2, water, and a pot. Hunger +120, quenches thirst, keeps for 2 days. Just by adding 2 berries, the hunger restored jumps by 40 points. For reference, the most efficient early game food, roasted berries, only increases a single berry's hunger value to 10, while in berry meat soup, each berry is worth 20 hunger. Looking at these numbers, it's clear how cost-effective these recipes are. As for Siyu's hunger cap being only 100, how could she eat something that restores 120 hunger? Well, there are 4 people in the territory, and 1 pot of soup isn't enough for everyone anyway. She'd need at least 4 pots, so there's no need to worry about that. Although these recipes call for small pieces of meat, there's actually no difference between small and large meat. Large meat can be used in these recipes too, and with fewer ingredients. By weight, the ratio of small to large meat is 2:1, meaning 1 large piece equals 2 small pieces. So, to make meat soup, there are 2 possible recipes. One is small meat 2, water, the other is large meat 1, water. The same logic applies to berry meat soup. As for premium meat and gourmet meat, their quantities are the same as regular large cuts of meat. However, when used in cooking, The difference is that the resulting dishes taste better, restore more hunger, and have a small chance of granting a beneficial aura. Thinking about all these cooking recipes suddenly reminded Sue that she still had a copy of Advanced Cooking Skill Book stashed away in her chest. Since she didn't have any cooking talent herself, physically incapable, and she certainly wasn't going to become the territory's chef in the future, she'd just left the skill book untouched. She'd almost forgotten it existed. Although there were now 4 people in the territory, none of them had any cooking-related talents. Even though cooking skills weren't particularly useful at the moment, so you didn't want to waste the skill book. After all, it was an advanced one. Giving it to a random NPC with no talent would be a waste. She might as well sell it for some money. So after thinking it over, Sue decided to keep the skill book for now. When the tavern refreshes in a couple of days, she'd see if she could recruit an NPC with some cooking talent. That way, someone else could handle the cooking and she wouldn't have to do it every time. Once everything that needed to be crafted was done, Sue rummaged through the chest next to the bounty board. Besides the tools she'd put in there was also the wood that Lake had collected while she was out with the wooden cart. Sue counted and found nearly 200 pieces of wood. My lord. Just then, as Sue was counting the wood, Lal returned with another batch he'd just chopped. He was pushing a wooden cart, something Sue had given him permission to craft at the workbench before she left the territory. Before they had the cart, Lake and Lyle had to carry everything by hand, which was obviously inefficient. Now, with the cart, their efficiency had increased several times over. Looking at the cart, Sue asked, "About how much wood is here?" Lake thought for a moment and then gave her a number. "Around 70 pieces. If that's not enough, my lord, I can go chop more right now." 70 pieces, plus the nearly 190 in the chest. That was plenty. Sue shook her head and told him to take a break. Having someone keep working after collecting over 200 pieces of wood would be too much. Even if materials were scarce, Sue wasn't that heartless. Chopping trees is important, but you should rest first. Otherwise, your efficiency drops and it's counterproductive. NPC's chopping speed also depends on their stamina, so Sue preferred efficient, well-paced work over long hours at low efficiency. I've put the newly made copper tools in here. Use these from now on. Stone tools are retired for now. Understood. Go ahead and turn in your quest. I'll be able to build 2 more structures soon. Lake nodded and submitted all the wood from the cart, earning 14 copper coins. With what he'd saved up before, he now had 82 copper coins. After he finished, Sue took all the wood out of the chest and went to the workbench to start crafting materials. While Sue was crafting, everyone had lunch together. After lunch, they all went back to their respective tasks. Duoya was still resting due to her hand injury. After lunch, Dory followed Sue's instructions and continued gathering fiber. Lake, after a short break, returned to the mines to dig for stone. Lyle, upon learning the territory was short on wood, grabbed a copper axe and went back out to chop trees nearby. As for Sue herself, seeing that the territory was running low on whetstones and with no one else available, she planned to go out and dig up some whetstone and sandstone once the materials were ready and the buildings were placed. Sue brought the materials to the appropriate workbenches and began synthesizing. The most troublesome thing about Sunset Continent was this: gathering resources wasn't hard, just chop and dig. Synthesizing resources wasn't hard either, just toss them on the workbench. But it all took a lot of time. Synthesizing a single material might only take a minute or 2, but when you have a lot, it adds up to 10 or 20 minutes. And because you need to synthesize so many times, it effectively increases the workload. Plus, because of the material tier system, Tier 2 materials must be synthesized from Tier 1 and Tier 3 from Tier 2. You can't just use a bunch of Tier 1 materials to make Tier 3 directly, which makes the process even more tedious. Fortunately, the workbenches in Sunset Continent can be placed and used simultaneously. Otherwise, just synthesizing materials would keep Sue busy for ages. Originally, Sue only had 3 basic workbenches, plus a portable one, for a total of 4. But now that things were getting busy, she made 2 more and set them up. Now, next to the territory's Heartfire, there was a whole row of busy workbenches, a pretty impressive sight. If she had more people, Siu would definitely assign someone just to watch over the workbenches. She didn't know how long she waited, but at last, Siu got the materials she needed. Obtained planks x10. Obtained stone bricks x10. With the materials in hand, Siu pulled up the building she wanted to construct and began adjusting its placement. She walked over to the spot opposite the tavern. This was a central axis formed by the heart fire and the gate, a spot symmetrical to the tavern. After careful measurement and adjustment, Siu placed the building. Consume planks x10, stone bricks x10 to build post station. Constructing post station. Estimated time, 600 minutes. With the tavern and the post station, the left and right sides of the territory now had landmark buildings. With these landmarks, Siu no longer had to worry about misaligned construction. She then took out another set of materials, ready to build the warehouse she'd been wanting. Consume planks x10, stone bricks x5 to build level 1 warehouse. Constructing level 1 warehouse. Estimated time, 120 minutes. Just these two buildings used up a full 240 pieces of wood and 60 pieces of stone. The 260 pieces of wood she'd just collected were instantly reduced to a tenth of that. Good thing Lake and Lyle were so efficient at gathering materials, and that Siu had Dory stop collecting fiber and switch to chopping wood. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to get both buildings done today. After finishing a round of construction, Siu grabbed her copper pickaxe and headed to the sandstone resource point. By evening, Siu had already mentioned that they'd be having something nice for dinner and had even sent Dolly out to collect berries. So, she came back from the stone monsters a bit earlier than usual, ready to start prepping dinner as soon as she returned to the territory. There was no other choice. Dolly was a well-known kitchen disaster. As for the other three, maybe Duoya could cook, but with her injured hand, even a 5-star chef would be out of commission. As for Lake and Lyle, neither of them had any cooking talent. Of course, not having talent doesn't mean you can't cook at all, but to avoid wasting ingredients, Siu decided to handle it herself. She'd promised a good meal, but with limited ingredients, the best she could manage was something like berry meat stew or grilled meat. Even though the variety of ingredients was limited, just meat and berries, the quality of the ingredients made up for it. With blue-quality premium meat, even if you accidentally overcook it, the flavor is still top-notch. Siu picked out some of the meat she'd collected earlier and made it all into grilled meat, skewers, jerky, and similar items to extend their shelf life. As for the premium meat dropped by the black-striped tiger, Siu set some aside for the berry meat stew, but didn't turn the rest into jerky like the other meats, even though it would last longer that way. Jerky keeps for a long time, but the downside is that it's not very cost-effective, and no matter how good the ingredients are, turning them into jerky won't give any extra attributes. So making jerky out of premium meat would just be a waste. Lord, is there anything I can help with? Lyle, who had just finished chopping wood and was heading back to rest, saw Siu busy by the hearth and offered to help. Siu glanced at him, handed him a wooden spoon, and motioned for him to keep an eye on the heat. This is stew. It'll be ready in about half an hour. Remember to stir it every few minutes so it doesn't burn on the bottom. With a recipe, Siu could have just used the workbench to make food automatically, but food made at the workbench doesn't get any bonus attributes. Otherwise, if workbench-made food had extra attributes, there'd be no point in NPCs having cooking skills, so you could just build dozens or hundreds of workbenches and do it all herself. Alright. Lal took Siu's place and kept an eye on the stew. Even though it was just a simple meat stew, the addition of sweet and tart berries gave the copper pot a delicious aroma, a mix of meaty richness and fruity tang that made everyone's mouth water. Even though Lyle wasn't all that hungry, he couldn't help but swallow as the smell teased his senses. With someone watching the pot, Siu had some free time and started moving everything from the wooden crates into the warehouse. There were still 30 minutes until dinner. Plenty of time for Siu to get the warehouse fully organized before the stew was done. While sorting the warehouse, Siu glanced at the workbench, grabbed some wooden planks, and built a third residential house next to the post station. Residential House 1 was for Dolly and Duoya, Residential House 2 for Lyle and Lake, so naturally, Residential House 3 would be for Sue herself. Technically, as the city territory lord, Sue had a special building called the City Lord's Mansion she could live in, but due to lack of materials, she couldn't build it yet, so she'd have to make do with a regular house for now. Once House 3 was built, Sue got to work organizing the warehouse. The bulk of the inventory was basic resources, which took up the most space. So, all the wood, stone, fiber, and other basic materials that had been stored in the wooden crates were moved into the warehouse. Besides the basic resources, Sue also moved all the food into the warehouse, since it had a function to slow down spoilage. While moving supplies, Sue took the opportunity to take stock of what the territory currently had. First, the commonly used basic materials: branches X58, bark X74, charcoal X74, ash X19, wood X124, wood blocks X14, pebbles X26, stone X8, fiber scraps X957, twine X4, sandstone X98. Then, the food: small grilled meat X3, berry grilled meat X15, small jerky X8, large jerky X20, large cuts of meat X13, premium meat X47. Looking at all this, Sue was grateful that the warehouse had a stacking limit of 100, so items that would have taken up over 30 slots only used a bit more than 20. Even so, the once empty warehouse was now more than half full. With supplies on hand, the foundation for survival was set. Seeing the well-stocked warehouse finally gave Sue a sense of security. Of course, this wasn't all the territory's resources. There were still other items, like wild boar tusks, deer antlers, animal hides, sinew, copper ingots, and so on, that weren't stored in the warehouse. The reason was simple: since there weren't many of these items, keeping them in the wooden crates was enough. There was no need to waste a warehouse slot, with its 100 stack limit on them. With the warehouse now holding all the bulk materials, Sue reorganized the 2 wooden crates by the hearth. One would hold tools, the other miscellaneous materials. Now that they had plenty of stone, and even copper ingots, Sue was able to replenish all the tools they'd been missing. Currently, the territory's tools were roughly as follows: stone axe X1, stone pickaxe X2, stone shovel X1, stone hammer X1, stone knife X2, stone hoe X2, portable copper lantern X1, copper axe X2, copper pickaxe X2, whetstone X12. Except for special items like whetstones, all other tools couldn't be stacked, so it was necessary to have a separate crate just for tools. However, the tools in this crate were mostly old or rarely used ones. The copper axes and copper pickaxes, for example, were kept in the crate bound to the bounty board, Crate 3. Speaking of the bounty board, now that they'd discovered a mine and had a basic resource cycle going in the territory, the tasks on the board had also changed. Take care of the fields. Posted by Lord. Objective: tend the fields 0/4. Reward: 5 copper coins. Required tools: none. Collect wood repeatable. Posted by Lord. Objective: submit wood 0/10. Reward: 1 copper coin. Required tools: copper axe. To borrow this tool, pay a 2 copper usage fee and a 30 copper deposit. Deposit will be refunded when the tool is returned. Collect stone repeatable. Posted by Lord. Quest objective: submit stone 0/10. Quest reward: 1 copper coin. Quest tool: copper pickaxe. Usage fee: 3 copper coins. Deposit: 60 copper coins. Collect sandstone repeatable. Posted by Lord. Quest objective: submit sandstone 0/6. Quest reward: 1 copper coin. Quest tool: copper pickaxe. Usage fee: 3 copper coins. Deposit: 60 copper coins. Collect fiber repeatable. Posted by Lord. Quest objective: submit fiber scraps 0/150. Quest reward: 1 copper coin. Quest tool: stone knife. Usage fee: 1 copper coin. Deposit: 10 copper coins. Besides these, there were also quests specially prepared for Duoya, like collect meat and collect animal hides, but since Duoya hadn't recovered yet, those could be set aside for now. Looking at all this, it became clear that the territory actually had a big problem. There was no income. All these quests were collection tasks that Siyu paid for out of her own pocket. With no source of income, the little money she had wouldn't last more than a few days. Siyu already had a solution in mind, and that was trade. That's why she was so eager to get the courier station built. Although the merchants at the courier station were random and might not have what she needed, that didn't matter. Trade always goes both ways. It wasn't just about buying from them. As long as she had something the merchants wanted, she could also make money by selling to them. Of course, this wasn't a stable source of income. After all, merchants didn't come every day. A territory's stable development shouldn't rely on external trade, but rather on internal circulation. So merchant trade was just a way to relieve some pressure. The real solution to economic problems still depended on developing the territory itself. In the evening, Siyu looked at the blooming sunset flowers, then asked Lake to bring out the berry and meat stew and set it on the table inside the tavern. The table was something Siyu had just found time to make at the workbench. Besides the table, Siyu had also made some chairs. On the table, aside from the stew, there were a few other simple dishes. It wasn't much, but for everyone present, it was enough. As they ate and drank, the initial silence gradually faded. Someone started a conversation, no one could remember who, and soon everyone was chatting naturally. Lake was a talker, and Dory played along. With those two lightening the mood, they listened to Lake recount thrilling adventures he'd had with Lyle in their old adventuring days, and to Dory sharing funny stories she'd seen or heard while traveling with merchant caravans. All in all, it made for a very lively and enjoyable dinner. Even Duoya, who was usually quiet and reserved, was drawn in by the atmosphere and occasionally joined the conversation. Most of the time, though, she was looking after the white ermine sprawled across her lap, slowly chewing on jerky. After dinner, aside from the injured Duoya and Siyu, who was not allowed to help, the other three began clearing the table. Siyu sat and rested, watching them tidy up, when suddenly she heard a question from beside her. "Lord, have you given it a name yet?" Duoya reached out with her uninjured hand and scratched the white ermine under its chin. Siyu paused, then shook her head slightly. "If you like, you can name it." Knowing herself, if she had to name the ermine, she'd probably just give it some meaningless, half-hearted name. Like Little White? But honestly, she didn't even want to give it a perfunctory name. It felt both pointless and, in a way, too meaningful. Duoya didn't know what Siyu was thinking, but she didn't rush to name the ermine just because Siyu said so. After all, Duoya had once had a white ermine of her own. Even though it was gone, she couldn't just find a replacement because of that. To humans, a name might not seem like much, but for them, it's something that stays with them for life. Since you haven't decided yet, let's just leave its name blank for now. Siyu made a non-committal sound in response, then stood up and walked over to the recruitment point inside the tavern. Opening the recruitment interface, she saw that the information about Duoya had disappeared. The whole panel now just showed a countdown with. Siyu closed the recruitment screen and switched to the territory information panel. Sunset Territory. Lord Suyu. Territory level. Small camp. Upgrade to medium camp at 5 population and 20 prosperity. Territory prosperity, 12.9. Territory reputation, 1. Territory population, 5/5. Territory aura, initial protection. Territory events. A dark force seems to be quietly approaching. Seeing that prosperity had increased again, Siyu skillfully opened the detailed information panel to check the situation. Level 1 warehouse completed, territory prosperity +1. Territory population reached 5, territory prosperity +3. First time using high-grade ingredients to cook for all territory residents, territory prosperity +0.5. So you could understand the first two, but as for the third, well, it was just another thing she hadn't encountered before. She was getting used to it, though. After confirming the current prosperity value, she started thinking about how to quickly raise it to 20 and upgrade the small camp to a medium one. There were 2 buildings under construction, Residential House 3 and Courier Station. Once Residential House 3 was finished, It would provide 1 point of prosperity. As for the courier station, if nothing had changed, it should provide 3 points. In addition, the first time she hosted a merchant, that would also grant prosperity. She couldn't remember exactly how much, but it shouldn't be more than 3 points. After these 2 buildings were done, the territory's prosperity would only reach 16.9, still 3.1 short of the upgrade requirement. But then again, by all rights, the tavern should also provide 3 prosperity points after completion, just like the courier station. So why hadn't it? So you didn't quite understand. Was it because buildings constructed with building cards didn't grant prosperity? That didn't seem reasonable. After all, prosperity reflected the territory's overall development. Even if the tavern was built with a card, it was still a tavern, still a building. Its essence hadn't changed. Miss Lord, we've finished tidying up. What should we do with the tables and chairs? Should we just leave them in the tavern? She had just finished cleaning up the leftovers with Lyle, and now, looking at the tables and chairs, she wasn't quite sure what to do with them, so she thought she'd come out and ask. Upon hearing Dolly's question, Sue was about to reply, but then something suddenly occurred to her, and her expression shifted slightly. Just leave them there, it's a hassle to move them anyway. Sorry, I have something to take care of. I need to head to the tavern for a bit. As Sue spoke, she started walking toward the tavern. Dolly wanted to say something else, but seeing Suyu's hurried demeanor, she swallowed her words. After all, it wasn't anything urgent. She could always bring it up again when the young lady lord had some free time. Meanwhile, Suyu arrived at the tavern, which was empty at this hour. To confirm her suspicion, Suyu opened the tavern's individual information panel. Actually, Suyu had already checked the tavern's info before, but she hadn't expected anything to change, so she'd only glanced at it. Seeing it matched her memory, she hadn't bothered to look at the other pages. But in fact, there was another page after the tavern's main info that Suyu had overlooked. Already placed, long bar counter X1, round stool X1. Not yet placed, round stool X4, small square table X2, regular wooden chair X4, double window X2. After reading this page, Suyu had 6 comments she wanted to make. Suyu. No wonder. So there were still things that hadn't been set out. Come to think of it, it was Dolly's earlier question that gave her the hint, reminding Suyu that these buildings also had a storage function, though here, the storage could only hold furniture bound to the building. Bound furniture refers to the exclusive furniture that comes with these buildings. Such furniture can only be placed inside their designated building. If you take it out of the building's area, it will instantly disappear and be automatically stored back in the building's storage. Suyu rarely used this feature before, since buildings constructed with materials would automatically place their furniture, so it was normal for her not to remember. Standing there for a few seconds, Suyu took a deep breath and then placed all the unplaced items. As soon as the last piece of furniture was set, she received a notification. Once you assign a manager and stock goods appropriate for this building, the tavern can begin normal operations. Suyu glanced at the notification, not paying it much mind. The first thing she did when the notification appeared was open the territory panel. Territory prosperity, 15.9. Tavern construction complete. Territory prosperity +3. Good. Suyu was left speechless and a little exasperated at her own oversight. Now that the territory prosperity had reached 15.9, once the post station was finished tomorrow, it would rise to 19.9. That number left Suyu even more speechless. But getting that last 0.1 prosperity would be easy. She could just build something random. However, Suyu didn't want to build things at random, since that would waste both materials and territory space. Her next building goal was the Quest Hall, which required planks X10, stone bricks X5, marble bricks X5. She had the first 2, and as for marble bricks, like stone bricks, they're synthesized from lower-tier materials. 3 marble equals 1 marble brick. Conveniently, Suyu now had the copper pickaxe needed to mine marble, and she'd already found a marble deposit. Tomorrow, she could go mine marble there, and also check what resources might be in the second inner chamber of the chain cave. Another day passed. On the fourth night in the game, Siu finally managed to rest on an indoor bed. Meanwhile, in the territory, as the countdown for a certain building ticked to 0, not only did it reveal its completed form, but it also triggered a brand new territory event. Thanks to the post station, merchants and caravans from across the continent will begin visiting the territory. Be sure to prepare enough money or goods to gain greater leverage in trade negotiations. Thanks to the post station, travelers will also start visiting the territory. When Siu woke up, she immediately noticed the new territory event too. She stared at the message for a few seconds, then closed the panel and got up to eat something to restore her hunger. With no more countdowns to track, Siu had lost her sense of precise time. The only thing that could still reliably indicate the time was the sunset flower, but its effect was limited. It could only calibrate sunrise and sunset. As soon as Siu stepped outside, she saw Lake sitting by the central fire, waving at her. "Good morning, my lord." "Morning." Siu paused and greeted him back. "Do you have any plans for today, my lord?" Although yesterday's berry meat stew didn't have any special attributes, perhaps because it simply tasted so good, Lake had eaten and slept well and was now full of energy. "You can take any of the tasks posted on the bounty board," Siu said, pointing to it. "Starting today, the tavern will be open. If you need food, you can buy it there from now on." Lake had no objections. They'd agreed from the start that only housing would be free, not everything in the territory. In fact, Lake had heard that in other territories, wanderers had to pay to join. Not only that, but houses in the territory also cost money. But their lord had waived the joining fee and even provided free housing. In other words, this residential house too would be home for the two brothers from now on. Of course, calling it free wasn't entirely accurate since they had contributed their labor. For example, though they helped defeat the ghost skeletons, all the loot from those skeletons went to Siu. And then there was the half-black-striped tiger. It was half, because the other half belonged to Doya. Lake and Doya had agreed to split it 50-50. Even though Doya had contributed more, without Lake, she wouldn't have gotten anything at all. So a 50-50 split was fair. Neither Doya nor Lake were the type to haggle over every little thing, so it only took a few words to divide up the black-striped tiger's loot. Not only had all the wealth been distributed, but even the final choices everyone made were the same. They all chose to contribute to the territory. Last night, Siu had already taken some food from the warehouse and put it up for sale in the tavern. While it's not entirely accurate to say that you can't sell things without NPCs, it's pretty close. After all, without NPCs, there's no one to collect money, restock goods, or serve customers. Everything relies on the customers to help themselves, and payment is entirely on the honor system. But since there are so few people right now, and Siu didn't think any of them would just steal food without paying, she simply opened up access to the tavern. As for pricing, since all the food available was just ordinary fare with nothing special, Siu set the prices based on how much hunger each item restored. 1 copper coin equals 20 hunger points. Even with non-stop labor all day, at most you'd spend just over 20 copper coins to be full. Since this is a basic necessity, Siu didn't set the price too high. After all, if people can't even afford to eat, it would obviously lower the residents' goodwill toward the territory, that is, their loyalty. As for their income, that's harder to say, since everyone works at a different pace. But as long as they aren't slacking off, they can earn at least 2 or 3 days' worth of food money in a single day, maybe even more. Speaking of money, it's worth mentioning how much Siu has on hand right now. Originally, she had 6 silver coins and 136 copper coins. Converting that for convenience, that's 736 copper coins. Previously, when Lyle and his brother killed the ghostly skeletons, Siu picked up some coins from the loot, 15 ghostly skeletons in total, dropping 53 copper coins. Adding that to her previous amount, she had 789 copper coins. But after these past 2 days of expenses, those 700 plus copper coins had dwindled to just over 400. At this rate, in less than 2 days, Siu wouldn't have enough money to post tasks on the bounty board anymore. But it's fine, because Siu actually has a huge fortune in reserve. And the source of this wealth is the black-striped tiger. Aside from a pile of meat and materials, the black-striped tiger also dropped 12 copper coins, 16 silver coins, and 1 gold coin. Doya and Lyle contributed the tiger's loot, which naturally included this windfall. At a 100:1 exchange rate, 16 silver coins equal 1,600 copper coins. Not to mention the gold coin. That's a whole 10,000 copper coins. In short, this sum greatly eased Suyu's financial troubles, allowing her to establish a currency cycle in the territory ahead of schedule. After chatting with Lake, Suyu gave Dory a couple of instructions, then set off toward the chain mines as she'd planned yesterday. Before leaving, she was pestered by a certain white ermine. But before it could pester her for long, under Suyu's cold stare, the ermine blinked pitifully, then turned around and sat with its back to her. The little gesture made it look as if it had suffered some great injustice, and the one who'd wronged it was Suyu. Seeing this, Suyu almost laughed in exasperation. Was she unwilling to bring the ermine along? Absolutely. But why? She was going out to explore and take care of important business, not to play tourist or pretend at house. Why would she bring a pet along? Especially a pet that could attract all sorts of random creatures at any moment. Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Fortunately, although the ermine was a bit clingy, it knew when to back off and didn't throw a tantrum. Otherwise, Suyu would have to seriously consider whether to keep it around. Unaware that it had almost been abandoned again, the ermine watched Suyu's departing figure, waving its tail a bit forlornly. In its eyes, besides grievance, there was a hint of other emotions, but those were feelings Suyu was destined never to see. Returning to the chain mines, Suyu made her way to the marble deposit and took out the copper pickaxe she'd prepared in advance. With the sound of clanging metal, a good amount of marble dropped to the ground. As usual, Suyu didn't pick up the resources as she mined. Instead, she waited until she was done, then gathered everything at once. Otherwise, bending down over and over to pick things up would be exhausting. She didn't know how long she'd been at it, but by the time her full durability copper pickaxe was worn down to half, she finally saw a small gap in the area she'd been digging. This opening is pretty small, Suyu thought. Yesterday, she'd tried to estimate the hollow area behind the marble wall by tapping and listening for echoes. She found that although the whole wall was marble, the hollow part was only behind the lower half. Knowing this, she could have started digging directly into the hollow section, but she didn't. She wanted to confirm the maximum size of the opening, so she extended her digging a bit beyond her original plan before breaking through. The result made her frown. It really was tiny, like a ventilation duct, just big enough for a person to crawl through, with no room to turn around. In other words, once you go in, you have to crawl all the way to the end. There's basically no way to back out. Suyu stared at the opening for a while, but in the end, she decided not to crawl through to see what was on the other side. Not only did she not go in, she even dug up 2 more pieces of regular stone and blocked the opening. With that done, Suyu started collecting the marble on the ground. Given the current building materials, Suyu remembered that many structures required marble, like the blacksmith, carpenter, food shop, weapon shop, armor shop. Basically, all the shops needed marble. Even the Lord's Manor required marble, though it used marble slabs. 3 marble bricks equals 1 marble slab, instead of bricks. In short, Suyu needed a lot of marble. But there was no way she could gather so much on her own, so she only collected enough for the quest hall construction, then went back to mining copper ore. Copper ore could be used to make all kinds of tools, as well as weapons and armor. Suyu hadn't forgotten that in about 5 days, she'd have to lead the territory's residents in defending against an attack from dark creatures. Obtained copper ore X4. Obtained copper ore residue X8. As Suyu mined more and more ore, the durability of her copper pickaxe dropped to its last point. She took out a whetstone and used it on the copper pickaxe. Normally, a single use of the whetstone would fully restore the durability of a stone tool, but when repairing the copper tool, it took 2 uses, and even then, the durability wasn't fully restored. If repairing a stone tool gives plus 100 durability, then repairing a copper pickaxe only gives plus 70 per use. Even after 2 repairs, that's just plus 140 durability, while the copper pickaxe's max durability is 150. After repairing her pickaxe, Siyu didn't continue mining. Instead, she gathered all her loot and left the mine, heading back to her territory. The first thing she did upon returning was to take out the marble she'd collected and start making marble bricks. The quest hall required 5 marble bricks, and since it took 3 pieces of marble to make 1 brick, the 17 pieces she'd gathered were just enough. Use marble X15 to craft marble brick X5. Crafting marble bricks. Estimated time, 120 seconds. Remaining, marble brick X4. Estimated time, 8 minutes. While waiting for the marble bricks to finish, Siyu rummaged through a wooden box and found the wild boar tusks she'd collected earlier. She planned to use these tusks to craft 2 daggers. Although wild boar tusks could be used to make other things besides daggers, the other items either required materials Siyu didn't have, or the crafting process would damage the tusks, wasting their value. But with tusk daggers, there was no such waste. She just needed to polish the tusks a bit, and they'd serve as sharp blades. Making tusk daggers required 2 workstations, a furnace and an intermediate workbench. Siyu already had a furnace, so she put in 2 of the last 4 copper ingots she had left from yesterday. Consume copper ingot X2 to craft copper dagger blades. Crafting copper dagger blades. Estimated time, 300 seconds. With the dagger blades done, it was time for the edges. The crafting process for tusk daggers was to first forge the metal dagger blades in the furnace, then place the tusks on a workbench of the appropriate level to process them into tusk edges, and finally combine the blades and tusk edges on the workbench. Wild boar tusks were of relatively high quality, so a basic workbench wasn't enough, so you had to upgrade it to an intermediate workbench to process the tusks. Upgrading a basic workbench to intermediate required plank X5, stone brick X5, copper ingot X2. It might seem simple, but later on, the amount of materials needed for crafting increases dramatically, and 1 workbench just isn't enough. And that's just the materials for upgrading a single workbench. But for now, Siyu didn't need that many, so upgrading just 1 would do. Conveniently, after making the dagger blades, she had exactly 2 copper ingots left. Even if she didn't, it wouldn't matter, she just mined about 10 more copper ores. If she ran out, she could always smelt more. Consume plank X5, stone brick X5, copper ingot X2 to upgrade basic workbench to intermediate workbench. Please cancel any tasks and remove all items from the workbench before upgrading. All commands and items on the workbench will be cleared during the upgrade, and the workbench will be unusable during the process. Siyu had already chosen an unused workbench to upgrade, so she didn't even bother reading the prompt and just hit upgrade. Workbench upgrading. Estimated time, 10 minutes. "My lord, what are you making?" Lake asked, pushing a wooden cart loaded with rocks. When he saw the 2 wild boar tusks in Siyu's hands, his eyes lit up with excitement and a hint of awe. Before Siyu could answer, he parked the cart by the bounty board and hurried over to her, curiously eyeing what she held. "Are those boar tusks?" Lake wasn't sure at first, but when Siyu nodded, he instinctively glanced in a certain direction, then turned back, looking at her with admiration. Did Miss Duoya kill that one too? If it had been before, even if Siyu told him the boar was killed by Duoya, he'd have been skeptical. But after the black-striped tiger incident, Lake now automatically associated anything impressive with Duoya. Unfortunately, he was wrong. This boar had nothing to do with Duoya. Siyu didn't mention the mysterious creature, just said it wasn't Duoya who killed the boar. Lake didn't press further. He didn't seem disappointed by her answer. Maybe, to him, it didn't matter who killed the boar, he still thought Duoya was amazing. After all, anyone who could seriously injure a lively tiger with just a bow and a few arrows was obviously formidable. As they spoke, the dagger blades finished in the furnace. When Siyu took them out, Lake's eyes lit up again. He saw the dagger blades and the boar tusks. With his adventurer's experience, well, actually, anyone could guess what she was making. Lake was no exception. "My lord, are you making tusk daggers?" Lake realized he was asking the obvious. Luckily, Siyu didn't mind and simply confirmed it. In a few days, some merchants or caravans should pass through. A tusk dagger should fetch a good price, Siu said casually, but it caught Lake's attention. He immediately reached for his pocket and pulled out a coin pouch. How much do you want for it, my lord? Name your price, I'll buy it. After all, it's better to keep the profit in the family. Of course, Lake wasn't buying the dagger for himself. He didn't use such weapons. As Lyle had said before, Lake preferred using his fists. The gauntlets Siu gave him after the last quest were now his prized possession. The one who really needed a dagger was Lyle. In a straight-up fight, Lyle couldn't beat Lake. Lake was naturally strong, and his fists were his weapons. With a weapon against someone unarmed, it was only natural for Lyle to lose. But if Lyle were to use a dagger, the situation would be completely reversed. After all, he had specifically trained in dagger combat and knew exactly how to maximize the weapon's damage through angles, speed, and force. Lake actually used to have a very good dagger, one far superior to this tusk dagger. But during a previous adventure, Lyle accidentally lost it in an extremely dangerous place while saving him. Since it was such a perilous location, there was no way they'd risk their lives just to retrieve a single item. So ever since then, Lyle hasn't had a weapon that really suited him. He's just been making do with whatever is available. In fact, the best weapon he's used recently was probably the wooden spear Siu casually crafted for him out of wood. I've always wanted to get him a dagger, but Lyle keeps saying none of them are suitable. I think this one's pretty good. Lord, would you be willing to name your price? Unexpectedly hearing yet another story, Siu glanced at Lake, who was looking at her with eager, nervous eyes, and she smiled and nodded. Sure, I wasn't planning to sell both of them anyway. Huh. Lake was momentarily stunned, as if he hadn't quite processed what she meant. Siu shook the two tusks at him. I'm planning to make 2 tusk daggers, but I'll only sell one to the merchant. In other words, she had already decided to keep one dagger. As for who it would ultimately belong to, that was a matter for later. In fact, Siu didn't mind giving the dagger to Lyle for free. She'd even intended to do so from the start. After all, equipping them would only strengthen the territory's fighting power, and with the loyalty these two brothers had shown, there was little risk of them running off. Not to mention, the territory still owed them for the black-striped tiger. Even though they contributed unconditionally, as the lord and representative of the territory, she felt she should do something to make them feel their efforts were worthwhile. It wasn't just Lyle who would get a tusk dagger. Siu had also started preparing to find materials to make a bow for Doya. Her previous bow had been completely broken during the fight against the black-striped tiger. To carry the white ermine, Doya had discarded the damaged bow, and now even its remains were lost somewhere in the forest. That bow, unlike the dragonbone bow, didn't have any special significance. It was just something Doya had casually bought from a weapons shop in her old village. So its loss didn't really matter. However, her father's bow. Before leaving the territory to rescue the white ermine, she'd buried it somewhere nearby. Actually, when Siu first heard Doya mention this, she suspected Doya had already been thinking of staying. The black-striped tiger incident was just the final push. In any case, when Lake heard that Siu had already intended to give the dagger to Lyle, he was clearly overjoyed. Although he didn't show it outwardly, Siu could see on Lake's information panel that both his loyalty and affection values had shot up. Lake. Loyalty, 89. Affection, 85. Siu knew exactly what those double 80 stats meant. While she had indeed hoped to boost both Lyle's strength and their loyalty and affection, she hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Since the numbers had risen so quickly, Siu decided not to dwell on whether to sell or gift the dagger. She just made her choice. She placed the prepared wild boar tusks into the now upgraded intermediate workbench. Then, as the tusk blade and dagger hilt fused together, she added some blue powder into the furnace. This blue powder was actually the third type of ore she'd discovered in the chain mines earlier, refined magic ore. Refined magic ore. Category, material. Quality, blue. Description, refined magic ore appears as a blue powder. When added during item crafting, it has a small chance to improve the item's quality and also increases the probability of special attributes appearing. Only copper or higher-tier pickaxes can mine refined magic ore. As the description indicated, unlike copper ore, refined magic ore didn't drop as a whole chunk, nor was it a standalone mineral like coal. It came as a blue powder. This powder didn't need further processing and could be directly added during crafting at the workbench, giving a small chance to improve quality or add special attributes. Before returning, Siu had already planned to make the tusk daggers, so she'd specifically mine some refined magic ore. Although a copper pickaxe could mine refined magic ore, since the pickaxe was only green quality and the ore was blue quality, the efficiency was greatly reduced. It took Siu as much time as it would to mine 7 or 8 pieces of copper ore just to get 3 portions of refined magic ore, 2 for the tusk daggers, and 1 for the bow she hadn't yet gathered all the materials for. While Siu was crafting the tusk daggers, Lake stayed nearby, watching the whole time. So he naturally saw her add the refined magic ore to the workbench. He didn't know what the blue powder was, but that didn't stop him from guessing that the tusk dagger would be an amazing weapon. After the first dagger was finished, Lake was itching to take a look, but Siu casually put it away in her backpack. Lake opened his mouth, about to say something, but when he saw Siu preparing another set of materials, he wisely kept quiet. He really wanted the tusk dagger, or more accurately, he really wanted to help Lyle get it, but he wouldn't interfere with Suyu's work. Partly because he wasn't the type to do that, and partly because he trusted the Lord's promise. Since the Lord had already said she'd give one to Lyle, she would. There was no reason for her to lie, otherwise, when he'd just offered to buy it, she could have just gone along with it. Even though he'd promised not to interfere, Lake didn't leave. He went back to submit the last bit of stone from the cart for the mission, then continued to wait by Suyu's side. Then he saw Siu take the second dagger hilt from the furnace, retrieve the second tusk blade from the intermediate workbench, and assemble the 2 parts. Just as before, when assembling, Siu also added some refined magic ore to the workbench. Just as the second Fong dagger was about to be finished, Dory and Lyle happened to return together from outside the territory. One of them was carrying a wooden basket filled to the brim with fibrous scraps, while the other was pushing a small wooden cart loaded with wood. Both of them saw Siu by the workbench and also saw Lake, who was staring longingly at Siu, or rather, at the workbench beside her. Lyle instinctively frowned. He didn't even bother to turn in his quest before heading straight over to Siu and Lake. Just as Lyle was about to ask his big, somewhat clueless companion if he'd gotten himself into trouble again, a brand new dagger appeared in front of him. "Try it," Siu said, tossing the Fong dagger directly to Lyle. He hadn't quite processed what was happening, but his reflexes kicked in and he caught the dagger. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but that didn't stop him from noticing that this was a dagger of exceptional quality. He spun the dagger skillfully in his hand, his satisfaction plain to see. Because he was so pleased, when Siu asked how it felt and whether it suited him, his affirmative answer was almost instantaneous. From the feel, to the weight, to the size, the curve of the blade, and the shape of the edge, there wasn't a single thing Lyle was dissatisfied with. If he didn't know for a fact that Siu had never asked for his preferences, Lyle would have suspected this dagger was custom-made just for him. "This dagger is great. It's perfect for..." Lyle started to say something, but swallowed his words at the last moment and changed his phrasing. "It's perfect for combat." Siu didn't care what he'd originally wanted to say. She only cared whether the dagger was useful for Lyle. "As long as you think it suits you," Siu said, starting to tidy up the leftover materials. That's it? No follow-up questions or comments. She was just giving him this dagger, just like that? Her casual attitude, as if she were giving away a common weed or a wildflower from the roadside instead of a high-quality dagger, left Lyle at a bit of a loss. Even though he guessed Siu might be giving him the dagger, now that it was actually happening, Lyle found himself unsure how to react. He couldn't quite understand why Siu would suddenly give him a dagger. Lyle tightened his grip, feeling how perfectly the Fong dagger fit his hand. A weapon this handy and well-made was truly rare. A weapon that fits is far rarer than a powerful one. After all, the latter can be crafted from countless rare materials, but the former is something you can only hope to come across. May I ask, my lord, what material is this dagger made from? I can feel a strange sort of. Lyle paused, searching for the right words. After a moment, he continued, I feel a kind of indescribable connection with it. That's the effect of refined magic, or you could think of it as a kind of magic, Sue explained. She wasn't sure if Lyle knew what refined magic or was, but that was about all she could say. Anything else was either inconvenient to say to an NPC, or they wouldn't understand it even if she did. Lake didn't know what refined magic or was, but hearing the name and Suyu's explanation, he seemed to guess something and didn't ask further. Thank you, my lord. So, about the price of this dagger. There is no price, because this is a reward from the territory to a resident who has contributed to it, so you refused his attempt to pay. If they were to actually discuss the price, this Fong dagger was worth far more than Lyle could afford right now. Even though the blade was made of simple copper, thanks to a stroke of luck, the refined magic, or Suyu had added earlier, gave the dagger a very special attribute. Not only did this make the dagger much more effective, it also multiplied its value several times over. Suyu's answer was just what Lyle expected. Since she'd said so, Lyle didn't insist on paying. After thanking Suyu, he dragged Lake away with him. As he left, Suyu could clearly see the loyalty and favorability values on Lyle's info panel shoot up. Lyle. Loyalty, 85. Favorability, 80. Though not as high as Lake's, both values had reached the double 80 standard. After Lake and Lyle left, only Suyu and Dory remained. Dory had watched the whole dagger gifting process in silence. When Lyle received the dagger, her eyes were filled with obvious envy. But it was only envy, there were no other negative emotions. And she wasn't envious because Lyle got a handy weapon. She wasn't a fighter, after all. Even if she got the dagger, it would be like using a legendary sword to chop vegetables, a total waste. What she truly envied was that Lyle had received a gift from the Lord on behalf of the territory. Suyu naturally noticed Dory's feelings, but she didn't say anything, acting as if she hadn't seen a thing. Dory, I need your help with something, Suyu said as she opened Dory's info panel. Seeing the stats, an 81 and a 90, Suyu felt a flicker of emotion, but quickly returned to her usual calm. Throughout, her face showed no obvious emotion. At least, Dory didn't notice anything. Yes, my lady? Dory replied, looking quite happy to be asked for help. She didn't hesitate, smiling as she answered. I need some tough, flexible wood to make something. If you see any such trees while gathering fiber in the forest, note their location and let me know. The something here, of course, referred to the bough Suyu planned to make for Doya. Suyu had already checked the nearby trees herself, but hadn't found anything suitable. To avoid wasting other materials, she decided to keep looking. All right, no problem. Dory nodded, then asked, I remember willow, purple cedar, and walnut are all pretty tough and flexible. Is that what you're looking for, my lady? Yes. The 3 types Dory mentioned were indeed all good materials for making bows, but in reality, there were more options than just those. Suyu thought for a moment, then added, there's also red maple, cloud oak, sugar cane wood. You don't need to go out of your way to look for them. Just keep an eye out when you're gathering supplies in the forest. Although Dory didn't recognize some of the woods Suyu listed, it didn't matter. There were plenty of suitable types, and it wouldn't hurt if she didn't know a few of them. Dory earnestly memorized everything Suyu said. All right, then leave it to me, my lady. You can rest assured. With that, Dory picked up her stone knife and got ready to head out. Seeing that Dory was about to leave again right after just returning, all because of a single request, Suyu couldn't help but frown, a strange feeling welling up inside her. Dory's sincerity was genuine, her behavior, and even the stats on her information panel proved that. But Suyu still felt that Dory's affection for her was growing a bit, too quickly. So quickly, in fact, that it was almost uncanny. They'd only known each other for 3 days, and her affection was already at 92. If the affection cap wasn't 100, and if it didn't get harder to increase as it got higher, Suyu would have suspected that Dory's affection might have broken 200 before the merchant even arrived. Sure, they were NPCs, members of her territory, and there were some built-in bonuses to their affection for the Lord. But even so, this was a bit much. Feeling something was off, Siu subconsciously called out to Dory as she was about to leave. "Is there something else you need, my lady?" Dory immediately stopped and turned back, looking at Siu with a serious expression, waiting for her to speak. After a few seconds of thought, Siu shook her head slightly and decided not to ask directly. "It's nothing. I just saw that you just got back, so you can rest for a bit. There's no need to head out again right now." Siu made up a casual excuse to gloss over the matter. Dory didn't suspect anything, simply thinking Siu was concerned about her. She replied that she wasn't tired and wanted to gather a bit more fiber before resting, telling Siu not to worry. Seeing this, Siu didn't try to persuade her further. After Dory left, Siu stood there for a few seconds, then took out another Fong dagger from her backpack. Sharp Fong dagger. Category: Weapon. Quality: Blue. Attributes: Attack 40, Armor Penetration 6%, Bleed 6%, Critical 2.5%. Durability 100/100. Description: a high-quality, sharp Fong dagger. The blade is made from copper ore with a razor-sharp beast Fong as the edge. Infused with refined magic or during crafting, the blade is even sharper, with higher attack and improved attributes overall. This dagger with the sharp prefix was the first one Siu ever made. Despite its excellent stats, she hadn't given it to Lyle, choosing another one instead. It wasn't that she was reluctant to part with it, she simply felt the other dagger was a better fit for Lyle. Speaking of the second dagger, Siu's luck had been truly good that day. Both daggers ended up with prefixes thanks to the magic ore, though it might also have been due to the high quality of the boar tusks. What really showed Siu's luck was the specific prefixes she got. Weapon prefixes come in many forms, some good, some bad, but both she rolled today were excellent. The first dagger's prefix was sharp. The second dagger, the one Siu felt suited Lyle even more, had the prefix resonance. Resonance Fong dagger. Resonance. With this prefix, the weapon transforms to best suit its wielder. Category: Weapon. Quality: Blue. Attributes: Attack 30, Armor Penetration 5%, Bleed 5%, Critical 2%. Durability 100/100. Description: a high-quality Fong dagger. The blade is made from copper ore with a sharp beast Fong as the edge. For some special reason, it is suitable for anyone. Weapons are meant for combat, and the sharp prefix greatly boosts fighting power, making it a universally useful choice for any weapon. If you only look at the stats, the second dagger is clearly inferior to the first. But thanks to the resonance prefix, in certain situations, the second dagger could actually be better. Those situations depend on the user's proficiency with that weapon. If someone isn't skilled with daggers, Siu would give them the sharp dagger. Since they lack technique, their combat power depends on the weapon's quality. The better the dagger, the stronger they are. With a worse dagger, their damage drops. But Lyle was different. He was an expert with daggers. For someone like that, someone who has mastered a weapon, choosing a weapon that fits is always more important than just raw quality. If someone can't use a bow, even if you handed them the Elven King's bow, it might be less useful than a stick that feels right in their hands. That's why Siu gave Lyle the dagger with the resonance prefix. With the resonance dagger given away, Siu kept the remaining dagger for herself, planning to sell it to the merchant when they arrived. After all, a weapon with a prefix would fetch a good price. If the merchant happened to need a weapon, not only could she get a good deal, but she could also boost their favorability. With the dagger situation settled, Siu took out the marble bricks she'd already crafted, ready to start building the quest hall. Consume 10 planks, 5 marble bricks, and 5 stone bricks to build the quest hall. Building quest hall. Estimated time, 600 minutes. That's 600 minutes, 10 hours. Since there was no in-game clock, Siu wasn't sure exactly when it would be finished, but it would definitely be done before she went to bed tonight. Once the quest hall was finished, Siu could not only upgrade her territory, but also finally check out a certain reward she'd almost forgotten about, the reward chest she got for defeating the fire demon leader. Besides those two things, Siu could also look into the new bounty board missions. She wondered what kind of missions would be on the bounty board. If they were just ordinary tasks, that would be fine. Based on her understanding of the game, standard missions shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Even though many things had changed, the vast majority of the mechanics were still exactly as she remembered. What she worried about most was the possibility of time-limited quests, especially the kind that forced you to accept them and punished you if you failed to complete them. It was just like that very first "establish your territory within 3 days" quest. But there was no point in worrying about these things. If the system really did assign mandatory timed quests, she'd just have to do them. She couldn't just refuse to level up her territory for the rest of her life because of it. For the next half day, everyone in the territory was busy with their own tasks, and Sue was no exception. Her top priority right now was to finish exploring this forest as quickly as possible. 1 map per person, 1 area per day. This was the most accurate description of every player's early game experience. After gathering enough resources to survive, the next step was to explore the entire area they lived in as quickly as possible. This wasn't just to get a sense of the surroundings, find out where resource points were, or learn the lay of the land for easier resource gathering later on. Most importantly, they needed to use the information from their exploration to predict which red disaster season would follow the mild season and prepare in advance. Usually, the length of each season was variable, but the initial mild season at the start of the game was an exception. The opening mild season always lasted 30 days, mainly to give everyone a stable start and prevent them from dying off too early. And after the initial mild season, the next season would always be the red disaster season. On the Sunset Continent, there were 3 main types of seasons. The first was the blue stable season. Like an NPC's neutral trait, the blue stable season was neither good nor bad, or rather, it had both good and bad aspects. For example, the mild season was a stable season. Nothing particularly good or bad happened, just peace and quiet. Another stable season, the rainy season, was both good and bad. As the name suggests, the rainy season was marked by lots of rain. The good part was that the rain helped all kinds of resources grow and cycle faster. The bad part was that frequent rain could make life much more difficult. The second type of season was the green, benevolent season. The most common benevolent season was the harvest season, but there were also the prosperous season and the inspiration season, among others. The harvest season, like the rainy season, sped up the growth and renewal of all kinds of resources, animals, plants, and natural resources. But it was considered benevolent because it didn't come with constant rain. The prosperous season, also known as trade season, was marked by a surge in trading activity. Merchants and all kinds of transactions became more frequent and smoother, and the goods available were more plentiful. With more goods on the market, prices generally dropped a bit, making trade season the perfect time to clear out merchants' inventories. The inspiration season, also called learning season, was when everyone's efficiency at any learning-related activity noticeably increased. The last type of season was the red disaster season. Common disaster seasons included destruction season, storm season, and drought season. The names pretty much explain themselves, no need to elaborate. Exploring the map in advance couldn't prevent disaster seasons, but it did let you figure out which disaster season would follow the mild season. To explore, Sue took out her newly made regional map. A regional map was centered on the spot where it was made, covering a certain area, not the whole forest or continent. And to predict the disaster season, she only needed to explore an area of about that size. Exploring more than that was pointless. It would take too much time, and she'd be better off just gathering resources to tough out the disaster season. Before setting out, Sue divided the regional map into 9 sections. This made the map look a bit like an uneven tic-tac-toe grid, her preferred way of exploring. You didn't have to explore every inch of the map. Experienced veteran players could get a pretty good sense of the situation and resources just by seeing part of the terrain and where it was located on the map. Sue was no exception. On this 9-grid map, Sunset Territory was in the very center. The mine was in the upper right, and the fire demon and stone monster were to the left and right of the territory, respectively. Sue marked these on the map with charcoal. The map now looked roughly like this. Unknown 1, Unknown 2, Mine. Fire Demon, Territory, Stone Monster. Unknown 3, Unknown 4, Unknown 5. Aside from those 4 areas, there were still 5 sections Siu hadn't explored yet. Her goal today was to check out Unknown 1 and Unknown 2. With her objective set, Siu put the map away, grabbed some food, tools, basic materials, and a certain life-saving item, and set out. Why isn't the Lord back yet? Dory sounded a bit worried as she looked at the darkening sky. Next to her, Doya looked calm on the surface, but there was a hint of emotion in her eyes. Don't worry, the Lord has an agility potion, she'll be fine. Doya's tone was unusually gentle, as if trying to reassure Dory. But even with those words, Dory couldn't help but worry as long as Siu hadn't returned. Still, part of her attention was now caught by the mention of that potion. Doya, what was that potion you mentioned just now? An agility potion, made from wind millet grass. It's a potion that increases your movement speed after drinking it. As she spoke, Doya couldn't help but recall the earlier scene. There wasn't much to the memory. She just happened to see Siu holding a bottle of potion and asked about it offhand. It really was just a casual question, but Siu had told her what it was anyway. Wind millet grass wasn't exactly rare, but it mostly grew deep in the forest, so it was quite lucky that Siu had found 4 plants near the forest's edge. Since she didn't have a potion workbench yet, Siu had made the potion by hand. Since everything was made by hand, there was always a chance of failure. Siu kept 1 stalk of wind millet grass as seed material and used the remaining 3 to try making agility potions. The result was clear. She only succeeded once and failed twice. The stalk she kept has now been turned into a seed and stored in a wooden box. The reason she didn't plant it right away was because wind millet grass needs to be grown on intermediate farmland, but all 4 plots in the territory were still basic farmland, which isn't suitable for wind millet grass. Is this agility potion really that amazing? Dory asked. Although she'd traveled to many places with the caravan, there was no one in their group who specialized in potions. Ordinary doctors didn't necessarily know potions, since potions were a branch of magic. To avoid being cheated, their caravan never traded in potions, so Dory never had the chance to learn about them. Faced with Dory's question, Doya felt a bit helpless. She didn't know much about potions either. Everything she knew was what Siu had told her. Just as she was about to say something, she saw a look of happiness suddenly appear on Siu's face. Doya seemed to guess why. She turned her head and, sure enough, saw Siu walking in from outside the territory. What are you talking about? Siu came over and sat down beside them, then started taking out the spoils from her map exploration, one by one, from her backpack. Seeing all the items scattered about, Dory instinctively reached out to help organize them, while Doya quietly watched from the side. We weren't talking about anything special. It's just that you hadn't come back for so long. We were getting worried, Dory said as she helped sort the items. With her help, Siu quickly sorted everything into the appropriate wooden boxes and storerooms. Siu hadn't brought back much this time. After all, her main goal was to explore the map. Gathering too many resources would have wasted time on the road. Even so, she didn't spend much time collecting, but still only made it back at sunset, just as the evening flowers were blooming. Sorry to make you worry, Siu smiled, then began telling them about her discoveries that day. Well, to be precise, she was mainly talking to Doya. She took out the map and pointed to a spot on it. I could have come back earlier, but I found a group of aquatic beasts here. Aquatic beasts, as the name suggests, are creatures that live in water, like fish, shrimp, and crabs. But this was Sunset Continent, not her old world, and since Siu was bringing it up, it meant the aquatic beasts she saw were definitely more than just ordinary fish and shrimp. I was going to bring back some aquatic beasts to improve everyone's meals, but then I saw a long-tailed crocodile. The long-tailed crocodile was essentially a crocodile, named for its extremely long tail. When Siu mentioned the long-tailed crocodile, Doya blinked, then seemed to understand. The long-tailed crocodile's main attack was to whip its tail like a giant whip. In this case, if you wanted to kill one and your strength was about the same, it was much easier to do so from a distance than up close. And right now, she was the only ranged fighter in the territory. My hand will need about 2 more days to fully recover. When it's ready, I'll go deal with that long-tailed crocodile. Doya didn't even ask why Siyu wanted her to do it, she didn't care. She just needed to do as Siyu said. As for her hand, in the real world, a bone fracture would take months to heal, let alone being able to draw a bow. Without enough strength, some people couldn't even pull the string. Not to mention, she'd be using her hand for strenuous tasks as soon as it healed. If her bone didn't break again, that would be a miracle. But this wasn't reality. Doya's recovery depended on the fracture debuff she had. As long as the debuff disappeared and she didn't get any new ones, she'd be fully healed, no after effects, no need for further rest. At first, the fracture debuff was supposed to last about 10 days, but after drinking deer antler juice, her recovery sped up and 3 days were shaved off. Plus, she'd been eating and drinking well these past few days, so the countdown kept shrinking. Just as Doya said, she figured she'd be fine in 2 more days. Just focus on recovering. There's no rush to deal with the long-tailed crocodile. If I remember right, you don't have a weapon now, do you? Doya nodded slightly, not seeming to care. This also showed that her previous bow wasn't anything special, she didn't mind losing it. I'm gathering materials now. I'll use the beast tendons from the black-striped tiger to make you a new bow. The black-striped tiger's drops were valuable, and the beast tendons were no exception. Though they were only green quality, not as good as the wild boar tusks, if she used green quality wood for the bow as well, there was a chance of making a blue quality weapon. Hearing them talk about weapons, Dory seemed to realize something. Thinking about the materials needed for a bow, she finally understood why Siyu had asked her to help find tough, flexible wood. Noticing Dory's gaze, Siyu looked at her. I don't know much about repairers, but I've heard that skilled repairers always like to have a pair of gloves. Dory froze for a moment, not sure why the conversation had suddenly shifted to her. But once she realized, she nodded immediately. Yes, because the power of repair is usually focused at the fingertips. Our hands are very important to us. That's why they needed gloves for protection. A repairer's gloves weren't ordinary, they were custom-made by mages. These gloves not only protected the hands, but if made from good enough materials, could even increase the chance of successfully repairing high-level items. Siyu had learned this from a repairer she'd known before. It might seem a bit pampered, but with great skill, a repairer could fix anything, so a little pampering was understandable. As it happens, I actually know how to make these gloves. Certainly. Here's the main story content with chapter numbers and author notes removed. Although she knew how to make it, just like with the bow and arrow, she was missing the materials. Dolly understood what Siyu meant. She wanted to make herself a pair of gloves, but for now, she didn't have enough materials. Still, that didn't matter. Just the fact that Siyu was willing to help her make gloves already made Dolly very happy. There's no need to trouble yourself, my lady. With my current skills, a restorer's gloves wouldn't make much difference anyway. Dolly clearly wasn't the type to refuse to admit her own shortcomings. On the contrary, she had a clear understanding of her abilities and was willing to say so. For her right now, gloves weren't the most important thing. What mattered most was improving her own skills. From Siyu's perspective, that meant helping Dolly level up her restoration skill. I'll prepare a box later and put some items that need repairing inside, along with materials for repairs. You can arrange your own time to work on them. Skill leveling was related to proficiency, and proficiency increased with use. The more you used a skill and the better the results, the faster your proficiency grew. Once it maxed out, you'd hit a bottleneck. After that, an NPC's proficiency would stop increasing until, during some use of the skill, they'd have a sudden insight and break through to the next skill level. Of course, if there was no progress for a long time, as the Lord, so you could also help them break through by consuming certain resources at a specific building. The process was different, but the result was the same. There was no such thing as an inferior breakthrough if you used outside help instead of your own abilities. Right now, Dolly was stuck at the bottleneck for a beginner restorer. Fixing things wouldn't increase her proficiency anymore, but each repair attempt was still a chance for her to level up. Alright. Dolly didn't know exactly what Siyu meant by things that need repairing, but she was eager to level up, so she didn't really care what she was fixing. As long as she could level up, it didn't matter what she was restoring. After that, Siyu didn't leave. She chose to stay by the city's hearthfire, surrounded by a pile of workbenches, and started processing materials. Other than the portable workbench Siyu didn't plan to use, there were 5 workbenches in total, 2 for synthesizing wood, 2 for fiber, and 1 for stone. The stone workbench was intermediate level. The other 4 were basic. Upgrading a workbench not only unlocked more recipes, but also reduced crafting time. For example, originally it took 1 minute, 60 seconds, to combine crushed stone into stone blocks, but now it only took 54 seconds, a 10% reduction. Of course, not everything got a 10% time reduction. Only recipes that were originally available at the basic workbench got this bonus. By the same logic, new recipes unlocked at the intermediate workbench would only get a time reduction at the advanced workbench, and above that, there was even a top-tier workbench. Once the workbenches were set up, Siyu took out a stone knife and a pile of materials and started crafting by hand. While she worked, Dolly and Doya watched from the side. Dolly was curious about what she was making, while Doya was puzzled. Why did their young lord seem to know and be able to do everything? Sure, there were geniuses in the world who were knowledgeable and skilled at everything, but someone this young, that was unheard of. Still, Doya wasn't foolish enough to ask directly. Anyway, having a capable lord was much better than having an incompetent one. So, one person worked while 2 watched, and before long, a huge pile of junk had accumulated at Suyu's feet. And it really was junk. In that pile, you could even spot some familiar items like crude wooden needles and broken traps. There were also plenty of newcomers, like irregular wooden knives, scratched arrows, broken wooden fences, chipped wooden cups, and so on. In short, when it came to making junk, Siyu was an expert, not really. She already had bad luck, and on top of that, she was deliberately not being careful, which resulted in this mountain of trash. These should all be reparable for you, right? To avoid making things too high level for Dolly to fix, and to make sure she had enough materials, Siyu had only made low-level trinkets. Not only could a beginner restorer at the bottleneck fix these, even a novice apprentice could manage, though it might take more effort. Dolly stared, dumbfounded, at the pile. For once, she didn't answer Siyu right away, but just gawked for several seconds before responding. I can, it's just a lot. A lot was an understatement. Just the stack of chipped wooden cups was taller than she was, at least a dozen of them. And those crude wooden needles were even more ridiculous. They were the easiest to make, just like sharpening pencils, shave, done. They used the least materials, so Siyu had made a whole bundle, so many that you couldn't hold them all in 2 hands. The sharper ends weren't very sharp, but with that many all together, they still looked kind of creepy. It's fine, just take your time. They're only here to help you level up. If you finish leveling and there's still some left, just throw the rest away. As she spoke, Siyu calmly took the last intact wooden cup she'd just made and deliberately chipped it. In an instant, a perfectly usable wooden cup became another chipped wooden cup. Dolly, watching all this, you can do that? Doya, who hadn't planned to pay attention but was forced to buy Siyu's bizarre actions. I don't really know how restorers work, but isn't this basically exploiting a bug? Whether it was a bug or not, Siyu had already tossed all the junk into the newly built wooden box. Besides the trash, she'd also put in some wood, string, and other materials. Because there were so many types of junk, each one needed its own slot, so the 15-slot box filled up quickly. Logically speaking, if constant repairs alone could lead to breakthroughs, then Siyu would only need to make one type of junk item, with no need to create so many different things. But reality wasn't so simple. If a repairer spends too long fixing the same kind of item, or if the item's level is much lower than their own, their skill proficiency might not even increase, let alone level up. That's why Siyu made so many different types of items, to avoid this problem. After Siyu finished crafting all these things, the familiar system notification sounded, and a semi-transparent window appeared before her. After reading the contents of the window, Siu massaged her hands, which were a bit sore from making so much junk. She greeted Dori and Doya, saying she was a little tired, and then returned to her room. All the way back, Siu pretended not to see the window floating in front of her. Only after she was back in her room did she recall the system prompt and then read the window's contents again. Congratulations! Sunset Territory has met the requirements for upgrading to an intermediate camp. The system has automatically upgraded your territory, and the corresponding rewards have been placed in the quest hall's treasure chest. As the human with the highest potential value among all territory lords, A1-16, the execution system is authorized to provide you with a one-time reward service within certain limits. The service may include, but is not limited to, requesting items, asking questions, or solving problems. Just reading this, Siu knew how important her choice was this time. That's why she wanted to return to her room and carefully consider what reward she truly needed. First, some unrealistic requests were obviously out of the question, like asking the system to conjure up a whole city for her, or to give her tens of millions or even billions of gold coins. After all, it clearly stated that the execution system could only provide a service within certain limits. The same went for asking questions. Siu had a lot she wanted to ask, but after thinking it over, she felt those questions either couldn't be asked, or even if she did, the system definitely wouldn't answer. For example, what exactly are you? Why are you doing this? Questions like that would either be ignored or answered with word games to brush her off. Since there was no time limit, Siu pondered for a long time, so long that she even heard doors closing in the neighboring rooms. The sound was close, so it was probably the Lyle brothers returning to their rooms. Jolted out of her thoughts by the noise, Siu let out a breath, drank a glass of water to calm herself, and then tentatively asked, "For this reward service, how will I know if my request is within the allowed limits? Or, if I accidentally make a request that exceeds those limits, will I lose this reward opportunity altogether, or will I get another chance to choose?" After saying this, she quickly added, "If answering this question counts as using up the service, then don't answer." Although Siu didn't get any response after saying this, she could vaguely sense a strange emotion from the system. It seemed a bit speechless, as if it thought Siu was being overly cautious. But Siu didn't feel she was being too careful at all. If it was just about not exceeding the limits, Siu could easily do that, like asking for a few branches or something. That would definitely be within the system's power. But there was no point in that. Branches were everywhere in the forest, and this reward was a rare opportunity. If she wasted it, she'd rather not have it at all. But if she asked for something a bit more substantial, her worry was just as she'd asked. What if she went too far and lost the chance altogether? Such a vague reward, with no further explanation, didn't feel like a reward to Siu. It felt more like a trap. Just as Siu was considering whether to give up entirely, a new line of text appeared in the previously unchanged dialog box. Note: you have 5 chances to make a request. If a request exceeds the allowed limits, 1 chance will be deducted automatically. After 5 failed attempts, the reward will be cancelled. If your request is within the allowed limits, it will be granted immediately. Why didn't they just say so earlier? 5 chances were still a bit few, but much better than losing the reward after a single failed attempt. So you didn't know if this message had been left out by mistake, or if the system had simply never considered the issue until she brought it up and then added it on the fly. Whatever, it didn't matter. What mattered was deciding what to ask for. Since she had 5 tries, Siu decided to start with the highest value requests and work her way down. At the very least, she'd use up 3 attempts. Before making her request, Siu decided that what she needed was an item. She carefully reviewed all the information panels she could access, then compiled a list of items she needed but couldn't currently obtain. After much deliberation, Siu finally made her first request. "I want a beacon." The beacon was a material used to build a structure called a signal tower. The signal tower could increase the probability and quality of all actions related to attracting NPCs. such as speeding up the arrival of merchants and travelers, increasing their numbers, and improving the quality of NPCs available for recruitment at the tavern. In Sunset Continent, the most important resource for a lord was NPCs. Any kind of NPC was valuable. Even the most rebellious ones could be put to use by Suyu. It's no exaggeration to say that with a beacon, the territory's development speed could easily triple. But obviously, Suyu knew this, and so did the system. As expected, her request was rejected. This request exceeds the allowed limits. Request denied. Remaining attempts, 4. Since she'd expected this, Suyu wasn't too disappointed. After all, the beacon wasn't that rare, at least, it was much easier to get than Dragonbone. Normally, beacons could be obtained by trading with a certain short-statured race. This race was extremely greedy. As long as you had money, even if Suyu beat them up and then paid for the beacon, they'd still do business. They'd never give up a deal for the sake of dignity, unless you didn't pay enough. Normally, trading with this race is the only way to obtain a beacon. Players can't craft beacons, not because they lack materials, but because there's no recipe for it. Beacons are a special technology item exclusive to this race. After her first request was rejected, Suyu crossed out an item on her paper with a charcoal pencil. She calculated the value, then made a second request. This request exceeds your authority and has been rejected. Remaining attempts, 1. This is your final chance. If rejected again, the reward service will be cancelled. After being rejected for the 4th time, Suyu had more or less figured out the limits of this execution system. This time, the system hesitated for a long while before rejecting her, which made Suyu suspect that her 4th request was right on the edge of what was allowed, barely acceptable, but just a little over the line. Without much hesitation, she stated exactly what she needed. I want a magic runebook, a building card, and a recruitment card. On her 4th try, Suyu had asked for 3 building cards, 1 recruitment card, and a magic runebook. The result was a rejection, but she could tell it was close to being accepted. Since this was her last chance, Suyu didn't dare push it. She reduced the building cards to just 1 and kept the rest unchanged. There's not much to say about building cards. They're similar to the previous tavern cards, except these are given out randomly. The system wouldn't let her pick, but it did guarantee she wouldn't get duplicates of buildings she already owned. The recruitment card allows her to immediately refresh the tavern's recruitment options, adding 2 more NPCs to choose from and increasing the number of recruits by 1. Currently, her tavern only lets her pick 1 out of 3 NPCs per refresh. With the recruitment card, she'd get a one-time chance to pick 2 out of 5, which is really helpful in the early stages when manpower is scarce. The magic runebook lets her change an ordinary NPC's class to mage. Even if the person has no magical talent, after the change, they become an apprentice mage. Their combat power isn't great, but they can be trained over time. The magic runebook is a class change item. It can be crafted or traded for. It's not extremely valuable, but it's hard to get in the early game. Suyu wanted the runebook to prepare for the upcoming attack by dark creatures. She planned to use the recruitment card to find a promising candidate to become a mage, increasing her territory's chances of withstanding the assault. After all, dark creatures aren't ordinary enemies. Having just Duoya the Archer and Leclaire, 2 regular combat NPCs, wouldn't be enough. Suyu thought the system might hesitate again before giving her the items, but to her surprise, almost as soon as she finished speaking, the system responded. The rewards have been placed in the treasure chest in the quest hall. Please collect them. Although it was the same familiar, cold mechanical voice, to Suyu it sounded almost like the system was fleeing in a panic. Suyu, huh? What's it so afraid of? I just asked a couple more questions, that's all. Suyu, this execution system really can't handle pressure. Good thing the system couldn't hear her thoughts, or it would definitely want to curse her out. You call pestering me with endless questions, just asking a couple more things? The system realized it couldn't show any leniency to humans. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. Give them a little sunshine and they'll bloom all over the place. Ever since Suyu found out she could ask other questions and get answers, she'd been constantly testing the boundaries. As annoying as it was, The system couldn't do anything about it for the sake of fairness, since everything Suyu did was right on the edge of breaking the rules, but never actually crossed the line. Although she hadn't crossed the line, the system itself almost. No, it hadn't said anything. The execution system comforted itself with this thought, then grumbled as it moved on to the next place. Next, lucky winner, did this system eat gunpowder or something? I just asked how to claim my reward. Why is it so grumpy? So you had no idea what the system was grumbling about, nor that it was taking out its frustration on others. All she knew was that after finishing her conversation and collecting her rewards, a sudden, inexplicable wave of exhaustion washed over her. She'd wanted to check out the rewards from the fire demon leader and her territory upgrade, but the fatigue forced her to lie down and rest. Before resting, she glanced at her status panel. When she saw a new notification, she instinctively rolled her eyes and flopped onto the bed. Severe fatigue. In this state, you cannot perform any actions. Stamina and hunger decrease rapidly. Resting will recover fatigue, and stamina/hunger loss will return to normal speed. What are you two doing here? After waking up, Dolly opened her door and saw the two brothers standing outside the far-right residential house, looking confused. In order, the buildings on this row were the tavern, then residential houses 1, 2, and 3. The spot where the brothers were standing was Suyu's room. We wanted to ask the Lord something, but it seems she hasn't gotten up yet. Because of the difference between men and women, and because they felt awkward about knocking, they'd searched the whole territory for Suyu, and when they couldn't find her, they could only wait outside her door. That's why Dolly saw them standing outside residential house 3 as soon as she stepped out. Is it urgent? Dolly didn't really want to disturb Suyu's rest, but seeing the brothers squatting helplessly outside the door, she hesitated, then took the initiative to ask. It's not exactly urgent. It's just that yesterday, while gathering resources, we found something strange. We thought we should let the Lord know. The brothers, Lyle and Lykolai, were mainly responsible for collecting stone, including sandstone and wood. At first, Lyle cut down trees near the territory, but after they'd cleared most of them, yesterday afternoon he and Lykolai went to the mine, one to chop wood, the other to dig stone, so they could look out for each other. It was during this trip that they noticed an increase in ghostly skeletons nearby. Although the skeletons didn't seem to be approaching, the brothers decided to investigate the area just in case. In the end, what they discovered was that, near the spot where they had killed the black-striped tiger, something resembling a stone gate had appeared. This stone gate was very tall and had no fancy decorations. If there was anything noteworthy about it, it was that the gate looked ancient, at the very least. It was certainly older than the combined ages of the two of them. The stone gate was covered in moss, a testament to the passage of time, and bore many mysterious marks whose origins were impossible to determine. As Lyle put it, if he had to pick a suitable place for this stone gate, he would say it belonged in the ruins of some ancient, long-forgotten site. After hearing Lyle's description, Dolly was clearly a bit dazed. With her limited experience, she couldn't fully grasp what these things meant, but she could tell from Lyle's account that the stone gate must have some special significance. After all, it had appeared out of nowhere, and it had only been less than 2 days since they killed the black-striped tiger. For such a stone gate to appear in just 2 days, it was certainly not something ordinary power could accomplish. It likely involved some kind of unspeakable, extraordinary force. In that case, how about I knock on her door and ask? Dolly wasn't just offering to help them, she was also a bit worried herself. She was concerned about why Suyu still hadn't gotten up so late today, and whether something might have happened. Even though she knew nothing bad could really happen within the territory, the sunset flowers had already bloomed and closed again. Compared to Suyu's usual routine, getting up before the flowers even opened, today was truly, exceptionally late. Sorry to trouble you, Lal nodded to Dolly, then pulled Lake away from the doorway to give her space. Dolly knocked on the door as usual. After a short while, she heard some movement inside. Before she could say anything, the door opened. Suyu stood there, looking exhausted and confused, her fatigue obvious despite the hint of puzzlement in her eyes. Even after a night's rest, for certain special reasons, The severe fatigue debuff on her had only downgraded to moderate fatigue. That was why Siu had slept in so late. It wasn't that she didn't want to get up, she simply couldn't. She'd slept like the dead, and if Dolly hadn't knocked, Siu might have slept straight through to the evening. "What's up?" Siu couldn't help but yawn, instinctively leaning against the wall, her eyes a bit unfocused. As she asked Dolly what was going on, she grumbled inwardly about how stingy the system was, just a few questions, and it slapped her with a debuff. Dolly was startled to see her so worn out. Lyle and Lake were also puzzled, unable to understand what could have happened to leave her in this state. But the debuff wasn't life-threatening. At most, it just meant she'd need to rest a bit more, which would have some impact on her plans, but not much, since she'd already intended to stay in the territory today. "Milady, I'm not here for myself, it's them who wanted to see you. By the way, are you all right?" Dolly first explained why she'd knocked, then expressed her concern for Suyu's health. Siu shook her head slightly, took a cup of water from her bag to wake herself up, then said, "I'm fine, just stayed up too late last night. If there's something to discuss, let's talk inside. You guys go wait for me in the hall." She pointed toward the quest hall. The brothers nodded and headed straight for the quest hall. They were actually quite interested in the building, which had just been completed the night before. But since they'd come back late yesterday and were tired from gathering resources, they'd gone straight home to rest and hadn't had time to check it out. "Then I won't bother you, milady. Please take care and get some rest." Seeing that C was all right, Dolly breathed a sigh of relief and went off to start her repair work for the day. C quickly tidied herself up, checked the territory's status, grabbed a bite to eat, and then headed to the quest hall as well. "So, what you're saying is, that gate appeared out of nowhere, looks ancient, and when you get close to it, there's some kind of strange resistance." Siu summarized Lyle's findings, already forming a suspicion in her mind. And after Lake's next comment, her guess was all but confirmed. "We actually noticed something else, though we're not sure if it's related to the stone gate." "Go on." "Yesterday afternoon, when we went over there, we found a lot more ghostly skeletons near the mine. There weren't that many before. We're not sure if they were hiding and just showed up now, or if it's something else." By something else, Lake was clearly referring to the stone gate, though he wasn't certain, so he didn't say it outright, just reported what he'd seen. A sudden surge in ghostly skeletons. A knowing look flashed in Siu's eyes. Lal caught the change and asked directly, "Milady, do you know something?" Siu nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, this is probably a spawning point for ghostly skeletons." She'd almost said monster spawner, but that was a player term, not something she could use with NPCs. Simply put, this stone gate would continuously spawn ghostly skeletons, much like the previous fire demon boss. The difference was that monsters from a spawner dropped loot and had no upper limit on their numbers. Unless the spawner was destroyed, it would keep producing ghostly skeletons. But destroying a spawner wasn't easy. She'd have to enter the spawner, defeat the boss inside, and then destroy the spawner's core to put an end to it. Of course, she wouldn't have to go in alone. After all, a Lord player couldn't possibly clear out an entire spawner by themselves. She could bring her territory members along. The inside of a spawner was much like a dungeon in an online game. You fought your way through, beat the boss, and cleared it for rewards. But if you failed, well, there was no need to elaborate. Those who knew. In short, at this stage, the appearance of a spawner was not good news, because Siu simply didn't have the strength to clear this dungeon yet. There was more bad news. The location of this monster spawner was also a problem. It was situated right next to the mine, a resource point she absolutely could not afford to give up. After Siu finished explaining the function of the monster spawner, the two brothers instinctively frowned. Although they hadn't seen the spawner summon ghostly skeletons with their own eyes, their deep trust and loyalty to their lord made them believe her without question. Since they'd chosen to trust her, they naturally understood just how big a threat this spawner posed. "My lord, how do you plan to deal with this stone gate?" Lal asked. Siu looked a little helpless. What could she do? It had only been a few days since the start. First a monster spawner, then an imminent attack from dark creatures. Was she supposed to catch a break at all? If the brothers hadn't discovered the spawner yesterday afternoon, so you would have suspected that the petty system was deliberately making things difficult for her. For now, just leave it be and wait. Halfway through her sentence, Siu seemed to recall something. Actually, keeping or destroying the spawner weren't her only options. After thinking it over, she changed her mind. I'll see if I can come up with a solution today. If not, I'll go over there tomorrow and set up some defenses, fence off the area, and keep those ghostly skeletons from wandering over to the mining site. For today, just stay away from that area. Although the spawner had a long refresh time, it was still a hidden danger. For safety's sake, it was best not to get close for now. She planned to spend today doing some construction around the territory, using the resources she'd gathered over the past couple of days to spruce things up. Otherwise, if a merchant or traveler arrived and saw how shabby the place looked, it would make a terrible first impression, never mind whether it would lower their favorability. After all, anyone who could make it as a merchant was a shrewd old fox, used to sizing people up at a glance. Besides, she wasn't in great shape right now and not fit to go out. If she ran into any monsters, she wouldn't be able to get away, even with an agility potion. There were still plenty of stones in the warehouse. As long as she didn't build anything unnecessary, it should be enough for now. When Sia suggested they stay away from the spawner, Lake and Lyle exchanged a glance. Then Lake spoke up, "Take your time, my lord. The two of us will go check things out over there again today." Lyle added, "We'll be careful. Sooner or later, we'll have to take a look anyway. If we go now, there'll be fewer monsters and it'll be easier to move around." Hearing this, Siu didn't object. After all, the spawner had only been active for less than a day. It couldn't have spawned more than 10 monsters at most. The two brothers had already taken down more than a dozen ghostly skeletons before. A few more wouldn't make a difference. Plus, Lal now had a weapon that suited him, so his combat power had only increased. "All right, just be careful," Siu said. She knew that if she gave a strict order, they would obey and stay away, but there was no need for that. They were skilled and brave, and with Lyle there, nothing should go wrong. But if only Lake had wanted to go, she definitely wouldn't have agreed. "We'll be off, then," the brothers said as they left the quest hall. Siu watched them go, then couldn't help but yawn. She rubbed her eyes and glanced around at the layout of the quest hall. The hall was arranged a bit like the lobby of a large hotel. On the right was a reception desk, and behind it stood a huge cabinet. The reception desk could be staffed with NPCs, who would handle the affairs of the quest hall, taking Suyu's orders, relaying them to other NPCs, or issuing quests on behalf of others, and so on. The cabinet behind the desk was for storing quest scrolls and other documents. Only Suyu and NPCs she authorized could access it. On the left wall was a huge board, the quest board. It was divided into 3 sections, each for a different type of quest: Lord, Territory, Quests, Solo Quests, and Team Quests. Of these, solo and team quests could be freely posted or accepted by NPCs. The difference was that anyone could take solo quests, but team quests required joining an adventurer team. Adventurer teams were a bit like guilds or factions in online games. Once the territory developed, more and more NPCs would join. Combat NPCs could form adventurer teams, and visiting or well-known teams could also take quests here, but none of that was relevant yet. Aside from that, the quest hall had 2 rows of simple wooden benches, the kind you used to see in parks. That was about it. After looking over the quest hall, she walked toward the tall cabinet behind the reception desk. She'd spotted 3 treasure chests of different sizes, names, and appearances sitting on top. Their names were Fire Demon Leader's Chest, Territory Upgrade Chest, and Special Reward Chest. They seemed to be arranged in the order she'd received them, from left to right, so Siu decided to open them in that order. First was the Fire Demon Leader's Chest. It was red, matching the Fire Demon Leader's appearance, and made of a copper-like material. The chest was plain, with no fancy patterns. She stared at it for 3 seconds, then opened it. Received Gold Coin X1. Received Damaged Fire Demon Armor X1. Received Fire Demon Leggings X1. Suyu? Suyu, that's it? Suyu, and one of them is broken. They say you can't be disappointed if you don't have expectations, and Suyu hadn't expected much from the chest. But after all that ceremony, to only get 3 items and one of them damaged was a bit much. How was she supposed to stay calm about this? Taking a deep breath, Siu hesitated between opening the next chest or checking the stats of the 2 pieces of equipment. She chose the latter. She wanted to see what these items could do. Damaged fire demon armor. Type, equipment. Quality, gray. Durability, 1/100, unusable. Stats, defense, 20 to 19, resistance, 0.01%, fire resistance, 0.05%. Description, a piece of damaged fire demon armor. Cannot be used unless repaired. Wearing it is actually worse than patching together some rags into a burlap shirt. At least the burlap covers you. This doesn't even do that. Siu, do you even hear yourself right now? With a speechless expression, Siu tossed the fire demon armor, which was now as shredded as a curtain clawed by a cat, into her backpack. It might be in tatters, but that's fine. She had a repair specialist at home. If nothing else, the fire demon armor stats were actually pretty decent. When intact, it offered 20 defense, plus resistance and fire resistance. She didn't know what the original numbers were, but since it was blue-grade gear, it couldn't be too far off. After checking the stats on the broken armor, Siu pinned her hopes on another piece of equipment that was still perfectly intact. Fire demon leggings. Category, equipment. Quality, blue. Durability, 100/100. Stats, defense, 10, resistance, 1.5%, fire resistance, 3%. Description, a complete pair of fire demon leggings with decent defensive capabilities and some fire resistance, reducing fire damage taken. When equipped together with the fire demon armor, grants additional stats. If the ruined fire demon armor was like getting hit with a stick, then these fire demon leggings were definitely a sweet date. And not just any date, a big, juicy, seedless one. Not because the stats on the fire demon leggings were particularly good, on the contrary, for blue-grade gear, they were actually on the lower end, maybe even worse than some high-quality green gear. What really made them blue-grade was that they were part of a set. The line, when equipped together with the fire demon armor, grants additional stats, was proof that this was a set item. A set means equipment from the same series. When you wear multiple pieces from the set, you unlock set bonuses, the additional stats mentioned in the description. Sets like the Fire Demon set, which only require 2 pieces to activate the bonus, aren't super powerful, but in the early game, they're already considered a rare treasure. Later on, there are sets that require 3, 4, or even 8 pieces to activate the set bonus. Hat, chest piece, leggings, pants, shoes, gloves count as armor and don't conflict with fist-type weapons, cloak, bracelet, necklace. On Sunset Continent, these are the 8 main armor slots by equipment type. Since we're talking about armor, let's mention weapons too. Weapons are divided into main weapon and offhand, and further split into one-handed and two-handed weapons. You can only equip an offhand weapon if your main weapon is one-handed. If you're using a two-handed weapon, the offhand slot is occupied. After opening the first chest, thanks to the set bonus, what would have been a 59-point chest shot up to 80 points. Next was the second chest, the one awarded for upgrading her territory. The territory upgrade chest looked wooden, with some simple patterns carved on it. When Siu opened it, she saw several cards inside that looked familiar, though their contents were not. Received, Residential House Building card ×1. Received, Tailor Shop Building card ×1. Received, Post Station Building card ×1. Received, Tavern Building card ×1. The territory upgrade reward was 4 building cards in total, which fit the territory upgrade theme. Every reward was territory-related. Normally, getting this many building cards would be a good thing, but unfortunately, 3 out of the 4 were buildings you already had. The residential house card was fine, after all. As the population grows, you always need more houses, so having an extra card saves on materials. But the post station and tavern cards were different. The functions of these 2 buildings don't stack. In other words, even if Siu built Tavern 2, its recruitment list would be the same as Tavern 1's. If Tavern 1 was on cooldown, Tavern 2 would be too. That's because these types of buildings share a cooldown. There's no such thing as building more taverns to get more recruitment chances. That just doesn't happen. Same goes for the post station. You don't get more or faster merchants just because you build more of them. So these two building cards were basically useless. So you could still build them, but aside from increasing prosperity, they wouldn't give her anything else. As for the last tailor shop card, it was neither good nor bad. On the downside, well, her territory did happen to have someone with a decent tailoring talent, Dolly. On the upside, compared to other shops, the tailor shop was a bit less useful in the early game. But compared to the tavern and post station cards, C was actually quite satisfied with the tailor shop card. At least it wasn't another quest hall card. If she really got a quest hall card, C felt she might just lose it. After opening the first two chests, C's initial excitement had now turned into utter calm. No, dead calm. Not even a ripple of emotion. As for the last chest, unless something unexpected happened, it should contain the rewards she bargained for with the execution system yesterday. Inside would be a magic pattern book, a recruitment card, and a random building card. Just thinking about the building card gave Suyu a bad feeling. Even though the execution system promised to give her a card for a building she didn't already have, she'd just gotten a tailor shop card, and her territory didn't have a tailor shop yet. If she got another tailor shop card, Suyu, no way, no way, no way. Resigned to her fate, Suyu didn't bother praying for luck anymore. She just flipped open the chest, revealing a book and two cards. Besides those three items, she also noticed a potion bottle next to the cards. But she was sure she hadn't asked for any kind of potion yesterday. So what was this? Suyu blinked, then picked up the potion first. Universal potion. Bound a potion that can remove any negative status. Suyu glanced at her current, moderate fatigue status, then at the universal potion in her hand, her expression utterly deadpan. She'd thought it was something good, but it turned out to be just the execution system's compensation for randomly slapping her with negative buffs. And this compensation was completely useless. Because it was bound, only Suyu could use it. After carefully reading the potion's info, she also noticed it had an expiration timer, one that matched her fatigue debuff's countdown exactly. In other words, she couldn't give the universal potion to anyone else, nor could she save it for later. She could only use it now to clear her own fatigue buff. Suyu, heh. Since she couldn't keep it for herself, nor could she give it to anyone else, Suyu simply drank the universal potion herself. The moment she drank it, Suyu not only found that her moderate fatigue status had disappeared, but her stamina and hunger bars were also fully restored. With no more negative status dragging her down, Suyu felt instantly refreshed and energized. Her body, which had been exhausted no matter what she did, was now brimming with strength. She glanced at the books and cards in the treasure chest and picked them up. Acquired, Book of Magic Runes X1. Acquired, Tavern Recruitment Card X1. Acquired, Lumberyard Building Card X1. When she saw the words Lumberyard Building Card, she let out a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't a sewing shop building card. But then she was a bit puzzled. She had never heard of a lumberyard before. It seemed this was another newly added feature, and it wasn't even in her building list. Otherwise, after flipping through her building list dozens of times, there's no way she wouldn't have noticed it. To find out exactly what the lumberyard did, Suyu began to examine the details on the building card. Lumberyard, fully reclaimable. Type, resource building. Cost, unknown, requires learning the lumberyard blueprint to unlock construction. Description. The lumberyard can automatically bind to the territory warehouse. Any wood resources stored in the lumberyard will automatically be transferred to the territory warehouse. This feature can be toggled on or off. If the warehouse is full, resources will be temporarily stored in the lumberyard's own storage. The lumberyard's storage has 100 slots, with a stack limit of 100 per slot, and can only store wood. As if she'd seen something unbelievable, Suyu read over the description again to make sure she wasn't imagining things. This really was a portable wood warehouse. The reason she called it portable was because the lumberyard could be fully reclaimed. That meant once all the trees in an area were cut down, she could pack up the lumberyard and move it to another place with trees to continue collecting. Now she also understood why she hadn't seen this building in her list before. It required learning a blueprint before it could be constructed. Although she wasn't sure if the lumberyard would be as useful as the description claimed, Sue was in a pretty good mood. She opened her inventory and glanced at the pile of stuff inside, then left the quest hall. The first thing she did after stepping outside was use a residential house building card, placing House 4 next to House 3. Then she took out the sewing shop building card as well. Currently, the territory layout was as follows. Upon entering, the left and right sides were the post station and the tavern, respectively. Behind the tavern were 4 residential houses, and behind the post station were the warehouse and the quest hall. The bulletin board and bounty board were in front of the post station, and the farmland 4 plots were by the nearby creek. Finally, there was the heart fire at the center of the territory, directly facing the entrance, with another axis roughly aligned with her current residence, House 3. Sue actually had a rough mental map of the layout, but because there was so much freedom and so many factors to consider, her plans were always being disrupted. So her mental map kept changing as her plans evolved. She took out the sewing shop card and placed it on the left side after entering the territory, in the same row as the post station, right after the quest hall. Since building with cards was instantaneous, as soon as House 4 and the sewing shop were finished, Sue immediately went inside to take out all the furniture and decorations, just like she had done with the tavern. About 10 minutes later, Sue was rewarded with 2 new prosperity notifications. Residential house. Prosperity +1. Sewing shop. Prosperity +5. So far, the territory's stats were roughly as follows. Sunset Territory. Lord Suyu. Territory level, medium camp. Upgrade to intermediate camp at 10 population and 50 prosperity. Territory prosperity, 38.9. Territory reputation, 11. Territory population, 5/9. Territory aura, none. Territory events. A dark force seems to be quietly approaching. 2. Because of the post station, merchants and caravans from the continent will visit the territory. Prepare enough money or goods to gain more bargaining power during trades. 3. Because of the post station, travelers will visit the territory. Among these stats, the most obvious changes were prosperity, reputation, and aura. First, prosperity. So you saw that the increase to 38.9 was partly from new buildings and partly from territory upgrade rewards. The reputation was the same. Originally just 1 point, it had suddenly increased 11-fold. This was because upgrading the territory awarded reputation, and going from a basic camp to a medium camp gave exactly 10 reputation points. Lastly, the territory aura. It was now the morning of the 6th day in this digitized world, and Suyu had established her territory around the evening of the 2nd day. That meant the 3-day protection aura had expired yesterday evening. Other than that, there wasn't much else on the info panel. Just as she'd planned, Suyu's focus today was on building up the territory. After using the 2 building cards, she grabbed a small stool and sat beside a pile of workbenches, synthesizing materials while pulling up lots of decorative buildings from the construction list. Benches, lighting, sculptures, wind chimes, flower beds, ponds/fish ponds, fountains, and so on. These little decorations didn't require many materials, and the materials themselves were simple. Mostly wood, stone, fiber, some wildflowers and grass, and occasionally a bit of coal or copper ore. She started with benches, placing 2 on each side of the road for now. Each bench was long enough for 2 to 3 people to sit and rest, and they even had backrests for extra comfort. Next was lighting. Here, lighting was provided by stone pillar lamps made with coal. Each lamp required stone x3, coal x1 to craft. Like campfires, these needed fuel to keep burning, but unlike campfires, they didn't need kindling to be lit. What's more, this stone pillar lamp can be switched on and off at will. As long as there's enough fuel, she can control the lamp however she likes. It might sound unscientific, but the very existence of a data-driven world is unscientific in itself. Since it was daytime, so you couldn't really test how far the stone pillar lamp could illuminate, so for now, she just placed one on each side of the entrance. Besides the stone pillar lamps, so you also made another kind of lamp that could be hung from the eaves, called the four-cornered lamp. These four-cornered lamps were somewhat like lanterns, but not exactly the same. The main materials for the four-cornered lamp were rope and cloth made from rope. The recipe was rope x4, cloth x1, coal x1. This set of materials could make 2 lamps. So you planned to hang one on each side of the eaves at the front of every building, so however many buildings there were, that's how many sets she needed to make. There were 4 residential houses, plus the tavern, the inn, the warehouse, the quest hall, and the tailor shop, a total of 9 buildings. She made 9 sets of lamps and hung them up last night while she was at it. After that, she worked on some other purely decorative structures that didn't serve any practical purpose. All this construction took her the whole day, because aside from these decorative buildings, she also spent materials to redo the ground. Previously, the roads in the territory were just dirt, although they were fairly flat. Not riddled with potholes like the surface of the moon, they were still a bit uneven and looked out of place compared to the neat and orderly buildings around them. So Sue used some stone to make patterned stone tiles and replaced all the roads with these patterned stone floors. It just so happened that the other members of the territory were all out. Even Duoya, whose hand had mostly healed, was planning to go out for a walk nearby, supposedly to scout for hunting spots. But since her hand wasn't fully recovered, Dolly was worried about her and went along as well. With no one around, so you could work on renovations without being interrupted by people walking around, so her construction speed only got faster. From the stone-tiled floors to a ring of stone walls around the territory. Originally, there were only wooden fences and walls, but since she'd redone the ground, so you decided to upgrade the walls to stone as well, to unify the theme of the territory. It looked much better and less out of place. While Sue was busy building, Dolly and Duoya came back once. Who knows how shocked they were when they saw how completely the territory had changed. They were so surprised they almost thought they'd gone to the wrong place, maybe even wandered into someone else's territory. It wasn't until Dolly pushed open the newly built stone gate and saw the scene inside that she was sure she hadn't made a mistake or started hallucinating. At the same time, she was even more stunned by what she saw. We've only been gone for less than a morning, right? Dolly was so shocked she could barely get the words out. Just as she said, it hadn't even been a full morning, so how had their territory changed so much in such a short time? They had to admit, though, the changes looked really good. It was like their old country courtyard had turned into a proper brick and tile Sihiyuan. There were still some things that could be improved, but compared to before, the territory now looked genuinely beautiful and pleasing to the eye. It must be the Lord working on something. Let's go ask. Although Duoya was also surprised, she was obviously much calmer. But if you looked closely, you'd see her so-called calm was just a front. When Dolly wasn't paying attention, her eyes kept darting around, taking in all the changes. After all, she was just a girl in her early 20s, and this wasn't exactly a time of advanced technology. Most new things had to be experienced firsthand, and since Duoya had never seen anything like this before, it was only natural for her to be curious. When the two of them found Suyu, they saw her constantly taking things out of the workbench, then putting raw materials back in to make new items over and over. My lord. Miss Lord, are you decorating the base? Actually, Suyu had already heard them push open the stone gate just now. She was busy, not deaf, so when she suddenly heard their voices, she wasn't startled at all and answered naturally, just doing a bit of renovation. I'm changing the floors and the outer walls, it's also safer this way. As she spoke, another batch of patterned tiles was finished. Suyu took them out, then turned to look at them. So, what do you think? Does it look good? Or if you have any suggestions, feel free to let me know, I can use them for reference. Even though she was the Lord, the territory didn't belong to her alone. It wasn't enough for just her to think it looked good, everyone had to like it. But clearly, Suyu was asking for nothing. Doya wasn't the type to offer suggestions or be picky about these things, and Dolly, well, in modern terms, she'd be a total fangirl, the kind who thinks you can do no wrong. After all, a favorability rating of 90 doesn't come from nowhere. So, all you could get from them were a string of compliments like, I like it, I'm satisfied, it looks great, and so on. As long as you're happy with it. Oh, right, Dolly, there's something I wanted to ask you. As if suddenly remembering something, Siyu called out to Dolly. Dolly immediately stopped in her tracks, just as she was about to wander off and look around. Yes, Miss Lord. Dolly thought Siyu must have something important to say, so she sounded a bit nervous. No need to be nervous, I just wanted to ask you something. Siyu smiled at her, then continued, I remember you said before that you know some basic sewing, right? Dolly, yes, Miss Lord. Do you have something you need me to make? Not exactly. Take a look over there first. Siyu pointed toward the tailor shop, signaling Dolly to look. Dolly stared at the tailor shop for a moment, as if she was starting to guess what Siyu meant. That, the tailor shop? Miss Lord, do you want me to work there? Dolly asked tentatively. She herself had no objections to being assigned to the tailor shop. After all, she already had some basic skills, so she'd pick it up quickly, and she actually enjoyed sewing and making things. However, although Dolly guessed correctly, she only got half of it right. So you did indeed plan to send her to the tailor shop, but not as an employee. Instead, she was going to make her the owner. You mean, you want me to be the owner of the tailor shop? When Dolly heard she was to become the owner, her first reaction wasn't happiness or excitement, but rather a sense of panic and helplessness. She shook her head frantically, as if refusing, but also as if she was hesitating about something. Miss Lord, I'm not even at the level of a beginner tailor yet. I'm not qualified to be the face of a tailor shop. In fact, that was putting it nicely. In some small and medium-sized cities, the tailor shops there, well, they're not just tailor shops. In almost any shop that sells handmade goods, the owner's skill level is never below intermediate. If you're not even at the intermediate level, how are you supposed to manage employees? You can't have a situation where the boss is less skilled than the staff, right? On the Sunset Continent, things are different from the world before. Here, everything is based on strength. The idea of the boss just provides the money and the staff does all the work is actually quite rare. Even if it does happen, it's usually because a behind-the-scenes investor has spent a lot of money to hire a master with impressive skills to act as the shop's public face. People recognize the skilled boss, not the moneyed one. Basically, bosses here are skilled professionals, and not just any, but high-level professionals. The reason for this is that, in this world, the boss represents the shop's reputation. The higher the boss's skill, the more customers are willing to come and buy things. More customers means more profit, which in turn attracts more skilled people to apply for jobs. This value system is quite different from reality, but that's not important. As an experienced player, Siyu naturally knew this, but she didn't care. Still, even if she didn't care, she couldn't say that outright. After all, she wanted to reassure Dolly. But I believe you can become an excellent tailor, unless you don't want to be the owner of the shop. Now, that's the power of words. If she'd just praised Dolly, it wouldn't have worked. But Siyu said she believed in her, and with Dolly's affection for her, there was no way she'd want to let her down. Sure enough, after hearing Siyu's words, Dolly hesitated for a moment, then nodded, her words full of gratitude for Siyu's trust. Since you believe in me, Miss Lord, I won't let you down. At this moment, Dolly's eyes were practically shining. Her excitement wasn't just because of Siyu's praise and trust, but also had something to do with her past experiences. It was a knot in her heart, one Siyu didn't know about, but happened to untie by accident. As a bystander, Doya could see things clearly, but she didn't plan to say anything, just quietly watch the scene unfold. And so, Siyu appointed Dolly as the owner of the tailor shop, then moved all the sewing materials, tools, workbenches, and the pile of junk, waiting to be repaired that she'd prepared for Dolly into the shop. Once all that was done, she went back to her territory construction work. Just like that, time slowly passed until the evening of the 6th day. Unlike before, although it was nighttime, The whole area was now lit up with lamps, making the night feel bright and cozy. The light within the territory drove away the darkness brought in from outside. After a whole day of work, Siu was a bit tired. Even though she seemed to just sit at her workbench all day, without much walking around or doing anything strenuous, arranging and setting up the territory still took a certain amount of physical energy. And realistically, it was draining both physically and mentally. After all, doing the same thing for a long time with almost no breaks would tire anyone out. So, after she'd finished lighting up all the remaining dark corners of the territory, she finally put down her work and decided to give herself a break. As she rested, she opened the territory information panel. Thanks to her day's efforts, the prosperity of the territory had now surpassed 50 points, meeting the requirements to upgrade to a large camp. In other words, she only needed to recruit 5 more NPCs, and she could upgrade the territory to a large camp. Recruiting 5 NPCs wasn't too hard. She had a recruitment card that could bring in 2 NPCs instantly, and it had been almost 4 days since she recruited Doya, so the tavern should be refreshing new candidates any day now. Each refresh would let her recruit 1 NPC, so that was 3 in total. She'd just need to wait for 2 more wanderers to show up. However, there was one thing to keep in mind when using the recruitment card. After using it, the tavern would go back into cooldown. In other words, it was best to wait for the tavern's second recruitment refresh before using the card. Otherwise, she'd only get 2 NPCs and would have to wait several more days for the next chance. That's why Siu hadn't used the recruitment card right away, but instead spent the day building up the base. She wanted to wait for the second tavern refresh, then use the card. As Siu sat resting and waiting for the tavern to refresh, Dolly and Lake suddenly approached her from opposite directions. From their expressions, Dolly looked overjoyed. Clearly she had good news to share. Lake, on the other hand, looked a bit odd, not like he had bad news, but not exactly good news either. The two of them arrived in front of Siu almost at the same time, and both paused when they saw each other. Lake, you go first. Dolly, mine's not urgent, you go ahead. Siu, why don't you both just say it together? After a few seconds of silence, Lake spoke up first. It's nothing urgent, really. I just noticed there are a few new tasks on the bounty board, but I don't seem to be able to accept them. So I wanted to ask, my lord, what's that about? New tasks? Siu was taken aback, then stood up and looked at Dolly, signaling her to share her news. Dolly quickly pointed back in the direction she'd just come from and said, I just wanted to let you know, my lady, that the red berry bushes have fully grown. It shouldn't be long before they start bearing fruit. These red berry bushes had been planted on the 3rd night. Normally, it would take 72 hours, exactly 3 days, for them to mature, but thanks to Harmony Eye, it only took about 67 hours. By her calculations, they should be fully grown by this afternoon. But Siu had been too busy to check on them, so she hadn't realized. Dolly only discovered the bushes were ready after dinner, when she went to check on the crop's growth. The fact that the red berry bushes had matured was great news. When Siu first established the territory, she'd deliberately chosen a spot with water, berry bushes, and fiber plants. But after so many days of gathering, the wild berries and fiber nearby had long since been picked clean. It was only because there were few people and plenty of meat that food was never in short supply. That's why Dolly usually focused on gathering fiber, only picking a few red berries if she happened to see them. Otherwise, she was afraid they'd go bad before they could eat them all, which would be a waste. Because they hadn't been actively collecting berries, there were now almost none left in the territory. In fact, you could say there were none at all. The only ones left were those already cooked into meals. As a result, everyone's daily diet was basically meat, and more meat. While meat was tasty and filling, and eating it exclusively didn't cause any negative buffs, going without any other flavors for so long was still a bit much. No wonder Dolly was so happy. She was probably sick of eating meat these past few days, and the thought of having berries soon, even if they hadn't actually ripened yet, was enough to make her cheerful. The berry bushes maturing didn't just mean they'd have something else to eat and more variety in their recipes. It also meant they now had a stable food source. This food source didn't require them to go out and risk anything. They could just harvest it within the territory, and it would keep producing over time. Unlike red grass, berries and fiber plants could be harvested repeatedly, just like fruit trees. In theory, as long as the bushes stayed healthy and well-nourished, they could keep producing fruit indefinitely. In this data-driven world, that theory was directly realized. As long as they were watered regularly and cared for, the berry bushes would never die, and berries could be harvested endlessly. The first batch of berries would appear 24 hours after the bushes matured, and after that, a new batch could be picked every 3 to 5 days. One plot of farmland could support 4 berry bushes, and each harvest would be enough to fill at least a fifth of a level 1 warehouse. So even if the territory ran out of meat, they could survive on berries alone. By tomorrow evening, we should be able to harvest the first batch of berries, Siu estimated. Dolly immediately nodded in understanding. I'll go pick them then. Dolly nodded, indicating she'd said all she needed to. After that, Siu followed Lake to the bounty board. When she saw the new tasks posted there, something clicked in her mind. If she remembered right, there was now a new type of task called a system quest, wasn't there? And these system quests unlocked once the territory reached intermediate camp status. She'd been thinking about this just yesterday. How could she have forgotten today? It must be because of that debuff. So you didn't hesitate to blame it on the fatigue debuff. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, she'd never have forgotten, especially something she'd just been thinking about the day before. After shifting the blame, Siu explained to Lake that she'd be handling this particular quest herself, so he didn't need to worry about it. Since the quest involved the system, some kind of protocol seemed to kick in. Though Suyu's explanation was a bit odd, Lake didn't ask any more questions. All right, then I'll leave you to it, my lady. With that, Lake left without asking anything further or sticking around to check out the system quest. Siu wasn't surprised by his reaction and immediately began reviewing the quests. Currently, there were 3 system quests on the bounty board. Of these, 2 were untimed, and 1 was a timed quest. Prosperity and Flourishing completed. Issuer, unknown. Objective, raise territory prosperity to 50, 53/50ths. Reward, bounty card, territory reputation, money. Restrictions, none. Failure penalty, none. Stop the darkness, accepted. Issuer, unknown. Objective, successfully repel the attack of dark creatures, 0/1. Reward, random building card, territory reputation, money. Restrictions, none. Failure penalty, unknown. Develop the territory, accepted. Issuer, unknown. Objective, upgrade the territory to a large camp, 0/1. Reward, unknown. Territory reputation. Restrictions, time limit 120 hours, time remaining, 98 hours 14 minutes 21 seconds. Failure penalty, territory prosperity -10, territory reputation -10, potential value decrease. After reading through the 3 quests, Siu came to the following conclusions. 1. System quests are automatically accepted. She can't refuse them. 2. System quests are related to territory development, at least so far. 3. Untimed quests may still have failure penalties, but timed quests definitely do. 4. System quests are an important source of territory reputation, since all 3 reward reputation. Aside from these conclusions, Siu was left with many more questions, but for now, there was no way to answer them. Before delving into those, she decided to submit the first quest, Prosperity and Flourishing, since she was quite interested in this bounty card. After all, it was something new, just like building cards, something she'd never seen before. Submit quest, Prosperity and Flourishing. Note, please ensure your inventory has enough space for the reward before submitting, or bear the consequences. Seeing this, Siu was a little surprised. She'd assumed the reward would be sent to the quest hall, like the 3 treasure chests before. She hadn't expected it to be delivered directly to her inventory. She opened her inventory to check. It wasn't exactly empty. She'd filled it with all sorts of random materials she'd synthesized that day for construction, but there was still enough room for a bounty card. Congratulations on completing the quest, Prosperity and Flourishing. System rewards: Bounty card x1, Territory reputation +5, Silver coins x10. After submitting the quest, the first thing Sue did was click to check the bounty card. Bounty card. Category: Special. Quality: Purple. Description: Consuming this item allows you to post a regional bounty in the quest hall. For more information on regional bounties, please refer to the relevant introduction in the quest hall. Regional bounties had been introduced before. Once a regional bounty is posted, any territory that has built a quest hall can view the bounty she posted. And this bounty card is the essential item needed to post a regional bounty. If she guessed right, consuming one card allows you to post one regional bounty. In the game before, it was pretty much the same, except back then the item consumed wasn't a bounty card, but something called a bounty scroll. The bounty scroll functioned the same as the bounty card. It was just a different name. She didn't know why they bothered to change the name for no reason, but as long as it didn't affect usage, it didn't matter. After finishing one quest and figuring out what the bounty card was for, Sue turned her attention to the next issue. This issue was related to the only available time-limited quest. The penalty for failing this time-limited quest wasn't exactly light. After all, reputation and prosperity are hard to come by in the early stages, especially reputation. She only had 11 points in total. Oh, now it should be 16, since she just completed a quest. But even so, suddenly losing 10 reputation points was still a pretty harsh punishment. Because without reputation, the bounty card would basically be useless. No one would want to take on a quest from a territory with no reputation. The risk would be too high. But then again, compared to the previous punishment of wiping your data and erasing you from existence if you failed a quest, just losing some territory stats didn't seem so bad. However, aside from territory stats, failing the quest would also reduce her potential value. What exactly was this potential value? Sue stared at the last failure penalty for the third quest, lost in thought. When was the last time she heard the term potential value? It seemed just last night. If she remembered correctly, last night, when her territory leveled up, a window suddenly popped up in front of her mentioning potential value. A 1-16, as the human territory lord with the highest potential value, the execution system can, within a certain range of authority, provide you with a one-time reward service. The service includes, but is not limited to, requesting items, asking questions, solving problems, etc. Yesterday, she received a reward because she had the highest potential value among all human territory lords. So, if her potential value wasn't high, she definitely wouldn't have gotten that reward. But if someone's potential value was too low, so low that they ranked at the bottom among all territory lords, would there be some kind of punishment? Sue had no way of knowing. Regardless of whether there was a penalty for low potential value, just the fact that a high potential value could earn her rewards meant she absolutely had to complete this quest and not let her potential value drop. Yesterday, when Sue was probing the execution system, she learned something important. This kind of reward service wasn't a one-off. As long as she met certain conditions in the future, she could get more custom rewards like the one yesterday. Moreover, the more rewards she earned, the greater the authority the execution system would grant her. If she failed to get the beacon she asked for this time, maybe next time it would be given to her directly, or even several at once. Although Sue had never openly shown any curiosity about why the planet she lived on had been inexplicably turned into data, not showing it didn't mean she wasn't curious. She simply knew she wouldn't get any answers, so she didn't waste time pursuing the question, nor would she waste a reward opportunity on it. Compared to questions that probably wouldn't get answered, Sue would much rather ask for items and tools she actually needed. Because she understood the value of almost every item, but not the value of those questions. Instead of asking something that likely wouldn't be answered, it was better to get something practical to help her develop her territory faster and more smoothly. Once she unlocked more authority in the future, then she could ask those secret questions, learn their purpose, and uncover the truth behind everything. Although she wasn't entirely sure about the requirements for getting more rewards from the execution system, she could guess that it was probably related to potential value. Either that, or it was tied to how quickly she developed her territory. If she wanted to keep her potential value, she had to complete the quest within the time limit. And judging by the current situation, her quest basically translated to, within the time limit, increase the territory's population to 10 people. Aside from one person she could recruit soon from the tavern and 2 more with recruitment cards, she'd have to hope that in the next few days, wanderers like Dolly and Lilac would show up in her territory, and not just 1, but 2. On top of that, she had to make sure all 3 people recruited from the tavern would actually join the territory within the time limit. Unfortunately, up to now, Siu hadn't seen the territory info panel refresh with a Wanderer event, which meant the chances of recruiting wanderers in the near future were almost 0. In this situation, her odds of completing the quest were also close to 0. Siu felt a headache coming on. This kind of luck-based thing was completely out of her control. There was nothing she could do, and naturally, no real choices to make. If there really aren't any wanderers, then she'd have to use a rather special method to increase her territory's population. Although this method was a bit unconventional and even somewhat risky, if there really were no wanderers, it would be her only option. Thinking about what she might have to do in the next few days, Siu, who had been planning to rest, quietly returned to her desk. Dolly was about to ask why she wasn't resting, but when she saw Siyu's less than cheerful expression, she swallowed her words and changed the subject. Is there still something missing in the territory? Dolly saw her sit back down and instinctively assumed there was something in the territory that hadn't been set up yet, so Siu had come back to fix it. Siu paused, then nodded slightly. We're still missing some things to protect the territory. However, whether this thing meant to protect the territory will actually be used for that purpose first, well, that's not so certain. After she finished speaking, Dory saw that 2 arrow towers had appeared near the main gate of the territory. Actually, it wasn't just at the main gate. Outside the territory, at the entrance as well, Siu had also built 2 arrow towers. Building arrow towers took some time, so Siu used that time to make a good number of arrows. Anyway, she wasn't short on stone anymore, so there was no need to be as stingy as before. Once the 4 arrow towers were completed, Siu felt it still wasn't quite enough. She gathered some more materials to make traps. But just as she was about to set them up, a notification made her pause. Tavern has refreshed. You may go to the tavern recruitment point to select a resident to recruit. The moment she heard this prompt, Siu stood up and headed straight for the tavern. A familiar interface, unfamiliar characters and information. Siu began to choose her second NPC to recruit. Brew. Gender, male. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 80. Affection, 20. Talent, carpenter, 75. Skill, novice carpenter. Trait, loyal. Higher starting loyalty, slow. Slower reaction speed in all aspects. Description. Brew has always been an honest and sincere person, but because he was born slow to react, he was often bullied by other kids his age. Even so, he still enjoyed playing with everyone. Later, a teacher came to the village. This teacher not only taught the children a lot of knowledge, but also taught them how to be good people. Under the teacher's guidance, the kids who bullied Brew gradually realized their mistakes and started to genuinely befriend him. Because of this, Brew's family was very grateful to the teacher. Unfortunately, the teacher didn't stay in the village for long before leaving. Before leaving, the teacher gave Brew a gift. A beginner's carpentry manual. She had noticed that, although Brew was slow to react, he had an exceptional talent for carpentry. Not only Brew, but every child in the village received a gift from the teacher before she left. Even someone as slow as Brew could sense that this teacher was no ordinary person. Brooming. Gender, male. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 70. Affection, 15. Talent, cooking, 80. Skill, novice cooking, bottleneck. Trait, sensitive senses, increases success rate of skills requiring senses, but affects daily life. Description. Brooming's grandfather was the head chef at a city restaurant. Later, due to an accident, his grandfather injured his hand. Although he received timely treatment, he could no longer lift heavy iron pots. So, Brooming's grandfather returned to the village. Although he could no longer cook, he hoped someone would inherit his craft. After returning, he was delighted to discover that his grandson had exceptionally keen senses. Because he was so sensitive, Brooming couldn't eat strongly flavored food or tolerate strong smells, but if he could use this sensitivity well, he could become an excellent chef. Under his grandfather's guidance, Brooming successfully awakened his talent for cooking and, thanks to his unique senses, created many new recipes. Brugwo. Gender, female. Age, teen. Loyalty, 50. Affection, 10. Talent, trading, 95. Skill, novice trading, bottleneck. Trait, silver tongue, easier to convince others in social situations, deceitful, enjoys lying and hiding the truth. Description: Brugwo is a refugee. Her hometown was destroyed by a natural disaster, and her parents died because of it. Alone, little Brugwo wandered from place to place until she was taken in by a lonely old woman. The old woman's village was very poor. Even after being adopted, Brugwo still didn't have enough to eat each day, but at least she had a place to stay. To support herself and the old woman, Brugwo would hitch rides on the village vegetable cart to the city every day. The village was too poor for anyone to afford help, so she had to go to bigger places to look for work, hoping to find a job, any job that could feed herself and the old woman. But Brugwo was too young, inexperienced, and unskilled, so even in the city, no one was willing to hire her, no matter how low her asking wage. Just as Brugwo was losing hope, the owner of a restaurant offered her a hand. He let her stay and earn money by doing odd jobs. At that time, Brugwo was still innocent. Seeing hope, she immediately agreed, but she didn't expect that all her hard work would bring no reward. During her time there, Brugwo did the hardest, dirtiest jobs every day and brought the restaurant's food back to the old woman in the village. After a month, when it came time for her pay, the owner refused to pay her and wouldn't even admit she'd worked there. Even when Brugwo made a scene at the restaurant, no one would believe a filthy little girl. Brugwo had no choice but to leave, full of anger and resentment. After that, Brugwo never trusted anyone again. She stopped trying to earn a living through honest work and instead roamed the city, learning to steal from street kids and using what she stole to feed herself and the old woman. She also picked up the art of smooth-talking and lying from the local ruffians. Who knows how much time passed? When the old woman died of illness, Brugwo left. Before she went, she did something that made that heartless restaurant owner pay a heavy price. After reading the information on these 3 NPCs, Siu fell silent for a long time. Because, for a moment, she truly didn't know which of the 3 to choose as her second recruit. It was just too hard to decide. Unlike the first recruitment, this time all 3 NPCs had their own strengths and weaknesses. None were particularly outstanding, but none were particularly bad either. Bruce's drawback was that he was a carpenter. If he weren't, Siu would probably have chosen him right away. It's not that the territory didn't need a carpenter, but Siu already had one. If she remembered correctly, Lyle's carpentry talent was 70. Not as good as Brew, but good enough. Recruitment opportunities are rare in the early stages, so Siu couldn't afford to waste a slot on an NPC with overlapping skills. Unless Brew's carpentry talent is exceptionally high, on par with Bumming and Bugu, both above 90, Siu would only consider choosing him under those circumstances. With Brew out of the running, that left Bumming and Bugu as options. Bumming's drawback lay in his traits. Heightened senses, this is one of the rare traits that has a constant, ever-present effect. You have to understand senses here doesn't just mean taste and smell, but also hearing. Sure, keen hearing sounds impressive, but what if your keen hearing isn't an active skill, but a passive one? To put it simply, it means you can't control what you hear. This means Bumming not only has trouble eating well, but also has trouble sleeping well. Unless you built him a house in a remote spot and let him live alone, there's a good chance that if a roommate so much as turned over in bed, snored, or talked in their sleep, Bumming would be up all night, unable to rest. And that's not all. Because his sense of smell is so sensitive, anything with a scent in the territory would affect him. Looking at it this way, is she recruiting an NPC or bringing home an ancestor to worship? As for Bugu, her flaw is the most obvious. Her starting loyalty and affection are almost at the bare minimum, and on top of that, her negative traits are just like bummings, constantly in effect, sometimes in ways so you can't even be sure of. She's a little liar, full of nonsense, and fond of making things up. With a girl like this in the territory, Siu worries that one day, if she's not careful, she'll be tricked into a daze herself. Even if she isn't fooled, Siu fears the other residents might end up being led around in circles by this little trickster. But if you set aside Bugu's penchant for lying, she's actually an extremely talented trading NPC. A trading talent of 95, this is the kind of number that could, on rare occasions, make a merchant sell at a loss just to clear inventory. The odds are low, but with such a high talent, her growth will be rapid. Once her trading level gets high enough, Buga might even be able to squeeze a few gold coins out of the stingiest dwarf merchant. That said, the reason she has such a high trading talent is precisely because of the bonuses from her two traits. Although pathological liar is a red negative trait, not all negative traits reduce stats. The system evaluates negative traits from the player's perspective. An NPC who loves to lie is bad for Suyu because it makes management difficult, but for the NPC herself, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Being easily believed makes trading easier. Being good at lying means she can secure better deals for herself. Although Suyu is having a hard time choosing, she never considered giving up this recruitment opportunity. After all, there's still a timed quest pressing her. She has to bring someone in, even if just to make up the numbers. After another 5 minutes of deliberation, and after a difficult, well, not really, decision, Suyu finally picked the second NPC she wanted to recruit. Kind reminder, you may only choose one NPC for this recruitment. Once your choice is confirmed, all other NPC recruitment information will be cleared from the panel. The NPC you selected will arrive at your territory within a certain period of time. This NPC is on their way to your territory. Estimated time? Almost as soon as these notifications popped up, Siu took out the recruitment card from her inventory. Would you like to use a recruitment card to refresh the tavern recruitment list? Kind reminder, refreshing with a recruitment card will cause the tavern recruitment to re-enter the cooldown period after the current recruitment ends. The previous cooldown time will not be carried over. Looking at this, kind reminder, Siu couldn't help but feel that it really was rather considerate. After confirming her recruitment was successful, she used the recruitment card without hesitation. Recruitment card detected. The tavern recruitment list has been refreshed. Looking at the refreshed recruitment interface, Siu quickly skimmed through the information of the 5 new candidates. When she got to the 4th one, she paused. This 4th NPC looked kind of familiar. Because the character looked familiar, Siu didn't check the NPCs in order this time, but decided to look at this acquaintance first. Domino Mech. Gender, male. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 60. Affection, 10. Talent, magic, 90. Skills, advanced fire magic, sealed, basic wood magic, bottlenecked. Traits, elemental affinity, increased affinity for magical elements, cooking enthusiast, loves cooking, dark cuisine, cooking talent -50. Description, Domino Mech, known as Mech, is a mage with extraordinary magical talent. At just 10 years old, he had already reached a threshold that most people could never attain in a lifetime, becoming a distinguished junior fire mage. After joining the Mages Guild, and under the careful guidance of his teachers, Mech successfully broke through to become an intermediate fire mage at the age of 18. He grew so quickly that there was no one left in the city's Mages Guild who could teach him. So, Mech decided to set out alone for a bigger city, hoping to learn more advanced magic. Crossed out, cooking skills. Yes, that's right, cooking skills. In fact, Mech's true dream, ever since he was a child, was to become a top chef capable of creating delicious dishes. Unfortunately, Mech was born with no talent for cooking. His magical talent is as terrifyingly high as his cooking talent is terrifyingly bad. One is frighteningly good, the other is frighteningly bad. When Mech was first discovered to have exceptional fire magic talent and was invited to join the Mages Guild, he refused without hesitation. The reason was simple. He wanted to learn cooking from others, and studying magic would waste too much time and seriously hinder his progress on the path to becoming a culinary god. Although Mech refused, the Mages Guild didn't give up. But Mech was determined. After turning down the Mages Guild, he went straight to a restaurant to seek an apprenticeship and was kicked out in less than 3 days. Because the food he made was so bad that even the restaurant owner's dog foamed at the mouth after eating it. Upon learning all this, the Mages Guild managed to trick 9-year-old Mech into joining by telling him, as a fire mage, you'll have better cooking methods. Suyu's reaction. After reading through this NPC's introduction, Suyu could finally confirm that she had indeed met this NPC before. Not only had she met him, she had even successfully recruited him. And this guy had once stolen the rare ingredients Suyu had spent a fortune on, ingredients she'd bought just to give as a gift, only to turn them into a pot of charcoal. Suyu had been so furious that she tore down his little kitchen the very next day. Not only did she demolish his kitchen, she also confiscated all his so-called peerless recipes, ancient recipe fragments, and traditional cooking manuals. Mike was anxious and angry, but since his hostages, i.e., his private collection, were in Suyu's hands, this dignified high-level mage could only lower his head and apologize, promising he'd never do such a thing again. That was all in the past. In any case, seeing this old acquaintance again now, Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit complicated inside. She knew Mike's strength well. After all, he was a genius mage who had fully mastered magic at the age of 9. As for his personality, well, he wasn't actually that bad. Compared to other arrogant mages who acted like their noses were in the air, Mike was actually pretty down to earth. He was just a little obsessive about cooking. But to put it bluntly, he was both bad at it and loved to mess around. Even though he knew his cooking skills were terrible, he still insisted on ruining her ingredients at every opportunity. The worst part was, you couldn't refuse him. If you did, he'd throw a tantrum, and the next time you needed his help, he'd just stand by with his arms crossed, holding a grudge. If you ignored his actual age, anyone hearing about this behavior would think he was just some mischievous kid. But in reality, a mischievous kid in his 50s? Heh. After grumbling about Mike in her heart, Suyu suddenly realized something. This was just a digital world, not the save file she'd played before. Even though all of this, Mike's data matched her memories exactly, some of the underlying data had already changed. All she recognized was this skin, not Mike the person. In fact, he wasn't even a real person. She didn't know him, and this Mike certainly didn't know her. Thinking of this, the anger she'd felt recalling how he'd always ruined her ingredients faded, replaced by a strange sense of melancholy. But whatever the reason, Suyu was determined to recruit Mike. Whether they were acquaintances or not didn't matter. This was a brand new data world. This Mike was fundamentally different. There was no way she'd recruit him just because of some old acquaintance feelings. Her reason for choosing Mike was simple. He was awesome. He was powerful. He was a high-level fire mage. Even if his skill levels were sealed, at worst he'd still be a mid-level fire mage. Hesitating even a second would be disrespectful to those 7 words. Having made her decision, Suyu recruited Mike before even looking at the other 4 characters' profiles. The moment she confirmed her choice, another friendly prompt popped up. Confirm recruitment of Domino Mike. Tip: this character's level is much higher than your territory's level. Recruiting him will seal some of his skill levels until your territory reaches the required standard, at which point his skills will unlock. However, recruitment difficulty remains unchanged. Yes, Suyu confirmed without hesitation. If it were any other high-level mage, Suyu might have hesitated for half a second, wondering if she could actually keep them after recruiting them. After all, as the prompt said, this character's level was so high that recruiting him would be very difficult. Think about it, a mage this powerful, why would he stay in her tiny, shabby territory? But Mike was different. Based on C's understanding of Mike, or rather, this data shell, she had something that could perfectly control him. In other words, she was 90% confident she could recruit Mike. That probability was even higher than recruiting Bugua, that little trickster. That's right, the second NPC Siu chose to recruit was Bugua. The reason was complicated, but it was a result of careful consideration and calculation for maximum benefit. Next, Siu stared at the remaining 4 NPCs for a long time before finally choosing to recruit one named Yusin. Yusin. Gender, male. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 70. Affection, 20. Talent, farming, 75. Skill, basic farming. Trait, affinity. His special affinity has unique effects on small animals and plants. After effects, he suffers lingering effects from an illness or injury. Profile, Yusin's whole family were ordinary farmers. Growing up immersed in this environment, Yusin developed excellent farming skills from a young age. Yusin was born with a mysterious affinity, no matter the animal or even plants. Small animals would naturally approach him, and plants would grow healthier under his care. At 15, Yusin even cultivated a brand new plant species, which caused quite a stir in the village. But with the attention came jealousy. Not long after, a local troublemaker pushed Yusin into the river. Though passing villagers rescued him in time, he was left with lingering effects. Whenever it rained or the temperature dropped, his legs would ache unbearably. Later, Yusin's family discovered that the troublemaker hadn't acted on his own, but had been hired by the wealthiest family in the village. That family made their fortune selling seeds, thanks to their unique cultivation techniques that produced high-yield crops. But the seeds Yusin accidentally bred were even more productive and grew faster, threatening their business. Fearing for their livelihood, they tried to get rid of Yusin. After the truth came out, the wealthy family's reputation was ruined, and they eventually moved away. Yusin's family also left the village, seeking a famous doctor in a bigger town to cure his condition. The reason for choosing Yusin was simple. His negative trait wasn't particularly bad, only affecting him during certain times. Most of the time, he was perfectly normal, so it was almost like he didn't have a negative trait at all. More importantly, his positive trait was outstanding. On a scale of 1 to 100, it was at least a 90. The affinity trait isn't as simple as it appears on the surface. Beyond just being good with animals and taking care of plants, this trait also gives the NPC a tiny chance to cultivate special plants. This was already reflected in Yusin's backstory. That's also why Siu gave up on another NPC who had a whopping 85 points in planting talent and had even reached the beginner bottleneck in skill level, and instead chose Yusin. Because this trait can more than make up for a lack of planting talent. In fact, it's even more important than talent itself. Would you like to recruit Yusin? Kind reminder, you may select 2 people in this round of recruitment. You have already recruited one, Domnomech. Once you confirm your choices, all other NPC recruitment information will be cleared from the panel, and the NPCs you selected will arrive at your territory within a certain period of time. Yes! This NPC is on their way to your territory. Estimated time of arrival. Bugua, Domnomech, Yusin. So you silently recited the names of these 3 NPCs, then pushed open the tavern door. As she left the tavern, Siu noticed that it was already completely dark outside. This alone showed just how long she'd been inside, and how much time she'd spent agonizing over her choices. It seemed everyone else in the territory had already gone to their rooms to rest. Out here, Siu was the only one left, or at least, that's what she thought. Miss Lord. A familiar voice, a familiar way of addressing her. Siu paused for a moment, then turned to see Dory, who looked just as surprised to see her. Siu was a bit puzzled as to why Dory was here at this hour, just as Dory was wondering why Siu hadn't gone back to her room to rest so late at night. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Dory broke the silence. I just remembered I still have something to do. If you're free, you should get some rest. Siu nodded and headed toward her house. She'd been planning to rest anyway, just hadn't expected to run into Dory. She wasn't particularly interested in what Dory had to do. That was her private business. As long as she wasn't doing anything harmful to the territory, That was enough for Suyu. But Suyu had barely taken a few steps when she realized something seemed off about Dory's expression. Her eyes were a little red, as if she'd been crying. Did Dory really have something to do, or was she just upset about something and didn't want to disturb Doya's rest, so she'd come out to find a quiet corner to cry alone? After noticing this, Suyu immediately turned around to look for Dory, but found that she had already disappeared. She first opened the territory info panel to confirm that Dory was still within the territory and hadn't left, then began searching for her. Since there weren't many buildings in the territory yet, there weren't many places to search. There was no need to check the residential houses, since people were inside, and Dory was unlikely to go to the only empty one. So Suyu's search route went from the tavern to the stables, then to the quest hall. When she reached the tailor shop, she faintly heard the sound of someone sobbing inside. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, instead of knocking, she simply pushed open the door to the tailor shop. She was the lord. There was no building or item in her territory she couldn't use or open, especially since she'd built this one herself. The noise from opening the door wasn't small, and it immediately startled Dory, who was hiding inside, grieving alone. Since Suyu hadn't knocked and opened the door so quickly, she saw Dory before she had a chance to wipe away her tears, her eyes filled with surprise and panic. "Miss Lord." Dory instinctively wanted to ask why Suyu was here, but when she saw Suyu walking over and handing her a clean cloth, the words caught in her throat. "You don't need to explain anything to me. I won't interfere in the private affairs of my territory's residents." With that, Suyu pushed the cloth closer. Dory seemed surprised that Suyu didn't ask or say anything and sat there stunned for several seconds. Only when the cloth was practically in front of her face did she react. She took the cloth and wiped her face haphazardly. After handing over the cloth and confirming that although Dory was sad, she wasn't about to do anything foolish, Suyu prepared to leave. But she'd barely taken 2 steps when Dory called out to her. "Miss Lord, don't you have anything you want to ask?" As soon as she said this, Dory regretted it. Suyu had just said she didn't need to explain, and now she was asking if Suyu wanted to ask anything. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? Fortunately, Suyu didn't mind. She hadn't been lying. She truly wasn't interested in other people's private matters. But if Dory wanted to share, Suyu didn't mind staying to listen. "If you want to talk, then I can ask." Suyu's words brought a hint of warmth to Dory's heart, which had been heavy with worry and sadness from recalling the past. Her mood visibly improved, though there was still a trace of sorrow in her eyes. Then, "Miss Lord, do you want to ask what happened to me in the caravan before?" As she said this, Dory's eyes held a hint of hope, as if she wanted Suyu to ask. This should have been Suyu's question, but now their roles seemed completely reversed. Seeing that Dory really did want to share, Suyu gave up on going to rest. She dragged a chair over and sat down across from Dory. "Then let me ask, what exactly happened to you in the caravan back then?" The story wasn't long, and the beginning was just as Dory had said before. She'd joined the caravan against her parents' wishes, and then the caravan was attacked by wild beasts, causing her to be separated from the others. She hadn't lied, but she had left something out. The reason the caravan was attacked was because someone in the caravan got greedy and, while no one was looking, stole a beast cub. Beast cubs are worth a fortune in big cities, because in this world, there are people called beast tamers. When a beast is still a cub, it's much easier to tame. Not only that, but the young beast cubs have plenty of time to bond with their handlers. As long as the training methods are correct, these wild beasts can become powerful and fiercely loyal servants. Back to the matter at hand, after this person stole the beast cub, he didn't tell anyone. Instead, he hid it in one of the caravan's cargo crates, planning to wait until they returned to the city before secretly taking it out to sell. Because the caravan had no idea about the cub's presence, they took no precautions. So when the cub's parents tracked them down by scent, everyone in the caravan was still fast asleep. And it wasn't just the cub's parents, apparently, they'd called for their kin as well. Otherwise, if it had only been 2 beasts, the caravan, with its dozens of people, wouldn't have been thrown into such a panic. But there were more than 20 ferocious beasts at the time. With that many, Even if another caravan had joined them, it would have been a death sentence. So the caravan was left with only one option: to run. What followed was the caravan members being chased and scattered by the beasts, Dory included. During the chase, Dory was actually running with several others. But one of them twisted his ankle while fleeing and was about to be caught by the beasts. Hearing his desperate cries for help, Dory's heart softened. She wanted to help him, but her kindness nearly cost her own life. The man, knowing he'd twisted his ankle and that the only person reaching out to help was a weak woman who couldn't possibly carry him, had a simple thought: if he couldn't escape, he'd drag someone down with him. So when Dory came back to help, he grabbed her, trying to make her die with him. Hearing this, Sue felt she could already guess what happened next. First, since Dory was standing here safe and sound, she must have escaped. But given the situation, with the beasts around, she couldn't have gotten away on her own. Which meant someone had saved her, and whoever saved her paid a heavy price, most likely their life. And the reason Dory was so heartbroken was probably because the person who saved her was very close to her. If it had just been an acquaintance, they wouldn't have risked their life, and Dory wouldn't be this devastated. After all, even if the person was a benefactor, if they were a stranger, Dory would feel guilt, self-blame, gratitude, regret. But not this kind of grief. Sure enough, Dory's next words confirmed Suyu's guess. "Sister Chin." She rushed up alone to fight that beast to save me. The Sister Chin Dory spoke of was Chin Yao, a gentle older girl who lived next door. The two of them had grown up playing together. Chin Yao always looked after her, and Dory was very fond of her. Unlike Dory, who had no fighting skills, Chin Yao had shown exceptional talent for combat since childhood and later entered the best local combat academy with outstanding grades. The only reason she was with the caravan was because she didn't feel comfortable letting Dory travel alone, but also didn't want to go against Dory's wishes by telling her parents. As it happened, Chin Yao's academy was on break, so she was at home and decided to join the caravan with Dory. Although Chin Yao claimed she wanted to experience caravan life, Dory always knew she really just wanted to protect her. Dory never imagined that, despite her confident promises that nothing would go wrong, in the end, she herself was fine, sitting here safe and sound, but someone else had paid with their life for her stubbornness. That's where the story ended. As for why Dory didn't want to go home, Sue now understood. Maybe this answer made Dory seem cowardly, but anyone faced with such a situation would want to avoid going home and facing reality, choosing instead to run away. Whether that choice is right or wrong, it's understandable. But after hearing the story, Sue still had some questions. So, how did you escape in the end? Did you just watch her fight the beast and then run away by yourself? So you didn't believe Dory would do something like that? At most, she might have stayed there, frozen, but she would never have run away. So you even thought that, if Dory had a choice, she might have chosen to die with Chin Yao. But if Dory hadn't run, and Chin Yao hadn't defeated the beast, then Dory wouldn't be standing here now. Faced with Suyu's question, Dory fell silent. No one knew how long passed, long enough that Suyu began to wonder if Dory really had abandoned Chin Yao and was too ashamed to admit it, before Dory finally answered. "No. I wanted to help, but I was too scared, and then I fainted." Dory hadn't answered before, not because she was ashamed, but because recalling that scene was just too painful for her. At the time, Chin Yao was covered in blood, just like Duoya that night. In fact, to be precise, Chin Yao's situation was even worse than Duoya's. After all, Duoya fought at range. Though she was injured, she could still move quickly and run. But Chin Yao was a close combat fighter, and she had to protect Dory, so she couldn't run, and her injuries were even more severe. Before Dory reached the territory, there were actually two reasons she didn't dare rest. One was fear of the beasts. The other was that every time she closed her eyes, all she could see was a vivid red. This nightmare kept her from resting until she reached the territory, where things finally got a little better. But tonight, she dreamed of that day again, which was why she came here, to cry and let out her emotions. Did you faint from fear? If Dory had said yes, So you wouldn't have been surprised, since one of Dory's traits was being timid, and fainting from fear was entirely possible.